Tang Songyuan, an excavator operator, inadvertently unearthed a metallic sphere, granting him extraordinary powers of X-ray vision. Thus began his enchanting journey of treasure hunting and exploration. From imperial green jade to extraterrestrial meteorites and legendary antiques, an abundance of rare and exquisite treasures found their way into his possession. Chapter 1. Unearthing a Treasure. Clang, clang, clang. On a particular riverbank along the Yangtze Blue City section, Tang Songyuan operated the excavator, its bucket crashing down heavily, scooping up a substantial load of gravel and sand. He smoothly raised the arm of the excavator, retracted the smaller arm slightly, and then rotated left, fluidly dumping the contents into the bed of a triaxle truck, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Tang Songyuan had been an excavator driver for 5 years, a monotonous existence that had begun as a passionate endeavor but had devolved into a mere means of subsistence. What boy hasn't dreamed of operating an excavator, even if just a toy? The early spring sky was overcast and oppressive. As Tang Songyuan tirelessly maneuvered the excavator, a voice crackled through the intercom. "Tang, how many times must I remind you to work faster and load the truck more fully? Are you listening?" The voice belonged to Lu Wei, the manager overseeing the excavation operations at the gravel plant, rumored to be the brother-in-law of the plant's second owner. Tang Songyuan picked up the intercom and replied coolly, "Understood." "Understood? What a joke. You dawdle all day long. Do you think you deserve your meager salary?" Lu Wei continued, growing increasingly agitated. Ignoring him, Tang Songyuan resumed his work. An orphan, he had lost his adoptive parents 5 years ago, leaving him as the sole provider for his younger sister, who was still in school. As the pillar of his family, he endured the unreasonable demands placed upon him. As a worker, Tang Songyuan approached each task with diligence. He always pushed the throttle to its maximum, striving to fill each truck to the brim. Yet Lu Wei, as the overseer, still seemed perpetually dissatisfied. Having just begun work for the year at this gravel plant, Tang Songyuan initially found the job to proceed smoothly. However, in the past week, he sensed Lu Wei's growing hostility, who frequently found fault with him, alleging poor technique or laziness that supposedly hindered the progress of the plant. In all honesty, excavating pebbles along the Yangtze River hardly required exceptional skill. Bang! Suddenly, a metallic cracking sound resonated from the control panel, and Tang Songyuan felt an unusual vibration in the lever. The excavator's bucket had struck something solid. Raising the bucket, he was astonished to find that one of its teeth had broken off. Reluctantly, he changed his position to continue digging, managing to fill the truck before sending it off. Tang Songyuan immediately called in the intercom, "Lu, the bucket tooth has broken. I need to replace it." Not reporting would likely lead to further accusations from Lu Wei. "Make it quick, you always have so many issues." Lu Wei's impatient voice soon returned through the intercom. Tang Songyuan could only roll his eyes. After 5 years of operating an excavator, he had never encountered such an unreasonable and rude manager. What was he, digging into Lu Wei's private property? He positioned the bucket on a flatter section of ground and rummaged through the toolbox for a spare tooth, replacing it in a matter of moments. Returning to the cabin, he started the machine and, feeling defiant, carefully excavated the spot where the tooth had broken. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what remarkable object could have caused such damage. Based on his experience, he anticipated that the object would be relatively small. To his astonishment, he unearthed a shiny metallic sphere, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, its surface impeccably smooth. It appeared that the excavator's tooth had struck this sphere directly, leading to its abrupt fracture. Yet, he pondered what material could render such hardness, especially considering that this riverbed had undergone geological transformations over millennia, making the presence of modern artifacts implausible. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, Tang Songyuan approached the sphere, bending down to pick it up. It bore no remarkable features, resembling an ordinary stainless steel ball. It was difficult to fathom how it could have damaged the excavator's tooth. However, what transpired next left Tang Songyuan wide-eyed. The metallic sphere seemed to come alive, swiftly burrowing into the palm of his right hand. More precisely, it melted into his hand, the entire process occurring in less than a second. What an astonishing phenomenon! Tang Songyuan was nearly propelled into the air from shock. What was this object, and how had it managed to achieve such a feat? He squeezed his palm, but felt nothing, as if no substantial object had merged with him. Yet soon, something even more extraordinary unfolded. His perception shifted. His palm was no longer merely a palm. He could see through the skin, revealing the bones, ligaments, and tissues within, along with the intricate network of blood vessels and nerves, all rendered in vivid detail. When he turned his gaze elsewhere, it felt as though he had entered a holographic realm, with the internal structures of any object clearly visible to him. The inner workings of the excavator, the layout of various pipes and wires, presented no barriers to his vision. Moreover, when he focused on a specific area, supplementary information appeared alongside it. For instance, as he observed the excavator's fuel electronic pump, which typically required the cover to be opened for inspection, he could now see it clearly without obstruction. Details such as the manufacturer, specifications, functionality, and even where levels were laid out before him, complete with precise data. Had he obtained the power of X-ray vision? Tang Songyuan thought, both astonished and exhilarated. No, this seemed even more potent than mere X-ray vision. Could that metallic sphere be the source of this extraordinary ability? How had it integrated into his body? How did it affect his vision? Surely, it could not be perpetually active, it must function only when needed. As he pondered, his vision returned to normal. A wave of joy surged through him as he attempted to activate the X-ray vision again. With a mere thought, the enhanced perception re-emerged effortlessly. He felt compelled to give it a 5-star review indeed. A 5-star review. Haha. Tang Songyuan couldn't help but laugh aloud. As the saying goes, the wealthy rely on technology, while the poor depend on mutation. Here he was, merely excavating mud and sand, yet he had effortlessly acquired extraordinary abilities. Gazing at his own body, he felt the mysterious sphere resting quietly within his chest. Although it had joined him, he sensed no difference. It was as if it existed outside this realm, merging with his flesh, yet remaining distinct, shrouded in mystique. Such an extraordinary object could not only shatter the excavator's bucket teeth, but could potentially obliterate the entire machine, and Tang Songyuan found that entirely believable. At that moment, the dissonant sound of the intercom in the excavator interrupted his thoughts once more. During the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, what on earth are you doing? Why does it take so long to replace a tooth on the excavator? Hurry up and get to work. Cursing under his breath, Tang Songyuan shut off his enhanced vision and returned to the excavator's cabin. He decided to take each day as it comes. The task of excavating pebbles lacked any particular finesse. As he operated the machine, Tang Songyuan activated his enhanced vision once more, eager to delve deeper into the newly acquired ability. The holographic perspective unfolded before him, and to his delight, he discovered that he could not only see through the surface objects, but also clearly discern items buried beneath the ground. Every structure of sand and stone beneath the riverbank was laid bare to his eyes, without any obstruction. There was no time constraint. He could observe for as long as he wished. The only limitation was that the underground visibility was merely 1/5 of that above ground. Above the surface, he could command a vision extending approximately 50 meters from his position. Yet below, he could only penetrate around 10 meters. What's that? Just as Tang Songyuan was reveling in his enhanced sight, he unexpectedly spotted a peculiar stone not far behind him. It was a golden-hued stone, roughly the size of a pomelo. The identification results emerged. Doghead gold ore, weighing 8.5 kilograms, with a gold content of 91.6% and a copper content of 4%. Tang Songyuan's excitement surged once more. My goodness, it's actually gold ore. There is gold ore in the Yangtze River. Chapter 2. Preparation. The stone was located more than 10 meters behind the excavator, buried within layers of mud and pebbles at a depth of 4 to 5 meters. The concept art of the Hua Tiger Doghead Gold was generated by AI and serves merely as a reference. The rhythm of fortune was palpable. Tang Songyuan, suppressing his excitement, observed his surroundings as he followed the excavator's rotation. The excavation area was situated at the lower left of the sand and gravel factory, where a deep pit had been dug down several dozen meters. Aside from the trucks transporting sand and gravel materials, there were 5 or 6 idlers nearby searching for stones. These individuals were not workers of the factory. Rather, they were hunting for a type of stone known as the Yangtze River Oddstone, which could fetch thousands or even tens of thousands if found. Whoever picked it up would claim it, and the factory paid no mind, provided one remained discreet. Moreover, there was a figure standing at the edge of the pit, overlooking the entire work area. Even from a distance of over 100 meters, Tang Songyuan recognized this person as Liu Wei, the manager responsible for the machinery. This could complicate matters. Tang Songyuan quelled his restless heart, maintaining a calm facade as he continued his work, devising a plan to seize the treasure later that evening. His current schedule involved 2 shifts, working around the clock with 1 day off after every other day, resting for an hour after lunch and dinner, and having a midnight snack. culminating in 18.5 hours of work per day. As the sun set, dinner time finally arrived. Tang Songyuan concluded his tasks, tidied up, and jumped down from the excavator to head towards the dining hall. The dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring 3 dishes, 1 soup, and 2 meat dishes alongside a vegetable. Given that some jobs in the gravel factory required considerable physical strength, Tang Songyuan found his bowl and chopsticks, rinsed them briefly, and filled a bowl with rice. Joining a table of workers to eat. "Come on, Master Tang, have a beer," called out a robust worker, shaking a bottle of beer in his hand. Tang Songyuan swallowed his food, smiling in response. "Drink and drive don't mix. I still have overtime tonight." "Enjoy yourself, Master Wang." The worker ceased his insistence, engaging with others in jovial conversation while eating and drinking. After dinner, Tang Songyuan moved a small stool to sit at the entrance of the dining hall for a brief respite. Moments later, he spotted Lu Wei approaching with a bag in hand, accompanied by a young man of 18 or 19. "Xiao Tang, have you eaten?" Lu Wei greeted him with an unusually amicable tone. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, surprised, and replied, "Just finished, Lu Gong. Do you need something?" Lu Wei chuckled lightly, casually saying, "Well, Xiao Tang, could you hand me the excavator key?" Tang Songyuan felt a wave of suspicion wash over him. Why would he need the key? Although Lu Wei was the manager, he was not trained to operate the excavator. "What do you need the key for?" Tang Songyuan inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Lu Wei's expression soured, his impatience evident. "Just give it to me. No need for so many questions. Am I not entitled to request the excavator key as the factory's equipment manager?" He was growing increasingly irate, his tone turning harsh. Unfazed, Tang Songyuan retorted, "The key is on the excavator. I'll bring it to you later." In reality, he had the key in his pocket, with another key in the possession of a different driver. Lu Wei's expression softened slightly as he raised an eyebrow and said, "All right. Let me inform you of something. You no longer need to work here. Someone else will take over your duties. And you can head to the finance office to settle your wages." What on earth? Why was he being inexplicably dismissed? Tang Songyuan felt as if he had gained the power of foresight. Continuing in this job seemed inconsequential. However, there was a significant difference between resigning voluntarily and being fired. Was there not? Did he not have his pride? He was still preoccupied with the golden treasure he had spotted. "Apologies, Lu Gong, but I was invited by General Su. Even if I were to leave, it must be General Su who informs me." Tang Songyuan replied assertively, then added with a teasing smile, "It's merely a job. I'm not clinging to it. Why not have Lu Gong call General Su? If he says so, I'll pack up and leave immediately." General Su was the owner of the sand and gravel factory, possessing absolute authority, yet he was seldom seen, perhaps only once a month. Lu Wei felt his authority challenged, his face darkening significantly. He stepped closer, invading Tang Songyuan's personal space, thrusting a finger menacingly towards him and growling, "Listen carefully. Stop using General Su to pressure me. It's not me who wants to make things difficult for you. It's Zhang Gong's instruction. Given your limited skills and your lazy demeanor, your work quality has severely affected the factory's efficiency. I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, you can forget about receiving any wages." Zhang Gong was the second owner of the factory, responsible for its daily operations. Tang Songyuan's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he retrieved the excavator key from his pocket, rising to his full height. He waved the key slightly and remarked, "That is not going to work. The excavator belongs to General Su, and the key was entrusted to me by him personally. If you want it, at least have General Su call me." Again, he reiterated, "As long as General Su requests it, I will hand over the key without hesitation." Should General Su indeed make such a demand, Tang Songyuan would certainly comply and head to the finance office to settle his wages. There would always be other opportunities. The role of an excavator operator was not difficult to find. Moreover, with his newfound ability, he had no reason to fear an uncertain future. However, if Lu Wei intended to wield his authority to act unilaterally, Tang Songyuan would certainly resist. Lu Wei had been a thorn in his side for too long. Tang Songyuan had no intention of being a pushover. Standing at 6 feet tall, Tang Songyuan towered over Lu Wei, who stood at about 5'6", instilling a sense of pressure in him. Others who had dined began to emerge, observing the confrontation with a sense of entertainment. Some even encouraged, "Come on, Lu Gong. Just call General Su. It's merely a matter of a single phone call." Others chimed in, "Exactly. The factory belongs to General Su, the excavator belongs to General Su. And we were all hired by him. I don't see why it would be difficult for General Su to give a word." You, Lu Wei, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a surge of frustration. Since his appointment as the factory manager, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet today, Tang Songyuan had nearly left him speechless, and the comments from the onlookers only added to his fury, leaving him unable to retort. "You, just wait. I'll have Zhang Gong call General Su right now." Lu Wei spat, storming away with the young man in tow. Tang Songyuan's expression turned cold as he glanced at the bag Lu Wei was carrying, narrowing his eyes slightly. Moments ago, he had activated his foresight ability and discovered that the bag contained 3 bottles, one filled with nitric acid, another with hydrochloric acid, and the last containing sodium bisulfite. Meanwhile, Lu Wei led the young man into a dormitory, instructing, "You wait here for a moment. I'll make arrangements for you shortly." "All right, Uncle San." The young man readily agreed. Lu Wei nodded, carrying the bag out of the room and heading towards a storage facility within the factory. He glanced around and cautiously retrieved his keys to unlock the door. When he emerged again, his hands were devoid of anything. "Ahem, everything is prepared, right?" Lu Wei was locking the door when a voice from behind startled him. Turning around, he instantly donned a flattering smile upon seeing the newcomer. "Brother-in-law, everything is ready, and we can act at any moment." Chapter 3. A minor dispute. The person was none other than Zhang Jingye, the second owner of the gravel factory. Hearing Lu Wei's response, Zhang Jingye nodded with a slight smile and said, "There's no need to rush. We will discuss it later tonight." Lu Wei eagerly agreed and recounted an incident with Tang Songyuan. "I've brought Xiao Yong, but that little Tang operating the excavator refuses to hand over the keys, insisting that only Mr. Su can call him." Zhang Jingye frowned slightly and inquired, "How has Xiao Yong been learning during this time?" Lu Wei patted his chest with a smile, responding, "He has been learning from a renowned master in Blue City for over a month. He can handle this work without any issues. He has nothing else to do at home, and although this job is a bit tiring, earning over 8,000 a month is more lucrative than most jobs out there." Zhang Jingye replied, "All right then, I will call old Su later, but you must be cautious. This cannot affect the operations of the gravel factory, or I cannot guarantee your safety." Lu Wei assured him, "Rest easy, brother-in-law. I will ensure everything goes smoothly." Upon returning to his dormitory, Tang Songyuan had already activated his perceptive vision to observe Lu Wei's movements. He clearly saw Lu Wei carrying a bag into the storage room and conversing with Zhang Jingye. The living area of the gravel factory was not extensive, conveniently within the 50-meter range of Tang Songyuan's perceptive ability. Although he could not hear their conversation, he surmised that it was certainly not in his favor. Watching as the two concluded their discussion and departed, Tang Songyuan focused his attention on the storage room. It was meticulously organized, with various mechanical parts and supplies neatly arranged on different shelves. The only item that caught his attention was a small gas canister in the southeast corner, accompanied by a spray gun, measuring cup, crucibles, and various other vessels. Next to these items was a locked cabinet. A flicker of speculation arose within Tang Songyuan, and he directed his vision inward. To his astonishment, the locked drawer contained 2 gleaming pieces of gold ore. One weighed a substantial 7 kilograms, while the other weighed 5 kilograms. It was confirmed. Tang Songyuan finally understood Lu Wei's purchase of hydrochloric and nitric acid. He intended to mix them to create aqua regia for gold purification. This gravel factory not only produced various sands and gravels for construction, but also yielded gold-bearing sand. A well-known fact within the factory: excavators dug up the sandy silt from the riverbed, transporting it to a designated funnel for unloading. A high-capacity spray gun would then wash the sand to separate the materials. Heavier pebbles were sent away via conveyor belts, crushed into building materials, while lighter silt would flow down a sloped water trough. The trough was lined with a blanket, capturing the heavier gold-bearing sand, which would be collected by a trusted individual appointed by the owner. Tang Songyuan had heard that one could collect between 2 to 3 taels, or even half a gene of gold sand, in a single day. The upper reaches of the Yangtze River were known as the Jinsha River, and Blue City had a historical reputation for gold panning. However, given the current situation, it appeared highly likely that Zhang Jingye and Lu Wei had clandestinely acquired these 2 pieces of gold or with intentions of keeping them for themselves. Otherwise, Lu Wei would not be furtively planning to concoct aqua regia for gold extraction. Yet, the secretive plans of these 2 individuals were laid bare before Tang Songyuan through his perceptive vision. With the weight and purity of these gold pieces, they could yield at least 10 kilograms of pure gold, valued at an astonishing 4 to 5 million, given the current gold prices. The gravel factory's monthly profit barely amounted to 3 to 4 million, and that was during favorable market conditions, not accounting for the collected gold sand. The night shift commenced shortly thereafter, as workers, having rested, began to make their way to their respective stations. Some called out to Tang Songyuan as they passed his dormitory. He responded with a smile, deactivating his perceptive vision, and gathered several bags to stow away his clothing. He then circled around the living area and arrived at a sheltered spot where over 10 motorcycles were parked. Selecting an old motorcycle, he started it up and rode directly towards the excavator. With the onset of night, Tang Songyuan summoned his courage and began operating the excavator, digging towards the location of the gold where he had discovered. With his perceptive vision activated, he was keenly aware of any movement within a 50-meter radius. Nothing could escape his notice. Beyond that distance, his subtle actions would remain undetected, appearing merely as excavation of the silt. In less than 10 minutes, he filled 2 trucks and had completely excavated the area where the gold lay, creating a substantial pit. If someone were to approach with a flashlight, they would easily catch sight of the striking golden hue. However, this was all anticipated by Tang Songyuan. During the intervals between the returning vehicles, he swiftly dug down, unearthing the gold alongside the surrounding silt. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, devoid of any delays. Indeed, technology is the foremost productive force. Excavating with a machine was effortless. Tang Songyuan's heart swelled with joy as he rapidly retracted the excavator's bucket to the driver's position. He opened the cabin door and leaped onto the tracks, dashing over to seize the gold in his arms. He promptly returned, not bothering to examine it further, and placed the ore into the small compartment behind the driver's seat. As the headlights of an approaching truck illuminated the distance, he hurriedly resumed operating the excavator, preparing for loading. I've struck it rich. Tang Songyuan's heart surged with exhilaration, anticipation, and wild excitement. He had never before found money, gathered rice, or caught fish in ditches. But discovering gold was a first. If given a choice, who wouldn't he aspire to become wealthy? Moreover, just like those who collect stones, whoever finds it owns it. However, Tang Songyuan was acutely aware that he could not fully relax until the gold was safely out of the gravel factory. As midnight approached, the time for a midnight snack arrived, and the workers began shutting down their machines, gradually making their way back to the living area. Tang Songyuan first wrapped the gold securely in black plastic bags, placing it within a cloth bag. He then jumped off the excavator, finding the area devoid of any onlookers. He quickly unlocked the storage compartment beneath the motorcycle seat with his key and stashed the bag containing the gold inside. Only then did he exhale in relief, satisfaction coursing through him as he mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the living area. Chapter 4. A wasteful indulgence. After washing his hands at the sink, Tang Songyuan leisurely made his way to the cafeteria for a late-night meal. The offerings were rather unremarkable, merely ordinary noodles. Nevertheless, like most workers, he did not fuss and filled a bowl, devouring it heartily. Just as he was eating, Lu Wei unexpectedly emerged from an unknown direction. Observing the crowd indulging in their late-night snacks, one exclaimed loudly, "A significant hole has just appeared in the sieve tonight. Apart from the maintenance crew, everyone else is free from overtime. You can all head home early to rest." The prospect of not having to work late brought joy to the workers, prompting one to cheer, "Ha, I've had my fill. I'm off to stroll around the scenic street." Another chimed in, "Old Huang, after a long day, do you still have the energy to wander?" To which the first replied, "Why must it always be me? After such a tiring day, can't I simply enjoy myself?" The small cafeteria soon filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Within 10 minutes, the once bustling dining hall saw workers leaving in droves. Some lived nearby and went straight home. Tang Songyuan, whose residence was about 7 to 8 kilometers away, had been assigned a dormitory here and typically did not return home. However, today was different. He needed to leave quickly with the piece of gold he had found. Yet he did not rush. After finishing his noodles, he leisurely returned to his dormitory, freshened up, and settled into bed to play on his phone. Nevertheless, his thoughts were fixated on the warehouse and Lu Wei's plan. He suspected that Lu Wei had orchestrated this break for the workers to create an opportunity for himself to refine the ore. With all the necessary materials at hand, the sooner he acted, the better. As he lay in bed scrolling through Douyin, he lost track of time until it was past 3 in the morning. When he was on the verge of dozing off, the warehouse remained eerily silent. Even Lu Wei, seen through his surveillance, appeared untroubled, idly playing on his phone in the office, suppressing his fatigue as he meticulously monitored the situation. After all, he did not have work the next day and could afford to wait. At 3:50, Zhang Jingya, brimming with energy, approached Lu Wei. They exchanged a few words before Lu Wei fetched the young man from earlier, and the three made their way to the warehouse. Lu Wei cautiously opened the warehouse door, instructing the young man to stand guard outside while only he and Zhang Jingya entered. Under Zhang Jingya's direction, Lu Wei procured a large open glass beaker and began pouring hydrochloric acid into it. They were indeed clandestinely concocting aqua regia to refine gold. This revelation filled Tang Songyuan with certainty. He swiftly rose from his bed, donned his clothes and shoes, and quietly made his way towards the rain shelter. This time, he refrained from starting his motorcycle. Instead, he pushed it out of the sand factory's gate, all the while observing the movements within the warehouse and dialing a number. The call took nearly half a minute to connect, and on the other end, a somewhat impatient voice answered, "What is it?" Why are you calling at this late hour? Alongside this voice, Tang Songyuan could faintly hear the sounds of mahjong being played. Wow, they're still playing at this hour? How deep is their addiction? Tang Songyuan smirked. Covering the mouthpiece as he spoke, Mr. Su, after our late-night meal, Lu Wei sent all the workers home, and while I was up for a restroom break, I discovered Lu Wei was up to something significant. The voice on the other end belonged to Su Guanglin, the owner of the sand factory. Tang Songyuan deliberately omitted mentioning Zhang Jingye, as he was a partner of Su Guanglin, while Lu Wei was merely a slightly senior worker. What significant matter? Su Guanglin's tone remained impatient, as he played a card. 80,000. Tang Songyuan continued. I stumbled upon this by chance, so please don't consider me a snitch. Just get to the point. It's late, and you're rambling. Are you hoping for a scolding? Su Guanglin's temper flared, likely due to losses incurred that night. Tang Songyuan then asserted, I saw Lu Wei pick up 2 pieces of gold ore on the production line. And today he purchased a considerable amount of chemicals. They are currently refining gold in the warehouse. While he had not witnessed how Lu Wei obtained the ore, he thought it prudent to state it this way. Finding or elsewhere might be plausible, but on the production line, it was more dubious. Moreover, the unspoken rule was that whoever found it claimed it, but if Lu Wei were caught refining it by Su Guanglin, it would complicate matters. What did you say? Su Guanglin could no longer sit still, springing to his feet, nearly upending the mahjong table. Tang Songyuan confirmed, this is absolutely true. I could not have fabricated such an outrageous tale. I can still smell the pungent chemicals here. I don't know much about them. Could inhaling this gas be harmful? In truth, he had learned in school that gold ore could be dissolved by aqua regia, producing chloroauric acid, which could then be electrolyzed to yield highly pure gold, before being melted and cast into the desired form. However, Su Guanglin cut him off, not allowing him to continue, and hung up the phone. Hearing the busy signal, Tang Songyuan smiled, starting his motorcycle and riding to a hidden corner shielded from the streetlight. About 20 minutes later, a vehicle rushed through the sand factory's gates, and Su Guanglin, accompanied by 3 or 4 burly men, swiftly exited the car. At this point, Lu Wei had just finished adjusting the proportions of aqua regia, but had not yet achieved optimal solubility. Typically, aqua regia reaches its peak oxidizing ability half an hour after preparation, which is why it is either prepared in advance or on the spot. Su Guanglin and his men marched determinedly to the warehouse door, where the young man on guard, unfamiliar with Su Guanglin, stood uncertainly. Sensing the imposing demeanor of Su Guanglin, he hesitantly rose and inquired, Who are you looking for? Su Guanglin, however, was disinclined to engage in idle conversation, shoving him aside and reaching for the warehouse door, only to find it locked. After several attempts yielded no results, Su Guanglin's anger surged, and he turned to one of his companions. Old Air, kick it open. Without hesitation, the burly man stepped back, swiftly raised his foot, and struck the door lock with a resounding bang, instantly breaking it open. Upon entering, they saw Lu Wei poised to use a pair of tongs to drop a piece of gold ore into the beaker filled with aqua regia. Stop! Su Guanglin roared. For heaven's sake, stop, you foolish, wasteful idiot. The commotion startled both Lu Wei and Zhang Jingye inside. Lu Wei nearly dropped the tongs. A misstep could cause corrosive aqua regia to splatter onto him. A painful prospect indeed. Mr. Su, what are you doing here? Zhang Jingye stammered, gazing at the furious Su Guanglin. Su Guanglin scoffed and strode in, immediately assaulted by the acrid fumes of the evaporating aqua regia, compelling him to suppress a sneeze. They were indeed concocting aqua regia. He was familiar with this process, having used it to purify the gold dust collected by his trusted associates at the sand factory. Furthermore, from the color of the solution, Su Guanglin discerned that they had yet to introduce the gold ore. What are you two doing in the warehouse at this hour? Making such an awful stink? Su Guanglin glared at Lu Wei and Zhang Jingye. We were not doing anything, Lu Wei stammered, unable to meet Su Guanglin's piercing gaze. Su Guanglin, visibly annoyed, waved his hand dismissively at the foul odor, walking over to cover the beaker containing the aqua regia with a board. He seized the gold ore clamped by Lu Wei with a pair of iron pliers, scrutinized it closely, and inquired, Is this the only piece? What about the rest? Lu Wei, with a grim countenance, exchanged glances with Zhang Jingye and then glanced at the 4 burly men brought by Su Guanglin. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, This is the only piece. Su Guanglin snorted derisively. Just this one? Do you take me for a fool? Given the amount of aqua regia here, I can tell the rest more than just this. If you keep babbling, do you believe I want to have them place your hand into it? Or shall I retrieve it myself? There would be no turning back from that. As he spoke, the muscular men made a show of cracking their knuckles, ready to act at a moment's notice, threatening to immerse Lu Wei's hand in aqua regia, a substance capable of dissolving even gold. The thought of such a consequence horrified Lu Wei, yet he dared not make a decision and instead turned his gaze toward Zhang Jingye. Zhang Jingye, realizing he could not deceive Su Guanglin, immediately put on a smiling face, retrieved the remaining piece of gold ore from the cabinet, and presented it to Su Guanglin with both hands, saying, "Brother Su, this is all that remains. I found it online a few days ago, and hadn't had the chance to inform you. Since you have come in person today, it is best you handle it yourself." Su Guanglin lifted both pieces, looking disdainfully at Zhang Jingye. "Do you realize this is naturally formed gold, or? And you thought to dissolve it?" Zhang Jingye, with a pained expression, replied, No, it's all a misunderstanding." Su Guanglin let out another snort, then slapped Lu Wei across the face, exclaiming, "Get lost, you wasteful fool. When Zhang introduced you to me, I initially had a fair amount of trust, but your character is utterly lacking. From now on, you will no longer work at the sand factory. Get out immediately, and don't let me see you again." He emphasized, "Remember, immediately." Lu Wei, covering his face in shock, felt as though struck by lightning. "No, Su Zong, please let me explain." But Su Guanglin was in no mood for explanations, barking, "Shut up. Tomorrow I will send someone else." "Zhang Jingye, you understand what I mean, right?" Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Jingye's forehead as he repeatedly affirmed, "Understood." Su Guanglin's implication was clear. Lu Wei was under Zhang Jingye's purview, and he must resolve this matter himself. Otherwise, Su Guanglin would personally handle it, which would not yield a simple outcome. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan rode joyfully through the night streets. He had just witnessed Su Guanglin's sudden attack, disrupting Lu Wei's plans and confiscating the gold or Lu Wei had hoarded. For some time, Lu Wei had made things difficult for him, and Tang Songyuan had long harbored resentment. Were it not for the meager salary, he would not have tolerated such indignities. Now that Lu Wei had been outmaneuvered and was getting dealt with by Su Guanglin, he could hardly contain his delight, especially with the golden nugget already secured beneath his seat. The thought brought him immense satisfaction. After riding for over 10 minutes, Tang Songyuan arrived at a small alley near the city center. He casually parked his dilapidated second-hand motorcycle against the wall and cautiously retrieved the wrapped golden nugget from beneath the seat. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, he closed the door and drew the curtains, then turned on the light and unwrapped the plastic encasing the nugget. The dazzling golden hue sparkled before his eyes. It was indeed gold. This was the moment of fortune. Filled with excitement, Tang Songyuan fetched some water to meticulously clean the surface of the ore. It was stunning. Just as he had seen through his enhanced vision, this nugget boasted high purity, resembling a resting tiger, with discernible facial features upon closer inspection. After admiring it for a while, he tucked the stone into his bedding, and that night, he fell asleep holding it close, feeling as though he were embracing a treasure far more precious than a beautiful woman. The following morning, Tang Songyuan was awoken by the ringing of his phone. Groggily, he glanced at the screen and saw it was Su Guanglin calling. "Hello, Su Zong," he answered weakly. Su Guanglin's voice conveyed no discernible emotion. "Still in bed? Get to my office right away." After hanging up, Tang Songyuan reluctantly sat up, his sleep-deprived mind feeling foggy. He sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, piecing together the events of the previous day. As his intention flickered, he activated his enhanced vision, allowing him to see within a 50-meter radius without obstruction. The chubby ant next door was cleaning, Mr. Wong on the left was feeding goldfish, and a new tenant downstairs was practicing yoga. The sight and angle made Tang Songyuan marvel at his newfound prowess. At that moment, he discovered another capability. His extraordinary vision not only provided a 360-degree unobstructed view, but also allowed him to magnify details and diminish the scope for a comprehensive overview. It was akin to viewing images on a phone, only far more powerful and comprehensive. After examining his newly acquired abilities for a while, Tang Songyuan noticed a sticky sensation on his body. He promptly closed his enhanced vision and, donning slippers, headed to the bathroom. During his wash, he noticed something peculiar in the half-body mirror. His skin appeared noticeably fairer. Having worked construction for an extended period, his complexion had been somewhat dark and rough. However, upon closer inspection, not only had his pores shrunk significantly, but his skin also looked much clearer. More accurately, his facial structure seemed leaner, enhancing his attractiveness. Could that metallic orb also have a transformative effect on the human body? Pondered Tang Songyuan, scrutinizing himself in the mirror. To his astonishment, the slight belly he had developed from prolonged sitting appeared to have diminished considerably, and he also felt slightly taller, but the change was subtle. After admiring himself for a while longer, he felt a surge of contentment as he tidied up, securely hid the gold, or locked his door, and rode his motorcycle towards the sand factory. Upon arrival, he sensed an unusual atmosphere at the factory. Dismissing his concerns, he walked straight into Su Guanglin's office. Upon entering, he found Su Guanglin leisurely seated in a swivel chair, his feet propped up on the desk, idly toying with a piece of gold, or while another rested quietly on the table. "Little Tang has arrived. Haha, take a seat," Su Guanglin greeted him enthusiastically. Had it not been for Tang Songyuan's timely tip-off the previous night, he would never have had the opportunity to see such splendid pieces of gold or Tang Songyuan, not bothering with pleasantries, sat down and inquired, Su Zong, you called me in such haste. Is there something important? Su Guanglin chuckled heartily. I summoned you to share some good news. He waved the piece of gold or in his hand, stating, thanks to your report. Otherwise, Lu Wei would have squandered these treasures. With a frown, he withdrew his feet and stood, saying, these naturally formed nuggets have commendable gold content. But in terms of value, they surpass even pure gold. To be precise, their collectible value can sometimes multiply 3 to 5 times, or even tenfold. That scoundrel Lu Wei actually considered dissolving them. As he spoke, he had already approached Tang Songyuan, patting him on the shoulder, saying, you're quite astute, my friend. But you need not worry. Lu Wei has been thoroughly dismissed by me, and he won't have the chance to trouble you anymore. Tang Songyuan replied, this is merely what I ought to do. Su Guanglin chuckled softly and added, I've also heard that Lu Wei has been quite hostile towards you lately, often making things difficult and humiliating you. Therefore, I shall authorize you to collect 5,000 yuan from the finance department as a bonus. Su, this makes me feel quite guilty, Tang Songyuan replied. Though 5,000 yuan is insignificant compared to the 2 pieces of gold or he has indeed acquired something far more substantial. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Songyuan hesitantly spoke. Su, I had initially planned to resign today. Su Guanglin's expression darkened, and he frowned. What has prompted you to consider resigning? I've just dismissed Lu Wei, after all. From now on, a relative of mine will manage the excavators. As long as you perform your duties well, I assure you that your compensation will not suffer. If Lu Wei dares to bother you again, just let me know, and I will have Zhang Jingye deal with him personally. That is not the reason, Tang Songyuan quickly clarified. Actually, there has been an unexpected incident at home that I must attend to personally, so I must apologize to you. Su Guanglin, recognizing the sensitivity of family matters, refrained from pressing further. He said, very well, I will inform finance, and you can collect your salary shortly. Tang Songyuan felt a surge of joy and stood up, saying, thank you, Su, just as he was about to leave. Su Guanglin called him back and inquired with a hint of curiosity, you're in quite a rush. It wouldn't be that you stumbled upon gold or would it? Tang Songyuan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly realized the question might be a mere probe or an idle remark. He smiled and responded, is it really that easy to find such things? Su Guanglin had only said it in jest, but soon reflected that it was indeed unlikely. Gold ore is not something easily found like mere pebbles by the riverbank. If it were that easy, it wouldn't hold such value. He waved his hand dismissively, no matter. Go on with your business. Tang Songyuan left Su Guanglin's office with a calm demeanor and headed directly to the finance department. The finance office at the gravel plant is situated near the exit, next to the weighbridge, where weighing, fees, and general financial transactions occur. Tang Songyuan knocked on the door, identified himself to the finance clerk, and handed over the excavator key. Su has already called ahead. The clerk accepted the key and placed it in her drawer, then calculated Tang Songyuan's outstanding wages, finally stating, you worked 18 days this month, and with the bonus approved by Su, that totals 9,800 yuan. If that is acceptable, please sign here. 9,008. And they couldn't even round it up to a nice figure. Tang Songyuan silently complained but obediently signed his name. After collecting his salary, he mounted his second-hand motorcycle, feeling no attachment to the place as he rode towards home. However, he had barely left the gravel plant when he had to slam on the brakes. Suddenly, 3 men emerged from the roadside greenery, their expressions menacing, halting Tang Songyuan's motorcycle. While he did not recognize the other 2, the leader was none other than Lu Wei. Lu Wei's face was dark and menacing, brandishing a wooden stick and glaring fiercely at Tang Songyuan. 3 against 1, Lu Wei was the embodiment of fearlessness. Tang Songyuan's heart sank. Could it be that his whistleblowing had been discovered? What happened to the promised confidentiality? Su Guanglin seemed rather unreliable. What do you want? Tang Songyuan scanned the faces of the 4, asking in a low voice. Lu Wei sneered, stop with the formalities. I want to know if you notified Su Guanglin about last night's incident. After being dismissed in the middle of the night without a penny to his name and being thrown out of the gravel plant while being beaten by a few burly men, Lu Wei was furious. Tang Songyuan feigned confusion. Wasn't last night a holiday? Besides, what happened is none of my business. Stop pretending, Lu Wei retorted, pointing the stick at Tang Songyuan. You were the only one in the factory last night. If you didn't report me, who did? After returning home the previous night, Lu Wei had been unable to sleep, deliberating with Zhang Jingye about who leaked the information, ultimately pinpointing Tang Songyuan as the culprit. Everyone else had been on leave, and Tang Songyuan had been the last to leave, departing shortly before Su Guanglin arrived. Tang Songyuan steadied his motorcycle, swiftly dismounting. Outnumbered and confronted aggressively. He understood that staying on the bike was a disadvantage. Strange, I didn't see you after we had supper last night. How would I know what you were up to? Why would I report on you? He defended himself, maintaining a guarded stance. Unless, of course, you were up to something unsavory last night? While Tang Songyuan had not witnessed Lu Wei's actions directly, he had seen through his perceptive vision. Albeit separated by several rooms. Steal? How dare you? Lu Wei roared, infuriated, and swung the stick at Tang Songyuan's head. He had come specifically to find trouble with Tang Songyuan, having learned from Zhang Jingya about his presence at the gravel plant. He had long harbored a grudge against Tang Songyuan and now, having lost his job, money, and endured a beating, saw this as the perfect opportunity to settle old scores. However, Tang Songyuan was quicker. As Lu Wei finished his sentence, he struck Lu Wei squarely in the abdomen with a punch fueled by all his pent-up anger. This blow was delivered with full force, without restraint, originally intending to mention Su Guanglin promise to intimidate Lu Wei. The latter's aggressive demeanor and insolent words pushed Tang Songyuan past his limits. He had long been dissatisfied with Lu Wei, and today, with him confronting him with a gang, he felt that enough was enough. Lu Wei let out a grunt and doubled over. His body involuntarily propelled backward, flying 3 to 4 meters away. The stick slipping from his grasp as he fell. Since when did I possess such strength? Tang Songyuan was astonished by his own sudden outburst of power. Could this be one of the peculiar changes brought about by the metal ball? Although his body showed no visible alterations, the force he unleashed was astonishingly potent. The other 3 men, witnessing Lu Wei being sent flying, cursed loudly and charged at Tang Songyuan, fists clenched and ready for a fight. Perfect, let me test your mettle. Tang Songyuan advanced rather than retreating, stepping forward and throwing a pair of punches. Bang, bang. 2 more resounding thuds echoed as Lu Wei's companions suffered the same fate. Both men staggered back, their faces contorted in pain, clutching their chests and crying out in agony. The remaining one stood frozen in place, utterly defenseless as Tang Songyuan delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling onto the roadside. He was simply pathetic. Tang Songyuan, marveling at his own strength, could not help but taunt him excitedly. Lu Wei and his 2 companions clutched their wounded areas, both astonished and fearful as they gazed at the fearsome Tang Songyuan. How could this guy be so formidable? Tang Songyuan cast a disdainful glance at the other 3 and declared, I am only targeting Lu Wei. You 3 are irrelevant and may leave now. Otherwise, if blood spills on you later, do not blame me for not warning you. The trio, filled with trepidation, exchanged glances before scrambling to their feet and hastily fleeing without looking back. What do you want? Lu Wei's expression turned to one of terror as he saw Tang Songyuan approaching him with malice, backing away while bracing himself against the ground. What do I want? Tang Songyuan retorted with a sinister grin. It was you who blocked me on the road during the day, and now you question my intentions? I ought to be asking you what you want. With that, he closed the distance and unleashed a kick into Lu Wei's abdomen. No, no. Little Tang, please listen. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Wei clutched his belly, his face contorted in pain. At this moment, he was acutely aware of his fear. He knew Tang Songyuan was strong and had even called for a few people to assist him in venting his frustrations. Who would have thought Tang Songyuan would be so powerful? Had he trained at Shaolin Temple? It was too late to talk of misunderstandings now. Tang Songyuan scoffed and leaned down, delivering a resounding slap to Lu Wei's face. This scoundrel had frequently sought opportunities to make his life difficult, hurling insults along the way. Were it not for that meager job, Tang Songyuan would have relished the thought of delivering a beating that would leave Lu Wei unrecognizable. With a flurry of slaps, Tang Songyuan wielded his large hands relentlessly against Lu Wei's face. His visage quickly swelled, resembling a steamed bun, with all his features squished together like a pig's head, utterly devoid of any human semblance. As blood trickled from his mouth and nose, Tang Songyuan felt a significant portion of his pent-up rage dissipate. Do not let me see you again, or I shall strike you every time, he said fiercely, stepping aside. Lu Wei shook his dazed head but hurriedly replied, Yes, yes. I won't dare again. Get lost. Tang Songyuan spat on the ground in disgust, coldly commanding. With that, he mounted his second-hand motorcycle and rode home. Lu Wei, one hand covering his face, pushed himself off the ground and, watching Tang Songyuan's retreating figure, spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva in anger. Are you all right? The 3 who had fled earlier had not gone far and returned from their hiding spot upon seeing Tang Songyuan leave. Lu Wei pointed at his swollen head, resembling that of a pig, and angrily demanded, Do I look like I'm fine? Hurry and take me to the hospital. We didn't expect that the little brat you mentioned would be so formidable, one of them said, looking quite troubled. If it weren't for your connection with Xiaoyong in the job search, I wouldn't have gotten involved in your mess. Before he could finish, Lu Wei overwhelmed with rage, collapsed to the ground, his vision fading to black. Chapter 7. The Law of Nature. Xiao Yuan is back. Did you not work today? Upon returning to the alley, Tang Songyuan greeted a familiar neighbor. Yes, uncle, I didn't go fishing today, he replied politely. The uncle shook his head with a sigh. The weather has turned cold, the fish won't bite. Tang Songyuan chuckled. I think you're just weak and afraid of the cold. Are you looking for a fight? The uncle feigned a strike, but Tang Songyuan laughed and dodged. Back at home, Tang Songyuan did not feel tired. So he began searching online for information about doghead gold and its selling channels. Doghead gold is a naturally formed large gold ore, which is actually more valuable than an equal weight of gold. Those with finer characteristics that exhibit certain plant or animal shapes possess collectible value, and some can even be auctioned for higher prices. The piece Tang Songyuan found undoubtedly belonged to this category, containing over 90% gold content and resembling a reclining tiger, suggesting it would fetch a significant price. Unbeknownst to him, noon had arrived, and he suddenly remembered that today was Friday. His sister Wei Qing would be returning home at 3 o'clock. Wei Qing was in her final year at Blue City now, high school, and typically performed well in her studies, with her teacher stating she had a chance of entering a prestigious university. Grabbing the keys, he stepped outside and, after half an hour, returned from the nearby market with a variety of groceries that Wei Qing loved. He then busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a lavish feast to surprise her upon her return. However, as the clock approached 4, the food had grown somewhat cold, and there was still no sign of Wei Qing. Growing anxious, he decided to call her. Hello, brother, what is up? Wei Qing's voice came through the phone shortly after. Tang Songyuan frowned slightly and asked, Isn't today Friday? I'm home making dinner since I'm off work. Did something hold you up at school? He refrained from questioning why she hadn't returned on time, instead inquiring if there was a delay. Wei Qing replied, Oh no. I'm working part-time handing out flyers on Shuefu Road with my classmates for a dime apiece. I'll earn $50 after distributing 500. And I'll be done by 5:30 at the latest. Why on earth did you decide to do part-time work? Tang Songyuan said discontentedly. Your priority should be studying diligently to prepare for next year's college entrance exams. Leave the earning to me. Since their adoptive parents passed away, the two siblings, though not blood relatives, had relied on each other, considering one another their only family. Oh, I understand, Wei Qing replied, sounding somewhat aggrieved. But I need to finish my work for today. There are just a few more flyers left, and I'll come home right after. Tang Songyuan decided not to insist further, saying, All right then, just be careful. He heard Wei Qing's voice through the receiver. Okay, I know. Just as Tang Songyuan was about to hang up, he suddenly heard a piercing scream from Wei Qing, clearly indicating she was in distress, followed by the sound of her phone crashing to the ground. The noise escalated into chaos, with coarse male voices, high-pitched female cries, and various clamor blending together. Amidst it all, Tang Songyuan faintly heard Wei Qing sobbing, and then, abruptly, the sound ceased. What was happening? A pang of fear gripped his heart, and he quickly grabbed the keys from the table, hastily locked the door, and rushed downstairs to his motorcycle, speeding toward Shuefu Road. The distance was not far, and Tang Songyuan, filled with anxiety, quickened his pace. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the location. Before he even came to a complete stop, he heard his sister Wei Qing's voice. I'll say it again. You were the one who was paying attention and bumped into me, breaking my phone. I didn't demand you pay for my loss, but now you're turning the tables on me, claiming I bumped into you? I barely moved while handing out flyers. Hearing her voice, Tang Songyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, the two siblings had lost their parents in their early teens. If they cried at every little injustice, they would have been bullied to death over the years. Consequently, Wei Qing's character had gradually transformed from gentle to resolute, embodying the fiery spirit of a spicy girl from Sichuan. How much is your phone really worth? Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, Wei Qing found herself in a heated dispute with a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The woman brandished several broken pieces resembling bracelets, her demeanor fierce as she exclaimed, This is authentic Burmese jade. Do you understand jade? My son spent nearly 100,000 to acquire it from Burma. If you don't compensate me today, this matter will not end here. While Wei Qing was not well versed in the intricacies of jade from the Tang, Song, or Yuan dynasties, she possessed an extraordinary ability to see through deception. Under her keen gaze, the woman's so-called jade bracelets revealed themselves to be nothing more than counterfeit glass. Wei Qing, observing the shattered remnants in the woman's hands, scoffed, You assert that it cost over 100,000 as if that makes it true. Moreover, we have surveillance cameras here. We can easily clarify who is at fault by reviewing the footage. She gestured toward the security camera mounted at the entrance of a nearby shop. The middle-aged woman, undeterred, retorted, Do we even need to check the footage? There are so many witnesses here. It was you who collided with me, and look at my hand, it's injured. In the crowd, a voice chimed in. You seem like a nice girl, yet your heart is unkind. You hit someone and refused to take responsibility, speaking so harshly. Others echoed the sentiment. Exactly. A simple apology and some compensation would have sufficed. Such stubbornness for someone so young, without any respect for elders. The prevailing notion became that the louder one spoke, the more justified their stance appeared. Amidst this chaos, Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the camera. He recognized it as belonging to a nearby shop, and through his extraordinary vision, he could discern the camera's wiring leading inside. A decision crystallized in his mind. He swiftly purchased a pack of cigarettes and approached the shop. Excuse me, is the owner here? He inquired upon entering. Behind the counter stood a man in his 30s, who looked up and replied, That's me. How can I assist you? Tang Songyuan offered him a cigarette, but the man politely declined. I apologize for the interruption. The girl outside distributing flyers is my sister, and only your surveillance can vindicate her. Tang Songyuan quickly outlined the situation and his request. To his surprise, the man appeared indignant, exclaiming, I wondered what those people were doing blocking my entrance. Just a moment, I'll retrieve the footage for you. As he spoke, he began operating the computer at the counter to access the surveillance footage. Within 2 minutes, he successfully pulled up the video and adjusted the screen's angle, inviting Tang Songyuan to watch with him. As expected, the footage revealed Wei Qing holding a flyer while on the phone when the woman accidentally stumbled past her, knocking Wei Qing's phone to the ground. Upon witnessing her bracelet shatter, the woman feigned distress for a brief moment. However, upon seeing the screen of Wei Qing's phone cracked from the fall, her expression morphed into one of malice as she sat on the ground, grasping Wei Qing's pant leg and shouting. The shop owner slammed his hand on the counter, declaring, Here, I'll copy the footage for you. Let's see how she can deny it now. Thank you so much, Tang Songyuan exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he watched the footage of Wei Qing's initial panic transform into a resolute rebuttal amidst the onlookers' verbal assaults. Suddenly, the shop owner interjected, I have an idea. Tang Songyuan snapped back to attention, intrigued. What is it? The shop owner grinned and pointed to a large screen across the street. Do you see that screen? I happen to know someone at that advertising company. For just 500 yuan, they can play the video on loop for 10 minutes. After a brief contemplation, Tang Songyuan pulled out his phone. Money is not an issue. I need it played immediately. He handed over the cash, and the shop owner sent him a copy of the video while simultaneously contacting the advertising company to ensure they received the footage as well. With a sense of assurance, Tang Songyuan exited the shop, rejoining the now larger crowd of spectators. The woman had escalated her theatrics, wailing dramatically, Is there no law? Is there no justice? In broad daylight, someone hits me and damages my belongings while bullying an elderly person. Oh, heavens, is there no decency left? Tang Songyuan pushed his way to the front of the crowd, quickly capturing the scene on his phone while declaring, Madam, you are correct. Whoever collides with another must take responsibility. Is that not the principle at hand? Seeing Tang Songyuan's imposing figure, the woman mistakenly assumed him to be an ally and nodded through her tears. Indeed, how can one not take responsibility for hitting someone? What purpose does the law serve then? Tang Songyuan chuckled, pointing to the large screen across the street. Then let us all watch closely to discern who truly collided with whom. If this woman is indeed at fault, she should compensate the young lady for her phone. The truth cannot be hidden, and we shall witness the outcome. Wei Qing's eyes lit up upon seeing Tang Songyuan's arrival, but she played along, pretending not to recognize him, her gaze steady on the unfriendly woman. Thanks to Tang Songyuan's lead, the crowd's attention shifted towards the commercial screen. The footage unfolded, showcasing Wei Qing cheerfully holding a flyer while on the phone, followed by the woman's accidental fall and her subsequent attempt to blame Wei Qing. The onlookers were treated to the woman's true character, and those who had initially been indifferent quickly distanced themselves from the scene. Ironically, many who had fallen for the woman's claims now turned their backs. As the truth emerged, Wei Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration for her brother's cleverness, even as she marveled at how he had orchestrated the unearthing of the truth. Wait, don't leave just yet. Tang Songyuan, engrossed in the video, remained vigilant, using his extraordinary vision to monitor the crowd, especially the woman. As the footage revealed her true actions, her expression shifted from confidence to panic, and she began to retreat. Tang Songyuan swiftly interjected, determined not to let her escape unscathed. With the truth now clear, the crowd shifted their focus, and it was time for the woman to make amends by compensating the young lady for her phone. Confronted by the accusatory gazes of onlookers, the woman's face shifted from pale to flushed, and in a sudden outburst, she exclaimed, My phone is broken, and my bracelet is damaged too. Let everyone mind their own business and not interfere with one another. And you people, what does this have to do with you? It's truly ridiculous for you to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Her countenance was a grotesque mixture of rage and pity as she hobbled on her injured leg. The crowd, when favorable to her, were termed as good citizens. But when the tide turned against her, they were labeled as busybodies. Tang Songyuan scoffed, retorting, "How can this not concern us? Just moments ago, you were the one screaming for help, claiming that a young girl was tormenting you." The truth was now evident. She was the one attempting to cast herself as the victim, her vile nature replaying on the large screen for all to witness. "Do you think we are oblivious to your thoughts?" The woman, undeterred, clutched the fragments of her broken bracelet and lamented, "All I know is that my bracelet is shattered. It was worth over 100,000. Indeed, a bracelet valued at such a sum far outweighed a mere phone worth a few hundred. You've already suffered considerable loss. There's no need to persist in your demands." An elderly gentleman intervened, urging reconciliation. "So now the one who suffers the most is the one who is right?" Tang Songyuan retorted coldly. "You were just speaking of justice and accountability, now you choose to abandon reason?" The old man, feeling the pressure, stammered, "One should be forgiving. This matter doesn't concern you, young man. Why stir up trouble?" Infuriated, Tang Songyuan handed his phone to Wei Qing, saying, "Little sister, if your phone is broken and you cannot call the police, here, use mine to report it." He then shot a stern glance at the woman, declaring, "Deliberately damaging someone else's property and slandering them could lead to criminal charges." Upon hearing the possibility of criminal charges, the woman's expression turned ghastly, fear flickering in her eyes. She averted her gaze, scanning the surroundings as if searching for an escape. However, her earlier commotion had drawn a crowd too dense for her to slip away. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of aggression. "Do not threaten me. I have a heart condition. If you provoke me, I might just collapse right here." Tang Songyuan was unfazed by her antics, knowing full well that her heart was no different from anyone else's, save for a minor knee ailment. Seeing her obstinacy, he proceeded to contact the authorities. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the crowd, "Look, that woman is acting up again." Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing turned to see the woman had inexplicably crouched on the ground, clutching her chest, her expression a mask of agony as she lamented, "Oh dear. My heart is in such pain. Oh heavens, there is no justice. Two young people are bullying an elderly woman like me." Her performance was exaggerated. Her hair tousled for effect. Tang Songyuan could hardly suppress his disdain for her poor acting, a smirk creeping onto his face. Was she attempting to portray herself as a professional fraud? The onlookers quickly grew skeptical, pointing and murmuring, "What a character. Is she unaware there are cameras nearby? She should at least act convincingly." The atmosphere grew tense, with the woman continuing her theatrics, while Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing observed with cold detachment. The crowd began to disperse, yet new passers-by were drawn in. After several minutes, a police car arrived, 3 officers stepping out. "Who called the police?" The crowd parted, allowing the leading officer to survey the scene. "I did," exclaimed Tang Songyuan, raising his hand and succinctly recounting the events. The woman persisted in her wails, attempting to interrupt and refute his account, but the crowd's disapproval and the ongoing footage on the screen made the truth undeniable. After hearing Tang Songyuan's account and assessing the situation, the officer remarked, "This initially seemed trivial, but considering the impact, all 3 of you will need to accompany us to the station for further questioning." The woman's face turned ghostly pale. She had no desire to visit the station. Hastily, she backtracked, "Officer, I confess, it was indeed my fault that the phone was damaged. Why didn't you say that earlier?" The officer snapped, gesturing to his colleagues, "Take her back for further discussion." Upon hearing the directive, the woman collapsed to the ground, wailing, "I want to go. I refuse to go to the police station." She rolled on the ground in despair, prompting the spectators to shake their heads in disapproval. If only she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Ultimately, she, along with Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing, was taken to the nearby police station. Within the precinct, Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing provided their statements while the woman was led to a separate interrogation room. Despite her continued sobbing and attempts to deny responsibility, she could no longer evade the truth when presented with the surveillance footage. "I was wrong, and I am willing to compensate for the damages," she finally conceded after a stern reprimand. Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing later reconvened with her to negotiate compensation, ultimately reaching an agreement, with the woman repaying Wei Qing the full amount for a new phone in the presence of the officers. Once the matter was resolved, Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing departed the police station, returning to the street where Tang Songyuan reclaimed his old, second-hand motorcycle. After settling Wei Qing as payment for her flyer distribution, he took her to purchase a new phone. As they rode home, Wei Qing, seated behind him, remarked, "Brother, I'm so grateful you arrived in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to handle such a situation." Tang Songyuan smirked slightly and replied, Let us discuss it when we get home. Upon arriving, Wei Qing tossed her small bag onto the shoe cabinet, changed her shoes, and stepped inside. Wow. Why are there so many delicious dishes prepared without any holiday occasion? Seeing the spread Tang Songyuan had prepared, her appetite was immediately piqued. He took the now-cold dishes back to the kitchen to reheat, smiling. As long as there's food, why question it? Go wash your hands. I'll have everything ready shortly. Wei Qing obediently washed her hands, and upon returning, Tang Songyuan served the hot dishes onto the table. Without hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks and began to feast. He served her a bowl of rice, advising, take your time eating, no one is competing with you. Wei Qing flashed him a playful grin, cheerfully saying, thanks, brother. After the meal, she voluntarily cleaned up the dishes while Tang Songyuan perused information on his phone. I plan to visit the Magic City next Monday, and I'll be back within a week. Once Wei Qing had finished tidying up, Tang Songyuan set aside his phone and added, that piece of dog-headed gold or 1T be able to find a market in a small place like Blue City. Even if it sells, it 1T fetch a good price. However, the situation in the bustling metropolis is quite different. As the most economically advanced city in the country, even a small nugget of gold cannot create much of a stir, yet it can certainly fetch a better price. Wei Qing exclaimed in surprise. What brings you to the metropolis? Aren't you going to operate the excavator anymore? Tang Songyuan smiled slightly and replied, well, my work over there has concluded, and my wages have been settled. My boss even gave me a bonus of 5,000 yuan. Oh, I see. Wei Qing quickly seized the opportunity to inquire. But you still haven't mentioned what you plan to do in the metropolis? Tang Songyuan had no intention of divulging his plans or revealing his secret ability to see through objects. Although the gold was found, it was best to process it swiftly. He simply stated, I have some other matters to attend to in the metropolis. It's best if you don't pry too much. He then pulled out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, take this 2,000 yuan, buy some new clothes tomorrow, and I'll transfer your living expenses for next week via Alipay. Wei Qing was about to decline, saying that she didn't need that much money for clothes, especially since she had just spent money on a new phone. However, he insisted, saying, you shouldn't take on any part-time jobs anymore. I've told you before, as long as I'm here, I will ensure you can complete your university education without any worries. This is my wish, and also that of our parents. Recalling their deceased parents, Wei Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she nodded vigorously, saying, I understand, brother, don't worry. Tang Songyuan affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. All right. Don't overthink it. Go review your studies. The following morning, Tang Songyuan intended to sleep in a little longer. His work schedule at the sand factory had been utterly irregular, and he sought an opportunity to adjust it. However, just past 8 o'clock, his sister Wei Qing pushed open his bedroom door. Brother, are you awake? Tang Songyuan squinted, reluctant to open his eyes, and glanced at the excited Wei Qing. He lazily turned over and mumbled, what time is it? Can't a person get some rest? It's past 8. We agreed to go shopping together today. Wei Qing said, coming closer and shaking his unresponsive arm with a bright smile. Hurry up. I've made breakfast, and we need to eat before heading out. Tang Songyuan knew that breakfast would likely consist of whatever leftovers were available from the previous night, but he let her enthusiasm wash over him. Please. Just let me sleep a little longer, just a tiny bit. Yet perhaps it had been far too long since he had gone shopping. Wei Qing had been eagerly anticipating today's plans. She tugged at his arm with all her might, pulling him up. You always say that a year's plan lies in spring, and a day's plan lies in the morning. Tang Songyuan rubbed his bleary eyes, looking at his sister with a mix of helplessness and affection. You really have a knack for this. Typically, shopping happens in the afternoon or evening, not at the crack of dawn. I don't care. Wei Qing pouted, her face alight with mischief. Brother, you know I haven't gone shopping in ages. The last time was during the New Year. Tang Songyuan pondered this and realized she was right. He intended to ruffle her hair and tell her he would get up shortly. However, Wei Qing suddenly exclaimed, wow, brother, you. What's wrong? Tang Songyuan asked, bewildered. Your muscles are so impressive. Wei Qing exclaimed, her expression exaggerated as she pointed at his chest. And your skin is so fair. I want to touch it. You won't believe it, but a particularly talented classmate of mine once openly expressed her preference for muscular boyfriends. How about I introduce you to her? Tang Songyuan had a habit of sleeping without a shirt, so he was somewhat taken aback. What on earth? You're still so young and know nothing. He pushed her out. Get out. I need to change and get up. After slowly finishing breakfast, Tang Songyuan kept his promise and took Wei Qing out for shopping, buying her some new clothes and shoes. However, after less than an hour of shopping, he was drawn to a lottery shop by the roadside. Given his ability to see through objects, it seemed only reasonable to buy a few lottery tickets. With that thought in mind, he pulled Wei Qing toward the shop, leaving her puzzled. Brother, are you going to buy a lottery ticket? Tang Songyuan nonchalantly replied. Just buying a few for fun. Wei Qing did not object but cautioned. Just remember, it's all a game. Lottery tickets are often a scam. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Tang Songyuan teased. Wei Qing wrinkled her nose, saying, Of course, they say lotteries are based on statistics, not probability. Relying on winning the lottery is more illusory than chasing dreams. It's like us playing rock, paper, scissors. If you win, I'll give you 10 million. If you lose, you only owe me 2 yuan. But you have to go first. Tang Songyuan chuckled at her playful banter, but remained silent as he stepped through the lottery shop's door. Chapter 9. A small profit before entering. Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision, surveying the scratch-off tickets available within the store. He was already aware of which tickets had winning potential. Some tickets offered a 10 yuan prize, but were valued at 10 yuan, which he would not choose. However, those with a face value of 15 or 20 yuan that could yield 500 or 1,000 were his top picks. Scratch-off tickets provide instant payouts, differing significantly from lotteries that require statistical draws, yet they heavily rely on luck. Upon entering, he feigned interest while calculating how to acquire those high-value tickets without leaving a trace. Wei Qing, however, was concerned and pulled at Tang Songyuan's sleeve, urging, Brother, maybe you shouldn't buy them. You work so hard for your money, it would be a waste. It's fine, consider it just a bit of fun. I know what I'm doing. Tang Songyuan glanced back at Wei Qing, pretending to be a novice as he asked the shopkeeper, How much for this one? The shopkeeper was a middle-aged woman in her 50s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with short hair that was somewhat sparse and styled in waves. This one S10. This one S15, and this one S20. The shop was nearly empty that morning, and the shopkeeper patiently explained the prices. Tang Songyuan nodded and asked her to bring out some tickets for him to choose from, to which she readily agreed. Shopkeepers earn commissions, so they benefit from selling more tickets, and customers who win receive a 2% rebate. Hence, they usually allow customers to select their own tickets. In the midst of Wei Qing's curious and puzzled gaze, Tang Songyuan selected a few tickets and then pointed to a stack behind the shopkeeper, asking, Can I see that one? He had already noted that among the stack, one ticket was the highest value in the store, worth 8,000 yuan when scratched. Oh, this is a new arrival. We haven't had the chance to display it yet, the shopkeeper said, promptly retrieving the stack Tang Songyuan had pointed out. Tang Songyuan pretended to select a few more and conveniently included the ticket with the highest price. After selecting over 10 tickets, he paid 400 yuan and divided the tickets into 2 portions, handing one to Wei Qing, saying, These are yours. Let us see who finishes scratching first. Wei Qing pouted and said, All right, but only this once. There will be no next time. She was concerned that Tang Songyuan might become addicted to scratching tickets, which could lead to unnecessary financial loss. After all, earning money these days is truly arduous. Tang Songyuan smiled and assured her, No problem. He requested 2 scratchers from the owner, and the siblings settled at a small table to begin their endeavor. Tang Songyuan quickly finished and revealed a winning ticket worth 200 yuan. Wei Qing, however, took her time, needing to both scratch and calculate her potential winnings based on the game rules. Initially, she scratched 3 tickets, all of which were losers. She cast a reproachful glance at Tang Songyuan, feeling somewhat disheartened as she lamented, See, I told you this would happen. Now I've wasted dozens of yuan. With that, she indignantly tossed the losing tickets into a nearby trash bin, clearly displeased. Tang Songyuan, fiddling with his own tickets, remarked, Oh, come on. I'm just helping you broaden your horizons and avoid social anxiety in the future. Wei Qing, continuing to scratch, huffed, I am not socially anxious. If I were, would I be passing out flyers? Just then, her eyes widened in disbelief as she meticulously checked her ticket, muttering to herself, 50, 100, 500. Oh my goodness, this one is a winner. She excitedly picked up the ticket and clutched Tang Songyuan's sleeve, exclaiming, Brother, this one won, adding up to a total of 1,050 yuan. Really? Tang Songyuan feigned astonishment. Beaming with pride, Wei Qing placed the winning ticket before him, saying, Check for yourself. Afterward, she dived back into the remaining scratch tickets, hoping to uncover more prizes. However, after scratching 5 more tickets, she only found one worth 10 yuan. Initially, she had low expectations, believing that winning over 1,000 yuan was already an extraordinary stroke of luck, until she scratched the final ticket. Brother, 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 Wei Qing exclaimed, her breath quickening as she saw the winning amount, tugging on Tang Songyuan's sleeve in urgency. With a smile, he leaned in and asked, What is it? This one won 8,000 yuan. She whispered, as if fearing someone might overhear. Tang Songyuan's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, No way, little sister. Your luck is incredible. I toil for a month, burning the midnight oil just to earn 8,000 yuan. And you scratch a ticket and win it? Laughing, he added, when luck comes, it knows no bounds. Wei Qing, still elated, inquired, brother, what did you win? Tang Songyuan sighed, waving the loan ticket he had. Just this one for 200 yuan. Compared to yours, it's like night and day. Wei Qing laughed heartily, gathering all her winning tickets and taking Tang Songyuan's hand, declaring, let's go claim our prize. When they arrived to collect their winnings, the lottery shop owner marveled at their fortune but promptly exchanged the prizes for them. Tang Songyuan smiled gently as he watched Wei Qing joyfully receive her winnings. However, she immediately handed the money to him, saying, brother, this is for you. Why would I take it? This is your prize. He protested, but she insisted on stuffing the cash into his coat pocket, pulling him towards the exit while saying, what's yours and mine? I'm still underage. I can't just carry so much cash. Hurry, let us go buy some clothes. It's already noon. Tang Songyuan understood her intention. She felt he was the head of the household and should manage the family finances. The next day, when they returned to school, Tang Songyuan rode his bike to drop Wei Qing off at the school gate before heading to a lottery shop. Using the same method, he earned over 4,000 yuan. After visiting 4 or 5 more shops and utilizing his unique ability, he amassed a total of over 26,000 yuan. He initially planned to continue his venture, but as evening approached and the weekend crowds increased, he decided to abandon the idea to avoid drawing attention. At 4 o'clock the following morning, Tang Songyuan woke early, quickly washed up, grabbed his already packed luggage, and hailed a taxi to Yuzhou. Since the high-speed rail from Blue City had yet to open, he had to transfer in Yuzhou. After a 2-hour and 50-minute journey on the highway, he arrived at the train station, paying 300 yuan for the fare. Entering the ticket hall, he used his ID to retrieve his ticket from a self-service machine. However, a minor incident occurred during security checks when the gold nugget in his bag was detected. Fortunately, as it did not exceed the weight limit, a brief inspection allowed him to pass without issue. At 7:30 in the evening, after an 11.5-hour journey, Tang Songyuan safely arrived at Hongqiao Station in the bustling metropolis. That night, he found a budget hotel to spend the night. On Tuesday morning, he set out with a 10-kilogram backpack to find an auction house in the city to consign his gold nugget. Given the rarity of such high-quality gold, he sought a reputable auction house for consignment. His first stop was Tianqing Auction House, which he had discovered through online research. The information indicated that this house dealt in various auction items and would soon hold an auction. Eager to sell the gold nugget, Tang Songyuan deemed Tianqing a suitable choice. Following the online address, he reached the location and inquired at the front desk. After examining the gold nugget, the receptionist made a phone call, and shortly after, a middle-aged man in his 50s with graying hair came out to greet him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Songyuan learned that the man was named Zhang Shihua. This is a very rare gold nugget, Zhang Shihua remarked, keenly inspecting the treasure Tang Songyuan brought. He offered a candid assessment: natural gold, or is not exceedingly rare. However, a nugget like this, with high purity and excellent appearance, is indeed uncommon. What's more, its shape resembles a crouching tiger, complete with both head and tail, exuding a regal presence befitting the king of beasts. You are truly fortunate to have found such a piece. Tang Songyuan chuckled softly and asked, Mr. Zhang, what price do you think such a gold nugget could fetch at your auction house? Zhang Shihua chuckled, weighing the nugget in one hand. Though we have not auctioned this type before, our clientele is extensive. With proper promotion, it should be feasible to sell it for 1 million. 1 million. Although Tang Songyuan was aware of the considerable value of gold nuggets, he had never anticipated such a high valuation. Yet he maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had expected this price all along, and smiled slightly. That would be splendid. Following that, their discussions proceeded quite smoothly, with Zhang Shihua praising Tang Songyuan's intention to consign the gold nugget. They prepared to sign the consignment contract, but upon reviewing it, Tang Songyuan found the commission rate to be quite unsatisfactory. Mr. Zhang, isn't your commission rate a bit excessive? Oh, is it high? Zhang Shihua casually glanced at the contract and slowly remarked, in truth, the commission is not exorbitant at all. Young man, you must understand that in order to sell this dog-head gold, or at a higher price, it must be categorized as an artwork. According to international conventions, the commission for art auctions is a minimum of 10%. The commission stated in the contract is precisely that. In other words, if this dog-head gold or sells for 10 million, Tianqing Auction House will take 10%, amounting to 1 million, as their commission. This is rather outrageous, isn't it? Tang Songyuan muttered inwardly, then said, I apologize, Teacher Zhang, but such a high commission rate requires careful consideration. Just as one compares goods before making a purchase, the same logic applies to selling. There is no reason to hang all hopes on a single tree. Zhang Shihua raised an eyebrow and replied, I can empathize with your feelings, but to speak frankly, You could inquire further within the entire auction circle of the Magic City. Tianqing is undoubtedly one of the top contenders. Both our clientele and the quality of our customers are seldom matched by other auction houses. Regardless of his persuasive rhetoric, Tang Songyuan had firmly decided against selling for the time being. With a commission of 10%, why not rob a bank instead? Seeing his resolve, Zhang Shihua continued. Consider this. While other places may charge a lower commission, the prices they can fetch might not compare to what we can achieve at Tianqing. For instance, if the commission elsewhere is 7 or 8%, but the maximum selling price is capped at 10 million, here you have the potential to sell for 12 million. Or even 15 million. The disparity is not trivial. No, I neither understand nor wish to comprehend your dubious intentions. Tang Songyuan replied with a slight smile as he stowed away his gold ore. I will deliberate carefully. For now, I shall take my leave. Zhang Shihua felt a twinge of regret, but refrained from further persuasion. Upon departing from Tianqing Auction House, Tang Songyuan hurried to his next destination, the Shangda Auction House, which he had previously researched online and initially intended as a secondary option. Hello? Welcome to Shangda Auction House. Upon entering, Tang Songyuan was greeted warmly by the receptionist. May I inquire if you are looking to consign an item or participate in our auction event? He set down his backpack and replied, I need to consign an item. As he spoke, he opened his backpack to reveal the gleaming doghead gold ore. The receptionist took a glance, filled out a simple registration form with details such as the item name and contact information, and then led Tang Songyuan into a meeting room, offering him a glass of water. Mr. Tang, please wait a moment while I fetch our appraiser. After about 5 minutes, the receptionist returned, accompanied by a tall, elegant beauty who caught Tang Songyuan's eye. However, he quickly averted his gaze, feeling that staring too long might be inappropriate. The receptionist stood gracefully and said, I apologize. Mr. Tang, our appraiser specializing in miscellaneous items is currently unavailable. This is our vice president and our finest auctioneer. Tang Songyuan was taken aback by the vice president's personal attention. As he stood to greet her politely, the beauty extended her hand first, introducing herself. Hello, Mr. Tang. I'm Yuqing. Dressed in a well-tailored professional outfit, she exuded an elegant charm, her features exquisite as if she had stepped out of a painting. Most remarkable was her flawless, porcelain-like skin that seemed almost ethereal. Hello, Manager Yu. Tang Songyuan shook her hand and remarked. I didn't expect your business to be so extensive. Yuqing gestured for him to take a seat while she settled opposite him. The receptionist then excused herself. I will leave you to your discussion. I'm returning to my post. As the receptionist departed, Yuqing, with her expressive eyes, looked at Tang Songyuan and said, During the company's startup phase, I also worked in appraisals, so you need not worry. This was her response to his earlier remark about her broad expertise. After inspecting the doghead gold ore, she echoed sentiments similar to those of Zhang Shihua from Tianqing Auction House. The true value of natural doghead gold ore lies in the unique shape bestowed by nature. Mr. Tang, your piece is near perfect in both appearance and significance, though I perceive a few minor shortcomings. What shortcomings? Tang Songyuan inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Yuqing smirked, clarifying, Mr. Tang, you misunderstood. What I meant was to ask our master sculptor to create a dragon base from small leaf red sandalwood for this crouching tiger. Together, it would embody the essence of crouching tiger, hidden dragon, enhancing its meaning. Personally, I believe jade would be the ideal choice. But alas, high-quality jade is exceedingly rare and valuable, making it difficult for our auction house to procure such exquisite materials. That's a splendid idea, Tang Songyuan nearly exclaimed in admiration. Whether it be a dragon coiling around a tiger or the concept of hidden dragons, merely adding a base crafted from precious wood or jade would undeniably enhance the cultural significance of the doghead gold ore. Although there is the suspicion of post-processing, the combination with a base would undoubtedly elevate the piece's allure. Unfortunately, high-quality jade is just as scarce. Moreover, to carve a base from fine jade would be a waste of resources. As for small leaf red sandalwood, how would the costs be calculated? While the idea was indeed commendable, Tang Songyuan remained concerned about the profit implications of the additional processing. Noticing his hesitation, Yuqing smiled, revealing 2 delicate dimples. The estimated cost for materials and processing would range from 100,000 to 500,000, depending on the craftsman's insights. However, we will advance the payment and deduct it from the final auction proceeds along with the commission, so you need not worry. Tang Songyuan felt a spark of interest and inquired, what is your commission rate at Shangda? Given his dissatisfaction with the commission structure at Tianqing, he hoped Shangda's rate would be more reasonable. Yuqing replied candidly, at Shangda, we adopt a dual commission model. Generally, we charge a 2% fee on the transaction amount for buyers and a 5% commission for sellers. The 5% commission was acceptable, And Yu Qingran had also proposed an auction plan that greatly satisfied him. Thus, Tang Songyuan found no reason to refuse, understanding that engaging an auction house for selling items could not be without cost. After discussing some details, Tang Songyuan ultimately signed the consignment agreement with Yu Qingran, which naturally included the arrangement for creating the base to assist in the sale. Finally, Yu Qingran handed him a business card and said, "We will promote your treasure shortly, and it is scheduled to be featured in our auction on the 30th of this month. My assistant will notify you by phone." The 30th of this month was still half a month away. Tang Songyuan collected the contract and Yu Qingran's business card, rising to bid farewell, saying, "I appreciate your efforts." Yu Qingran smiled, revealing two faint dimples, and replied, "It is my duty." Upon exiting the Shanda auction house, it was nearly noon. Tang Songyuan casually found a place to hastily satisfy his hunger before preparing to take a taxi to Hongqiao Station to return home. However, he noticed a lottery store. The auction for would not commence for another half-month, and considering his meager savings, Tang Songyuan pondered that perhaps he should take a chance at the lottery store. If he were to engage, he resolved not to dabble as before, but to aim for a grand win, something that could yield millions in one stroke. Having made up his mind, Tang Songyuan promptly set his plan into motion. His first step was to pull out his phone. Feigning to be an engrossed passerby scrolling through Douyin, casually strolling by the lottery store. In reality, he activated his enhanced vision, swiftly searching for the ticket that could potentially win the jackpot. After more than 10 minutes of scrutiny, he discovered that the highest prize at this store was a mere 5,000. What a waste, Tang Songyuan silently lamented, then hopped onto a nearby shared bicycle and sped off to the next store. Earlier, while pretending to be preoccupied with his phone, he had located the address of the nearest lottery store on Baidu Maps. Today, he displayed a tenacious spirit, exuding an air of determination to succeed at all costs. Thus, he scoured one store after another, and finally, around 4 in the afternoon, after visiting 17 lottery stores, Tang Songyuan stumbled upon his target for the day. It was a modest establishment, and one of the scratch-off tickets on display was the grand prize that had been on his mind, a whopping 1 million. Truly, perseverance pays off. Elated, Tang Songyuan quickly composed himself, returned the shared bicycle, and strode inside. "Boss, I'll take 10 of these." Upon entering, he behaved like an ordinary lottery player, observing briefly before pointing to a specific variety. After paying for the tickets, Tang Songyuan began scratching them right at the counter. After finishing 10 tickets, he was disappointed to find only 3 with prizes, totaling a mere 40 yuan. Unhappy with the outcome, he switched to another type, saying, "I'll take 10 of these too. This one comes in 20. The owner kindly reminded him as he counted out 10 tickets from the counter. Tang Songyuan wasted no time, scanned the payment, and received another 10 tickets. This time, luck seemed to favor him. He scratched them off to reveal a prize of 200 yuan, perfectly offsetting his earlier losses. Not bad, Tang Songyuan mused, then added, "Now, give me 20 more." As expected, nestled among those 20 tickets was the illustrious ticket worth 1 million. Without claiming his prize, he paid 200 yuan and finally secured the coveted ticket. This time, he refrained from scratching it off in front of the owner and walked over to a small table, leisurely revealing the numbers one by one. Indeed. It was the $1 million jackpot. My enhanced vision has not deceived me. When he uncovered the most valuable ticket, he confirmed the winning amount according to the game's rules. A wave of euphoria washing over him. First, I must keep this safe. Tang Songyuan rubbed his cheeks to maintain composure, then approached the owner with the other winning tickets to claim his prize. The owner set down his phone and scanned the tickets one by one. "You've won a total of 60 yuan, he said, somewhat regretfully. "Would you like to try again?" "No more, let us cash out," Tang Songyuan replied, slightly shaking his head, seemingly dissatisfied. For such a colossal prize of 1 million, he knew that it needed to be claimed at the lottery center. Hence he had no intention of cashing out here. After collecting his winnings, Tang Songyuan discreetly felt the ticket concealed in the pocket of his coat and hailed a taxi to the lottery center. The taxi driver, a man in his 30s, started the meter and inquired, "Which lottery center?" Tang Songyuan contemplated for about 3 seconds before responding. "The nearest one." The driver chuckled knowingly, saying, "Did you win something, young man?" Connecting the dots from his recent exit from the lottery store, Tang Songyuan casually replied, "Just a little drizzle." To an ordinary person, 1 million is a substantial amount, but in a cosmopolitan city like Shanghai, it might indeed just be a light drizzle. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, the driver fell silent and focused on driving. At 5:05 in the afternoon, Tang Songyuan arrived at the lottery center. After some inquiries, he quickly met the director of the welfare lottery center. "Oh, you won 1 million on a scratch-off?" The director took the ticket from Tang Songyuan, scrutinizing it before grinning. "Indeed, you've won 1 million. Young man, you're quite lucky. May I ask which lottery store you purchased this from?" Tang Songyuan truthfully disclosed the information and then asked, "Can I claim the prize today?" "In principle, yes." The director's expression turned somewhat awkward as he added, "However, unfortunately, the finance department has already closed for the day." Tang Songyuan glanced at the wall clock. It was just past 5. How could the finance department close so early? Moreover, how could the director be so certain without checking first? It all seemed rather farcical. Sensing Tang Songyuan's displeasure, the director maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, "How about this? Leave me your phone number, and I'll arrange for someone to assist you with the claim first thing tomorrow morning." How does that sound? Tang Songyuan remained unconvinced, still dissatisfied with the outcome. The director, still smiling, returned the ticket to Tang Songyuan, providing him with paper and a pen, speaking slowly, "It seems you don't quite understand my intentions. Let me clarify. It's not that I'm deliberately making it difficult for you to claim today. Our principle at the Lottery Center is to honor any ticket presented for redemption. However, please understand, today is just not convenient." Having articulated his point clearly, even Tang Songyuan, no matter how dense, grasped the implications and understood the intricacies involved. The winnings dispensed by the Lottery Center are legitimate income, and such a significant sum of legal earnings does not come by often. The director before him held the key to this opportunity. From the way he spoke, it was evident that this was not the first time such matters had arisen. Raising an eyebrow, Tang Songyuan nodded and wrote down his phone number, saying, "I believe I understand now." Chapter 12. A familiar encounter in a foreign land. As night fell, Tang Songyuan sat in a nearby CAF, leisurely savoring dessert and sipping coffee. Just half an hour earlier, he had exited the Lottery Center when an unfamiliar call arrived on his phone. Expressing interest in purchasing the ticket he held, Tang Songyuan thought to himself, as expected, yet he initially intended to decline, as such propositions seemed unreasonable and he wished to avoid complications. However, the caller persisted, reaching out several times, suggesting they meet to discuss further, even selecting this nearby CAF and sending him the address. The coffee had a delicate and smooth texture, yet Tang Songyuan found it somewhat unappealing, detecting a slight bitterness in its flavor. Just as he was about to finish his meal, a young woman in a gray-blue wool coat approached his table. She scrutinized him for a moment, and when he looked her way, she initiated the conversation. "Hello, are you Mr. Tang? Here so soon?" Tang Songyuan nodded slightly and inquired, "It is I. And you are?" The woman replied, "We spoke on the phone earlier. My surname is Lu Qi Lu." Lu Qinglu appeared to be in her mid-20s, with thick eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, her hair styled in a neat bun, presenting an image of both beauty and competence. Tang Songyuan gestured towards the seat opposite him with a faint smile. "Miss Lu, please take a seat." After assessing the surroundings, Lu Qinglu noted that the spot chosen by Tang Songyuan was semi-enclosed and afforded a degree of privacy. She gracefully settled into her chair and summoned a waiter to order a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. Then she turned to Tang Songyuan and stated candidly, "Mr. Tang, may I confirm the authenticity of the 1 million yuan lottery ticket you hold? There is no need to hand it over to me. You may keep it." Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow and retrieved the ticket from his coat pocket. Lu Qinglu quickly verified its legitimacy and continued, "All is in order. According to regulations, should you claim the prize yourself, a 20% tax will be deducted, amounting to 200,000. Hence, I propose that you consider selling this ticket to me at the equivalent of its prize value. This way, you can perfectly circumvent the tax loss." Her proposition seemed considerate of his interests. Tang Songyuan inwardly scoffed, but allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he replied, "I stand by my previous statement. I must decline." Lu Qinglu arched an eyebrow and probed further. "Why? Do you find the offer insufficient? I could increase the amount." Tang Songyuan chuckled softly, stating, "It is not merely a matter of money. I recently discovered that such dealings carry significant risks. Should anything go awry, it could lead to 1 to 3 years of imprisonment. I would be exchanging my clean funds for an unclear transaction, which appears decidedly unwise. Moreover, if the other party is acquainted with the director of the Lottery Center, they could easily obtain the winning ticket through the same means. Regardless of her ultimate intentions for purchasing the ticket, it bears no relevance to me. Furthermore, I have no need. With my newfound ability to see through things, opportunities to earn will abound in the future. At this nascent stage, it is prudent to remain low-key and composed. Your coffee, enjoy." The waiter gently placed a steaming cup of coffee before Lu Qinglu. She stirred it delicately with her slender finger. Once the waiter departed, she furrowed her brow slightly and asserted, "I can assure you that there will be no issues in this regard." Tang Songyuan chuckled again, saying, "Your assurances hold no value for me. To be frank, while I am not affluent, I prefer my earnings to be entirely legitimate. Like many from humble backgrounds, we may be poor, but we possess our dignity." Lu Qinglu appeared momentarily taken aback before offering an apologetic smile. I apologize for my impatience. You are entirely correct. And your approach is indeed prudent. I shall not trouble you further. With that, she stood to leave, even settling the bill on her way out. The following morning, Tang Songyuan returned to the lottery center to claim his prize. This time, Director Zhang did not hinder him and promptly processed the payout, deducting the 20% personal income tax. Thus, the 1 million he had initially received was reduced to 800,000. However, with his modest savings and subsequent lottery winnings in Blue City, he was only a few thousand away from crossing the significant milestone of 1 million. Moreover, he envisioned earning tens of millions and even hundreds of millions in the future. Having acquired the ability of clairvoyance, he felt emboldened to dream audaciously. Otherwise, he would still be toiling for a living. After exiting the lottery center, Tang Songyuan strolled through the bustling streets of the metropolis, pondering that he ought to bring a gift for his sister, Wei Qing. After selecting a fitting present, he decided to indulge himself that evening by booking a hotel room priced at 1,380 yuan. He had anticipated a service that was attentive and meticulous, akin to a gentle spring breeze, but found none such experience. The room was indeed more luxurious than he had imagined, reflecting on the lavish accommodations priced at 8,800 or even 88,000 a night. He wondered what they might be like. After his shower, Tang Songyuan discovered a pink card wedged under his door. The card featured an alluring image of a seductively dressed woman, as a 23-year-old virgin. The thought of a simple phone call leading to a night of passion stirred his youthful blood. After a moment of internal conflict, he resolutely tore the card into pieces and discarded it into the trash. What if it were a scam? What if it were a trap? The uncertainties weighed heavily on him, and ultimately he chose to forego the temptation. I would rather do nothing than err, he mused. The thought of using his clairvoyance at that moment was tantalizing, watching live performances from his neighbors up close. As the saying goes, once well-fed, one thinks of beauty. He was still a normal man, after all, and such thoughts were only natural. The next morning, Tang Songyuan made his way to Hangzhou Station, preparing to purchase a ticket for the next train back home to Blue City. While scrolling through his phone in line, a large hand unexpectedly shoved him from behind, nearly causing him to stumble. Irritated, he turned around and was met with a familiar face. Li Yangqiu, what on earth are you doing here? Standing behind him was a mischievous grin belonging to Li Yangqiu, a high school classmate of Tang Songyuan. They had been quite close during their school years, but after graduation, Li Yangqiu's family faced challenges, leading him to train as an excavator operator. Meanwhile, Li Yangqiu had successfully entered university. It was a surprise to encounter him here after years apart. I just exited the station as you entered. I thought it looked like you. When I turned around to confirm, it indeed was you. Though a few years had passed, Li Yangqiu had not changed much, retaining that faint, mischievous smile. In this unexpected reunion, Tang Songyuan no longer felt the urgency to buy his ticket home. He clapped Li Yangqiu on the shoulder, joyfully exclaiming, "What brings you to the metropolis?" "I'm on my way back to Blue City. What about you?" Li Yangqiu replied, "I'm here on a business trip for my company. If you're not busy today, why don't we postpone our return for a couple of days? I can accompany you back." Considering that there was no pressing matter awaiting him at home, Tang Songyuan readily agreed. "Sounds good. You've certainly moved up in the world since graduating." Li Yangqiu laughed heartily, grasping Tang Songyuan's hand as they headed outside, chatting and sharing information about their lives, as if they had returned to their carefree days of youth. Tang Songyuan learned more about Li Yangqiu's current situation, discovering that he now worked at a trading company, accompanying his boss on business endeavors. This trip to the metropolis was also work-related. While running business errands was commonplace, Tang Songyuan was curious to know more about the specifics of Li Yangqiu's work. Thus, he inquired, "What exactly do you do? Do you know about gambling on stones?" "It involves cutting stones to see if there are jadeite gems inside," Li Yangqiu said mysteriously. Tang Songyuan was somewhat familiar with the concept of jade gambling. During their school years, he had read numerous novels on the subject. And with the rise of short videos, he had encountered many similar clips. However, his understanding was still superficial. He expressed his surprise with a laugh. "You've really become quite impressive. Jade gambling is not something just anyone can engage in." Li Yangqiu chuckled. "Of course, I don't participate myself. But my boss has been in the stone business for decades. He is my distant uncle. After I graduated from university, my father put in some effort to help me land this job, allowing me to learn a thing or two. At least it's a skill of sorts." He leaned in closer and whispered, "So, tonight there will be a jade gambling appreciation event. I'll take you to witness it." Tang Songyuan thought about his ability to see through objects, which was perfectly suited for jade gambling. While other players relied on experience to identify stone quality, he could effortlessly discern the truth with a mere glance. It was said that discovering a piece of exquisite jade could lead to instant wealth, a prospect that intrigued him despite his indifference towards gambling. The allure of profit ignited his anticipation for the evening's event. Perhaps his extraordinary ability would yield substantial gains. Is there really a jade gambling community in the Magic City? Tang Songyuan asked, puzzled. And your boss runs a business in Rueli, yet travels all the way here to gamble on stones? It feels akin to transporting coal from Pingdingshan to sell in Datong. Li Yangqiu smirked slightly and replied, you wouldn't understand. The jade gambling industry revolves around a tight-knit community. The jade circle is quite niche, with very few true insiders. This gathering is merely a courtesy among peers. Moreover, the Magic City is the most prosperous in the country, naturally hosting its own jade circles, though these are typically privately organized. The attendees are all high-stakes gamblers, which demands keen eyesight and a sprinkle of luck. With a stroke of fortune, one could unearth an imperial green jade and become wealthy overnight. High-stakes gambling refers to untouched jade rough, assessed solely based on its exterior and how it interacts with light. There are also clear jade and semi-clear jade. Tang Songyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, why must one become rich overnight? If it were me, I wouldn't mind taking 10 nights. Li Yangqiu paused for a moment, then regarded him with understanding, playfully thumping his sturdy chest and chuckling, rest assured, with your current physique, I won't let you miss out on such an opportunity. As evening descended, Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu finished dinner. And Li Yangqiu led Tang Songyuan to the site of the Jade Appreciation event. The location resembled an industrial park, devoid of towering skyscrapers, instead filled with various factories and warehouses. Upon arrival, Tang Songyuan met Li Yangqiu's cousin and boss, Song Jinghua. Cousin, this is my classmate Tang Songyuan. I happened to run into him and thought to bring him along for some exposure. Li Yangqiu introduced him to a portly middle-aged man. Tang Songyuan followed suit, greeting, hello. Cousin, behaving modestly, neither looking around nor speaking excessively. Song Jinghua, not particularly tall, wore a constant, warm smile reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha. Ah, so this is Xiaoqiu's friend, he said, sizing up Tang Songyuan with an amicable smile. No worries, it's quite beneficial for young people to broaden their horizons. This appreciation event has a low threshold, and there is no guarantee of finding anything of value. Feel free to look around and relax. Li Yangqiu grinned and winked at Tang Songyuan. Thanks, cousin. I'll take him around shortly. Guided by Song Jinghua, the two entered the venue. While it was called a venue, there were no tables, just a vast area with stones spaced a few meters apart. These stones varied in size and shape, some weighing several dozen or even hundreds of pounds, while smaller ones weighed a few pounds. Notably, each stone had a sign in front, providing basic information like its origin and weight. The venue was already bustling with people, who seemed accustomed to the environment, squatting on the ground to examine stones of interest. Almost all carried powerful flashlights, frequently illuminating the stones or shifting angles as if attempting to see through them. Some even poured a little bottled water on the stones, intensely observing and contemplating. Tang Songyuan noticed a group of 10 or so burly men in suits, each sporting a walkie-talkie, likely tasked with security for the event. Xiaoqiu, feel free to explore. You know my rules. As soon as they entered, Song Jinghua appeared to be in his element, exuding confidence. Li Yangqiu replied with a smile, I understand, cousin. I won't cause you any trouble. Song Jinghua was already scanning the various stones, nodding slightly. Go ahead. Li Yangqiu exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Songyuan, and the two began to wander amidst the crowd at the appreciation event. Do you know where these stones come from? Li Yangqiu asked as they walked. Tang Songyuan, somewhat irritated, pointed at the signs in front of the rough stones. Myanmar, as it clearly states here. I know they're from Myanmar, Li Yangqiu said. But what I'm referring to is the specific origin, the Chanko. Do you understand that term? Tang Songyuan was, in fact, unfamiliar with it. Seeing his confusion, Li Yangqiu continued, there are many places in the world that produce jade, but only Myanmar yields gemstone-grade jade. To be precise, only the town of Pakong is known for this. The term Chanko refers to the precise source of jade. Each location produces jade with distinct characteristics. Many seasoned gamblers can identify the origin of a rough stone with just a glance. It feels a bit redundant, like saying a friend who has been an electrician for over 20 years can sense electricity with a touch. I still don't grasp why this appreciation event must wait until nightfall, Tang Songyuan retorted. This is where you're mistaken. Li Yangqiu chuckled, pulling out a small flashlight. During the evening, the dim lighting allows for a more intuitive observation of how the rough stones react under varying illumination. Pointing to those around them who were inspecting stones with flashlights, he added, see? Everyone is doing just that. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow as he activated his X-ray vision. He mused, is it really necessary to complicate matters this way? I could discern the quality with my eyes closed. Chapter 14. High risks through his enhanced vision. The seemingly ordinary stones on the ground transformed dramatically. Specifically, The internal structures of the stones displayed stark contrasts to their external appearances. Some stones, appearing dark and uninviting on the outside, revealed a vibrant, lustrous interior occupying a significant portion of the stone, with only a rocky exterior remaining. Others, though large, contained a narrow band of color stretching toward the core. Still, others showcased a kaleidoscope of colors, white and green intermingling, vibrant hues alongside a hazy gray, reminiscent of spring rain on a lush meadow. Even with his limited knowledge, Tang Songyuan understood that such stones held little value. At that moment, Li Yangqiu was examining a stone that appeared to attract little attention. Weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, its exterior was a deep green-black, coated with a glossy, wax-like substance. A white label with a number caught Tang Songyuan's eye, alongside several concentric circles, presumably indicating predicted bracelet sizes. His enhanced vision provided an assessment. Original stone number XC857. Sourced from Mewanji, weighing 2.8 kilograms. Contains glutinous iced jade, featuring hints of greenish floral patterns. Mewanji pine flower material, image for reference only. Li Yangqiu observed for a moment and then beckoned to Tang Songyuan, earnestly stating, "Brother, take a look at this stone. It is covered in moss-like patterns. And here, look at this." He shone a small flashlight on a sesame-sized dot on the stone, exclaiming, "This is the essence of jade." Tang Songyuan had already discerned that the raw stone indeed possessed jade qualities, but the essence was not well defined within. Instead, it was filled with numerous tiny green dots. As he crouched down, preparing to offer some casual remarks, a derisive laugh erupted nearby. Can that even be considered essence? As the old saying goes, better to gamble on a thread than a whole piece. If you slice open something so full of green patterns, prepare to weep. The speaker was a man in his 60s who had been examining a nearby stone and, unable to restrain himself, interjected at Li Yangqiu's commentary. Li Yangqiu looked up, his eyes brightening with surprise. "Boss and I, what brings you here?" The tone of his voice suggested an acquaintance. Boss and I chuckled and replied, "If you can come." "Why can't I? Your uncle must have brought you here." Li Yangqiu pointed in the direction of his uncle and introduced Tang Songyuan. "This is Boss and I Dahong, like my uncle, engaged in jade trade in Rueli." Tang Songyuan greeted him politely. "Hello, Boss and I." "Jade trade?" Boss and I retorted. "I am merely an old fool who enjoys stones, quite different from your uncle, who is solely focused on profit." "Indeed." Li Yangqiu eagerly agreed. "This is my old classmate. I brought him to broaden his horizons. If I misspoke earlier, please don't hold it against me." Boss and I shook his head. "I won't take offense. It's merely a chance to offer some advice to prevent you from falling into a pit." Li Yangqiu smiled awkwardly. "Your words are invaluable. This stone is essentially doomed. And even if I had the desire, I lack the means." Boss and I regarded him with a look of potential, then fell silent. Focusing intently on the raw stone in his hands, Tang Songyuan gazed closely, noting that the stone was primarily gray-yellow, its surface smooth yet revealing faint black patterns. The stone's crust bore concentric circles and numerical markings. Unfortunately, 2 prominent cracks marred its surface. Yet, through his perspective, he could see a rich, nearly flawless jade within, bisected by a significant crack that followed the outer fissure. Another crack penetrated just 1 centimeter before halting, leaving the jade's integrity intact. Even divided, it still held enough material to yield 3 or 4 bracelets. A fine specimen. The perspective also provided an appraisal. Mossy jade stone, numbered XH218, weighing 3.6 kilograms. Containing 1.2 kilograms of iced jade, 0.9 kilograms of glutinous iced jade, transparent with greenish floral patterns. Noticing Boss and I's intense focus, Li Yangqiu couldn't help but lean in closer. Boss and I glanced at him and said, "Want to learn? I'll teach you." Li Yangqiu shook his head. "That would be agreeable, as long as you don't insist that I marry your granddaughter." Tang Songyuan nearly burst out laughing, pondering what this fellow had encountered. Boss and I, unfazed, gestured with his flashlight, directing Li Yangqiu's attention to a specific spot. "I don't know how your uncle taught you, but we assess the essence by observing the glow under this light. It should have a halo effect. The clarity of this halo indicates the quality of the stone's internal essence. Remember, a clear glow signifies pure essence, while a murky glow is akin to muddy water." As he spoke, he adjusted the flashlight to another area of the raw stone, saying, "See this side? It appears much clearer, while this side is more muddled and chaotic." Li Yangqiu nodded in agreement, both impressed and respectful. Tang Songyuan, combining his own perspective, confirmed that what he observed aligned with Bosni's insights. It seemed that the art of stone gambling had fostered numerous adept practitioners and techniques over centuries, yet surely none could rival his own extraordinary perspective. "Truly remarkable," Li Yangqiu marveled. "According to your assessment, if the essence is of high quality, the price could differ tenfold. This half alone should be valued at 200,000 to 300,000 per kilogram. while that side might only fetch 30 to 50,000. Boss and I nodded, adding, "You're only partially correct. What about the cracks and impurities? There are two significant cracks here." Li Yanqiu laughed. "Cracks in water stones typically don't penetrate deeply. That's common knowledge." Boss and I let out a hum and placed the raw stone back at a distance, standing with hands clasped behind his back. "It's about right. This stone shouldn't exceed 120,000. There should be a profit margin of 1 to 2 times. Any more, and the risk escalates." With that, he turned away, moving on to the next stone, leaving a bewildered Li Yanqiu behind. Tang Songyuan, however, grasped the underlying meaning and teasingly said to his friend, "That old man wants you to earn more money so you can hurry to court his unmarried granddaughter." Truth be told, Li Yanqiu was quite presentable, exuding a certain cleverness in his demeanor. He replied, exasperated, "I already have a girlfriend. Not to mention, I haven't even seen his granddaughter. Even if she were a celestial beauty, I could never commit such an act of betrayal." Tang Songyuan chuckled. "Just beware that you might not escape the allure of destiny." Li Yanqiu retorted, "Go to hell." Chapter 15. 7 Parts Luck. After wandering for over an hour, Tang Songyuan and Li Yanqiu had thoroughly examined the displayed raw stones, gaining a foundational understanding of the stone gambling exhibition. Yet, no further insights were offered. Tang Songyuan, relying on his unique perspective, was well aware of the jade materials present. "Everyone, please direct your attention this way." At that moment, a jovial man in his 30s or 40s, holding a microphone, stepped onto the central stage. He appeared to be either the host or a representative of the organizing party. "I am Feng Hongyi, and on behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all our friends who have traveled from afar. Today, many of my old acquaintances have joined, as well as some new faces. However, I am delighted to see fresh blood continuously entering our industry. After an hour and a half of observation, you all have a general understanding of the raw stones we've provided. Therefore, we shall now commence the auction of these jade raw stones." The purpose of such a stone gambling exhibition was not merely to invite attendees to browse, but ultimately to sell these stones. The crowd began to gather around the stage, and among them, a corpulent middle-aged man cleared his throat and, smiling, addressed Feng Hongyi. "Hongyi, these stones are of excellent quality. I didn't expect your family to quietly amass such fine specimens. I am truly impressed." Feng Hongyi beamed at the compliment, replying, "Uncle Han is too kind. I look forward to your continued support." Uncle Han smiled and nodded but did not speak further. Feng Hongyi scanned the audience once more and continued. "Before we begin the auction, I wish to assure all guests of 2 key points. First and foremost, all the jade rough stones in our collection have been meticulously selected from various renowned mines in Myanmar, thus ensuring a certain quality guarantee. Furthermore, we have provided ample security for this auction, allowing everyone to showcase their skills freely. Additionally, we have arranged transportation and accommodations for our esteemed guests. Feel free to request if you require rest. Lastly, I wish everyone a delightful evening ahead." As Feng Hongyi spoke, Tang Songyuan and Li Yanqiu joined Song Zhenghua. "Uncle, I too wish to participate in the auction," prompted Li Yanqiu, having set his sights on a target after receiving a hint from old and ready to take a chance. Song Zhenghua raised an eyebrow and chuckled nonchalantly. "Playing a little is acceptable. Just gauge your own limits." Li Yanqiu nodded, then, alongside Tang Songyuan, paid a deposit of 50,000 to receive a bidding number, an essential step in participating in the auction. Tang Songyuan followed suit, paying the deposit for a similar number. Li Yanqiu paused, glancing at him in surprise. "You wish to partake as well?" Tang Songyuan's gaze was earnest as he replied, "Indeed, my luck has been favorable lately. I'm inclined to test the waters. Rest assured, I know my limits. This isn't merely a matter of luck." Li Yanqiu urged, "Novices invariably end up losing everything. I have some understanding of this. Your confidence is concerning." Tang Songyuan smirked slightly and countered, "Did you not just say that 7 parts rely on skill and 3 on luck? I assured you I know my limits. Trust me. Should you disagree, I shall simply acquire another number." All right, you win this round." Li Yanqiu relented, "I never realized you were such a gambler." Tang Songyuan laughed, "That's a mischaracterization. It's about the art of stone betting, not mere gambling. Now, let us hurry. The auction is about to commence." The venue buzzed with activity as staff busily arranged chairs and collected the rough stones from the ground to move backstage. After a while, the area was cleared. Chairs were set, and guests took their seats, eagerly anticipating the auction. Tang Songyuan and Li Yanqiu settled beside Song Zhenghua, who noticed old Ni seated in the front row. The first rough stone was presented, and Feng Hongyi briefly introduced it before inviting bids. The starting price was 200,000, with each increment not less than 10,000. This particular rough stone, originating from the Kachin region, weighed over 30 pounds, its surface densely covered with mottled patterns, and exhibited slight sand shedding. Many were interested in this stone, and as Fang Hongyi concluded his introduction, the bidding commenced at 210,000, 250,000. Soon after, another bidder raised the stakes by 40,000, aiming to disrupt the rhythm of the auction. 300,000. This bid came from an Idaho, a seasoned veteran who remained unfazed by the previous bidder's tactics. As the price ascended, Tang Songyuan observed quietly. He had examined the stone with his X-ray vision. Beneath its thin skin, a rich jade core lay hidden, though its transparency was somewhat lacking, indicating insufficient water content by industry standards. The color bore only a hint of green flecks, rendering it unworthy of his attention. Eventually, the first jade rough stone was sold to a man in his 40s for 580,000. The round-faced man stood up after winning, bowing to the crowd with a hearty laugh. Thank you, thank you. Responses ranged from derision to indifference, and Fang Hongyi seized the moment. Congratulations to Mr. Yupeng for acquiring this jade material. We have professional cutting machinery prepared for you to proceed with at any time. Yupeng chuckled as he resumed his seat, saying, No rush, no rush. I'll wait a bit longer. The auction continued with participants clear in their goals. After observing for over an hour, each guest had formed a distinct understanding of the jade rough stones Fang Hongyi had presented. Consequently, bids flowed swiftly, with some opting out once prices exceeded their personal limits. Within half an hour, over 20 pieces of jade rough were auctioned off. Li Yangqiu successfully purchased a piece he had his eye on, which had a starting price of 80,000, for a total of 110,000. Feeling a sense of quiet joy, he whispered, This is all my savings. If they raise the bid further, I may have to withdraw. Tang Songyuan gave him a thumbs up, replying, 6. At that moment, a commotion arose from the back of the venue. Tang Songyuan turned to see a stunning long-haired beauty, carrying a chic handbag, gracefully making her way through the crowd after security checks. She moved with elegance, her pace leisurely, reminiscent of a distinguished heiress from a film. Following her were a man and a woman. The woman donned professional attire and carried a briefcase, likely an assistant, while the man was tall and robust, presumably a bodyguard. The beautiful woman addressed Fang Hongyi at the podium. Apologies, Mr. Fang. I was delayed due to an urgent matter at the company. It was Qiu, a leading figure of the new generation of the Qiu family. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Rumor had it she was now involved in short video live streaming, generating sales exceeding 100 million in a single evening. Others murmured, the Qiu family is on the rise. Not only in jade but also venturing into high-end sectors like jewelry and antiques. The crowd buzzed with excitement as Qiu approached the front, where Fang Hongyi greeted her with a broad smile. It is a tremendous honor to have you here, Miss Qiu. Please, take a seat. He arranged an extra seat for her in the front row. As she settled in, someone from the crowd stood to hand her a note. Qiu smiled slightly, whispered something to the individual, and discreetly tucked the note away. Chapter 16. Testing the waters. Curiosity peaked within Tang Songyuan, prompting him to activate his X-ray vision and glance at the note Qiu had received, which contained numerical codes and details regarding types of jade, such as high ice, yang green, and price ranges. It appeared the individual was a gemologist working under Qiu, assisting her in preparation for the auction, indicating her busy schedule. As he prepared to shift his gaze away, he inadvertently caught sight of Qiu herself. With his X-ray vision engaged, her form became entirely visible, revealing a breathtaking silhouette. What a sight, truly remarkable. Oh no, forbidden to gaze. He reminded himself, content to appreciate from a distance without lingering too long, lest he risk drawing unwanted attention. Quickly, he redirected his focus to the stage as another rough stone was presented. This particular piece, numbered XJ404, weighed approximately 20 to 30 pounds. Its surface exhibited a yellowish-white hue, entirely devoid of sand, and was riddled with numerous tiny, honeycomb-like pores. The assessment from his X-ray vision indicated, number XJ404, weight 16 for kilograms, contains a piece of ice to high ice jade material, devoid of patterns or cracks with sunny green flecks. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptional piece, as jade's 8 classifications from highest to lowest quality are glass, ice, snow ice, glutinous, bean, dry white, lotus, and golden silk. The quality of glass jade is undoubtedly the finest. However, ice jade of high transparency is also quite rare, especially when it is free of any markings or cracks. Thus, this particular piece is highly coveted by Tang Songyuan from the Tang and Song dynasties. I need not elaborate further on this stone. Fang Hongyi gently caressed the jade rough numbered XJ404 and cheerfully announced, the starting price for this jade is 500,000 RMB, with a minimum bidding increment of 50,000, 80,000. Before he could finish, Qiu in the front row raised her bidding paddle. The audacity of her bid made Tang Songyuan gasp in surprise. This woman is quite formidable. He had hoped to snag a bargain, but he was taken aback to find that the bidding was already escalating beyond his reach. With all his assets barely exceeding 1 million, he knew he couldn't compete. 85,000. Came the calm bid from inadvertently, also seated in the front row. 1 million. Xiao Yingxue instantly doubled the base price, increasing her bid by 150,000, exuding confidence. However, the seasoned bidders were not easily intimidated, and many began to raise their paddles in response. 105,000. 110,000. 120,000. The bidding became a lively exchange, leaving Tang Songyuan unable to interject. Given his financial constraints, this exquisite jade rough was clearly beyond his grasp. After 5 minutes of intense competition, the piece was ultimately acquired by Xiao Yingxue for 2,200,000. She remained unperturbed, as if that sum were a mere trifle, and continued to wait quietly for the next piece to be auctioned. Next up was a large piece of jade, wheeled in by 2 staff members. Fang Hongyi took the microphone to introduce it, weighing 240 pounds. This jade rough is considered average in weight among those produced at the Masa site. Moreover, it has a thin skin. Invisible colors on the weathered surface make it a rather decent specimen. Come off it, Boss Fang. Someone interjected before he could finish. While Masa stones may have little to no skin, their quality is often too tender. And the most challenging aspect of stone gambling is betting on cracks. Masa stones are notoriously known for their fissures. Are we to be treated like novices with such a large piece on display? Fang Hongyi, unfazed by the criticism, chuckled heartily and replied, Mr. Jiang makes a valid point. However, I believe that since this is a stone gambling and appraisal event, we should showcase a variety of categories. In stone gambling, there are merits to both large and small pieces. The middle-aged man now referred to as Mr. Jiang scoffed and countered, You're still missing the point. In stone gambling, size is never the key factor. Quality is what truly matters. You mentioned that this piece has color on its skin, but I've observed closely that the color protrudes rather than recedes, meaning that 90% of it won't penetrate the stone. What use is it if purchased? Fang Hongyi's expression darkened slightly, but the auction must proceed. He cleared his throat and awkwardly chuckled. There's no certainty in this game. The thrill lies in the gamble. As the saying goes, a large stone rarely disappoints. This Masa jade rough, numbered MG 8023, starts at 30,000, with a minimum bidding increment of 1,000. Perhaps persuaded by Mr. Zhang's remarks or simply lacking interest in this rough, the crowd fell silent, with no one initially willing to bid. Tang Songyuan, however, saw potential in this stone. Despite its tender quality, it still contained jade, and given its thin skin, it held some value. What captivated him most was the core section, where a fist-sized area exhibited a vibrant green, reaching the level of imperial green. With such a low base price, it was indeed an enticing opportunity for him. Just as he prepared to raise his paddle, another individual seated beside Mr. Jiang beat him to it. 31,000. Tang Songyuan turned to see who it was. The man exchanged a brief glance with Mr. Jiang before quickly averting his eyes, though several others noted the interaction. These folks come from Pingzhou, specializing in cutting low-quality rough stones into bangles. Song Jinghua sneered. With a piece this size, they could easily produce 200 or 300 bangles without issue. After a bit of acid washing, the translucence and appearance would be quite appealing. So much for Mr. Zhang's disparaging remarks. 35,000. Xiao Yingxue entered the fray, revealing her interest in this rough as well. Mr. Zhang's expression soured, while the man beside him twitched his lips before saying, 36,000. This time, Xiao Yingxue refrained from bidding, clearly less interested in this piece. 40,000. At long last, Tang Songyuan raised his paddle, making his bid. Have you lost your mind? Li Yangqiu exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone says this piece is of poor quality and won't yield anything worthwhile. Why are you so eager to bid? Tang Songyuan smiled slightly and replied, quality aside, I believe this rough is undervalued. I'm merely participating for the enjoyment of the atmosphere. I don't necessarily intend to acquire it. Nevertheless, he felt that he could secure this piece for under 200,000. Li Yangqiu sighed. You'd best treat this as a game. Even if you win it, there's little to gain. Those from Pingzhou have specialized workers and machines for crafting bangles. Take my advice, be patient and don't act impulsively. At this point, the bidding had reached 45,000, and Tang Songyuan quickly countered with 46. He assured Li Yangqiu, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. 46, is there any further bidding? The organizers were relieved to see interest in this undervalued rough, as it would prevent a failed auction. 46 once, 46 twice, 46 thrice sold. With the gavel's fall, the 200-plus pound jade rough was successfully acquired by Tang Songyuan. Chapter 17. The impetuous youth. The auction continued smoothly, having passed more than 30 rounds. Tang Songyuan eyed several pieces, but each was ultimately purchased by others at higher prices. These seasoned stone gamblers were well acquainted with the market and were resolute in their decisions. They were not inclined to let potential bargains slip through their fingers. As for the jade roughs available for bidding, they had all undergone meticulous selection, and no one could easily deceive the other. Of course, there were some pieces that failed to sell, typically those that were deemed unworthy by the crowd. Despite Fang Hongyi's enthusiastic selling, the audience remained unmoved, resulting in several lots going unsold. Next, another piece that piqued Tang Songyuan's interest was presented. This is a highly promising piece of old Moxisha jade. The host, Fang Hongyi, introduced with a cheerful demeanor. Item number MX9257. The raw material weighs a total of 73 pounds. The starting bid is 200,000 RMB, with increments no less than 5,000. Please place your bids. As he finished speaking, silence once again enveloped the room, and the crowd looked at Fang Hongyi with varied expressions, yet no one dared to place a bid. Boss and I, Fang Hongyi's pleading gaze turned to Dahong. You've already bid on 2 pieces of rough stones today, rare Moxisha old pit material. You shouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Dahong glanced at the stone with a half smile and said, I'm sorry, Boss Fang, I've just examined this stone. It is indeed from the Moxisha old pit. However, its weathering structure does not meet my expectations, and the jade skin is mixed with salt and sand, revealing a loose and non-dense quality. A gentle touch causes the sand to fall away. Even if this material possesses some quality, it is likely to be very tender. Moreover, with such a thick skin, I cannot see any jade under the light. The variables and risks are too great. I do not wish to see my money wasted. Boss and I speaks wisely. Someone immediately echoed, although it is a gamble, the performance of this material is indeed too poor. Let us move on to the next piece. The attendees nodded in agreement, uncertain whether they were admiring Dahong's perspective or simply eager to switch to the next item to avoid wasting time. Yet, Fang Hongyi clearly wished to make one last effort and inquired, Moxisha old pit material, item number MX9257, starting bid of 200,000. Is anyone willing to place a bid? 200,000 plus 5,000. A loud voice from the back of the hall rang out, causing everyone to turn and look in surprise. Who was this fool? Placing a bid after all the forewarnings? Did they have too much money to waste? It was that naive young man again. The crowd murmured, over 200,000. Let him buy a lesson. Huh, is gambling with stones that entertaining? Even Lianxiu couldn't resist chiding Tang Songyuan. Brother, are you all right? So many experts think this stone is unworthy, yet you still insist on buying it? Why put yourself through this? He shook his head in dismay. That's 200,000. By the way, where did you get that kind of money? Lianxiu was aware of Tang Songyuan's humble background, having lost his parents and grown up in poverty. Yet he was astonished that he could casually take out 200,000 to gamble on stones. Tang Songyuan pursed his lips, swallowing his words, and finally said, Let us talk about it later. Fang Hongyi, however, was visibly delighted, confirming the bid with a smile. This gentleman has placed a bid of 200,000 plus 5,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? As the crowd had little faith in the raw stone, no one else stepped forward. After 3 rounds of bidding, Tang Songyuan successfully purchased the piece of jadeite from Moxisha. When Fang Hongyi's gavel struck down, he finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Through his perceptive vision, he recognized that the stone's exterior indeed left much to be desired, and its interior, as Dahong had remarked, held significant uncertainties. The skin was thick, with a fog layer of over 10 centimeters, but within that fog, the jadeite's flesh was rare enough to reach the level of ice jade. Ice jade is considered rare in the industry, with higher quality specimens fetching prices of up to 1,000,000 RMB per kilogram. However, the downside was the presence of numerous fine internal cracks. Most importantly, the area Tang Songyuan was most optimistic about, roughly the size of a rice bowl, showcased a strikingly vibrant and lush green. The rich, blended emerald green appeared like the very core of the raw stone, radiant and pure. Nice, Tang Songyuan exclaimed, feeling as though he had struck gold. This was likely the greatest harvest of his trip. You really bought it? Lianxiu said in astonishment, still struggling to comprehend why Tang Songyuan would purchase a stone that so many experts dismissed. Tang Songyuan laughed lightly. Relax, everything is possible until the stone is cut. Isn't it? Let's hope so. Realizing the die was cast, Lianxiu continued, I often hear insiders boast about the miracles in the stone gambling world, so let us believe in miracles. Haha, Tang Songyuan replied, picking up on his enthusiasm. By now, many attendees had already left the auction, some having secured their desired raw stones and heading to the workshop for cutting, while others lost interest in the upcoming raw stones due to the intensifying competition. Lianxiu belonged to the latter group. Having already spent heavily on one piece, he turned to Tang Songyuan and then to Tang Songyuan, saying, "I'm going to the back to cut my rough material. Would you like to join me?" Observing the fierce bidding, Tang Songyuan, considering his financial limits, readily agreed. He understood that his foundation was still insufficient, but given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as the focal point of future auctions. The two proceeded to the management office beside the podium to pay the remaining fees and collect their respective jadeite. In the workshop area behind, many had already begun cutting their stones. Fortunately, Feng Hongyi's workshop was spacious, with ample machinery available. Li Yangqiu's raw stone was not large, and following the master's advice, he opted for a water cut. In contrast, Tang Songyuan's 2 pieces of rough material were substantial, with one from the Masa quarry weighing over 200 pounds, necessitating a line cut. As Tang Songyuan watched several workers operate the machines, placing the 2 stones into different line cutters and closing the lids to commence cutting, he noticed Li Yangqiu standing nearby, hands clasped in prayer, murmuring to himself, "What are you doing over there?" Tang Songyuan inquired. Li Yangqiu turned back, his expression one of obvious understanding, making a wish. Tang Songyuan replied with mild irritation, "What good is wishing at this moment? If you're going to gamble, just go all in, or wish directly to me, and I will fulfill your desire." Chapter 18, From Glutinous Ice to Ice. As the two chatted, the auction concluded smoothly. The remaining rough materials found their buyers, and the crowd gradually followed Feng Hongyi toward the workshop area. Oh no, it collapsed. Collapsed? This is called WGD. The first gambler to cut a stone had revealed their outcome, and when the owner unveiled the cut stone, laughter erupted from the crowd. The raw stone split in two, both sides appearing pitch black, the gray-black base lacking any aesthetic appeal, suitable only as a base for a fish tank. Li Yangqiu stood beside Tang Songyuan, sighing, "It's common for stones to collapse. It's the rare ones that yield good results." Alas, I too was impulsive. Gambling with stones entails risks. One must invest cautiously. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, responding impassively. One cut can lead to poverty, while another can bring wealth. Until the cut is made, no one dares to draw conclusions. The last remark he kept to himself. Just then, Li Yangqiu's jadeite rough material was ready for its first cut. With a blend of anxiety and excitement, Li Yangqiu held the freshly cut piece. The crowd, sensing the anticipation, began to gather around, intensifying Li Yangqiu's nervousness. "Please hurry up and reveal it. Stop dragging your feet." A voice from the crowd urged. "Whether you stick your neck out or pull it back, it's all the same. Don't delay my chance to see the next piece." Li Yangqiu, annoyed, shot a glance at him but paid little heed, slowly lifting the lid of the raw stone in his hands. Beautiful. The rough material was cut along the old cracks in the skin, perfectly splitting a piece in two. As Li Yangqiu pried open a small gap, someone with sharp eyes in the crowd spotted a glimmering sheen, translucent and radiant, reminiscent of glowing jelly. "Wow, it's yielding." A shout echoed, igniting excitement among the onlookers. Ice jade with color. Indeed, Mosisha is a place where miracles happen. It was common to encounter failures, but seeing someone extract jade with moisture brought joy to the surrounding crowd. "It's a rise, haha. It's a rise." Li Yangqiu held 2 pieces of the cut stone in his hands, turning to Tang Songyuan, exclaiming with excitement. Tang Songyuan smiled back, and Li Yangqiu took out a small flashlight he carried, shining it on the cut to admire it repeatedly. The old crack on the skin traversed the entire stone, but the smaller crack conveniently stopped at the jade meat, unlikely to affect its value. A tall middle-aged man squeezed through the crowd, smiling at Li Yangqiu. "Young man, stop looking now. The rough material has already risen in value. Interested in selling it? I'll offer you 150,000 for both." Li Yangqiu had purchased this material for a total of 110,000, meaning a quick profit of 40,000 if he sold it for 150,000. 150,000. You're joking. At this moment, Song Zhenghua finally made his way through the crowd, taking the open piece from Li Yangqiu's hands. After a brief examination, he remarked, "This piece has reached a glutinous ice quality on this side, and over here, it has even reached ice jade. There are visible floating flowers, and from this angle, hardly any cracks can be seen. You think you can snag it for 150,000? Are you trying to take advantage of a novice?" Li Yangqiu, still riding the wave of excitement, called out, "Uncle." Song Zhenghua chuckled, patting his shoulder with the other hand. "Don't worry, cut a few more slices. Even if it ultimately fails, I'll guarantee you a minimum of 150,000, with someone covering his losses." Li Yangqiu nodded vigorously and turned to find the workers to continue cutting the stone. As time went on, more rough stones were being cut, drawing a crowd of onlookers. These people were not merely spectators. They were eager to seize opportunities for their own bets. When a stone with good quality was revealed, they were quick to bid. All were seasoned professionals, intimately familiar with the market. However, those attending also each had their own sales channels, so even if good materials were cut, they primarily intended to take them home for further examination. Then came the cutting of Tang Songyuan's MG-8023, a piece weighing over 200 jade from the massacre site. As the large cutting machine roared to a halt and the protective cover was lifted, many couldn't help but shout, "Make way, the big goods are coming out." In reality, 200 jade was far from substantial. Some of the largest rough materials from the Pekin area could weigh as much as a mountain, requiring explosives to break apart before flowing into various markets. "Would you like to reveal this yourself, or shall we assist?" the cutting master kindly inquired. Given the material's size, even the lid's weight posed a risk if handled improperly. Tang Songyuan, confident in his abilities, smiled and said, "Please, I leave it to you." As the side cover was lifted, the true appearance of the massacre site rough stone was unveiled. "Wow, what incredible luck!" Jiang Mingqing, who had initially come to witness a spectacle, cursed under his breath. He had been interested in this piece but lost it to Tang Songyuan due to his indecision. Although the quality was tender, there was still some moisture present. Someone nearby remarked, "It barely qualifies as being great, yet its expansive range means that even avoiding cracks, it can yield numerous excellent pieces." Old Jiang cursed his poor judgment, lamenting, "Why didn't I follow up on that 40,000 price tag at the time? This guy has just doubled the value." Fuming, Jiang Mingqing felt regretful that such a valuable piece had fallen into Tang Songyuan's hands. If he had it, he would undoubtedly realize its greater worth. With over 200 jade, even after peeling it, it would still weigh around 180 or 190 jade. Enough for him to carve numerous bangles. He intended to swallow his pride and discuss selling it with Tang Songyuan. However, before he could speak, Li Yangqiu and Song Zhenghua, drawn by the commotion, arrived to see the situation. Li Yangqiu joyfully exclaimed, "Haha, great luck, brother. Your fortune today rivals mine." "Indeed, what luck?" Tang Songyuan replied with a smile, then began discussing further cutting plans with the workers. According to standard practice, they should open another window on the back. After some thought, Tang Songyuan agreed to this plan. The cutting master promptly adjusted the position of the rough material, covered it, and started the machine. During the wait, Tang Songyuan observed that not all customers who purchased rough stones had them cut here. He surmised that many had their own cutting equipment, allowing them to cut the stones as they pleased at home. In this day and age, cutting machines were inexpensive, and most buyers possessed their own cutting techniques and distribution channels. Only a few, like Tang Songyuan, were casual gamblers. As the hour approached midnight, most remained gathered in small groups chatting. Whenever a piece was cut, they rushed over. The elegant Xiao Xue had not left either. She had packed her jade rough material, likely preparing to take it back for her own cutting. As Tang Songyuan focused on the jade he was cutting, he overheard conversations among the insiders. In 2019, I encountered a piece of glass-grade material at the Myanmar public auction. Guess what its base price was? You wouldn't believe it. It was only 5,000 euros. I immediately multiplied it by 10, investing 50,000 euros. But can you guess what the final bid was? A staggering 120,000 euros. The speaker gestured with his hands. Just this big, possibly a little over 200 grams, and it fetched 120,000 euros. The Myanmar public auction is divided into open and closed bids. And this was a closed bid scenario. Most rough stones in the auction are open materials. It's not surprising at all. Another person chimed in. That year, I was also at the Myanmar auction with a small glass-grade jade, around 3 kilograms, already cracked beyond recognition. At the time, we thought it worthless. And the base price was only 20,000 euros. I foolishly gambled on its future potential, bidding 210,000 euros on the spot. But I didn't win the bid in the end. Later, I found out that a buyer from Jiayang snagged it for over 6 million renminbi. Gambling on stones is merely the source of jade's industry. Once crafted into true products, their market value is likely to multiply. After another half hour, Li Yangqiu approached Tang Songyuan with a beaming smile. "How's it going, brother? Is it done yet?" "I've wrapped everything up on my end." Tang Songyuan shook his head slightly, smiling at Li Yangqiu's exuberance. "Have you struck gold today?" "Haha." Li Yangqiu chuckled and remarked, after separating the two pieces, they both turned out to be flawless. "My uncle purchased them for 300,000. With this task concluded, once you finish your matters, I shall accompany you back to Blue City. Typically, ice-type jade is priced around 300,000 per kilogram, while the glutinous ice variety fetches tens of thousands. Therefore, 30,000 for the pair seems quite reasonable." Tang Songyuan expressed mild surprise, then teased, "You certainly owe a favor to Boss and I. That money was practically a gift. I advise you to be mindful of social niceties." Li Yangqiu paused, adopting a pained expression. What nonsense are you rambling about? That old man and I has only one granddaughter. Is he expecting me to become a son-in-law? Chapter 19. Designated cut. Tang Songyuan laughed. What's wrong with being a son-in-law? My brother, these days. Earning money is arduous and life is tough. Opportunities like this, which could save you 2 decades of effort, do not come by every day. Get lost. As the two continued their banter, the back portion of the Masa jade was sliced open. It revealed a stunning green hue. The workers, peeling away the outer shell, gasped in astonishment upon seeing a bright green spot near the center. It's green, and a beautiful Zhengyang green at that. Zhengyang green. The surrounding crowd fell silent, then surged towards the cutting machine. Indeed, it was Zhengyang green. A dozen onlookers surrounded the freshly cut Masa jade, commenting and marveling. You can't deny it. This Masa jade can indeed produce Zhengyang green, which is truly a rare sight. Yet, the quality seems somewhat juvenile, had it been of an older variety. This small green spot alone could have elevated the price of a bracelet to 70 or 80,000. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu joined the throng, where they noticed a marble-sized green spot that caught the eye. Well, Zhengyang green. Li Yangqiu pointed at the jade, exclaiming, if this color penetrates deeper, the price of this piece could easily double. Despite the juvenile quality, it still has a fine texture. He then retracted his finger and gestured dramatically. If this color fully develops, you, my friend, will strike it rich. Tang Songyuan smirked slightly, well aware of the internal changes and color trends within the jade. So, why hesitate? Continue cutting. Wait. At that moment, Jiang Mingqing interjected hastily. Young brother, don't rush. Hear me out. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Is there something you need, sir? Jiang Mingqing forced a smile. You see, I also have my eye on this piece. During the auction, we may find ourselves in competition. Now that this piece has already been cut twice, who knows what changes may occur with further cuts. Perhaps it could be good or bad. How about this? I'll offer you 200,000 for this piece. Tang Songyuan chuckled. Selling it to you is certainly an option, but allow me to make one more cut and then provide a fair price. 200,000 for it. Dream on. With that, he ignored Jiang Mingqing's protests and instructed the workers to reposition the jade for another cut. This time, they aimed to slice through the middle left portion to observe the color change more clearly. Tang Songyuan seemingly made a casual incision, yet it cleverly avoided the core of the color band, ensuring the integrity of the colored sections remained intact. Mr. Tang, your Moxisha 9257 is ready. 9257 was the second rough stone Tang Songyuan had purchased, and he used his ability to scan it first. The cut only revealed the outer shell, with 6 or 7 centimeters still separating it from the inner jade. Let us go take a look. Tang Songyuan casually beckoned Li Yangqiu, leading the way, drawing 4 or 5 curious onlookers along. Don't bother looking. This piece is bound to be a flop. Before they reached the spot, someone had already spotted the stone on the machine and poured cold water on their enthusiasm. This rough stone has been cut 4 or 5 centimeters deep, and you can see some Yellowstone pulp in the seams. When Tang Songyuan removed the cover, the cut surface revealed a grayish-green pattern resembling moss. But the texture was still akin to the outer shell. I told you it was bound to flop. A chorus of sighs echoed around them, with Jiang Mingqing chiming in. Youngsters are so naive. Consider that 20,000 is tuition. It's widely known that many rough stones possess a strong reflective relationship on their surfaces. Those who understand will get it. Those who don't, well. The current situation indeed appeared grim, and surrounded by critics. Tang Songyuan's expression soured slightly. Faced with the evident reality, he found it hard to refute, yet inwardly he smirked, knowing that once the jade's ice-type quality was revealed, it would astonish them all. Even Li Yangqiu shared in the sentiment, casting annoyed glares at the onlookers. Don't worry, didn't you just say that flopping is the norm? Tang Songyuan feigned ease as he smiled, asking the worker if another cut was possible. After receiving an affirmative response, he drew a line on the stone, saying, this time, cut along this angle. The worker began his task without hesitation, while Jiang Mingqing resumed his snide commentary. I really can't understand these youngsters. Hoping for a miracle with another cut? What a waste of time. Tang Songyuan chuckled. Precisely because we are young, we have plenty of time to waste, don't we? The underlying implication was clear. You, an old fossil, talk too much. Jiang Mingqing was momentarily at a loss for words, but as the machines roared to life, the crowd gradually lost interest and dispersed, leaving him with few to engage. Just past noon, Tang Songyuan's Masa rough stone was finally ready for another cut. It had expanded magnificently. Following the slicing seam, vast swathes of green were now visible. As the worker meticulously operated, 2 substantial pieces emerged before the audience. Well, it truly developed. Such a large expanse of Zhengyang green. It's astonishing. Despite a few surfaces still bearing the outer shell, The overall form of the jade was now clear. The substantial jade flesh beneath the shell had nearly reached the level of beam-type jade, though marred by some internal cracks. Their quantity was negligible compared to the weight of the piece, and such fissures would not hinder subsequent processing. Whether crafting bracelets or pendants, a plethora of finished products could be produced. A bracelet could easily fetch a price in the high thousands without issue. Particularly captivating was the area of Zhengyang green, its vivid hue stirring the hearts of onlookers. "You've struck gold now," Li Yanqiu exclaimed excitedly, shaking Tang Songyuan's shoulder. "With just this bit of Zhengyang green, this piece is worth at least 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Songyuan was about to inquire if anyone present wished to make an offer, when a clear female voice rang out from behind. "I'll offer 1,500,000. Can I buy this piece outright?" Turning around, Tang Songyuan was surprised to see Qiao Yingxue, who had quietly approached at some point. Chapter 20. Self-utilization. Fine jade naturally attracts discerning eyes, and there are certainly many willing to pay a handsome price for it. Emeralds, from rough material to the final product for sale, often traverse numerous hands, the intricacies of which remain unknown. Qiao Yingxue made the first bid, heralding the commencement of a new round of auction bidding. Miss Qiao is quite astute. Not even inquiring if anyone is willing, remarked Song Zhenghua from the crowd. Qiao Yingxue's beautiful eyes flickered as she directed a questioning gaze towards Tang Songyuan. The latter, scratching his nose, smiled and replied, "Well, it must be sold, as I have no channels for processing or selling finished products. However, to whom it is sold will depend on who offers the highest price. With so many people present, a live auction is the most profitable approach." Song Zhenghua chuckled twice and promptly announced, "I believe this material is substantial enough to yield over 100 bracelets, especially with this sizable piece of Zhengyang green. I bid 1,600,000. Qiao Yingxue glanced back and forth between Tang Songyuan, Song Zhenghua, and Li Yanqiu, pondering their relationships. She pursed her lips, ready to speak, when another voice, belonging to an older gentleman, interjected, 1,700,000. I too have my eyes on this material." The crowd turned to see an elderly man, around 70, leaning on a cane, assisted by Fong Hongyi, the auction host. "Old Master Fong," the crowd gasped, surprised that a mere piece of jadeite from the Masa market had drawn the attention of Fong Qinghua, who had not emerged from his residence for many years. Hearing the exclamations, Fong Qinghua chuckled and waved his hand, greeting the crowd. "This material was sourced from an old friend of mine. It carries many stories and connections." He paused, then continued with a hearty laugh. Forgive me, as I grow older, I tend to reminisce about the past. This stone has brought forth good fortune, and I am delighted today. Please do not take offense at my impulsive bidding. This rough emerald was initially provided by the Fong family, and now that it was cut, they contemplated repurchasing it. However, in this industry, cutting and not cutting are entirely different concepts, and instances of selling raw stones only to repurchase exquisite emeralds are common. Song Zhenghua interjected, "But the seller has stated that the highest bid wins. No one seems to object." Fong Qinghua chuckled, "I certainly have no objections." The atmosphere became intriguing as a brief silence enveloped the room, with no one immediately placing a bid. Fong Qinghua turned to Tang Songyuan, who, somewhat helplessly, stated, "Currently, Old Master Fong has bid 1,700,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" If there were no further bids, the material would belong to Old Master Fong. Most attendees were professionals in the jade industry, eager not to miss out on quality material. With the stone mostly cut, they understood that there would likely be no significant changes. Additionally, they had channels for processing and selling, giving them a clear idea of how to cut and profit from this material. After some contemplation, a voice broke the silence. 1,750,000. It was Qiao Yingxue again, smiling at Fong Qinghua, "Grandfather Fong, I also have my eye on this material." Fong Qinghua squinted slightly, acknowledging her. "Little Qiao from the Qiao family, how you've grown. How is your father?" After Qiao Yingxue responded that he was well, Fong Qinghua raised his bid to 1,800,000. "But I must apologize, Miss Qiao. This material is something I must acquire." After saying this, he glanced at Fong Hongyi, who appeared slightly embarrassed and lowered his head. Qiao Yingxue observed this scene, contemplated for a moment, and then smiled gently. "In that case, I shall withdraw my bid. Congratulations, Old Master Fong." Fong Qinghua nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze towards Tang Songyuan. Having purchased it for 460,000, it was now being sold for 1,800,000. A nearly 40-fold increase in just a few hours. Tang Songyuan was quite pleased. Nevertheless, he proceeded with the customary inquiry. "Old Master Fong has bid 1,800,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" After 3 consecutive queries, no further bids were made. The material was thus acquired by Fong Qinghua. who immediately instructed Fong Hongyi to transfer the funds to Tang Songyuan and directed workers to load the material onto a flatbed truck. Having spent 250,000, he was now reaping 1,800,000. Thus far, Tang Songyuan had netted over 1,500,000. Not to mention he still possessed a better piece of material yet to be fully cut. Its value remained to be determined, marking a bountiful harvest. As the tale of this material concluded, some time passed before the second cut of the Mosisha 9257 was completed. This time, Tang Songyuan unveiled the answer himself. He effortlessly lifted the cover from the rough material, revealing the interior's icy, lustrous jade flesh. The second cut, made along the outermost edge of the emerald, showcased a captivating mass of jade nestled beneath a thick shell. Ice variety. My goodness, this material has indeed yielded ice variety jade, exclaimed Li Yanqiu, surprised. Song, come take a look. Is this not full color? Despite feeling astonished and envious, he genuinely hoped for Tang Songyuan's success, wishing for him to maximize his gains that evening. No need to check. It is indeed ice variety. Song Zhenghua, standing alongside Ni Dahong, chuckled. Even old Ni misjudged. This material has unexpectedly produced full-color ice variety. Truly remarkable. Ni, unfazed by the jest, displayed a glimmer of fondness for the material, an impulse to possess and appreciate it evident in his eyes. From my experience, this material's skin offers little to gamble on, but in the realm of gambling stones, certainty is elusive. Misunderstandings do occur, which is not uncommon. Noticing the commotion, old Master Fong approached, while Qiao Xue and her secretary drew near to assess the situation. Fong Qingzhuo amiably inquired of Tang Songyuan, "Young man, you seem fortunate tonight. Do you intend to part with this material as well?" Tang Songyuan replied, "I apologize, old Master Fong, but I do not plan to sell this material now. I have other intentions. However, I wish to utilize your esteemed venue to fully reveal this material." A flicker of regret crossed Fong Qingzhuo's eyes, but he still replied, "No matter, feel free to cut it as you wish." After consulting with her appraiser, Qiao Xue approached again, asking Tang Songyuan, "Are you truly not planning to sell? Based on the quality revealed from this window, I can offer you 2 million. A beautiful lady." Li Yanqiu gleefully glanced at Tang Songyuan, but he steadfastly declined, stating, "I'm sorry, beautiful lady, but I truly intend to keep this material for myself." Chapter 21. Supplementary agreement from the outset. Tang Songyuan had intended to retain this piece containing exquisite ice variety jade for personal use. The Hou-type doghead gold he entrusted to the Shangda auction house was precisely lacking a natural emerald to complement it. Just days ago, Yu Qingran had remarked that prime jade was exceedingly difficult to procure, a sentiment echoed by many. Yet now, scarcely 48 hours had passed, and Tang Songyuan had managed to secure not just any jade, but an exceptionally fine piece of ice variety jade. Simply cut this material, and the remainder can be entrusted to Yu Qingran for further processing. I firmly believe that with his expertise in the hidden treasures of jade and this exquisite icy jadeite, we will achieve a synergy that surpasses mere addition. One must not underestimate the purchasing power of the affluent in our country, particularly in the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai. Such uniquely shaped and symbolically rich objects are bound to be immensely popular. Qiao Xue, taken aback by the rejection, found this occurrence rather unusual. But wait, she questioned, perplexed. Just a moment ago, you claimed to have no means for processing or selling. Do you intend to keep it for your own collection? Tang Songyuan's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "I sincerely apologize, but I cannot disclose the specific purpose." He then turned to the worker, tracing a new line on the raw material. "For the next cut, I wish it to be done this way. Is that acceptable?" The worker blinked in surprise for 3 full seconds, thinking to himself how oblivious this young man was to the charms of the striking beauty before him. "Ah, certainly. The boss just said you could cut it however you wish." He quickly responded, adjusting the stone's position for another cut. Qiao Xue, slightly irritated, stamped her foot and let out a huff, though she soon regained her composure and said with a hint of disinterest, "It's getting late. Let's head back." As she walked away, Li Yanqiu couldn't help but give Tang Songyuan a thumbs up. "Impressive, my friend, you remain unmoved by such beauty." Tang Songyuan shot him a glare, retorting, "Enough with that. This material is genuinely useful to me, and my disinterest has nothing to do with beauty. Besides, I've seen every inch of that stunning woman. I could even tell you how many worms she has in her stomach." While everyone has an appreciation for beauty, it is utterly implausible to think that a mere transaction involving a piece of jade could foster a deeper connection. "Yes, you are admirable, so high-minded. I am merely a victim of carnal desires, indulging in superficiality, is that it?" Li Yanqiu scoffed, rolling his eyes, with arms crossed and gaze fixed on the cutting machine. Tang Songyuan replied, "I never claimed such a thing. What I meant is that one must be strong in one's own right. Beauty is ever present. Yet opportunities are only afforded to those who are prepared. Li Yangqiu chuckled. So you're saying you're not strong enough then? Curse you. At least I'm sturdier than you. As the night deepened, the cutting machine gradually became less busy, and most of the stones had been sliced. After a night of hustle, the crowd from the stone gambling appreciation event began to disperse. Songyuan was ready to leave, advising Li Yangqiu. I'm giving you 5 days off. When the time comes, just return to the company, and take care of yourself. Understood. Take care, uncle. Finally, past 2 in the morning, Tang Songyuan's last piece of jadeite was fully cut. The worker thoughtfully cleaned all the edges, leaving behind a stunningly translucent jadeite that gleamed with a vibrant green hue. Truly beautiful. Li Yangqiu sincerely praised as he admired the jadeite held by Tang Songyuan. After the meticulous cutting, about 4 to 5 pounds of icy jadeite remained. Tang Songyuan requested some packaging from the worker to secure it properly before calling Li Yangqiu to leave the venue. The organizers arranged for bodyguards and a hotel, but Tang Songyuan preferred to find his own lodging. He hailed a taxi and returned to the hotel where he stayed the previous night, sharing a double room with Li Yangqiu. Caution is indeed wise. Upon entering, Li Yangqiu tossed his luggage onto the bed by the door, sprawling out on it. So, now you can tell me what you plan to do with that piece of jade, right? Tang Songyuan set down his few belongings and headed to the washroom, saying, You'll find out tomorrow. I'm off to take a shower. Care to join me? Li Yangqiu teased. Come on. Tang Songyuan beckoned without hesitation. The night passed quietly, and the next morning, the two enjoyed a buffet breakfast at the hotel. After checking out, Tang Songyuan took Li Yangqiu to Shanda auction house. Are you planning to auction off the jadeite? Upon arriving and seeing the sign outside the auction house, Li Yangqiu asked in confusion. Last night's event was the ideal place for trading jade. Those people understand the market and are willing to bid. Why had I never noticed how verbose you are? Tang Songyuan replied, striding inside. If you want to know my intentions, just wait and see. Although they arrived early, Yu Qingran was already at work. In the elegantly antiqued reception room of Shangda, she greeted Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu once more. Mr. Tang returns. Is there something else you wish to discuss, or is there anything we at Shangda can assist you with? Without further ado, Tang Songyuan opened his backpack and produced the exquisite icy jadeite from the previous night. Before he could speak, Yu Qingran's lips parted in surprise, forming a perfect O. An exquisite piece of icy jadeite, and it's fully colored. Yu Qingran exclaimed, such jadeite is rare in Shanghai. How did Mr. Tang come by it? While icy jadeite is not overly scarce, most circulate within the gambling or jade circles, being crafted into finished products before entering the market. The raw pieces available are indeed limited. Tang Songyuan smiled gently, a fortunate find. Do you think this piece would serve well as the base for the hidden dragon and crouching tiger? Yu Qingran examined the jadeite Tang Songyuan placed on the table, her expression turning professional once again. May I take a closer look? After receiving his nod of consent, she delicately lifted the jadeite. After a thorough inspection, she remarked, This material boasts excellent quality in terms of texture, color, and clarity. It would indeed be a fitting base for the hidden dragon. However, in jade circles, such a piece would be valued at least 4 to 5 million. Are you truly willing to make such a significant investment? Her underlying implication was clear. Such a fine piece of jade would be a shame not to craft into jewelry. Oh no, it would be a pity not to carve it into bangles, Tang Songyuan casually replied. That is not a major concern. My hope is that this piece will create a synergy with the hidden dragon that exceeds expectations. One must take risks to gain rewards. Yet I wonder if the carving time can meet our needs. The jadeite was heavy, and Yu Qingran cautiously set it back down, stating, Mr. Tang, rest assured. This is Shanghai, where the purchasing power is unmatched across the nation. Moreover, our artisans at Shangda are unparalleled in their craftsmanship. Since you are determined, we will need to draft a supplementary agreement. Chapter 22, The Mysterious Orbes for the Timeline. Our next auction is in about 10 days. Yu Qingran added with a smile. That amount of time is more than sufficient for our skilled artisans. The supplementary agreement served to protect the interests of both parties. And Tang Songyuan readily agreed. Please wait a moment. I will prepare it shortly. Yu Qingran gracefully rose to prepare the agreement. At that moment, Li Yangqiu seized the opportunity to inquire, what on earth are you planning to auction here? This hidden dragon and crouching tiger jade? Tang Songyuan cleared his throat and explained simply, Oh, I found an intriguing object and named it Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. It's nothing noteworthy, really. Li Yangqiu looked at him with a skeptical expression, saying, I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me. Tang Songyuan immediately shifted a bit further away, nervously replying, Could you please not look at me with that scornful expression? Anyone who doesn't know us might think I've wronged you. I don't care. Li Yangqiu responded cheerfully. You'd better be responsible for how you treat me. Tang Songyuan curled his lip, retorting, You've successfully chosen to be a fool between the realms of legality and crime. The two exchanged banter until, 10 minutes later, Yu Qingyan approached with a supplementary agreement. Tang Songyuan took it and examined it meticulously before signing his name. The agreement was prepared in duplicate, and after both parties signed, Yu Qingyan stored her copy and extended her delicate hand, asking, "Do you have any instructions regarding the remaining scraps of the jade?" Tang Songyuan stood, shaking her hand, and said, "I have no specific requests. Just let the artisans unleash their creativity. Let's make the most of it. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. I shall return in half a month." Yu Qingyan gestured for him to go ahead. Upon leaving the reception room, Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu walked side by side, with Yu Qingyan leading the way. As they passed by an office with a slightly ajar door, Tang Songyuan casually glanced inside and was immediately captivated by the scene. Inside, several staff members were eagerly photographing a metallic object. His gaze fixated on this peculiar item. Initially curious about why they were photographing a piece of iron, he activated his enhanced vision. To his surprise, he discovered it was a meteorite from the M24 nebula, weighing 147 kilograms. However, that was not the most intriguing part. Nestled within the meteorite was a small ball, seemingly metallic in nature, identical to one he had found while digging in the mud. The size and color were indistinguishable, as if cast from the same mold. Moreover, while his enhanced vision typically provided precise information about most objects, it faltered before this small ball, simply labeling it as unknown. Since acquiring the metallic ball and gaining this extraordinary ability, Tang Songyuan had never encountered such an enigma. This internal metallic sphere might indeed be of the same origin as the one he had collected. Perhaps upon obtaining it, his perceptive abilities would enhance further, along with his physical prowess. "Mr. Tang, do you have any questions?" Yu Qingyan, noticing Tang Songyuan's unusual demeanor, paused and inquired. Li Yangqiu also halted, looking at him quizzically. Following Tang Songyuan's gaze, Li Yangqiu chuckled. "They're just taking promotional photos. Why are you so surprised?" Tang Songyuan shot him a glance before turning to Yu Qingyan. "I apologize for my momentary distraction. May I ask if that meteorite is also part of your auction?" Surprised that he recognized it as a meteorite, Yu Qingyan replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is a piece of iron meteorite consigned by a client. Are you interested in it, Mr. Tang?" "I am indeed somewhat intrigued." Tang Songyuan chuckled softly. "I just haven't seen the actual item yet. May I take a closer look?" If the metallic ball reacted as before, slipping seamlessly into his body upon contact, it would likely go unnoticed, causing no significant issues. Though this request was somewhat audacious, considering Tang Songyuan's status as a key client. Yu Qingyan hesitated briefly before agreeing. "It's fine. Taking a look won't hurt anything." She then personally opened the door and led Tang Songyuan into the photography area. "Hello, Ms. Yu." The photographers greeted her, to which she nodded politely, instructing them to pause their work, allowing Tang Songyuan to observe. "Of course, Mr. Tang, please feel free." Two staff members stepped back with their cameras, signaling Tang Songyuan to approach. For the sake of the metallic ball, Tang Songyuan was willing to cast aside his pride. This matter was of great importance, and the potential for an upgrade outweighed any loss of face. However, despite trying various angles to observe the object, he gleaned no additional information. Even when he boldly reached out to gently touch it, there was no response. It appeared that to gain further insights, he would need to cut it open and retrieve the metallic ball entirely. This, however, was not feasible at the moment, as it was someone else's consignment. "This is a truly beautiful meteorite." With no insights gained, Tang Songyuan straightened up, smiling wryly. "It seems I am now even more interested in the upcoming auction." Initially, he felt he could skip attending, but now it seemed unavoidable. Tang Songyuan would not let such a treasure fall into another's hands. After all, once it went to auction, he would find a way to acquire it. "We're delighted that you will participate in person, Mr. Tang," Yu Qingyan responded politely with a smile. After exiting the auction house, Li Yangqiu voiced his confusion. "I don't recall you having an interest in meteorites before. I just looked at that one, and it didn't seem particularly special." "You find it unremarkable because you only see the surface, failing to perceive the essence beneath. People change." Tang Songyuan looked up at the sky and remarked, "I had no choice before. Now, I am intrigued by all treasures in the world. I plan to construct a large warehouse specifically for storing such treasures." "That's quite a leap." Li Yangqiu paused briefly before saying, "Let's hurry. We might miss the train back." Tang Songyuan waved dismissively. "Why take the train? We'll fly back instead. I'll book the tickets." Chapter 23. The wooden block. Upon hearing Tang Songyuan's intention to buy plane tickets, Li Yangqiu nearly leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Really, my dear father?" The joy of a young man is often simple. A lavish gift for a girlfriend might not elicit a satisfactory response, but a small treat for a close friend could earn him the title of dear father. Tang Songyuan had long grown accustomed to this friend's exuberant personality. covering his face with his hand and saying, "Once we return, don't claim to know me. I can't bear the shame." There were no direct high-speed trains to Blue City, but flights were available as the newly constructed airport had opened routes to many first- and second-tier cities. At 11 in the morning, the two boarded a flight to Blue City from Hangzhou Airport. Would you say this counts as returning in style? In business class, as Li Yangqiu settled in, he glanced around and waggled his eyebrows at Tang Songyuan. Last night, Tang Songyuan had made over $1.5 million with a piece of jade, a sum that would elevate him to the status of a wealthy individual in a small city like Blue City. This did not even account for the over 100,000 he had previously won in the lottery. This is merely the beginning. Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes and remarked, "There are plenty of wealthy individuals in Blue City. You know, my assets are but a hair on an ant's leg." However, Li Yangqiu admonished him with a serious tone, "Being dissatisfied is commendable, but do not be excessively modest. The money you earned last night is sufficient to buy a car and a house in Blue City, with plenty left over. Furthermore, during the past 6 months of learning from my uncle, I have witnessed the ups and downs in the gambling stone circle. The examples of families torn apart, lives ruined, and spouses abandoned are far too numerous. I do not wish for you to end up like that." "I understand your point," Tang Songyuan replied. "I have emerged from the most destitute of circumstances and have seen the worst of conditions. I vowed to work hard to provide a better life for my sister. So you need not worry, I am well aware of my limits." As a friend, Li Yangqiu hoped that Tang Songyuan would not become complacent and overlook the risks associated with gambling stones. The ability to see through stones was Tang Songyuan's greatest secret, one he would never divulge. "Just be cautious," Li Yangqiu said, though he had repeated this phrase numerous times over the past few days. He then began to tease again. "Look over there at that beautiful woman. Her figure is simply outstanding." Two solitary men rarely discussed women, so Tang Songyuan reluctantly followed his gaze. Indeed, there stood a strikingly attractive woman, stylishly dressed. Even with sunglasses and a mask, Tang Songyuan could still discern her exquisite features. Lu Qilu. What is she doing on this flight? Just 2 days prior, Lu Qilu had attempted to purchase the $1 million lottery ticket from him, only to be firmly declined. He had thought they would have no further interactions, yet here they were, not far from one another on the plane. Although he recognized her, Tang Songyuan felt no need to greet her. He turned to Li Yangqiu and said, "No matter how many beautiful women you see, she is not yours. Besides, aren't you supposed to have a girlfriend? Having a girlfriend does not prevent me from admiring beautiful women." Li Yangqiu retorted confidently. "Moreover, I am not merely looking for myself." He leaned in closer and whispered, "I see you are still single. This is a splendid opportunity. 10 years of cultivating a relationship allows for companionship. But whether you can share a bed depends solely on your efforts." Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes and replied, "The elderly Mr. Zhang downstairs lived to 95 simply because he never meddled in others' affairs. You are quite the blockhead." Li Yangqiu, slightly exasperated, responded, "You are as unyielding as a piece of rotten wood." Yet, he quickly donned a mischievous expression and teased, "You aren't shy, are you? Claiming to resist, but internally battling desires. Too lazy to engage with you. I'm going to sleep." Tang Songyuan shut his eyes, as he had stayed up late the previous night and was now quite weary. Approximately 2 hours later, Tang and Li exited Blue City Airport. The square outside the airport was bustling with various individuals soliciting passengers, asking where they were headed or if they needed a ride. The two casually hailed a taxi. And as they settled into the back seat, Li Yangqiu said, "I'll stop by home first. Let us go for barbecue tonight. Let us discuss it later." Tang Songyuan replied, closing the door as the taxi driver started the engine. At that moment, Tang Songyuan noticed Lu Qinglu, who had exited the airport just before them, getting into a rather nice private car. He closed his eyes, not wanting to dwell on it. Upon entering the city, he parted ways with Li Yangqiu and returned home, feeling a wave of relief. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Although the house was old, it had been his home for over 20 years. Even with a bit of money in hand now, as Li Yangqiu had mentioned, he could easily afford to buy a house or a car, yet he had no immediate plans to purchase property. He envisioned earning more in the future and perhaps upgrading to a grand villa or a spacious apartment. However, regardless of future changes, he intended to keep this place, as it held countless childhood memories with his sister, Wei Qing. In a drowsy haze, Tang Songyuan lay on his bed and dozed off once more. When he awoke, it was already 8 in the evening, disturbed by Li Yangqiu's incessant phone calls. "What on earth is wrong with you? We agreed to go for barbecue tonight, and I've called you several times." Li Yangqiu's voice was filled with frustration. "I didn't sleep well on the plane this afternoon, so I took a nap when I got home," Tang Songyuan replied, then asked, "Where are we meeting?" "I'll head over right away." When Tang Songyuan arrived at the location that Li Yangqiu had indicated, he was surprised to find that his friend was not alone. Next to Li Yanxiu sat a petite, pretty young woman. Based on the distance between their seats, she was likely the girlfriend Li Yanxiu had mentioned. Tang Songyuan speculated as he parked his motorcycle and walked over. Over here, Li Yanxiu waved from a distance, and as Tang Songyuan approached, he hurried to introduce them. This is my good buddy, Tang Songyuan. Lao Tang. This is my girlfriend, Huang Jia, whom I've known since university. Stop with the nonsense. You're going to get yourself into trouble with that mouth of yours. Tang Songyuan greeted Huang Jia politely, who graciously extended her hand. Hello, Tang Go. I've heard a lot about you from Yangqiu. The authentic Blue City accent pleasantly surprised Tang Songyuan. After some light conversation, he was astonished to discover that Huang Jia was from the same high school as them, albeit a year younger. From now on, you can't call me Tang Ge. You should call me Xuezhang. Tang Songyuan joked. Huang Jia covered her mouth with a laugh. Just about to call him Xuezhang, when Li Yanxiu interjected, what are you talking about? In Blue City and the surrounding areas, we call each other Xixiang. Should we start calling you Tang Xixiang or even Tang Changlao? Tang Songyuan cleared his throat and replied, let us just stick with Lao Tang. As the conversation flowed, the atmosphere lightened, and Tang Songyuan indulged in a few drinks, albeit beer. By the way, when are you going back to Ruili? He inquired, setting down his empty glass. Li Yanxiu replied, I finally got a few days off. I plan to have some fun for 4 or 5 days. Tang Songyuan nodded. All right, since I'm currently unemployed, I can join you for some leisure. Just leisure? What else would you expect? Chapter 24. Flea Market finds the barbecue feast stretched until nearly 11 at night. The trio consumed 7 bottles of beer, and Tang Songyuan felt he hadn't quite satisfied his hunger, spending over 700 in total, though thankfully, Li Yanxiu picked up the tab. The charm of barbecue in Sichuan is that everyone is treated equally. Locals are just as likely to be charged. The next morning, Tang Songyuan awoke in the familiar comfort of his own bed. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he ventured into the bathroom, brushing his teeth while admiring a young woman practicing yoga downstairs. Indeed, Li Yanxiu was not mistaken. He was rather shy. Nevertheless, it must be said that the woman's figure was truly remarkable, an hourglass silhouette with a flat belly that barely hinted at her 5-month pregnancy. After washing up, he descended to find a place for breakfast. Most breakfasts in Blue City consist of noodles, though buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks are also common. But noodles are the most prevalent choice. Tang Songyuan planned to explore various markets today to observe the genuine prices of different jadeite pieces. Given the lucrative nature of gambling stones, he felt no reason to abandon this opportunity. Having acquired the ability to see through stones, it would be a waste not to utilize it for wealth accumulation. To comprehend the market prices of jadeite products allows one to discern the true value of various types of jade. Prior to this, Tang Songyuan's understanding of jade was limited to the fragments gleaned from online novels, often misleading and sometimes entirely fabricated by the authors. After all, writing fiction and jade gambling are entirely disparate pursuits. However, Tang Songyuan's expectations were perhaps misplaced. Blue City is merely a 4th-tier city where the jewelry stores primarily display inferior jadeite, with few high-quality products, such as ice-type jadeite items, being in evidence. Some sales personnel even struggle to articulate the concepts of texture and clarity. Despite his limited knowledge, Tang Songyuan understood that texture refers to the structural quality, while clarity pertains to transparency. Sir, have you found a style you like after browsing for a while? Inquired a politely dressed female sales associate in the 3rd jewelry store he visited. Are you looking for a gift for a girlfriend or family member? We can certainly offer recommendations. It is often said that salespeople can gauge their customers, yet they undergo rigorous training and market experience. And even if they privately disdain the majority, they seldom express it overtly. Tang Songyuan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his nose and replied, Oh, I apologize. I'm just browsing. No need to trouble yourself. Not a problem at all, sir. The sales associate maintained her courteous demeanor. We have many styles suitable for gentlemen. You are welcome to try them on. Still, it's unnecessary. I'm really just browsing. Please carry on with your duties. Tang Songyuan politely declined again, as ostentatious gold chains and flashy watches were not to his taste. After surveying the offerings, he gained a general understanding of the prices of jadeite jewelry. A jade pendant weighing less than 50 grams, paired with a silver necklace, was priced at an astonishing 500 yuan. Similarly, a slightly superior jadeite Buddha statue of comparable weight was astonishingly priced at 2,000 yuan. A bracelet made of ice-flaky jade could fetch between 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. While there were some lower-priced pieces, they were primarily B-grade jadeite that had undergone acid treatment, visually appealing yet of dubious quality. Disheartened by the experience, Tang Songyuan exited the store empty-handed. Turning right, he noticed the Eastgate Street of Blue City ahead, Perhaps a stroll there might yield a hidden treasure. Eastgate Street is known for its flower and bird market, but it also features numerous elderly vendors selling porcelain, coins, and assorted knickknacks. In the past, Tang Songyuan would have dismissed these items as predominantly counterfeit. However, equipped with his newfound appraisal abilities, he might be able to uncover a genuine artifact. With nothing else to occupy his time, he ambled towards Eastgate Street. The street spans approximately 6 to 7 meters in width, marked by stone posts, bustling with pedestrians. Yet the numerous antique stalls lining the street drew little interest. With his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan casually perused the various stalls. The assortment of goods was overwhelming. Colorful porcelain pieces, jars, and containers of all shapes and sizes, as well as coral, bead strings, seals, gourds, and incense burners, even gold and silver ingots. A veritable cornucopia of items. While in a leisurely and opportunistic mood, he scanned the stalls, only to find that 99 of the items were new. Even those that appeared old bore clear signs of artificial aging, lacking any authentic historical value. The appraisal information regarding production dates and origins prompted him to shake his head in dismay. Wait a moment. Here's something genuine. He spotted what resembled a small garlic mortar, seemingly unremarkable with its white base and blue floral design. The appraisal indicated it was a porcelain incense burner, produced in 1542, the 30th year of the Jiajing era. From Jingdezhen, measuring 66 centimeters in height and 33 centimeters in diameter. Initially, he had little hope. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find something authentic at such a stall. Maintaining his composure, he strolled past the stall, then discreetly checked the price of a Ming Dynasty porcelain incense burner on his phone. The information revealed that such small incense burners were used by ancient literati for burning incense, characterized by the use of a single stick. They were employed in the context of enjoying wine and tea while listening to music, serving as a type of scholarly accessory. In the antique market, such pieces start at a minimum of 200,000 yuan. With this knowledge in mind, Tang Songyuan lingered a few minutes before returning to the stall he had just passed. He crouched down, pointing at the wares with a smile. Xuanji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, Jiaqing, 5 emperor's ingots, my good man. The vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was not common in this market. He was busy handling a string of dark wood beads, and, noticing Tang Songyuan's interest, quickly replied, indeed, authentic Qing dynasty silver ingots. Unique in this market. The vendor's stall was filled with a variety of items, including 5 ingots, plates, ink wash basins, old abacuses, and the small incense burner among them. Tang Songyuan picked up one of the ingots, weighed it in his hand, and asked, how much for all 5? All 5. That's quite a transaction. The vendor's eyes brightened, and he casually stated, if you take all 5, I can let you have them for 3,000 yuan, 600 each. If you want just one, it'll be at least 1,000 yuan. Tang Songyuan scoffed internally, but maintained his expression, saying, that still seems a bit pricey. How many taels does one weigh? The vendor, seated on a small stool, replied without hesitation, I haven't weighed them yet. I don't know how much they are. If they were from before, they'd be worth at least 50 taels. If I sell them to you, I want to be able to acquire more. This is all I have. Tang Songyuan feigned regret, lamenting, oh dear, 3,000 yuan is rather steep. The vendor's expression turned troubled. You must understand. It's not easy to come by such items. Do you have any idea how hard it is to collect these 5 different dynasty ingots? It's nearly impossible to find another complete set like this. That's utter nonsense. Believe me, if I leave this market, you could pull out an identical set from your pocket the next moment. Tang Songyuan returned the ingot to its place and inquired, what is the lowest you can go? The vendor hesitated. The lowest would be 500. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow. My good sir, I'm genuinely interested in purchasing, but your price simply doesn't fit. Can I propose a price? The vendor nodded, saying, as long as it's for one, that's fine. Tang Songyuan smiled and said, let us make it 50. I'll give you 50 each. How much? The vendor looked as though he had been insulted, exclaiming in indignation, 50? Why don't you just rob me? Adding a 0 wouldn't even suffice. Just moments ago, he had quoted 500, and now he was unwilling to lower the price further. Unfazed, Tang Songyuan continued with a hint of disdain, you're not genuinely selling, are you? How can you say I'm not sincere? The vendor retorted angrily. That price you propose is far too low, such large ingots, and I assure you, my price is honest. I invested a considerable sum, yet today, before the business even commenced, I encountered someone as unreasonable as you. At the very least, you could provide a fair price. I cannot trust you. You cunning old man. Tang Songyuan, from the beginning, had not even laid eyes on that small porcelain incense burner, and continued to plead. Boss, I genuinely admire it and sincerely wish to purchase it. Please think it over and give me a reasonable price. The stall owner wore an expression of distress. At the very least, you should offer 1,800. Dropping the price by 700 is already quite generous. Tang Songyuan scoffed. Is 1,008 really a fair offer? I can give you a straight 1,000. If you don't want to sell, I shall continue my search elsewhere. Then off you go. The owner, secretly delighted, feigned indifference. To his surprise, Tang Songyuan truly turned to leave, showing no signs of regret. Wait. You can take it for 1,000. The stall owner hurriedly called out to Tang Songyuan, let us consider it a way to celebrate our opening. Inwardly, Tang Songyuan scoffed at the notion of profiting by 980. He halted. Is it truly 1,000? Indeed, 1,000. The stall owner assured, thumping his chest. Tang Songyuan frowned, but somehow, I feel that paying 1,000 for these 5 ingots seems a bit of a loss, doesn't it? Loss. The owner, no longer fiddling with his prayer beads, swiftly grabbed a bag and stuffed the 5 ingots inside, handing it over. If it weren't for the opening, would I allow you to take such advantage? Ah, I see. Tang Songyuan naively accepted, pulling out his phone to prepare for payment before the owner's eyes. The payment went through successfully, and as he entered the last digit of the password, he paused, bending down to pick up the small porcelain incense burner. I still feel a bit short-changed. How about you throw this in as a bonus? I could use it as a garlic mortar. Chapter 25. The sifting sands of time. Finally, the truth emerged. The owner found himself in a quandary. On one hand was the prospect of a guaranteed profit of 1,000, and on the other, a small object whose name he couldn't even recall. That's simply one do. This item is precious. Setting aside its worth, the stall owner firmly declined. Tang Songyuan, dissatisfied, retorted, what is so precious about a garlic mortar? I'd just use it to crush garlic. The stall owner shook his head, visibly troubled. That's not acceptable. How about you add a little more? How much more? At least 250. Deal. After a final round of negotiations, Tang Songyuan reluctantly added 50, finally securing the small porcelain incense burner. After completing the transaction, he did not rush to depart. Instead, he leisurely placed the incense burner into the bag. Only after distancing himself from the stall did he retrieve the incense burner, examining it closely before he found a trash bin to dispose of the 5 Daqing Ku ingots. These were made of lead tin alloy, posing a potential risk of poisoning with prolonged contact. He continued to wander, yet Tang Songyuan encountered no further valuable antiques. A few genuine items caught his eye, including 2 porcelain pieces from the late Qing dynasty, but the craftsmanship was mediocre and the owners demanded high prices, leading him to abandon those pursuits. However, for a total expenditure of 1,050, acquiring a small porcelain incense burner valued at no less than 200,000 was not a futile endeavor. The following day, Friday, Wei Qing returned home after school. Ah, brother, you're back, she exclaimed upon seeing Tang Songyuan busy in the kitchen. Did you bring me a gift from the Magic City? Was it fun there? Tang Songyuan slapped his forehead. Oh dear. I got so caught up with everything that I completely forgot about that. How about I take you shopping tomorrow? Just teasing you. Wei Qing scrunched her adorable nose at him. I don't want any gifts. I only wish for you to return home safely. Tang Songyuan chuckled. Actually, I was just joking. I left something in your room. With excitement and anticipation, Wei Qing dashed into her room, emerging moments later holding the latest model of the Huawei MatePad Pro. Wow, this is quite expensive, brother. Have you struck it rich? The siblings usually led a modest lifestyle, with their previous electronic devices not exceeding 1,500. Not exactly striking it rich, but we can slightly elevate our quality of life. Tang Songyuan carried a plate out of the kitchen. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready. His mindset mirrored that of most Southern parents, even with a fortune at hand. They would not easily reveal their financial situation to their minors. Moreover, with only over 2 million in savings, they were far from wealthy. Okay, thank you, brother. Wei Qing promptly returned the tablet, washed her hands, and assisted Tang Songyuan in setting the table. After dinner, Tang Songyuan inquired about Wei Qing's school performance, reminding her. The college entrance examination is approaching. There's not much I can do to help. You must rely on yourself. Having also taken the college entrance examination, Tang Songyuan remembered his own mediocre score, which only allowed him entry into an ordinary university. Furthermore, with the years gone by, he had forgotten much of what he had learned. Wei Qing, cradling her new tablet, nodded. I understand, brother. I want to let you down. Not just my expectations, but also those of our parents in heaven. They silently hope for your success too, you know? This time, Wei Qing remained silent, merely biting her lip and nodding gently. I need to make a trip to Rueli soon. I might be there for an extended period. During his time operating excavators, Tang Songyuan sometimes ventured far, spending months away from home. and Wei Qing was accustomed to this. Wei Qing obediently nodded. I understand, brother. I will be careful. 3 days later, on Monday, Tang Songyuan met up with Li Yangqiu, who was carrying a sports backpack. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan, he cheerfully asked, Is everything settled at home? Tang Songyuan retorted, You make it sound as if we are embarking on some covert operation. What do you mean everything is settled? Or have you provided me with a relocation fund? Li Yangqiu scratched his nose, just checking in. Why are you so agitated? Tang Songyuan raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Enough of that. Are you coming or not? After a lengthy journey of over 5 hours, Tang Songyuan finally arrived in Ruili under Li Yangqiu's guidance. Li Yangqiu had rented a small room, though modest. It featured a bed and a private bathroom, and the two could squeeze in together. The space is a bit cramped, but you'll manage, Li Yangqiu said somewhat apologetically. Tang Songyuan shrugged. It's fine. I'm perfectly normal. You needn't worry about me overstepping. Li Yangqiu gave him a playful middle finger before adding, Let us get your things settled. I'll take you out for a meal. Afterward, you can rest at home while I head to the office. I'll take you out for a stroll later. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, Tang Songyuan had no objections to the arrangement. Come evening, Li Yangqiu returned, driving a car. At this point, Tang Songyuan understood Li Yangqiu's specific role in the area. Essentially, he was a jack of all trades, assisting Song Zhenghua with deliveries and serving as a driver. Song Zhenghua operated a company here, employing over a dozen people, managing everything from jade processing to sales. Ruili is known as the largest headstone gambling stone trading market in the country, with the early morning market at Jiegao and the Delong night market being particularly bustling. In the car, Li Yangqiu drove while enthusiastically playing the role of a tour guide, providing Tang Songyuan with an abundance of information. It's evening now. Let me take you to explore the Delong night market. Before long, Tang Songyuan arrived at his destination, already feeling the fervor he had just mentioned. The entrance to the night market was marked by a grand archway inscribed with the words Delong International Jewelry City. The street below was lined with stalls, brimming with a myriad of stones, both large and small, creating a bustling sea of humanity, where one could hardly see the end. It was a scene of throngs of people, with shadows cast by their bustling movements. Various intriguing advertisements caught his eye. Direct access to Myanmar's mining sites, high-quality gambling stones. Free cutting services, priced at 500 per piece. Another sign proclaimed, high-quality gambling stones, wealth myths, free cutting services, priced at 100 per piece. Li Yangqiu parked the car and skillfully retrieved 2 flashlights, handing one to Tang Songyuan with a cheerful smile, saying, Well, how about this lively atmosphere? Tang Songyuan accepted the flashlight and replied, It is indeed vibrant, but it feels like sifting through sand for gold. As he surveyed the scene, it was evident that both the roadside stalls and the shops contained jade roughs worth tens or even hundreds of thousands. Li Yangqiu chuckled. That's precisely what it is, sifting through sand for gold. Do you really think you can find anything worthwhile for $100? Honestly, I must tell you that 99% of what's available in the market is worthless junk. It all depends on whether you can sift out something truly valuable. Chapter 26. A lesson in gambling stones. While gambling stones are not inherently for gambling, they are certainly the quickest path to financial ruin for many gamblers. The saying one cut can lead to poverty, while another can lead to wealth is not merely a jest. However, Tang Songyuan possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive the truth behind appearances. The mere jade roughs before him were as transparent as a naked beauty, revealing all their secrets. Suddenly, he chuckled, declaring, Let the sifting commence. Tonight, we shall gamble. With that, he activated his visionary insight, and along with Li Yangqiu, began to examine each stall one by one. Instantly, the jade roughs within a 50-meter radius laid bare before him, devoid of any hidden corners. Yet, as Li Yangqiu had mentioned, 99% of the roughs were indeed inferior. To put it plainly, most of what was available on-site contained jade. But the majority was not worth anything, failing to meet gem quality standards. Compared to the jade appreciation events in the bustling metropolis, the quality here was not even close. Moreover, these stones bore no identification numbers, leaving one to wonder if they were unworthy or simply of lower quality. Nonetheless, there was a singular advantage. The sheer volume was sufficient to satisfy. Many of the vendors were among Myanmar's lowest-paid jade miners, and as they wandered, Li Yangqiu remarked, They sift through abandoned mines or waste materials, searching for potential jade roughs, and through various channels, they bring them here. Even selling one piece a day is a significant income for them. This reminded Tang Songyuan of a video he had seen on Douyin, depicting crowds rushing toward the trucks unloading or at mining sites, recklessly scrambling to grab tools and collect stones. Given the market's lowest price of 100 per rough, a monthly income of 3,000 was quite commendable for the lower class in Myanmar. Moreover, The continuous flow of enthusiastic buyers suggested that it was improbable for even a single rough to go unsold by the end of the night. After approximately 10 minutes of exploration, Tang Songyuan discovered a jade rough that seemed promising. "Let us check that out," he urged Li Yangqiu, pointing in a direction as they squeezed through the crowd. The stall owner was a woman in her 30s, with 3 or 4 customers squatting before her stall, scrutinizing the roughs with small flashlights. Although there were street lights, their illumination was dim, perhaps intentionally so, as the market did not require overly bright lighting. In the subdued light, discerning the quality of the jade became easier. The 2 men unreservedly squatted down, each selecting a rough to examine. After a minute, Li Yangqiu discarded the rough he had picked up, opting for another to continue his study, but soon shook his head in resignation. "This is subpar. 200 is still money." He glanced at the sign the stall owner had posted, indicating a price of 200 per piece, and stood up, somewhat disdainful. However, Tang Songyuan remained unfazed, cradling the stone and inquiring of the stall owner, "How much for this one?" 200 each, and we offer free cutting." The woman's Mandarin was not perfect, but she was understandable. "I'll take it," Tang Songyuan declared decisively. Li Yangqiu was momentarily taken aback, then, without hesitation, snatched the rough from Tang Songyuan's hands, exclaiming, "What? You're buying it?" He then proceeded to scrutinize it with the flashlight. This particular rough weighed slightly over 2 pounds and was predominantly gray-black, precisely the one Tang Songyuan had noticed earlier, containing a piece of icy jade material within. Tang Songyuan smirked slightly but remained silent, seemingly awaiting Li Yangqiu's reaction. After examining it for a full 5 minutes, Li Yangqiu finally said, "This. I can't quite gauge it. At the end of the day, it's just $200. You decide." Indeed, he was quite an unrefined amateur. Tang Songyuan paid for the rough, opting not to have the owner cut it for free, planning instead to visit Song Zhengguo's company to borrow a cutting machine. If Song Zhengguo was interested, he might even take it off his hands. However, that was merely a short-term solution. If he wished to thrive in the jade gambling scene in Ruili, Tang Songyuan recognized the necessity of investing in cutting equipment and hiring workers. Alternatively, he could follow in the footsteps of Song Zhengguo and others, starting a company dedicated to sourcing stones and selling jade. With the rough tucked into his backpack, the two continued their leisurely exploration. Venturing further in, they encountered more established stalls, with higher prices, at least 500 per rough, with some reaching 1,000. The quality of jade roughs at these stalls was marginally superior, yet to Tang Songyuan's discerning eye, the improvement was minimal. During this time, Li Yangqiu became interested in a black stone, and the owner touted it as a potential high-quality jade, possibly even imperial green. The mining site is significant. The black-skin roughs there have seen substantial price increases. With flashlight in hand, he switched to yellow light to examine it. "This one has great luster," Li Yangqiu commented, holding the stone up to Tang Songyuan. Under the bright light, the illuminated sections displayed a jelly-like texture, evoking an irresistible urge to touch and feel its springiness. However, with his visionary insight still active, Tang Songyuan immediately discerned the internal condition of the stone. He nodded slightly and remarked, "Yes, it's decent, but there appears to be a fracture here. Did the owner cut it?" Li Yangqiu flipped the stone over for a closer inspection, noting a faint fracture on the side, not easily noticeable and bearing minimal signs of human interference. The owner, a slightly tanned middle-aged man, promptly denied, "Young man, you mustn't make baseless accusations. A cut fracture would be smooth, and this cleft is clearly from excavation. Look here. You can even see the mist layer. This is undoubtedly a premium material. If it truly were high-quality material, would you really let it go for just 1,000? Li Yangqiu hesitated, casting a questioning glance at Tang Songyuan. "I think it's acceptable. Should I buy it?" Tang Songyuan turned his head away, feigning indifference. "It's up to you. 1,000 isn't a million. Consider it a lesson learned." Chapter 27. The tragic demise. Li Yangqiu, filled with delight, paid for a piece of stone that he deemed reasonably good and immediately requested the vendor to cut it open. In the meantime, Tang Songyuan seized the opportunity to purchase 2 rough stones, one with icy jadeite and the other a glutinous icy blue variety, both of commendable quality. Additionally, he intentionally acquired 2 worthless stones, adding them to his backpack, which now weighed about 10 jin, yet he bore the burden without complaint. Alas, a tragic demise. Soon, the rough material Li Yangqiu had purchased was successfully cut open, revealing some jadeite quality within, approaching that of iced jade. Unfortunately, the stone was riddled with numerous fissures, rendering it nearly useless for bead making. The vendor, with a regretful expression, handed the stone back to him, lamenting, "Such a pity. It possesses color and quality. If it weren't for these cracks, it would be worth at least 500,000. Now it's only fit for the trash. But seeing Li Yangqiu's disappointed and sorrowful demeanor, he consoled him. This is quite normal. In stone gambling, there are 5 critical factors to consider: quality, base, cotton, cracks, and impurities, with cracks being the most challenging to predict. Even the most seasoned experts can falter on this point. Li Yangqiu disdainfully tossed the stone to the ground and irritably declared, "I'm done. I'm going back. Are you coming or not?" The last remark was directed at Tang Songyuan, who raised an eyebrow and replied, "Let us head back then." Although it was still early, just past 9 o'clock, Li Yangqiu had lost all enthusiasm. Tang Songyuan, feeling that this was merely a minor test, decided they should return to cut the stones he had acquired today. Once his cutting equipment was in place and he had his own team, he would no longer need to worry about such concerns. On the way back, Li Yangqiu puzzled over, since the stone cutting is complimentary, why didn't you have the vendor cut it for you right there? Why go to Old Song's place? Tang Songyuan fabricated a reason, explaining, even when cutting stones, I prefer a quieter environment. It was too noisy over there. I have a bit of social anxiety, though somewhat perplexed. Li Yangqiu accepted this explanation. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a workshop where the lights were on, accompanied by the clamor of saw blades cutting through stone. The two alighted from the vehicle, and Li Yangqiu led Tang Songyuan straight inside. They soon encountered Song Jinghua, dressed casually. "Why are you back again?" Li Yangqiu promptly greeted President Song. Tang Songyuan followed suit, saying, "We just bought a few stones at Delong Night Market and plan to use the machines at President Song's company to cut them." Song Jinghua took it lightly, chuckling, "Then let Xiao Qiu show you the way. We're all from Blue City, no need for such formality. You young folks should enjoy yourselves in Rueli." Tang Songyuan quickly expressed his gratitude, and Li Yangqiu led him to an available cutting machine. He waved Tang Songyuan over, saying, "Come, give me the stones. I'll cut them for you." "Are you capable of that, my friend?" Tang Songyuan questioned skeptically, yet he began to extract the stones from his backpack one by one. "What do you mean capable? In a man's dictionary, there is no such word as impossible." Li Yangqiu scoffed, picking up one stone and inquiring, "So, how do you want it cut?" Feigning ignorance, Tang Songyuan casually gestured. Li Yangqiu then started the machine. Although his technique was still unrefined, as long as he remained cautious, he would be fine. As expected, the first piece met a dismal fate. Upon cutting, the rough material revealed a dark, gray surface, resembling a lump of cow dung. Li Yangqiu, with an expression of disdain, tossed the halved stone onto the table in front of Tang Songyuan. "I told you it was junk. How much did you pay for it?" Tang Songyuan rubbed his nose, replying nonchalantly, 200 yuan, 200 yuan. Previously, you could have enjoyed a whole evening in Blue City for that amount. "Damn, this market is absurd," Tang Songyuan exclaimed. 200 yuan is an outdated price. Nowadays, you need at least 688 to get in. Tang Songyuan shot back, and stopped talking nonsense. "Are you still going to cut it, or what? Why don't you mention how you threw away 1,000 yuan? Li Yangqiu chuckled, resuming the cutting process. The second stone was similarly wasted. Shaking his head, Li Yangqiu sighed, "How is it? I told you, stone gambling isn't that simple. We're both in the same boat now, equally unfortunate. Let us not dwell on your 1,000 yuan wasted on useless rough material." As they approached the third stone, Li Yangqiu began to lose focus. He had little hope for the stones Tang Songyuan had bought that night. The saw blade spun rapidly, with a thin stream of water flowing down to cool it and prevent overheating. Amidst the splattering mud, Tang Songyuan's third piece was cut, and to their surprise, it yielded a positive result. As soon as the cut was made, Li Yangqiu noticed a glimmering, clear moisture at the incision. Removing the lid revealed a lustrous blue hue before them. "I can't believe my luck. It actually turned out well. This should be glutinous jade. And blue hues are quite popular in Rueli right now." Tang Songyuan, witnessing the outcome, remarked in response to Li Yangqiu's astonished gaze, "What are you staring at? Keep cutting." However, Li Yangqiu hesitated, gesturing over the stone. "If we cut it here, it could yield a pair of bangles. This piece could be worth at least 300,000. "What 300,000? Hearing the commotion, a familiar worker approached, intrigued. "Master Gao, come look. My brother picked up this stone for just 100 yuan tonight." "A glutinous ice blue jade," Li Yangqiu exclaimed with barely concealed excitement, offering the cut side of the rough stone to him. Master Gao inspected the exposed surface, shining a flashlight over it, saying, "It is indeed blue jade, with excellent moisture. If the quality were any better, it would be perfect." Li Yangqiu grinned. "A lucky find for just 100 yuan. If you're not busy, Master Gao, could you help me cut it all out?" Perhaps spurred by the thrill of the find, Master Gao readily agreed and moved to the nearby machine to begin cutting. Meanwhile, Li Yangqiu selected one of the remaining 2 stones and turned to Tang Songyuan, saying, "How about we cut it from here?" Tang Songyuan retorted, "Are you addicted to cutting now? Haha, it's actually quite entertaining." Li Yangqiu laughed heartily, and once again, he set the machine in motion. Chapter 28. The generosity of the boss. An hour and a half later, Tang Songyuan's 5 pieces of jade rough material purchased at Delong Market were all revealed, excluding the 2 that were ruined. 3 pieces were of quality, 1 icy jade with floating flowers, 1 glutinous icy blue jade, and 1 glutinous icy jade with green flowers. These 3 gemstone-grade jades constituted Tang Songyuan's gains for the evening. Li Yangqiu, at this moment, found himself questioning his life choices. Why is it that I spent 1,000 yuan and ended up with nothing, while this guy spent 1,500 for 5 pieces and ended up with 3 quality stones? Surrounding them were several workers who had just finished their shifts, some responsible for cutting, others for carving. They all laughed in unison. That's just fate. Xiao, you simply lack the luck. Not just you. Even President Song has his off days. Ha ha ha. Who's behind my back, speaking ill of me? A robust voice resonated, prompting everyone to turn around and behold the returning Song Jinghua. Just in time, Mr. Song. Master Gao chuckled, recounting how Li Yangqiu squandered 1,000 yuan, while Tang Songyuan, with a more prudent investment of 1,500, managed to extract 3 exquisite jade pieces from 5 rough stones. Song Jinghua, noticing the 3 jade slabs on the table, merely needing a slight polish to remove the residual mist, glanced at Tang Songyuan in surprise and remarked, "Young Tang, you truly possess extraordinary luck. To yield 3 fine pieces from 5 market stones is nothing short of miraculous." Tang Songyuan scratched his head modestly and replied, "It was indeed luck. I came here merely to enjoy a few days, never expecting such a windfall." Song Jinghua chuckled lightly. Luck is indeed a facet of skill. Just look at Xiao here. He accompanied you, yet his fortune eluded him. Li Yangqiu interjected, "Mr. Song, please spare me. Must you rub salt in my wounds?" A flicker of regret crossed his face as he lamented, "Had I resisted my greed and spent that 1,000 on a feast for everyone, it would have been far better." "Well, it's never too late to treat us," Master Gao bellowed with laughter. Coughing lightly, Song Jinghua approached Li Yangqiu, patting him on the shoulder. "You, my friend, lack experience. I suspect the rough stone you purchased had already been partially cut by its owner, only to be deemed unsatisfactory afterward. They likely smashed it with a hammer to disguise the cut, mimicking the appearance of a machine's shovel. Such tactics are not uncommon." Li Yangqiu felt as if a fog had lifted, exclaiming, "I knew it was implausible for such quality stones to exist in that place. They looked so sparkling under the lights, yet upon cutting, they revealed a network of cracks akin to a spider's web." "Hee, Song Jinghua chuckled. "That is hardly unusual. I've seen stones that, after being cut, were coated with special materials to resemble genuine jadeite. An inexperienced, I would never discern the difference." He then turned to Tang Songyuan, maintaining his amiable demeanor. "Young Tang, how do you intend to handle these stones?" This question struck a chord. Tang Songyuan, pondering how to broach the subject, donned a sincere smile. These stones were indeed an unexpected gain, but as you know, I lack the necessary contacts in this field. Perhaps you could lend me a hand, Mr. Song? Haha, you were in luck. During my last visit to the bustling metropolis, I intended to procure several stones but encountered fierce competition. As you witnessed, the demand far exceeded the supply. Only 2 stones made it out, and I nearly couldn't manage the machinery. How about this? I will purchase these stones from you, allowing Uncle Song to earn a modest profit from them. He understood that in a place like Rueli, there were always sellers of rough stones, but those willing to buy fully processed jade slabs were scarce. Although Tang Songyuan's 3 stones were not the C-Army de la C-Army of jadeite, their quality remained highly sought after in the mid-range market, practically ensuring sales. Albeit with a persistent challenge of supply. The sourcing of jadeite is inherently a gamble, intertwining elements of vision, experience, luck, and financial strength. Even after 2 decades in the industry, he felt he had much to learn. "Then please name your price, Uncle Song," Tang Songyuan said, casting a glance at Li Yangqiu. The shift from calling him Mr. Song to Uncle Song reflected a growing camaraderie. Song Jinghua laughed heartily, resembling a jovial Buddha. "Rest assured, as fellow townsfolk of Blue City, I maintain my principles in business. I would never engage in unscrupulous dealings. I will offer you a price based on the prevailing market rates. How does that sound?" He picked up the first stone from the table. "This glutinous ice blue material has sufficient material for a bracelet and can yield a pair, with the remaining stones suitable for several pendants. I offer you 300,000 yuan. What do you think?" To be frank, Tang Songyuan lacked precise knowledge of market prices, having had little reference back in Blue City. However, observing the approving nods from those around him, he felt the price was reasonable, responding with a smile, "That sounds good, Uncle Song." Next, Song Jinghua appraised the remaining 2 stones, offering 120,000 for the glutinous ice with green flowers and 460,000 for the ice type with green flowers. The total came to an auspicious 880,000. Oh my. Upon tallying the total, Song Jinghua realized with delight, young Tang, you are destined for prosperity. Such fortuitous luck to land on such a fortunate figure. Though somewhat forced, Tang Songyuan found it rather charming, responding with a smile. I owe a great deal to your guidance, Uncle Song. With the transaction settled, Song Jinghua arranged for the 3 stones to be temporarily stored while consulting with workers on the subsequent cutting process. Even after office hours, he used his phone to transfer funds to Tang Songyuan. Received it. Thank you, Uncle Song. Tang Songyuan exclaimed, glancing at the notification on his phone. Song Jinghua turned to everyone, saying, didn't you all mention wanting a late-night snack? Xiaoqiu, go find a spot on P Street. Tonight, I'm treating you all. Let it serve as a welcome for young Tang. Yay, our boss is generous. Laughter erupted as everyone animatedly debated whether to have barbecue or hot pot. Chapter 29. Deception and intrigue. The following morning, in Li Yangqiu's rental apartment, the shrill alarm clock jolted the 2 friends from their slumber. With eyes still closed, Tang Songyuan nudged Li Yangqiu's body. What time is it? I feel like I haven't slept enough. The previous night, Song Jinghua had led the group in revelry, dining and drinking until the early hours. Li Yangqiu, still in a daze, grabbed his phone to check the time and mumbled, it's 7 o'clock. Didn't you want to visit the early market in Jiagao? I set the alarm early for that. Jiagao is renowned as the first gateway for Burmese jadeite entering China, and its morning market is highly esteemed within the industry. With a resigned sigh, Tang Songyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and kicked Li Yangqiu's backside. Make way. I need to relieve myself. Together, Li Yangqiu sprang up, slipping on his shoes and darting toward the bathroom. The sound of rushing water accompanied by Li Yangqiu's contented exclamations filled the air. Ah, this feels great. With his eyes still squinted, he casually remarked. That's quite a hefty investment. Tang Songyuan chuckled knowingly, responding, likewise. Downstairs, Li Yangqiu treated Tang Songyuan to a local breakfast of fermented rice noodles. The vibrant red and glossy noodles were visually appetizing, garnished with pieces of marinated tofu, crushed peanuts, and toasted white sesame seeds, accompanied by the restaurant's specialty braised beef and beef meatballs, along with some minced beef and a free small dish of pickled vegetables. Tang Songyuan slurped a mouthful of the red-oiled noodles, twirling them expertly before enjoying the delicious bite. How do you find the taste here? Li Yangqiu asked, a hint of pride in his voice, as he too began to enjoy the noodles. Tang Songyuan, not lifting his gaze, mumbled indistinctly, it's decent. After breakfast, the 2 friends resumed their journey. There are 3 major jade trading markets: Yuqing Industrial, Jimiao Jewelry Jade City, and Xuanjue Jewelry City. As a guide, Li Yangqiu is quite competent. Tang Songyuan leisurely inquired, where shall we go first? Li Yangqiu replied, naturally, we will head to Yuqing Industrial first. It is the oldest and best preserved traditional market, perfect for someone like you who enjoys bidding on rough jade. He then added, of course. I do not mean to imply that other places are inferior, but my uncle's shop is over there. Tang Songyuan nodded in understanding. I see. After you take me there, you can head to work. The distance was only 3 to 4 kilometers, and they arrived in less than 10 minutes. Upon alighting, Li Yangqiu did not rush to work, but instead led Tang Songyuan to stroll around the venue. The trading hall of Yuqing had all its doors wide open, and upon entering, one could see neatly arranged display cabinets resembling market stalls. It was no exaggeration to liken it to a market, on counters over a meter high. Various jade products such as Buddha statues, rings, beads, bracelets, and egg-shaped items were laid out. Unlike typical jewelry stores that require glass display cases, customers could freely pick and choose as they would in a market. The rough stone trading area was located at the back of Yuqing, characterized by significantly dimmer lighting compared to the finished goods market. The display tables were less densely packed, resembling stalls where each merchant occupied a space, with larger areas behind designated for storage and cutting. Tang Songyuan noticed that some merchants showcased cut jade and semi-translucent jade on their tables, with small windows for display purposes. Li Yangqiu guided him while cautioning, the only thing to be wary of is that there are many scammers here, and their tricks are hard to guard against. Just keep an eye on your wallet and resist any temptations. They won't engage in forced selling. Tang Songyuan smiled slightly and replied, that's certainly true. If they could take my life, that would be one thing, but taking my money would be far worse. Li Yangqiu chuckled and said, all right then, feel free to browse. I will join you once I finish my tasks. You can call me if you need anything. Thus, Tang Songyuan wandered through the market alone, primarily exploring the rough stone area. Activating his perspective vision, he scrutinized every piece of jade rough material. Hey handsome, interested in some jade? It's glass type. A man in his 30s caught his attention, drawing near. The man, with dark skin and a strong Burmese accent, attempted to engage him. Although Tang Songyuan was not entirely familiar with what a Burmese accent sounded like, he recognized it immediately. He raised an eyebrow and, without hesitation, declined. No, thank you. Hadn't Li Yanxiu just warned about the prevalence of scammers? It had barely been a few minutes, and already someone was trying to con him? If this were genuinely glass type, I wouldn't have let you find me so easily if I wasn't in a hurry to return home. The man, noticing Tang Songyuan's unfamiliarity, was reluctant to let go of this potential client. Tang Songyuan, feeling exasperated, said, "All right then, show me what you've got." The man's face lit up as he quickly produced a finely crafted Buddha statue from his bag, exclaiming, "This is a premium glass jade carving. Look at the fluorescence and the texture. Only the finest glass jade can achieve this effect." Tang Songyuan did not reach out to take it. Instead, observing the statue thoughtfully, "It is indeed a fine piece, but what?" The man asked, confused. "Listen, handsome, glass jade is incredibly rare nowadays. If you miss this opportunity, you will surely regret it." Tang Songyuan nodded knowingly, feigning eagerness. "How much?" 800,000. The man gestured innate with his fingers, but quickly added with a sincere expression, "But today is your lucky day. I have an urgent matter. If you give me 80,000, I will let you have it." Tang Songyuan chuckled and replied, "That sounds tempting, but I only have 200 on me. How about this? Wait here while I borrow some money from my brother." The man's excitement grew, and he immediately suggested, "Can I go with you?" Tang Songyuan frowned. "You don't understand. My brother is very astute and stubborn. What if he refuses to lend me money upon hearing I want to buy your item?" He then firmly stated, "Trust me, I will be back shortly." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the man in a dilemma, unable to decide whether to stay or leave. Chapter 30. Violet Jade. Tang Songyuan blended into the crowd and quickly disappeared into the bustling market. Even without his ability to see through illusions, he could easily deduce that a glass jade Buddha statue could not possibly be sold for 80,000. The excuse of having an urgent matter to return home was utterly absurd. If it were true, he would not be lingering in the market seeking naive buyers. This brief encounter did not dampen Tang Songyuan's enthusiasm for exploring the market. If the man wanted to wait, he could do so indefinitely. "Excuse me. May I take a look at this material?" Finally, Tang Songyuan spotted a piece of jade rough that piqued his interest and inquired with the vendor. The vendor, a middle-aged man with a shaved head and a somewhat intimidating appearance, grinned widely. "You have a good eye, my friend. This rough material weighs 28 jin and has excellent skin. It's A with a color band." The vendor highlighted the selling points, emphasizing the quality of the material. Through his perspective vision, Tang Songyuan observed that the internal jade quality reached IC grade and the outer color band was substantial. However, the green patterns were streaked and did not exhibit full coloration. Nevertheless, it was certainly of higher quality than the pieces he had acquired at the Dalong night market. As he listened to the vendor's enthusiastic presentation, Tang Songyuan pretended to inspect it with a flashlight, mimicking the actions he had observed before. "What's your price?" he inquired calmly after a long pause. The vendor, still smiling, held up his fingers to indicate 8 and declared, "Since we seem to get along, I can let it go for 1,080,000. A lucky deal." Tang Songyuan was taken aback. The audacity of the price was astonishing. He remained silent, intently examining the stone's interior. His perspective vision revealed that this piece contained only about 3 kilograms of pure jade. The latter section was transitioning towards high ice. Yet the asking price of 1,080,000 was outrageous. Had this man lost his senses in pursuit of money? Considering a counteroffer, Tang Songyuan boldly suggested, "I can offer a maximum of 200,000. "What? 200,000? The vendor's exaggerated reaction suggested he found the proposition ludicrous, laughing heartily. "Brother, you get what you pay for. 200,000 for this kind of material? Do you even know how to assess jade?" Though Tang Songyuan did not possess expertise in jade assessment, with his extraordinary vision, he merely sought to find profitable opportunities. Recognizing the vendor's confidence in the material, he decided to let the matter rest. He ceased to speak, shook his head, and departed from the bald merchant's stall. The abundance of stones in this market was overwhelming. Even the most astute of Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties would not overly fixate on transient gains and losses. Soon, he formulated a principle of his own. Within this marketplace, whether the materials were of known quality or obscured origins, the vendors would prominently display what they deemed the finest, showcasing the most visually appealing specimens to attract customers. Conversely, those materials deemed inferior were often haphazardly piled in the back, neglected and overlooked. Having grasped this insight, Tang Songyuan adjusted his strategy, shifting his focus to the various warehouses scattered throughout the market. In no time, he pinpointed his target, a piece of raw jadeite from Muna, weighing 12.3 kilograms, containing 2.1 kilograms of icy violet jade and 0.7 kilograms of high ice violet jade. The hue of the violet jade was delicate, reminiscent of a hazy violet flower, with a smattering of speckled snowflake cotton in its core. This is it. Tang Songyuan approached the stall housing the raw stone. After exchanging pleasantries, he conveyed his intentions to the proprietors, two individuals, one a middle-aged man with a square face and the other a young man with a round face and slightly protruding eyes. The younger vendor smiled and said, "Feel free to look around and select at your leisure. Once you've made your choice, we can discuss the price." Tang Songyuan wasted no time, diving straight into his selection process. He did not immediately target his intended piece, but first illuminated a block of black skin material to inspect its water flow, followed by a few glances at a piece of white sandskin material. After more than half an hour of deliberation, he finally settled on a piece of dark green-black material alongside a larger block of yellow sandskin that contained violet jade within. "All right, how much for these two pieces?" he inquired, presenting the stones to the elder and younger vendors. The square-faced man did not respond immediately but crouched down, shining a flashlight on both raw materials. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Tang Songyuan and said, "This piece from Hojiang will cost you 20,000 yuan. And the Muna piece has a minimum price of 100,000. A total of 120,000 yuan." Tang Songyuan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If the negotiations were to resemble those with the bald merchant, who had quoted exorbitant prices, he would have preferred to return to the Delong night market to scour for bargains. A piece of rough material costing 1 or 200 yuan could, with his discerning eye, yield a return of 2 to 300,000 upon cutting. "Let us settle on 100,000 yuan, Tang Songyuan suggested. "You seem like a straightforward person, and I'm not one to play coy. Although this is our first transaction, I hope we can maintain a good relationship for future dealings." The two vendors exchanged glances, and it was the younger one who spoke first. "To reduce the price by 20,000 yuan is a bit steep. I can offer a discount of 10,000 at most, just to foster friendship." 10,000 yuan was still a considerable sum, and Tang Songyuan chose not to haggle further. Fearing he might lose this opportunity, he promptly pulled out his phone to make the payment, also adding the younger vendor as a friend on WeChat. "My surname is Yuan. You can call me Yuan Jia. Please take note." Tang Songyuan added the note on his phone and introduced himself. Yuan Jia then asked if he needed assistance with the cutting, to which Tang Songyuan politely declined. The 20-plus kilograms of stone did not feel excessively heavy. He tucked the smaller piece from Hojiang into his pocket while shouldering the larger Muna raw material, making his way toward the parking area where Li Yangqiu awaited. However, just as he was about to exit, he encountered a familiar face. It was none other than inadvertently, whom he had met at the stone gambling appreciation event in Modu. "Ah, young man, wait a moment." Inadvertently noticed Tang Songyuan, though his gaze was primarily fixed on the raw material on Tang's shoulder, filled with curiosity and uncertainty. "May I take a look at that piece?" Tang Songyuan hesitated for 3 seconds but ultimately placed the rough material on the ground, saying, "If Elder and I wishes to see it, it is an honor for this piece. Please, go ahead." Inadvertently recognized Tang Songyuan, pointing at him and exclaiming, "You're the young man from Modu, with Xiaoqiu. What brings you to Rueli?" After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he continued, "Oh, I remember now. You picked up 2 pieces at Modu, and I remarked on how I had misjudged them." "Just luck," Tang Songyuan chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Inadvertently nodded, crouching down to caress the Muna raw stone, occasionally flipping it over to inspect every detail meticulously. "Got any water? Bring me some." Inadvertently called out without lifting his head, gesturing for Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan smirked ruefully, replying, "Just a moment. I'll go buy a bottle." In just a few minutes, he returned with a bottle of mineral water, handing it to Inadvertently. "Here is the water you requested, just open it." Inadvertently glanced at it dismissively, uttering a curt response before returning his attention to the Muna raw stone. Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes and opened the bottle cap, offering it once more. To his surprise, Inadvertently took it and poured half the bottle over the raw stone, saturating it thoroughly. Tang Songyuan was puzzled by this watering ritual. Could there be some industry secret behind it? He dared not inquire nor question. After a couple of minutes, Inadvertently stood up, looking at Tang Songyuan. "What is your surname, young man?" Tang Songyuan promptly replied, "I am surnamed Tang Songyuan. Is there something you need?" "Elder and I?" "Nothing specific," Inadvertently chuckled. "I merely wish to know who your mentor is. Your eye for jade is quite unique, and I would like to befriend you." Tang Songyuan responded, "Elder and I? You must be mistaken. I have no mentor. My stone selection is purely instinctive, relying solely on luck." "Luck for 1 or 2 pieces may be plausible," Inadvertently conceded, "but to attribute repeated success to mere chance in the stone gambling business, I cannot accept that. I have played with stones for many years and have had my fair share of failures. You speak of luck? Tang Songyuan laughed lightly, stating, it truly is luck. You may not know, but I was previously an excavator, and my foray into stone gambling is a recent endeavor. An excavator? And Dahong expressed mild surprise, scrutinizing Tang Songyuan with newfound interest. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, I do acknowledge that there is an element of luck in gambling stones. Yet your luck seems extraordinarily exceptional. A seasoned individual would not choose this material, but those experienced in research, like myself, find it particularly appealing. How about selling me this piece, Tang Xiaoga? Ah, Tang Songyuan exclaimed, surprised. Elder and I also has an interest in this piece? Of course, and Dahong retorted. If I didn't like it, would I have called you over? So, are you selling it or not? Tang Songyuan hesitated. I'm sorry, Elder and I. But I intend to keep this piece for myself. It was not that Tang Songyuan was unwilling to sell, but his purpose in acquiring the jade material was for profit. Even if Elder and I offered him 3 or 5 times the price, it would not seem worth it. He was uncertain of the market value of icy to high ice violet jade. Thus, it seemed better to cut it open and ascertain its true worth. And Dahong pondered for a moment before nodding and said, I was thinking too much. I acted a bit hastily. How about this? Since you intend to have it cut anyway, why not do it at my place? I won't charge you for the cutting. My only request is to wield the knife myself. Perhaps it's better not to. Tang Songyuan instinctively declined. He wasn't very familiar with the old man, having only met him once in the bustling metropolis, and they hadn't exchanged a single word. Are you worried I might deceive you? And Dahong retorted with a hint of exasperation. You may not realize it, but although I don't possess a fortune in the billions, I've dedicated my life to stones. The jade merchants around Rueli covet the stones in my possession. Would I deceive a young lad like you? Tang Songyuan quickly clarified, that's not what I meant. Before he could finish, Dahong interrupted, you are a friend of Xiaoqiu, right? I'll have him come out right now. Without waiting for a response, the old man pulled out his phone and dialed. As soon as the call connected, he raised his voice, Songjinghua, have your cousin come out for a moment. I'm right outside the gate of Yuqing Industries. Yes, right away. After hanging up, Dahong cast a sidelong glance at Tang Songyuan and then calmly resumed examining the piece of Wadnara stone on the ground. Before long, Li Yangqiu came running out, panting slightly. Upon reaching them, he exchanged glances with Tang Songyuan, then turned to Dahong with a grin. What's the hurry, old man? Why did you have my cousin called out? Dahong pointed to the stone on the ground. This raw stone your friend purchased piqued my interest when he left. He doesn't wish to sell, and I didn't intend to press him. However, since he plans to have it cut anyway, I suggested he come to my place. Yet, he was reluctant. Perhaps you could persuade him. Li Yangqiu sighed and turned to Tang Songyuan. How about this? Cutting is cutting, regardless of where it happens. Since the old man has extended an invitation, I'll accompany you. What do you think? Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement, picking up the raw stone once more, preparing to head towards the direction where Li Yangqiu had parked. However, Dahong called out, where do you think you're going? My car is over there. Tang Songyuan looked in the direction Dahong pointed, and to his surprise, it was a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, specifically, the G-Class he had often envied. Goodness, this old man is as youthful in spirit as ever. Dahong chuckled at Tang Songyuan's expression before striding confidently to the vehicle, opening the driver's door and beckoning them. What are you dawdling for? Get in. Chapter 32. Another cut in Dahong's residence was situated not far from the outskirts of Rueli City. It was a 3-story independent villa, exhibiting a rich Dai architectural style, surrounded by lush greenery and blooming flowers, giving it an aura reminiscent of a secluded paradise. Dahong drove directly into the basement garage. And just as Tang Songyuan marveled at the automated garage door, the old man stopped the car and said, We've arrived. Let us get out. The garage was spacious, with only a rugged Ford F950 pickup parked inside. Dahong led the way, with Tang Songyuan carrying the Wadnara stone and Li Yangqiu, who was glancing around, following behind. Turning a corner in the underground garage, they entered a large room resembling a warehouse filled with various machines, water cutters, wire cutters, and several other machines Tang Songyuan had never seen before, all neatly arranged against the wall. In the center stood a long workbench adorned with an array of tools. Tang Songyuan regarded Dahong with newfound respect. The old man must have been a man of action and exceptional skill in his youth. His claims of being a stone connoisseur were certainly not without merit. Where shall I place this? Aren't you tired carrying it? Dahong flipped on the lights and gestured towards the workbench. Tang Songyuan gently set the stone down, and Dahong added, There's water, coffee, and tea over there. Help yourself if you're thirsty or hungry. After that, he disregarded the two and focused intently on the Wadnara stone. Holding a flashlight in one hand while the other delicately caressed the stone's surface, his expression one of deep concentration, as if admiring a long-desired lover. His strong fingers moved meticulously, examining every detail, absorbing the myriad of information reflected from the stone's surface. Li Yangqiu, ever the sociable one, despite this being his first visit, quickly followed Inai Dahong's indications. Before long, he retrieved a kettle, filled it with water, and set it to boil. He then busied himself with the tea set, casually asking Tang Songyuan whether he preferred tea or coffee. Tang Songyuan shot him a look and replied, "Do you have any orange juice?" Li Yangqiu raised a finger in playful defiance before pouring him a cup of tea without a care. "Come over here." Inai Dahong beckoned them after about 10 minutes. The two approached, and Inai Dahong turned to Tang Songyuan. "Tell me, what led you to purchase this piece?" Tang Songyuan hesitated, pondering how to explain without revealing his ability to see through the stone. This piece has a compact texture," he stammered, desperately rummaging through his limited vocabulary regarding stones, "and it exhibits significant surface shedding. Under the light, it appears quite translucent." Inai Dahong scoffed. "Compact? Indeed, but translucent is a stretch." He grabbed a powerful flashlight from the table and shone it onto the stone. Beneath the yellowish skin, only a murky, indistinct white light emerged. "You call this translucent?" He casually turned off the flashlight and set it aside, then patted the raw stone. "The light reveals that this material has a thick mist layer. The shedding you see on the jade skin is merely the external exposure of this mist layer." Flipping the stone over, he pointed to a particular area. "From this angle, the internal quality of the material appears promising. Shall we make a cut to see?" The last question was directed at Tang Songyuan. He felt that it aligned closely with what he perceived through his own vision. Inai Dahong truly possessed an impressive ability to discern jade from the stone's exterior, and despite some discrepancies, it was a remarkable skill. He nodded. "Let us make the cut." After placing the material into the wire cutter, adjusting the cutting position, tightening the clamps, and finally closing the lid, Inai Dahong turned to Li Yangqiu. "It will take about an hour to cut. Since we have some time to spare, would you like to see my collection?" "Absolutely," Li Yangqiu replied cheerfully. "Given that you, old man, have traversed the world for years, your collection must be extraordinary, something most people would never have the chance to see." Inai Dahong proudly snorted and said, "Follow me," then turned towards a sturdy-looking door. Upon opening it, a pitch-black room greeted them. Inai Dahong fumbled along the wall until he found a switch and turned on a yellow light. As the light illuminated the room, they beheld an array of stones of various sizes neatly arranged on rows of steel shelves. From the looks of it, there were no fewer than 300 pieces, in shades of black, yellow, white, and green, dazzling the eye. The largest weighed a couple of 100 kilograms, while the smallest was the size of a fist. None had been cut open. The stones, of varying colors and sizes, were arranged with such precision that Tang Songyuan wondered if Inai Dahong had a penchant for perfectionism. Activating his vision, Tang Songyuan's perception transformed in an instant. Most of the stones were indeed of good quality, with some even being exceptional high-grade ice jade. However, there are also some materials with good quality and color, yet they exhibit numerous fissures. A few specimens are so internally mixed that neither their quality nor their color has been defined. Nonetheless, it must be said that the materials stored in this warehouse, if put up for sale, would undoubtedly outshine all the rough stone merchants in the jade market. Both in quality and quantity, they significantly broadened Tang Songyuan's perspective. He yearned to possess such a warehouse in the future, filled with various treasures, housing exquisite glass varieties, imperial green jade, priceless antiques, and rare curiosities, all abundantly cluttered in his collection. "Is all of this yours?" Li Yangqiu inquired, perplexed. "Why are all of them uncut stones?" Inai Dahong smiled slightly, expressing his pride. "My old man isn't short on cash. These stones are perfectly fine as they are. Why should they be cut? Isn't it better to preserve their original beauty?" His reasoning was compelling, albeit laced with an unmistakable air of ostentation. The two of them eagerly explored the collection, while Inai Dahong scanned the stones with an appreciative gaze, lost in thought. After a thorough inspection, the exterior stones had also been mostly sliced. Turning off the machine and lifting the lid, a thin seam had already been cut into the raw Muna stone. Tang Songyuan unclipped the latch and embraced the stone from within. "What is the point of fussing over it? Just open it and see," Inai Dahong urged. Tang Songyuan gently lifted the cover off the rough material, producing a sound reminiscent of metal scraping. Li Yangqiu's eyes widened, exclaiming, "Wow, you've really struck gold this time." The cut section displayed vibrant colors. The outer layer was a thick yellow crust, while within, a slightly translucent white mist layer was visible. However, this cut evidently had yet to reach the true jade core. "It's violet," Inai Dahong stated, illuminating the cut surface briefly with a flashlight, revealing a captivating purple hue beneath the mist. He sighed. In the past, green jade was revered above all, but in recent years, Other colored jades have also fetched impressive prices. When encountering discerning clients, these vibrant colors are even more desirable than colorless stones. Li Yangqiu interjected. Violet is not a mere mix. You should know, these days, women's purchasing power surpasses that of men. If it is indeed violet, its price could even double at times. Ni Daihong scoffed at this conclusion, continuing to shine the flashlight, adding, looking at it now, this material exhibits a venerable quality, reminiscent of old ice oil, indicating excellent oiliness. If extracted, it should be high-grade ice. He turned to Tang Songyuan, asking, should we continue cutting? Tang Songyuan replied, of course. But do you have any suggestions, Ni Lao? Ni Daihong stroked the mist layer on the cut surface, advising, I suggest you cut vertically along the edge of this mist layer. Do not underestimate it. In some cases, this mist can create exquisite patterns. Li Yangqiu nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the transition from the mist layer to the jade core can yield unexpected results during later processing. After spending over an hour, they finally stripped the Mu-Na rough stone clean of its crust, leaving only the luminous white clean material. Through his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan discerned that the violet jade core weighed only 2.8 kilograms, with an additional centimeter of mist layer, bringing the total weight to 4.5 kilograms. Ni Daihong scrutinized the rough stone, declaring, simply perfect. There are no internal cracks whatsoever. This side has essentially reached the high-grade ice quality, while the other side, despite being merely ice-grade with a hint of snowflake cotton, does not detract from the extraction and final product. He then looked up at Tang Songyuan, asking, would you mind revealing how much you paid for it? Tang Songyuan cleared his throat and pulled out the piece from Hojiang, saying, along with this smaller piece, it cost me 110,000. What? You mean to say it was only 110,000 for both? Li Yangqiu exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Tang Songyuan. Do you have any idea how much this piece is worth now? Unfamiliar with the current market value, Tang Songyuan promptly inquired, how much do you think it's worth? Li Yangqiu chuckled, this full-colored violet, if fashioned into bangles, could yield around 7 or 8 pieces. Conservatively estimating 7, each bangle could sell for between 300,000 to 400,000. The remaining material and edges could also be crafted into 10 or more pendants and exquisite small items, conservatively totaling 500,000. Not to mention the premium for the high-grade ice, so this piece could easily sell for 2 million. Your profit margin is nearly 20-fold. While Li Yangqiu focused on the profit, Ni Daihong turned his attention to the smaller piece from Hojiang. After a brief examination, he quickly dismissed it, casting it aside as if it were worthless, not bothering to look at it again. Have you truly never engaged in stone gambling before? He asked Tang Songyuan. No, I haven't, Tang Songyuan replied candidly. I've only read about it in novels and don't know much. Ni Daihong subtly nodded, then fell into contemplation. After a long pause, he suddenly proposed, in all my years of playing with stones, you are the first person I've encountered whose luck is so pure, yet you know nothing about stone gambling. Why not become my apprentice? I'm getting old and can no longer play as I used to. When you're ready, you may choose any piece from my collection. Tang Songyuan stood there, momentarily taken aback. Ni Daihong raised an eyebrow and added, you should know. There are large pieces of glass jade within. Indeed, Ni Daihong's collection contained substantial quantities of glass jade rough stones, and there was more than one piece. When Tang Songyuan toured with Li Yangqiu earlier, he had noticed. Before he could respond, Li Yangqiu, eager, nudged him, saying, what are you standing there for? Don't hesitate. How many would love the chance to take Ni Lao as their master? But for Tang Songyuan, the decision was not so simple. While his ability to see through might ensure gradual success, having Ni Daihong as a mentor would undoubtedly streamline his journey. Moreover, he could leverage Ni Daihong's extensive connections, which would be immensely beneficial. Conversely, what could Ni Daihong possibly gain from him? Could he steal his ability? He himself still had not fully grasped it. With these thoughts in mind, he enthusiastically declared, I would be honored to become your disciple, Ni Lao. Are there any other requirements you have? Ni Daihong replied, at my age, I have no worries regarding food, drink, or shelter, and I bear no enemies. What could I possibly want from you? I also care not for formalities. However, I must clarify that I had a son who passed away 20 years ago. Thus, I am taking you on as a disciple in his stead. You may still call me master, but in truth, you are my son's disciple. Now kneel and bow 3 times to establish our master-disciple relationship. Without hesitation, Tang Songyuan complied, kneeling and bowing thrice. Li Yangqiu, grinning, rushed over with a cup of tea, presenting it to him. Here, offer tea. Tang Songyuan shot him a glance but accepted the cup respectfully, saying, Master, please enjoy this tea. Ni Daihong accepted it with a smile, savoring a sip with satisfaction. However, he soon spat it out with a huff, glaring fiercely at Li Yangqiu and exclaiming, "Damn it, it's already cold." Li Yangqiu awkwardly scratched his head, while Dahong pondered for a moment, feeling it was inappropriate, and took another sip before addressing Tang Songyuan. "Get up." Tang Songyuan dusted off his pants and stood up. Dahong set down his teacup and asked, "Where are you residing now?" Upon learning that he was cramped in a rented room with Li Yangqiu, he calmly suggested, "Later, tidy up and move in with me. I have ample space, more than enough for you, and all the equipment here is at your disposal." Chapter 34. The beautiful senior sister living here comes with meals and accommodation, without tuition fees, and in such a splendid mansion, the conditions far surpass Li Yangqiu's dilapidated rental. Moreover, all the cutting machinery is freely accessible to him. Such an incredible opportunity left Tang Songyuan in astonishment. Yet, he still declined, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, Master, but I prefer to find a nearby place to rent for convenience." He indeed wished to earn money through his prospective ability in the stone gambling business and aspired for a better material life. However, Tang Songyuan harbored his own little secret. He preferred to live alone for peace of mind. Dahong did not press him further, nodding in agreement, "That is acceptable. But we are hosting a feast for you tonight, Songyuan. You must not be absent. Do you understand?" "Understood, Master," Tang Songyuan replied earnestly. Dahong nodded again, saying, "I know you're eager to sell jade. I was the same in my youth. Back then, I was so poor I couldn't wait to fill my pockets with money. Restless otherwise. You may go now, but remember to arrive early tonight." Tang Songyuan beamed, exchanged a glance with Li Yangqiu, bid farewell to Dahong, and grabbed a bag to wrap up the jade material, preparing to leave the basement. Just then, a melodious female voice with a Yunnan accent floated in from the garage door. "Grandpa, I made flour cakes. Would you like to try some?" The three turned to look, first noticing a pair of delicate slippers. As the entrance to the underground garage was a slight slope, the newcomer appeared from below. The slippers adorned a pair of petite feet, leading up to smooth, shapely calves, bare knees, and a tantalizing short skirt. Then Tang Songyuan's gaze caught sight of a slender waist and a full bosom, finally landing on an exquisitely pretty face. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s. And from her tone, it was evident she was Dahong's granddaughter. In her right hand, she carried a dainty plate, steaming with several cakes. However, upon seeing Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu, she seemed startled, covering her mouth with her hand and complaining, "Oh, Grandpa, you have guests. You should have mentioned it sooner." Dahong sighed, "Come here, they are not outsiders." He then turned to Tang Songyuan and asked, "How old are you this year?" When Tang Songyuan replied, he was 23, Dahong casually introduced, "Then you should address her as senior sister. This is my wayward granddaughter, Nicc. But do not be deceived by her quirky exterior. This girl loves to play pranks." Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback. Why should he call her senior sister? Could the rumors be true? He exchanged a stunned glance with Li Yangqiu and quickly exclaimed, "Hello, senior sister." Nicc playfully stomped her foot, pouting, "Grandpa, how can you say that? I kindly made you flour cakes, and you treat me like this. I'm so upset. I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she set the plate on the workbench, turned, and walked away without glancing at Tang and Li. Yet, through his perspective ability, Tang Songyuan distinctly observed Nicc glancing back with her eyes darting around, seemingly plotting something mischievous. Dahong cleared his throat and remarked, "Do not think too much. This girl has been spoiled by me since childhood. She is not interested in inheriting my craft, and I cannot take this skill to the grave." He looked at Tang and Li, adding, "Thus, I have been searching for a suitable successor. When I found Xiaoqiu, I never imagined he would refuse." Li Yangqiu exclaimed in surprise, scratching his head awkwardly. He had previously worried about marrying into the Ni family and did not wish to abandon his girlfriend. So when Dahong had just mentioned taking Tang Songyuan as a disciple, he had fervently encouraged him. At this moment, Dahong picked up a flour cake from the workbench, took a bite, and chewed while saying, "However, this girl's culinary skills are quite impressive. You should each have a piece. If you like it, feel free to take some home." Indeed, Tang Songyuan found himself feeling a bit hungry and unceremoniously took a piece to eat. The outer layer of the flour cake, made from wheat flour and butter blended with honey, crumbled delightfully upon biting, its flavor delightfully sweet, further enhanced by the filling. The filling, crafted from overlapping rose petals, was fragrant and delicious, sweetened with additional honey, leaving Tang Songyuan utterly pleased. Having finished his cake, Dahong lifted the remaining tea and took a sip, smacking his lips and saying, "Not bad, though a bit overly sweet. Aren't you two leaving? I need to take a nap." Tang Songyuan hastily grabbed the bag containing the jade, saying, "Oh, Master, we shall leave now." As Li Yangqiu departed, He couldn't resist sneaking another flour cake. Not far from the exit was the main road, and it wasn't long before they hailed a taxi. Once inside, Tang Songyuan curiously asked Li Yanqiu, "Who told you that my master was looking for a son-in-law to marry into the family?" Li Yanqiu shrugged. "It was one of our company's workers. When my uncle asked me about it, they spoke of it as if it were the gospel truth. But had I known NICC looked like this, and I was single, I would have rushed to pay my respects to become a disciple myself. Would there even be room for you?" Tang Songyuan scoffed and fell silent, gazing out the window while Li Yanqiu continued. "But how did your identity change so quickly? I mean, would you really want to marry into the NI family?" Tang Songyuan had not contemplated this question until Li Yanqiu brought it up, and he intentionally replied with a grin, "I am an orphan, adopted by the Wei family, who have a younger sister to carry on the bloodline. What could possibly be wrong with that?" Li Yanqiu was momentarily dumbfounded before quickly becoming somewhat irritated, saying, "Well then, I wish you both a long and happy marriage." What nonsense was this? Enai Dahong had never stated he wanted a son-in-law to marry into the family. It was all mere rumor and Li Yanqiu's imagination. Tang Songyuan silently scoffed, but outwardly teased. "Once, a sincere and beautiful love was placed before me, but I did not cherish it." Li Yanqiu retorted, "Get lost." Chapter 35. Another income upon returning to Song Jinggua's company. Tang Songyuan entered the office alongside Li Yanqiu, carrying a bag containing the jade wrapped in a black plastic bag. "Have you eaten? The cafeteria still has food." Song Jinggua casually inquired upon seeing their appearance. The two greeted him, and Li Yanqiu cheerfully responded, "Not yet, uncle. I brought something good for you to see." With a gesture towards Tang Songyuan, he placed the material on the tea table in front of Song Jinggua. As he opened the bag, Song Jinggua was momentarily taken aback by the jadeite inside. His heart raced with excitement, and without uttering a word, he took a flashlight to meticulously examine the piece near the window. "Violet!" Song Jinggua exclaimed, slightly shocked, as he lifted his gaze to Tang Songyuan and asked, "Did you win this again, Xiao Tang?" Tang Songyuan nodded. "Indeed, Master and I has accepted me as his apprentice, and this piece was cut under his guidance." He deliberately obscured the sequence of events to attribute the credit to Enai Dahong, hoping to avoid suspicion after a series of fortunate jadeite finds. This was the advantage of being an apprentice to Enai Dahong. In the future, if he continued to uncover exquisite jadeite, even those worth billions, he could defer the credit to his master. With the master's name backing him, what was the harm in discovering a few premium jade pieces? Song Jinggua looked at Li Yanqiu with a mix of surprise and regret, then chuckled. "I remember trying to persuade Xiao Qiu to apprentice under him, but he refused. Quite foolish, really." He then continued, "However, it's quite fortunate. Master Ni's expertise in the gambling stone field is unparalleled, among the best in Rueli and even nationwide. This material is of excellent quality, with ice to high ice types, flawless and fully colored, and violet is currently a trending hue." He then took out a caliper and a bracelet mold to make rough measurements before looking at Tang Songyuan again. "Since we are fellow townsmen, I will be honest with you. If this material were to be fully processed, it could fetch around 4 to 5 million. However, considering my processing, design, labor, and delivery costs, I need to make a profit too. How about I offer you 2 million for it? What do you think?" After speaking, he nervously watched Tang Songyuan's reaction, contemplating that if he disagreed, he could reluctantly raise the offer a little more. Li Yanqiu, sensing the moment, said, "I'll check the cafeteria for some dishes. You two take your time discussing." Tang Songyuan pondered for a few seconds before breaking into a smile. "Uncle Song, you are generous. This exceeds my expectations. The price of 2 million is indeed within my range." Moreover, he currently had no additional sales channels, and Song Jinggua had treated him fairly throughout. Once the deal was concluded, Song Jinggua promptly called in the finance team and quickly transferred the money to Tang Songyuan. With the 2 million credited to his account, Tang Songyuan felt elated. Song Jinggua, in good spirits, caressed the newly acquired jadeite and said, "Xiao Tang, go have your meal first. We can chat more after lunch." After a simple lunch, Tang Songyuan and Li Yanqiu returned to Song Jinggua's office. At this point, the piece of violet jade was nowhere to be seen, likely taken for slicing into bracelets. Song Jinggua invited them to sit down and poured each of them a cup of tea, leisurely saying, "Xiao Tang, I have watched you grow step by step. You have now entered the field, and your wealth is steadily increasing. However, becoming rich overnight is nothing new in the gambling stone industry." Tang Songyuan quietly raised his teacup, taking a sip without any intention of speaking. Li Yanqiu smiled, appearing eager to listen. Song Jinggua pointed to the floor and continued, "I have been in this industry for nearly 20 years, but do you know how many owners this factory has had?" Tang Songyuan shook his head, and Song Jinggua chuckled lightly, revealing, 11. "I am the 12th owner of this factory. In this seemingly lucrative industry, the competition behind it is fierce, with countless veterans having fallen along the way. Thus, as well, I suppose I can be called your senior. Let me offer a few words of advice. Although Tang Songyuan possessed extraordinary vision and rarely faced deception in the gambling stone industry, he humbly replied, "No worries, Uncle Song, please go ahead. I am all ears." Song Jingwa nodded in satisfaction and said, "I know you are fortunate, but it is vital to maintain a respectful attitude towards the market. The tides of commerce rise and fall. One must have a calm heart toward gains and losses. Lastly, I have one more thing to tell you." Tang Songyuan promptly replied, "Please, go on." With a slight smile, Song Jingwa said, "What you're currently exposed to, whether it's the night market or the various jade markets, is merely the introductory circle of the gambling stone industry. Beyond this, there exists a circle of seasoned experts and skilled practitioners, which you will gradually encounter after becoming Master Ni's apprentice. Therefore, what I mentioned earlier is merely a request. I hope you won't forget Uncle Song when you come across good materials in the future." Tang Songyuan quickly responded, "Uncle Song, you needn't worry. I will remember your words. Having more friends opens more paths. Having more enemies builds more walls." Li Yangqiu chimed in, "Please continue discussing the expert and skilled circles. I am quite unfamiliar with these." Song Jingwa poured another cup of tea for both of them, took a sip himself, and then elaborated. The so-called expert circle encompasses the public auctions in Myanmar's Naypyidaw and the 4 major public auctions in the country, where outsiders rarely participate. These are the battlegrounds for industry players. For instance, the materials from the Naypyidaw public auction are semi-transparent, yet can yield profits tenfold or more, with more than half being subject to secret bidding, offering myriad opportunities. Tang Songyuan considered this, although he could see through the internal variables of the jadeite. When it came to secret bids, he might not outsmart the seasoned veterans. However, he realized that through secret voting, he could still observe others' bids. With enthusiasm, Song Jingwa continued. Then there is the so-called skilled circle, which includes various gambling stone brokerage firms in both China and Myanmar. Despite being brokerage firms, even the rough materials from public auctions interact with these firms. They aggregate gambling stone resources worth millions to billions. And some specialized brokers even have better quality than public auctions, occasionally presenting exceptional materials outside the rules. Chapter 36. A day as an apprentice. Tang Songyuan reflected on why he rarely encountered high-end materials like glass type or imperial green jade. It turned out that such resources were already filtered out at the source. From the culture of gambling stones to the current ecology of the industry, Song Jingwa shared insights without reservation, interspersing tales of legendary experiences he had encountered or heard of. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu listened intently, finding the insider knowledge that others could scarcely comprehend utterly fascinating. After over an hour of discussion, Tang Songyuan took his leave from Song Jingwa. He planned to rent an apartment in Ruili and additionally secure a workshop for cutting stones, acquiring some cutting machines for his future endeavors. "Do you need me to accompany you? I am quite familiar with this area," Li Yangqiu enthusiastically inquired after walking him out. Tang Songyuan smiled. "No need for that. It's just renting a place. You should return to work. I will notify you once I have found something." "That works." Li Yangqiu chuckled and added, "Earlier, my uncle mentioned that you should take care of him in the future. With our bond, I won't elaborate, you understand." Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly and replied, "Of course, we must not forget our friends when we find fortune." He walked over and patted Li Yangqiu on the shoulder, saying, "Brothers fight side by side, and fathers and sons take the field together. One day, when I achieve great success, I will certainly come to you for assistance." "To hell with you." Li Yangqiu chuckled while scolding, hailing a taxi to depart. The matter of renting a place was quite straightforward. Tang Songyuan downloaded a rental app on his phone, logged in his personal information and location, browsed briefly, and settled on a property located on Ruijing Road, in a community called Sherdai Jiyuan. The apartment had 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, with an estimated rent of $1,800 per month. Next, he contacted customer service, and they promptly sent someone to show him the apartment. After inspecting all aspects, including the furniture, air conditioning, television, and refrigerator, he found everything to be in order and ready for immediate move-in. Tang Songyuan had modest expectations in this regard and was quite satisfied. The reason for choosing a 3-bedroom apartment was that Wei Qing would soon be taking her college entrance examination and would undoubtedly need to come here after the holidays. This arrangement allowed for leisure and the convenience of caring for her. Regarding the rent, Tang Songyuan haggled with the agent and finally settled on an annual rent of 18,000. He paid 20,000, with the remainder being the agent's fee. With accommodation resolved, he turned his attention to transportation. For now, he needed to make trips to several markets and to Ni Dahong's house. Although taking a taxi was convenient, it was still preferable to have his own vehicle. However, he didn't possess a driver's license yet. After much deliberation, Tang Songyuan decided to purchase a motorcycle. This proved to be even simpler. He wandered into a motorcycle shop, spent half an hour, and paid a deposit of 3,000 for a Qianzhong motorcycle. The shop owner would handle the registration and other formalities. As the clock approached 4, Tang Songyuan hailed a taxi and headed for Yuqing Market. Ni Daihong had invited him to dinner, and having established a master-disciple relationship, it was essentially a banquet to celebrate this occasion. It would be inappropriate for Tang Songyuan to arrive empty-handed. Thus, he decided to buy a piece of jade material as a gift for Ni Daihong, knowing his fondness for such things. At the stall of the Yuan family, Tang Songyuan selected a piece weighing over 5 pounds. When he inquired about the price, Yuan Jia quoted 20,000. However, Tang Songyuan, after his earlier discussions with Song Jinghua, was no longer the same naive buyer he had been earlier that morning. He had learned that 90% of jade merchants would overprice their goods. As a buyer, one could disregard the initial asking price and negotiate based on perceived value. Unlike that morning, when a bald vendor had quoted 1,800,000, Tang Songyuan felt confident to counter with a mere 10,000. 20,000 is outrageous. Tang Songyuan exclaimed, "Does Boss Yuan think I am easily deceived?" Yuan Jia, round-faced and jovial, replied, "Brother Tang, please don't say that. In business, retaining customers is paramount. You get what you pay for." The piece Tang Songyuan selected was indeed distinctive. It had some jade, but was minimal, with only a 1 to 2 centimeter wide water vein on one side, and the quality was merely icy with a faint color that did not concentrate. For this gift, he had not intended to choose something flawless. Too low-end would not impress the elder, while too high-end might raise suspicions. This piece, with its minor imperfections, was just right to allow Ni Daihong a chance to showcase his skills. Tang Songyuan chuckled and proposed, "How about I suggest a price? If you find it acceptable, I will buy it. If not, I shall seek another vendor." Yuan Jia smiled in response, "You may propose a price. If we cannot reach a deal, we remain amicable." 2,000. Tang Songyuan declared. "What?" Yuan Jia feigned shock. 2,000? That is absurd. At most, I could show it to you for that price. Tang Songyuan retorted. "Let me explain. I did not bargain much this morning, and you genuinely thought me a fool? This piece is worth no more than 2,000. I won't pay a penny more." Seeing Tang Songyuan's firm stance, Yuan Jia donned a smile and said, 2,000 is far too low. Just a few days ago, someone offered 5,000, and I declined. Can you raise your offer? This was even more absurd. Someone had offered 5,000, yet he quoted 20,000? Tang Songyuan scoffed. "Honestly, you should have sold it for 5,000. Here's the deal. I want to be unreasonable. I'll add 100, making it 2,001. If not, I will turn and leave." He feigned to walk away, demonstrating his own flair for theatrics. 2,001 it is, Yuan Jia lamented. "I concede." After completing the transaction for the raw stone, Tang Songyuan felt quite pleased as he exited Yuqing Market and took a taxi to Ni Daihong's home. Upon arrival, he found Ni Daihong dressed in formal attire, sitting upright in the living room. "Master," Tang Songyuan greeted first, presenting his gift. Ni Daihong accepted it with a smile. Weighing it slightly, "Did you select this from the market?" Tang Songyuan nodded. "Yes, master. I am an orphan. My adoptive parents have also passed away, leaving only a younger sister. However, they instilled a principle in me. Once a teacher, always a father. Please do not take this small token amiss." Ni Daihong nodded with a smile, gesturing to a nearby seat. "Have a seat. I lack nothing here. I shall accept this gift, but do not let it become a habit." Chapter 37. The enigmatic senior sister Ni Daihong scrutinized the piece of jade Tang Songyuan had given him, habitually pulling out a flashlight to examine it from various angles. In no time, a smile appeared on his face. "Come here for a moment." Tang Songyuan approached, and Ni Daihong pointed to a specific area. "What do you observe here? It seems cleaner than the surrounding areas." Tang Songyuan responded uncertainly. Ni Daihong chuckled. "It's not merely a cleanliness issue. In such places, the vendor often uses a hard iron brush to scrub it, which we refer to in the industry as brushing the skin. However, after doing so, they often regret it, as the skin's appearance does not meet expectations." He then illuminated another area with the flashlight, explaining, "See this area? Only this tiny section has concentrated light. The rest appears murky. What does that indicate?" Tang Songyuan, suddenly enlightened, replied, "It suggests that only this section contains water, while the rest remains uncertain." Ni Daihong's smile broadened. "Exactly. In such cases, some merchants will create a small window in that area, allowing you to glimpse the scant water inside, thus enhancing its allure. However, they may not have had the chance to do so before you picked a bargain." Tang Songyuan felt a flush of embarrassment. His master was teasing him. He had intended to present a finer gift, only to find himself in an awkward position. Perhaps you should return this to me, and I'll bring you a better piece later. But Enai Dahong waved his hand. This piece is quite satisfactory. I shall keep it safe and return it to you when you graduate. Subsequently, Enai Dahong proceeded to impart a wealth of knowledge about jade gambling, such as the role of lighting, the various appearances of raw stones under different colored lights, and the classifications of water quality, along with the differences in colors. Much of this was new to Tang Songyuan, who wished he had a notebook to jot it all down. Grandfather, dinner is ready. Just as their conversation reached a peak, a sweet voice echoed from the adjoining room, as high heels clicked against the hard floor. A figure clad in a delicate white floral qipao gracefully entered the room. Nicc paused, then spoke again. Grandfather, junior brother, the meal is ready. We may commence the feast. At this moment, Nicc's appearance was markedly different from that at noon. Her hair was elegantly styled into an updo, her face adorned with subtle makeup, and her eyebrows meticulously drawn. She wore emerald jade earrings that complemented her fair, smooth complexion, exuding an air of refined elegance. Vastly contrasting with her youthful beauty earlier in the day, Enai Dahong clapped the armrest of his chair and rose, declaring, "Then let us begin the feast. Songyuan, come along." However, upon arriving at the dining hall, Tang Songyuan noticed the absence of a fourth person. A sturdy round table was adorned with over 10 exquisite dishes that tantalized the appetite, alongside a bottle of seemingly aged wine. Enai Dahong seated himself at the head of the table and gestured to the space on his left, saying, "Songyuan, please sit here. Today's dishes were prepared by your senior sister, and she has made several Sichuan specialties for you. Knowing you hail from Suzhou, I wonder if they will suit your palate. You may sample them shortly." Tang Songyuan gazed at the fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, and spicy hot pot, momentarily taken aback. He turned to Nicc and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister. Just by the presentation of these dishes, I can tell your culinary skills are exceptional. It's a pity Michelin only awards 3 stars. If I were to rate it, I would certainly give you a resounding 5-star review." Nicc, seated to his right, merely scoffed and murmured, "Flatterer," as she casually popped 2 pieces of wasabi root into her mouth, producing a crisp crunch. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly, while Enai Dahong poured a glass of wine and inquired, "Songyuan, do you drink?" "I usually don't indulge in alcohol, nor do I have a taste for it," Tang Songyuan replied. "However, today I must toast to my master." With that, he filled a glass for himself and raised it, saying, "I am grateful to my master for accepting me as a disciple. I shall earnestly heed your teachings and diligently pursue my craft." Enai Dahong waved his hand lightly, smiling. "There's no need for formalities. Feel free, as if you were in your own home." Yet, despite the invitation to relax, Tang Songyuan still felt somewhat constrained. Fortunately, Nicc's culinary prowess was indeed remarkable. Each dish was not only visually appealing but also impeccable in taste. After the meal, Nicc began to quietly clear the table. Tang Songyuan offered to assist, but Enai Dahong restrained him, saying, "This is not your responsibility. Bring that piece of material and come with me." Tang Songyuan found himself at a loss. At home, he was accustomed to washing dishes and cooking for his sister, and suddenly being a bystander felt quite unfamiliar. "Well, senior sister, I'll accompany my master now." Nicc did not lift her gaze, replying indifferently, "Go ahead." Following Enai Dahong into a tea room, they took their seats at opposite ends. As Enai Dahong boiled water and prepared tea, he remarked, "I am a native of Rueli. In my younger years, I ventured to Myanmar to mine, gathering stones from the mountains like others. As I aged, I gradually developed an understanding of jade appreciation, teaching myself along the way." Tang Songyuan listened attentively, yet his mind pondered a question. Given Enai Dahong's substantial family wealth, why was Nicc the sole granddaughter? Their conversations never mentioned her parents. Enai Dahong had previously stated he had no enemies, and Li Yangqiu had mentioned Enai Dahong was seeking a son-in-law, but he dared not inquire further. Yet, Nicc's affluent background, coupled with her striking appearance and multifaceted personality, suggested she ought not to lack suitors. One would think the line to court her would stretch to France, with suitors practically trampling her doorstep. An hour later, Tang Songyuan stood to take his leave, saying, "It's getting late, master. I shall take my leave." Enai Dahong did not insist on his staying, merely nodding. "Very well. Meet me at the door tomorrow morning. I will take you to a place." That night, Tang Songyuan moved out from Li Yangqiu's rental, bringing only his simple belongings to the apartment he had rented. The following morning, he arrived early at Enai Dahong's door, only to discover that the grandfather and granddaughter had risen even earlier. In their spacious garden, Enai Dahong practiced a set of martial arts that Tang Songyuan could not comprehend in a small open area at the southeast corner. His palms rose to his chest before flipping outward, his movements slow yet distinctly different from Tai Chi. Meanwhile, Nicc, clad in form-fitting yoga attire, stood motionless in the northeast corner, balancing on one leg in a pose reminiscent of a golden rooster standing on one leg. "Ah, Songyuan has arrived," Inadvertently remarked, continuing his practice. Tang Songyuan greeted, "Master, up so early?" "It's a habit of decades," Inadvertently replied, his demeanor calm as he concluded his routine. Finally standing still. "This is Bajuanjin, a form of health exercise. Would you care to join?" Tang Songyuan had only heard of Bajuanjin, known for its purported health benefits for the elderly. He thought to himself, am I really to begin health preservation at such a young age? Yet, Inadvertently seemed to read his mind, smiling gently. This is a health qigong. Besides fostering physical well-being, regular practice can also help cultivate a positive mindset and transform negativity. Thus, it is not age-dependent. Tang Songyuan found this reasonable. After all, there was no harm in learning. With a practice steeped in thousands of years of Chinese tradition, perhaps it could indeed contribute to longevity. He consented and, under Inadvertently's guidance, began to learn. Bajuanjin was not difficult to grasp. And with Inadvertently's personal demonstrations and hands-on corrections, Tang Songyuan was able to perform all 8 movements within half an hour. Generally, newcomers might experience discomfort such as chest tightness or shortness of breath, but Inadvertently reassured him, such sensations are normal. The key lies in consistent practice. Ideally, practice twice daily, and later I will teach you the 5 animal frolics and Tai Chi. Tang Songyuan felt no adverse reactions, only a pleasant warmth spreading through his body. His palms and soles slightly perspiring. He perceived that Inadvertently indeed possessed genuine expertise. Not only did he excel in jade appreciation, but at over 60 years of age, he appeared to possess the vitality of someone in their 50s, which was remarkable. Furthermore, he was well versed in 5 animal frolics and Tai Chi. Regardless of whether for fitness or self-defense, it would serve him well to learn more. After breakfast at NIS residence, Inadvertently brought out a Ford pickup truck and invited Tang Songyuan to hop in. "Can you drive?" Inadvertently inquired as he started the engine. "I've never had the chance to learn. I was planning to take a driving test soon," Tang Songyuan replied. Inadvertently nodded. "Make sure to take the test soon. Driving has become a fundamental skill for the youth. If you can't drive, how can we talk about a harmonious society?" As Tang Songyuan observed the scenery retreating outside the vehicle, he noted that they were not heading towards the market or city center, and he curiously asked, "Master, where are we going today?" Inadvertently replied, "We are visiting a stone gambling brokerage, a reunion with an old friend. This place is typically inaccessible to the average person, but once your skills are solidified, you may frequent it." Yesterday, Tang Songyuan heard from Song Zhengguo about the stone gambling intermediary companies. Yet he still found certain aspects somewhat perplexing. Some intermediary firms impose strict restrictions on the participation of outsiders, often requiring individuals of significant power and influence to qualify. Tang Songyuan inquired, "Isn't it said that stone gambling isn't truly gambling? There are no restrictions on it domestically. Why do such intermediary companies operate so clandestinely?" Inadvertently chuckled lightly and replied, "The reasons are manifold, but ultimately boil down to 2 words, interests." Tang Songyuan remained somewhat puzzled, prompting Inadvertently to glance at him and elaborate. To put it simply, the jadeite industry accounts for more than half of Myanmar's revenue. Yet the mining areas lie within the territories of local warlords. Prior to the 1990s, these warlords were embroiled in conflict. It wasn't until 30 years ago, following peace negotiations, that the Myanmar government began to regulate all jade produced from these mines. The legal trading process necessitates the payment of taxes to the Kachin army, after which the Myanmar authorities classify the raw stones into 4 grades based on their quality. The top 2 grades are supervised and marketed by the government, giving rise to the public auctions in Nibidu. This regulation aims to clarify taxation while ensuring that opportunities are not overlooked. Hence, premium jade must be cut to ascertain its fundamental value before it can legally enter trade channels. With this explanation, Tang Songyuan finally grasped the concept. These so-called intermediary companies were essentially leveraging their connections to exploit the system for their own gain. Therefore, they were unlikely to expose their operations easily, as this could invite interference from various factions, resulting in complications. This necessitated restrictions on clientele, fostering long-term collaborations with those who adhered to the rules and maintained discretion. As they spoke, a Ford Raptor halted at the iron gate of a 3-story row house. A man clad in a security uniform approached, glanced at the driver, Inadvertently, and without uttering a word, opened the gate to grant them entry. Inside was a parking lot, where Inadvertently casually selected a vacant spot to park the vehicle before escorting Tang Songyuan out. "Ah, Master and I, long time no see." Upon exiting, a middle-aged man in his 40s with slick-back hair warmly extended his hand to Inadvertently. "We just received a new batch of exquisite materials last night. The seals haven't even been broken. We await your esteemed appraisal." Inadvertently raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards Tang Songyuan. "This is my newly accepted disciple, Tang Songyuan. I brought him along today to broaden his horizons. Is that agreeable?" The man's eyes sparkled with interest as he quickly retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Tang Songyuan with a smile, saying, "We naturally welcome Master Ni's esteemed student. Let's keep in touch." Tang Songyuan accepted the card with both hands, glancing at it briefly. It bore the name Zhou Hongyang, along with a phone number and the name of his company, Hongyang Jade. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I look forward to your guidance," Tang Songyuan courteously greeted. "Of course." Zhou Hongyang nodded with a smile, then gestured for inadvertently to enter, saying, "Please, Master Inai." Zhou Hongyang personally led the master and disciple into a rather spacious, yet dimly lit room. The floor was strewn with numerous bulging white snakeskin bags, numbering at least 100, each sealed with lead and marked with numbers and letters. After rummaging through the bags, Zhou Hongyang carefully opened one, pouring out 4 or 5 pieces of jade rough. He continued to empty several more bags, accumulating around 20 pieces in total. He also brought over a small stool and placed it at Inai Dahong's feet, saying, "These are all top-quality materials. Please take your time to examine them. I'll check on other clients at the door." Inai Dahong sat down without hesitation, beckoning Tang Songyuan over. "Songyuan, come take a look." Tang Songyuan approached, inadvertently activating his perspective vision to examine the materials. Wow, glass type. Upon activating his vision, Tang Songyuan immediately recognized the piece of jade rough in Inai Dahong's hand as unequivocally glass type. He didn't even need to rely on the identification results provided by his perspective vision. He could discern it himself. The quality of jade refers to its texture and structure, while clarity refers to its transparency. Although these are two distinct concepts, they are interdependent. High-quality jade typically possesses good clarity, and transparent jade of high quality does not fall short in quality. The jade material in Inai Dahong's hand weighed approximately 3 to 4 pounds, with a white surface tinged with green that had already shed its sand. To the naked eye, its thin outer layer resembled the calloused skin on a human body, seemingly coarse, yet possessing a remarkable gelatinous feel. Under the light, the rough material appeared even more exquisite, shimmering like a pristine lake. "This is undoubtedly glass type," Inai Dahong asserted. "Songyuan, come see." Tang Songyuan leaned in as Inai Dahong shone a flashlight over the raw stone, continuing, "With this material, the quality and clarity are practically guaranteed. The surface has completely shed its sand, revealing the glass-type base. Therefore, the primary gamble with this piece lies in the inclusions." He then elaborated on the specifics of jade inclusions, known as cotton, to Tang Songyuan. Conclusively, he expressed with a hint of regret, "You needn't even consider this piece. The fundamental quality is too fine. Conservatively speaking, it would fetch no less than 20 million. If you could acquire it for 15 million, that would be a decent deal." Tang Songyuan was taken aback. Is this the realm of jade gambling experts? Such a modest piece could command such astronomical figures? It seemed imperative for him to expedite his path to wealth, ensuring he had the means to seize opportunities when they arose. Inai Dahong, without any sentimentality, set down the glass-type rough and picked up another, slightly smaller stone, a greenish piece with hints of gray and black. Under the light, it subtly revealed an intense green glow. This is known as color material, sourced from the Hojing mining region. The snakeskin-like patterns on the surface are referred to as the python or python band, Inai Dahong explained, pointing to a specific area on the rough. It is distributed in a convoluted, raised pattern on the weathered layer of the jadeite, reminiscent of a python's skin. Tang Songyuan listened intently, like a parched sponge soaking up nourishing water. At that moment, Zhou Hongyang returned, bringing in 4 individuals, 2 of whom Tang Songyuan recognized from the Jade Appreciation event in the bustling metropolis, Fang Hongyi and Xiaoying Xue. The other 2 men, both in their 50s or 60s, included one with graying hair and a slender frame, and the other with high cheekbones and glasses. The bespectacled elder spotted Inai Dahong and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. "Wow, Master Inai, long time no see." Inai Dahong rose, acknowledging him briefly before turning to the other elder, "He Lao Gue, come take a look at my new disciple." The elder, surnamed He, somewhat surprised, glanced at Tang Songyuan and cheerfully remarked, "Not bad, not bad, good eye." After a round of introductions, Tang Songyuan learned that the elder was named He Tai, a renowned sculptor with numerous apprentices and several jade product stores in Rueli. "Hello, Master He. I look forward to your guidance." Tang Songyuan greeted politely, realizing this must be the old friend Inai Dahong had mentioned. He Tai nodded with a smile, saying, "No need for formalities, just call me Uncle Tai." As the 3 conversed, Fang Hongyi, Xiaoying Xue, and the others, under Zhou Hongyang's guidance, began to examine the jade rough. As time passed, several more individuals entered the room, led by Zhou Hongyang. Though the numbers remained sparse, never exceeding 20. As Dahong previously stated, it is indeed shrouded in secrecy and discretion. A select few individuals, having chosen their materials, quietly negotiated prices with Zhou Honyang before repackaging a few pieces and departing after payment. Others, like Fang Hongyi and Xiao Ingxue, who procured larger quantities, meticulously selected their pieces, stacking them in the corners of the room like small mountains. Naturally, Dahong had his eye on a piece of glass-grade rough material and called Zhou Honyang to discuss the price. Zhou Honyang, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, remarked, "Master Ni, you truly are extraordinary. This piece has been seen by our boss, and he says it is worth at least 28 million. However," Dahong retorted with a scoff, 1.5 million. Anything more is negotiable. While he mentioned 1.5, it was clear to all that he meant 1,500,000. Zhou Hongyang's expression faltered. Such a drastic cut was too severe, especially for a glass-grade material, as the price he offered barely covered the cost of this trip. Dahong calmly replied, "There is no need for theatrics. Although this piece appears to have great potential, the inherent uncertainties remain vast. Moreover, it is not entirely glass-grade. The quality on the side and back is inferior, merely approaching glass-grade. A slight dip in quality translates to a tenfold price difference, as you well know." Zhou Hongyang recognized that he could not argue with Dahong's expertise, especially since each point he made aligned perfectly with the characteristics of the material in question. Reluctantly, he said, "I cannot make that decision. Let me call the boss." Dahong nodded slightly, and Zhou Hongyang hurriedly exited the room. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a smile, stating, "The boss said that while we need not consider others' feelings, we must give due regard to Master Ni. If you say 1.5, then it shall be 1.5. This piece is now yours." Dahong, unhesitating, transferred the money via his phone. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan inquired about the price of the small piece from Ho Zhang, only to learn it was a mere 50,000. Without hesitation, he paid for it and took it home. This piece not only possessed quality and color, but beneath its thin jade skin lay a rich interior, with colors reaching the level of imperial green. Additionally, Dahong had inspected it and clearly conveyed all necessary details. Itai also acquired 4 or 5 pieces, to which Dahong remarked, "I'm nearly done. What about you?" Itai responded cheekily, "Are you suggesting you want to treat me to a meal?" Dahong, slightly annoyed, clarified, "What I meant was for you to take Songyuan to see your workshop and to cut this piece." Itai glanced at Tang Songyuan, contemplated for a moment, then chuckled, "You never come when I invite you. Now you're the one suggesting it? I think you have ulterior motives." Dahong, somewhat irked, retorted, "Cut the nonsense. I want you to take him to experience the finished product market, to understand how quality correlates with price." It was only then that Tang Songyuan grasped Dahong's good intentions. While he possessed the ability to perceive the internal structure of jadeite rough stones, he remained a novice regarding the market value of various types of jade. This was largely due to the multitude of factors influencing jadeite value, of which quality and color were merely the most fundamental. The nuances in quality alone presented significant variations, with color distinctions exceeding 100 types. Undoubtedly, imperial green held the highest value, yet such a hue was not easily encountered. Hitai enlightened, "This is merely a minor issue. Let us depart now." On their way to Hitai's workshop, Tang Songyuan continued to share a vehicle with Dahong. Dahong conveyed, "The boss behind Zhou Hongyang is named Song Kai, a mid-level warlord in Myanmar. I guided him for a period over a decade ago." Upon hearing this, Tang Songyuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Yet he felt a sense of gratitude. Such connections were among the invaluable benefits of being mentored by Dahong, a network not easily accessible to everyone. And perhaps this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He also noticed that Itai's vehicle was a luxurious Range Rover, and intriguingly, the elder was not driving but rather seated in the back. After a brief journey, they arrived at Itai's carving workshop. Dahong stepped out with poise, while Tang Songyuan assisted Itai in unloading the purchased materials and moving them inside. The workshop boasted numerous workbenches, with various machines humming busily, some for cutting, others for polishing, and designers diligently sketching on jade materials. "Shall we begin with this piece?" Itai asked, eyeing the glass-grade jadeite hungrily. Dahong shook his head, saying, "There is no rush for this one, especially since such a thin skin is hardly worth cutting at this moment. We'll revisit it later." He then turned to Tang Songyuan, instructing, "Bring out your Hojong color material." The piece weighed less than a pound, and Tang Songyuan promptly retrieved it from his pocket, handing it to Dahong. Holding the rough stone, Dahong smiled, "You are quite astute. This piece is indeed distinctive. Under the light, it exhibits both quality and color. From this angle, you can see some fissures, making the risk of betting on color considerable. However, should we manage to uncover a gem the size of a fingertip..." He paused, and Itai interjected, Such a high-quality gem would fetch a starting price of at least 600,000. Tang Songyuan's eyes sparkled momentarily, but Hitai continued, "Yet, if the color is slightly diminished, the price could drop by a zero. A single shade difference can result in a tenfold price difference. Enough of that. Let us begin polishing." Enai Dahong stated, then busied himself with a small grinding tool, diligently working on the jade material. After approximately 10 minutes, a window was ground into the edge of the Hojiang piece, revealing a delicate layer of spring water-like green light through a tiny fissure. "Look," Enai Dahong exclaimed joyfully. Presenting it to the two, the typical characteristic of Hojiang color material is that wherever there is color, it penetrates throughout, in stark contrast to quality materials. Hitai's eyebrows lifted in intrigue, remarking, "This is impressive. It exhibits an exquisite blend of color and quality, embodying a value of one color equating to a fortune." Though the risk remained significant, Enai Dahong chuckled lightly, saying, "With a price tag in the hundreds of thousands, what fear is there in such risks? Small bets can yield substantial rewards. Once we polish it all, a saddle ring will suffice. You take Songyuan to explore while I continue grinding here." Hitai nodded in agreement. As a result, Tang Songyuan began his enlightening journey, with Hitai thoroughly explaining the theoretical and practical standards for discerning various qualities and colors, detailing which colors correspond to which price ranges. For instance, the most esteemed green was intricately categorized by its nuances, with varying grades distinguished meticulously. Enai Dahong spent over 4 hours alternating between grinding tools and sanding machines, ultimately removing all the jade skin from the Hojiang material, leaving behind a luminous green jade slab. Regrettably, despite its full greenness, the intensity varied. Some areas were deep green while others appeared pale. Most critically, a slender, crystalline fissure ran through the middle, minor yet detrimental to its value and future processing potential. After a simple lunch, Enai Dahong resumed his work on the jade. He cut away the greenest section and performed a rough grind, a process that consumed over an hour. Next, he affixed the rough piece to a wooden stick using 502 glue, securing it with a hairdryer, followed by sanding and polishing, resulting in a smooth, radiant, and vividly green gemstone. "It's complete." Enai Dahong proudly held the polished ring face, showcasing it to Hitai and Tang Songyuan for their admiration. Hitai asserted that the emerald was approaching the coveted imperial green, and Laoni's skillful craftsmanship remained as refined as ever. Tang Songyuan held a deep admiration for Enai Dahong, who not only possessed a unique standard in jadeite identification, but also demonstrated exceptional manual dexterity. As Enai Dahong sorted through the remaining scraps, he remarked, "It's merely a matter of grinding a ring face. Before you, old he. I need not show off my skills. Would you prefer to keep this for yourself, or shall I assist you in processing it?" Tang Songyuan smiled and replied, "Then I must trouble Uncle Tai." Hitai chuckled, caressing the exquisite ring face, and calculated, "This piece is worth 1,000,000. The remaining scraps have good quality and color, so they can yield some small items. Altogether, it's about 800,000. What do you think, Songyuan?" Naturally, Tang Songyuan had no reason to disagree, and thus the transaction was completed. In the ensuing days, Tang Songyuan devoted his mornings to learning about stone bedding under Enai Dahong's tutelage, while afternoons and evenings were spent with Hitai exploring workshops and markets, leading a busy yet fulfilling life. During some spare moments, he also enrolled in a local driving school in Rueli, preparing for the driving test. As time passed, he realized it was nearly time for the auction at Shangda Auction House to commence. Anticipation filled him regarding this auction, particularly for the coveted crouching tiger, hidden dragon, as he hoped that the combination of this piece of doghead gold and iced jadeite would fetch a handsome price. Additionally, there was the mysterious meteorite containing a secret orb, which he believed might be connected to his unique ability of clairvoyance, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. That morning, after practicing a set of Bajuanjin with Enai Dahong, he explained his situation to him. Without elaborating further, he mentioned he had matters to attend to in the Magic City, which would delay him for a few days. Enai Dahong pondered briefly before consenting, but he made one request, that Enai Cici accompany him. "Your senior sister has been cooped up at home. Let her join you in the Magic City. Consider it a chance to unwind." Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback, and before he could respond, Enai Cici, having just finished her yoga session and glistening with sweat, approached with a soft, playful tone. "What's the matter, junior brother? Don't you want your senior sister to accompany you?" He felt a wave of confusion. Although he had frequently visited the Enai household, Enai Cici had always maintained a rather indifferent demeanor toward him, which made her sudden intimacy feel somewhat unfamiliar. "Of course not. If you wish to go, then by all means. I just worry it might disrupt your plans." "I have no plans. I'm just going to have some fun." Enai Cici tilted her head and, with a cheeky smile, declared, "Then it's settled." The following morning at 10:30, Tang Songyuan boarded a direct flight from Mongsher to the Magic City alongside NICC, carrying only a small amount of luggage. Shortly after takeoff, NICC requested a glass of orange juice from the flight attendant and, with her legs crossed, casually turned to Tang Songyuan. Junior brother, do you find learning about stones from my grandfather tedious? Not at all. Master is exceptionally skilled and a luminary in the industry. It is indeed a great fortune to learn from him. Tang Songyuan replied. NICC giggled. Do you know why my grandfather took you as his apprentice? Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow slightly. Recalling the moment of his apprenticeship, he mentioned I had good fortune, which prompted him to take me in, wishing to see if luck and skill could yield some subtle transformations. Haraha, do you really believe that? NICC covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Are you not aware that my grandfather, Ni Dahong, takes apprentices to find suitors for the Ni family? Ah? Tang Songyuan gasped, astonished beyond measure. He had indeed heard such rumors before, and while they seemed absurd when mentioned by Liang Xiao, hearing it directly from NICC transformed the notion into something almost magical. Gazing at NICC's enchanting face, he swallowed hard and nervously replied, I have heard some things, but with your qualities and exceptional culinary skills, there should be a throng of suitors eager to seek your hand. From what he had observed of Ni Dahong's collection, although the Ni family could not be deemed excessively wealthy, their assets were certainly in the hundreds of millions. And spending 15 million on a piece of jadeite seemed a mere trifle. Suddenly, NICC's expression turned alluring, and with a playful glint in her eyes, she inquired, So, do you find me beautiful, junior brother? Tang Songyuan nodded earnestly. In both looks and figure, you are exceedingly beautiful. NICC blinked her lovely eyes and smiled. Then tell me, what specifically makes me beautiful? Ah, this left Tang Songyuan at a loss for words. He searched for a fitting response and finally said, Your beauty is akin to that of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, surpassing the beauty of moonlit flowers and fish-gazing geese. You are truly the epitome of beauty. Oh, you have a sweet tongue, junior brother. NICC immediately broke into laughter, though her expression soon turned serious as she asked, If that's the case, why do you think I remain unmarried? Indeed. This was a question Tang Songyuan had pondered with Liang Xiao. With the Ni family's wealth, Ni Dahong's unique talents, and NICC's beauty and charisma, one would expect her to be inundated with suitors. I'm afraid I cannot say, he replied candidly. NICC's expression grew colder, and in a melancholic tone. She said, It's because I'm ill. What? Tang Songyuan was taken aback once more, then activated his clairvoyant ability, scanning NICC's body from head to toe, examining all her organs. He found no discrepancies compared to an ordinary person. In fact, she appeared even healthier than the average individual. Why then did she claim to be ill? Noticing Tang Songyuan's astonished and puzzled gaze, NICC took another sip of her orange juice and tilted her head. What? You don't believe me? Tang Songyuan shook his head. I truly don't. To me, you seem perfectly healthy. Surely you're not trying to frighten me? Then, with utmost seriousness, he added, I became an apprentice solely to learn the craft. If you are dissatisfied with this, I can ask Master and I to expel me from the apprenticeship. Do you think I need to scare you? NICC set down her cup, adjusted her posture, and turned half her body toward Tang Songyuan. When I tell you the truth, you still don't believe me. I genuinely am unwell. Every full moon, I lose my sanity, transforming completely. I scream and cry uncontrollably, and I even become violent, attacking anyone nearby. So whenever I feel an episode coming on, my grandfather locks me in bed, tightly bound, until dawn. Tang Songyuan had encountered individuals with mental illnesses before and had a basic understanding of emotional instability, but he had never heard of someone experiencing episodes with such regularity. However, he was not a doctor, and thus found it difficult to draw conclusions or discern the truth of the matter. Have you tried any medication? He tentatively inquired. NICC shook her head, a hint of sorrow crossing her brow as she replied, Nothing works. Even the best sedative fails during an episode. Yet, once the time passes, I am perfectly fine and can live normally. Then she said earnestly, But you need not fear. The last full moon was 3 days ago. And for nearly a month hence, I shall not fall ill. A flicker of sympathy crossed Tang Songyuan's face as he replied, Sister, you have no need to worry. Medical technology is advancing rapidly. I believe a cure for your condition will emerge soon. To be honest, if I told you this, would you still wish to marry me? Would you still want to become the son-in-law of the Ni family? NICC's eyes glimmered with a hint of moisture as she gazed at Tang Songyuan with hopeful eyes. He was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying a mix of conflict, struggle, and hesitation. NICC was indeed beautiful, her quirky personality enchanting, yet Tang Songyuan could not claim to harbor any deep feelings for her. Such a sudden proposal was something he could not fully accept. Moreover, Her previous words were difficult to ascertain as genuine. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Nic's eyes, followed by a disdainful expression, before she burst into laughter, her demeanor mischievous. I was just teasing you. You really believe that? You were so easily fooled. I'm going to sleep now. You can entertain yourself. With that, she donned an eye mask, reclined her chair, and soon drifted into a steady breathing state. Tang Songyuan found himself both amused and exasperated, utterly unprepared for the dramatic turn of events that had simply been a prank by this girl. Observing Nick lying beside him, clad in an eye mask and headphones, he was struck by a strange beauty that seemed to disregard the world around her. With a wry smile, he leaned back and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. By 3 p.m, the plane landed smoothly at Hangzhou Airport. Tang Songyuan, carrying a sports backpack, while Nick pulled along a small suitcase, produced a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and put them on, her lips curling into a slight smile as she turned to Tang Son. Junior brother, this is my first visit to the magical city. Is there anything I should be cautious about? Chapter 42. Sister. No. Tang Songyuan smiled wryly. Sister, let us keep a low profile. If we do, there shouldn't be any issues. Nick giggled, hailing a taxi and casting a playful glance at Tang Songyuan. Is that your survival rule? Hurry and get in the car. Reluctantly, Tang Songyuan climbed into the vehicle, shutting the door behind him. Nick instructed the driver to the Pudong Regal Hotel. Naturally, Nick had booked the hotel, reputedly to visit the renowned infinity pool. Not long after they set off, Nick suddenly asked the taxi driver in a sweet voice, "Do you think we make a good match?" The driver was taken aback, pausing for a moment before glancing at them in the rearview mirror and uncertainly replying, "I think you seem quite compatible." Nick's face lit up with delight, her body bouncing slightly in her seat as she turned to Tang Songyuan. Look, even the driver thinks we're a good match. So, what's wrong with me being with you? Speak up, brother-in-law. Tang Songyuan nearly choked, and the driver slammed on the brakes in shock. Well, is this how young people these days behave? Tang Songyuan, flustered, hurried to explain to the driver, please don't listen to her nonsense. She is actually my senior sister. Nick feigned sorrow, trembling fingers pointing at Tang Songyuan. All right, I was just joking. Our matters shouldn't be disclosed to my sister. Tang Songyuan turned his face away in exasperation, choosing to ignore her. Upon finally arriving at the hotel, they each stored their belongings in their respective rooms. Nick, unexpectedly lively, insisted on going shopping, as though nothing had transpired earlier. Junior brother, now that you have a net worth of several million, you should at least look presentable, if not in designer brands. Her implication was clear. She found Tang Songyuan's appearance lacking. Tang Songyuan non-committally replied, I think it's perfectly fine. Clothes serve to cover and keep warm, and I find them quite acceptable. Nick raised an eyebrow. That won't do. As the future son-in-law of the Ni family, you cannot appear like this. Come on. Tang Songyuan's mind buzzed. This girl truly played by her own rules, shifting from jest to seriousness in a heartbeat. Hadn't she just claimed it was a joke? This was a hurdle he had yet to overcome. Thus, he found himself following Nick into the streets, soon realizing the true meaning of terror. Once Nick entered the shopping district, it was as though she had returned home. Women's clothing, shoes, cosmetics, her sole focus was to shop. Apart from jewelry, she seemed immune to restraint. Whenever she spotted something she liked, she'd swipe her card, and the shop assistants would promptly wrap her selections and hand them to Tang Songyuan. He had no objections to carrying her purchases, but every item required her to try it on while sweetly asking, does it look good? What is nice about it? Tang Songyuan would naturally respond affirmatively. However, sensing his slight impatience, she would hastily change into something else, repeating the cycle. Of course, it wasn't just women's attire. Nick also picked out 2 exquisite outfits for Tang Songyuan, a Hermes belt, a pair of handcrafted lambskin shoes, and a watch, all charged to her card. Tang Songyuan initially intended to offer her money, but was met with a fierce glare from Nick. Shut up. Then, with a smile, she looked at him, who was now burdened with numerous bags. Oh dear, I'm so sorry for making you carry so much. Are you tired? Would you like me to help lighten your load? Yet all Tang Songyuan could think was, can you even manage, little dog? Clearing his throat, he replied, no problem, sister. His physique had been enhanced by the mysterious orb, granting him strength beyond that of an ordinary person, so carrying these items was hardly a challenge. Although they did take up space. Nick smirked mischievously, turning back to continue her shopping spree. After 4 hours of relentless shopping, Nick finally felt a pang of hunger and decided it was time to seek a place to dine. However, Tang Songyuan suggested, sister, can we return to the hotel first to drop off these things before we eat? Nick glanced at his pitiful expression, her lips curling slightly. That's acceptable. But you must treat me to dinner, And you know my standards. If it's not delicious, be prepared for my wrath. NICC's culinary skills were the finest Tang Songyuan had ever encountered, though this might also be due to his limited experience. Nonetheless, he was undeterred. With such advanced information technology, finding a top-notch restaurant was hardly a challenge. After returning to the hotel, he chose a restaurant near Qinghuangmiao and handed the menu to NICC. She glanced briefly before decisively ordering a crab roast soup pancake. 2 servings of crab roast soup dumplings, a lotus leaf duck, black pepper scallops, braised lion's head meatballs, and salt Ed River shrimp. Finally, she passed the menu to Tang Songyuan. Is this enough? Tang Songyuan added a clay pot braised chicken to make it 8 dishes. While awaiting the arrival of their orders, NICC curiously asked, "Junior brother, you haven't told me why you came to the magical city this time." Tang Songyuan considered for a moment before responding, "Actually, I'm here to attend an auction. Would you like to join me, sister?" NICC pouted, "I have no interest in such things. If it were a thirsty poulet or an anime convention, I might be tempted to participate. This woman indeed treads an unconventional path, however. I remain uncertain whether she is attending the comic convention as a spectator or as a cosplayer." After a satisfying meal, NICC remarked, "Quite decent. The stir-fried crab with roe and the lion's head meatballs were satisfactory, but this 8 treasure duck was somewhat lacking. I'll reluctantly pass you." After dinner, Tang Songyuan anticipated some unexpected turn from NICC, but to his surprise, she directly requested to return to the hotel, justifying it with the notion that early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for one's health. Glancing at his watch, which indicated it was just past 8, he fell into contemplation. "You see, you don't quite understand." NICC observed his puzzled expression and explained, "It is indeed just a little past 8 now. But by the time we walk back to the hotel, it'll be 8:30. Then I'll apply a facial mask, steam my face, do some beauty exercises, and take a shower. By then, it would already be 10 o'clock, which is quite late for me to sleep." Her reasoning was so sound that I found myself unable to counter. How health-conscious she is. Does she intend to live to be 200? The night passed in silence. The next morning, Tang Songyuan rose early. He began his day by practicing the 5 animal play and then the 8 brocade exercises in his room. Dahong had told him that as long as he felt no discomfort, these 2 could be practiced together. The 5 animal play promotes flexibility in the waist and joints, strengthening the kidneys, while the 8 brocade can shape the body and eliminate internal heat. Practicing both in tandem effectively complements each other, leading to longevity. After over a week of practice, although he had yet to experience the specific sensations of qi, he could distinctly feel his physical condition improving, his bones stronger and his limbs more robust. While the progress was modest, the effects were indeed palpable. At 9 o'clock, Tang Songyuan arrived at the auction site of Shanda Auction House, comfortably seated as he awaited the commencement of the auction. The event was set to start at 9:30. And casually, he picked up the promotional brochure lying on his seat, perusing the images and auction numbers of each item. There were over 40 lots, including porcelain and renowned paintings. The item he submitted for auction, the crouching tiger, coiling dragon, was listed as number 18. However, upon flipping to the last page, he encountered a rather severe issue. The brochure conspicuously omitted the extraterrestrial meteorite. Last time, Yu Qingran had explicitly stated that it would be present at this auction. Why then? Was it absent from the promotional material? This meteorite, which appeared unremarkable, a mere irregular lump of iron, concealed within it a mysterious metallic sphere that Tang Songyuan was keen to acquire. He promptly stood up, navigated through the auction hall, and approached the office area where Yu Qingran was preparing for the auction. "Mr. Tang, you've arrived quite early. The auction is about to begin. Please remain calm." Yu Qingran was clad in a fitted qipao, exuding grace and poise. Yet, Tang Songyuan scarcely had the inclination to notice, as his ability to perceive allowed him to see through her attire, rendering him indifferent to her appearance. His primary concern was why the meteorite, which had been confirmed for auction, was absent from the lineup. He endeavored to maintain his composure and inquired, "Excuse me, monsieur. May I ask why that meteorite I was quite fond of is not included in your auction lineup?" "The meteorite?" Yu Qingran pondered momentarily before smiling. "Oh, I recall now. That meteorite was indeed supposed to be auctioned. However, the consignor suddenly requested to withdraw it over a week ago, even paying a $3,000 fee for the withdrawal." "What?" Tang Songyuan exclaimed, both astonished and infuriated. "How could this happen? An item confirmed for auction. How could the consignor withdraw it at will?" Yu Qingran quickly reassured him, "Mr. Tang, please do not be alarmed. Allow me to explain. According to our regulations, as long as the item has not been sold and the transaction is not finalized, the consignor can withdraw the item by simply paying the fee. As for their reasons for withdrawal, we cannot inquire into such matters." Chapter 43. What the heck? Tang Songyuan's spirits plummeted. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. The procedure allowing clients to retract their auction items was standard for their company and entirely reasonable. Leaving him with no valid argument, he merely felt a profound sense of loss for the meteorite slipping from his grasp. I apologize. I was somewhat out of line just now. Tang Songyuan regained his composure and swiftly asked, but I still wish to know who exactly consigned that meteorite for auction. Yu Qingran's expression turned conflicted as she replied, Is Mr. Tang particularly concerned about this information? Typically, when a consignor requests confidentiality regarding their identity, the auction house is obligated to honor that request. If no such request was made, then it is not necessary to keep it secret. Tang Songyuan nodded earnestly. Yes, I truly have a great fondness for that meteorite, and I believe it is essential for it to belong to me. He had attempted to merely touch the meteorite, but the hidden metallic sphere could only be obtained by cutting it open. Now that the meteorite had seemingly vanished, he felt anxious, restless, and apprehensive about the possibility of its secret being uncovered by another. Yu Qingran glanced at her watch and said, How about this? The auction is about to start. After it concludes, I will contact the consignor on behalf of the company. Whether they are willing to meet you is entirely up to them. At this point, Tang Songyuan had no other options and reluctantly agreed. Returning to the auction hall, he found it packed with attendees, all impeccably dressed, exuding an air of success. Had it not been for NICC purchasing him new attire the previous night, he might have felt somewhat out of place. However, upon reflection, he dismissed such concerns, thinking that as long as these affluent individuals could bid a substantial price for his, that was all that mattered. Soon, Yu Qingran, wearing a subtle smile and holding a small wooden gavel, gracefully approached the podium as the chief auctioneer of Shangda. She began with a brief opening statement, followed by a concise introduction of the 40-plus items up for auction. The first item presented was a Ming Dynasty landscape painting, which she elaborated on for over 3 minutes. Her voice was soft and melodious, captivating the audience, drawing them into her narrative effortlessly. Yet, Tang Songyuan remained disinterested, his focus solely on Lot 18, the Crouching Tiger. Coiling Dragon, eager to discover its final selling price. He wished for the auction to conclude swiftly so he could seek out Yu Qingran for information about the consignor of the meteorite. Finding it and acquiring it at any cost was his only objective. As for the financial aspects and where to store the antique landscape painting, those concerns could be addressed later. As the auction officially commenced, the attendees began bidding on the landscape painting, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. Soon, the painting was sold for a staggering 1,300,000. Various items continued to be auctioned off, while Tang Songyuan remained silent, his focus shifting entirely to Yu Qingran. Her skin was remarkably fair, not the kind of fair seen in those of European descent, but a delicate fairness that many women envied. As delicate as a newborn and as smooth as a peeled boiled egg, one cannot help but yearn to caress her skin with rough hands, feeling the warmth of her essence through the lines of one's palm. Now, we present our 18th treasure. Just as the thoughts of the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties began to drift into fantasies, it was finally time for the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon to take the stage. Yu Qingran smiled softly, revealing her attractive dimples, her voice remaining as melodious and tender as ever. This is an exceptionally unique piece of art. Firstly, its upper portion is a naturally formed piece of doghead gold, untouched by human hands. And what is even rarer is its purity, which reaches an astounding 91%, an uncommon find in nature. Ladies and gentlemen, please look at the large screen. It resembles a crouching tiger. Such a perfect depiction of doghead gold is indeed a rarity. The large screen on the left side of the podium displayed a close-up of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, showcasing the beauty of this piece of doghead gold from various angles. The doghead gold retains its original appearance. Though lacking in intricate craftsmanship, it is precisely this essence of natural creation that captivates the beholder. Yu Qingran continued, There is a saying that gold has a price while jade is priceless. For this piece, the client sought a premier ice-type jadeite, commissioning the nation's top jade sculptor to craft it. Thus, we have this magnificent Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Someone remarked, This piece is quite intriguing, subtle, and understated. It would perfectly suit my study. Another commented, Doghead gold is indeed rare, especially in such fine condition. It looked unremarkable in the promotional brochure, but seeing the real thing evokes an irresistible urge to acquire it. Yet another interjected with a laugh, I find Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon an unappealing name. If I win the bid, I shall rename it Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon instead. The crowd buzzed with enthusiastic discussions, and Yu Qingran achieved the desired effect, her lips curling slightly as she announced, Seeing that everyone holds high regard for item number 18, we shall now commence the auction. The starting price for this Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is 10 million RMB, with each bid increment no less than 100,000 RMB. Please place your bids. 10 million, 100,000. As soon as the words left her lips, someone raised their paddle, declaring a bid of 10 million, 100,000 RMB, exuding an air of certainty. 10 million, 500,000. 12 million. 15 million. Tang Songyuan focused intently, sensing the fervent atmosphere of the auction, feeling that this was indeed the ambience befitting such an event. Listening with delight as bids for the crouching tiger, hidden dragon soared. He imagined the numbers flashing above his head, like in a game, 10,000, 100,000. Finally, as the bidding reached 20 million, the pace began to slow. Initially, over a dozen participants were involved, but now only 3 or 4 remained, each undoubtedly among the most formidable contenders present. 25 million. Suddenly, a slightly portly man in a suit raised his bid sharply. Hiss. Just a piece of doghead gold paired with a piece of ice-type jadeite. Does it warrant such a lofty price? 25 million could purchase a substantial amount of gold. 26 million. The room fell silent for 10 seconds before the man who had earlier suggested renaming the piece swiftly raised his bid. 26 million. Yu Qing ran, her eyes sparkling with delight. Echoed the figure. Bidder number 188 offers 26 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? As participants began to raise their bids, this was a moment every auctioneer relished. At this point, she merely needed to nudge the bidding further upwards. The man in the suit, previously bidding 25 million, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was weighing his own financial capacity against that of his potential rivals. Yu Qingren scanned the room, finally resting her gaze on the suited man, Mr. Wang, number 16. Bidder number 188 has placed a bid of 26 million. Are you willing to raise your bid? Her soft and sweet voice was irresistible, even to the client, Tang Songyuan, seated below, let alone to Mr. Wang. The suited man, unable to contain himself, immediately countered, 28 million. Everyone, please consider, this crouching tiger, hidden dragon has profound significance. And I genuinely admire it. Please show your support. Yet someone remained unyielding, 28,500,000. The suited man glared at the rival bidder. Grinding his teeth, are you deliberately trying to provoke me, Li? The man numbered 42, surnamed Li, shot a mocking glance at the suited man. You're the one who is provoking me. Last month, you sent an undercover agent into my company, stealthily boiled a pot of water, and quietly scalded the money tree at our entrance, not to mention dismantling the fortune cat I had painstakingly acquired. The suited man, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves. How dare you bring that up? Last year, during our company's competition for a project, you hired 2 male models to seduce our project manager. Why don't you mention that? The man surnamed Li, with a smirk, retorted, that project manager was your lover. Wasn't he? Otherwise, why so embarrassed? What a scandalous revelation. Tang Songyuan, seated at the back, was left speechless, astonished that high-stakes business rivalries could devolve into such simplicity. This was no different from a catfight. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, Yu Qingren quickly stifled her laughter and intervened. All right, Mr. Li has bid 28,500,000 for this crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 29 million. The suited man, brimming with fury, raised the price. 30 million. Mr. Li, unwilling to concede, raised his paddle defiantly. 31 million. 32 million. 35 million. 36 million. The two remained steadfast, their rivalry igniting a fierce competition, preventing the earlier bidder from interjecting. 40 million. The suited man, enraged, announced a staggering bid, fixing a penetrating stare on Mr. Li. Li, I bid 40 million. If you can surpass this, I will gladly relinquish this crouching tiger, hidden dragon to you today. But Mr. Li, grinning with satisfaction, shrugged his shoulders. I'm no fool. 40 million could buy 100 kilograms of gold. Best take it home and cherish it. He concluded with a derisive smile directed at the suited man. As their verbal sparring threatened to reignite, Yu Qingren swiftly interjected. Bidder number 16 has offered 40 million. Is there a higher bid? She then glanced at bidder number 188, who helplessly shook his head in surrender, indicating his withdrawal. The price of 40 million had exceeded expectations. Thus, Yu Qingren refrained from further inquiries. For item number 18, crouching tiger, hidden dragon, going once at 40 million. Going twice at 40 million. Yu Qingren's gaze swept across the room, where nearly all eyes were fixed on her, awaiting the fall of her gavel, which would signal the conclusion of this auction. Yet, a voice, slightly aged, shattered the atmosphere once more. 41 million. A collective stir arose as everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the bid, a senior gentleman. His hair as white as snow, clad in a traditional Tang suit, appearing rather unremarkable, akin to an elderly man leisurely strolling through the park with his pet bird. Mr. Wu. President Wu. The crowd gasped in unison. Although their titles varied, it was evident to the outsider, Tang Songyuan, that this elderly gentleman bearing the surname Wu was no ordinary figure. The elder remained steadfast, seemingly indifferent to the gasps and murmurs surrounding him. His gaze fixed coolly upon Yu Qingran, as if awaiting her cue. Yu Qingran endeavored to maintain her smile, clearing her throat gently as she proceeded with the auction. Lot number 1. Mr. Wu bids 41 million. Is there anyone willing to bid further? This time, no one dared to raise their paddle. Even those who had been resolute in their intentions earlier fell silent in the wake of Mr. Wu's offer. After 3 calls for bids, Yu Qingran brought down the gavel, declaring sold. Congratulations to Mr. Wu for successfully acquiring the crouching tiger, coiled dragon for 41 million. Tang Songyuan, seated below and merely a spectator, let out a sigh of relief. The process had been tumultuous, yet the outcome was a most unexpected delight for him. 41 million. He had not anticipated that his first windfall would amount to such a staggering sum. This nugget of gold, the first valuable treasure he had found after gaining his extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, was indeed remarkable, with the jadeite merely serving as a complementary element. His interest waned for the subsequent auction items, compared to the guests who casually tossed around sums in the tens of millions or even over 100 million. He found little appreciation for antiques, cultural artifacts, or artworks. Finally, as the auction drew to a close and the guests dispersed, Tang Songyuan seized the opportunity to locate Yu Qingran in her office. He knocked gently on the door. "Miss Yu, is this a convenient time?" Upon recognizing him, Yu Qingran's face brightened with a smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Tang. The crouching tiger, coiled dragon fetched an astonishing 41 million, making it the second highest selling item of the day, far exceeding our expectations." She then added, "However, please bear with us for at least half an hour for the final calculations. The funds will take a bit longer to reach your account." Tang Songyuan shrugged nonchalantly. "That's not urgent. My primary focus now is on the matter you previously promised me. I wish to obtain the contact information of the client regarding that meteorite." Yu Qingran paused for 2 seconds, then raised an eyebrow. "Let me make a quick call to him." Chapter 45. Going all out. As it turned out, urgency was futile, and Tang Songyuan could only nod in resignation. Yu Qingran retrieved a document from the filing cabinet, perused it briefly, and began dialing on the phone resting on her desk. A few minutes later, she placed the phone down, looking somewhat regretful as she addressed Tang Songyuan. "I've just spoken with the client. He has no objections to you reaching out. However, there is unfortunate news. The meteorite has already been sold." Sold? The very outcome Tang Songyuan had dreaded had materialized. He felt a surge of frustration and anger. Though he had no one to blame but himself, this matter bore no relation to Yu Qingran or her handling of it. The fault lay squarely on his shoulders for not acting decisively at the outset. Had he contacted the client immediately upon discovery, he could have secured the meteorite without the complications now at hand. Controlling his emotions, he stated he would rather withdraw from the auction, even incur a penalty fee. Yet the end result remains the same. It's sold? Yu Qingran nodded. "Indeed, I am truly sorry, Mr. Tang." The client mentioned that it was for a very close friend of his, who also covered the penalty fees incurred. What manner of individual would require such an unremarkable meteorite? Tang Songyuan found himself at a loss for answers, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat before the final curtain fell. "Would you please provide me with the client's contact information? I will see if I can salvage the situation." Although Yu Qingran appeared noncommittal, she ultimately relented and provided him with the phone number. After lingering at the auction house for over half an hour, the proceeds from Crouching Tiger, Coiled Dragon finally arrived. With a selling price of 41 million, and the auction house taking a 5% commission of 2,500,000. Tang Songyuan's total earnings from this auction amounted to 38,950,000. With various prior incomes factored in, his total assets surpassed 45 million. From rags to riches, he had ascended to millionaire status in less than a month. Yet, he felt no particular joy as he had not successfully acquired the meteorite. With remnants of jade carvings in hand, Tang Songyuan exited the auction house and sought a quiet spot to dial the mysterious client's number. However, after 3 unsuccessful attempts, he found himself unable to connect. Just as frustration began to mount, he received a call from NICC. "Junior brother, are you done over there?" As soon as the call connected, the soft voice of NICC echoed in his ear. "The auction is concluded. Do you need something, senior sister?" She chuckled lightly. "Oh, nothing at all. Are you sure you want to come to experience the infinity pool at the Regal? Today, I'm wearing a rather alluring swimsuit." She was indeed a siren. However, he thought, regardless of her attire, it mattered little before him. "No, I won't be joining." "Enjoy yourself," he replied, his mind preoccupied with the quest to locate the client and inquire about the meteorite's fate. NICC seemed to sense his discontent, laughing softly. What's wrong, junior brother? Are you feeling down? Or is there something else troubling you? You can share it with your sister. Tang Songyuan neither confirmed nor denied, merely stating, if there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. You're definitely not yourself. NICC remarked, her tone suddenly serious. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. It's nothing, Tang Songyuan began to deflect, but NICC interrupted. Location. Now. Her tone was reminiscent of a queen commanding her subjects, leaving Tang Songyuan with no choice but to comply and send her his location via WeChat. After a brief moment, NICC responded, there's a Starbucks right across from you. Go inside and wait for me. Order an iced Americano in 25 minutes. I'll arrive in half an hour. Having hung up, Tang Songyuan followed her instructions reluctantly, all the while continuing his attempts to reach the elusive client, which remained futile. Before long, NICC appeared before him, dressed casually with a small bag slung over her shoulder. Without a word, she pulled out a chair and sat down, sipping her coffee while casting a scrutinizing gaze at Tang Songyuan. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? He inquired, perplexed. NICC bit her lip, stating, come on, tell me, what difficulties are you facing? Tang Songyuan countered, how did you know I was encountering difficulties? Easy to see. She replied without hesitation, you see. Yesterday when I asked you to accompany me shopping and carry things, you did so willingly. But now, asking you to share a few words seems to irritate you. Perhaps only a fool would fail to notice your transformation. Aren't you supposed to attend an auction today? Is it not going well? The context carried a hint of concern. Yet her tone remained that of a spoiled princess. Tang Songyuan pondered for a moment and realized she was correct, but he still replied, it's nothing significant. There's no need to trouble you, senior sister. NICC raised an eyebrow and said, do share, perhaps I can help you devise a solution. Junior brother, do you not consider putting forth your utmost effort in your endeavors? Tang Songyuan retorted, how can you say I haven't given my all? NICC smirked slightly and replied, you have never considered seeking assistance from your senior sister. Is that what you call giving your all? When undertaking tasks, one must exhaust every possible means and not rest until the goal is achieved. Do you understand? Oh, Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback. It's really not a big deal. He then recounted his intention to purchase an item at the auction, only to have the client withdraw their commission, without detailing the matter concerning the extraterrestrial meteorite. Currently, he couldn't reach the other party by phone, nor could he locate them. NICC rolled her eyes and said, I thought it was something serious. You have their phone number. Are you still worried about finding them? Tang Songyuan responded, do you have any suggestions, senior sister? NICC scoffed. Most people's phone numbers are registered under their real names. Clearly, the person who sent the item to the auction falls into this category as well. You should visit the telecom service center associated with that phone number, mention that you want to recharge the account, and the staff will usually ask for the name. Then, you can feign misunderstanding or provide some excuse to glance at their screen. And there you have it. You'll obtain their address, at least their registered address. Well, is it really that simple? Chapter 46. A journey for two. The crux of this method lies in being at the service center and possessing a modicum of acting skills. Along with a thick skin, Tang Songyuan couldn't help but marvel at NICC's ingenious thinking, so effortlessly concocting such a cunning plan. NICC, holding her unfinished iced Americano, stood up and said, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I can help you inquire. There's no need for that. It's a simple matter. I can handle it myself, Tang Songyuan replied as he also stood up. As NICC walked outside, she lightly chuckled. It's fine, after all. I'm a bit of a mad woman, with a doctor's note to prove it. Tang Songyuan said, your suggestion has been immensely helpful, but I think I'll manage on my own. After confirming the telecom service center associated with the number, Tang Songyuan followed NICC's advice and easily discovered the client's registered address. He didn't even need to sneak a peek at the screen. His enhanced vision allowed him to clearly see information within 50 meters. He simply played along to maintain the facade. In Yusher, Zhejiang province. NICC furrowed her brow slightly and asked, it's just over 100 kilometers from Modu. Do you plan to go there now? Tang Songyuan replied, we should at least have lunch first. What would you like to eat, senior sister? Finally relieved from his earlier uncertainty, Tang Songyuan's mood lightened, and he began to take the initiative. NICC, not one to be coy, fiddled with her phone and selected a nearby restaurant. During their meal, she also contacted a car rental company, stating she would personally drive Tang Songyuan there. For a brief moment, Tang Songyuan felt genuinely touched. Being an orphan since childhood, after the passing of his parents, he had taken on the responsibility of caring for his sister alone, experiencing the warmth and coldness of the world. Although NICC was often quirky at that moment, he sensed a genuine kindness radiating from her. Do you have a driver's license, senior sister? Tang Songyuan casually inquired. NICC scoffed. What is so surprising about that? Driving is quite simple. I got my license when I was 18. But less than 3 months later, I totaled the first car my grandfather bought me. I even earned the nickname Road Killer, but I haven't driven since. Is it appropriate for you to say that driving is easy? Do you realize how great the risks of driving are? Tang Songyuan remarked wryly. Well then, how about we just rent a car to go? He suggested. I'm still quite young. Just teasing you. Nicc laughed, covering her mouth. You, little junior brother, are far too innocent. You fall for it every time. After lunch, Nicc instructed him to wait at the restaurant entrance. Before long, she drove up in a car, wearing sunglasses and casually waving him over. Get in. Looking around anxiously, Tang Songyuan climbed into the vehicle, diligently fastening his seatbelt while tightly gripping the overhead handle. Nicc, noticing this, felt a twinge of irritation. Enough of that. Such an action implies a serious lack of trust in me. Tang Songyuan replied, It's not distrust. It's merely standard safety protocol for passengers. Isn't it? Nicc huffed and chose not to respond further, smoothly starting the car and driving off. To be fair, her driving skills were commendable, steady and unhurried. Once they hit the highway, with the navigation guiding them, Tang Songyuan began to relax, feeling the steady speed of the vehicle ease his anxiety. How's it going, little junior brother? Nicc provocatively glanced at him. Tang Songyuan nodded vigorously. Senior sister is impressive. You radiate power and confidence. At 3 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the registered address of the client they had sought. It was situated in a village. Tang Songyuan confirmed the house number and called out to the open door of a 3-story building. Hello, is anyone home? Soon. A middle-aged man in his 50s emerged to respond. Who are you looking for? Tang Songyuan quickly replied, I apologize for the intrusion. May I ask if Ning Kongxing resides here? Ning Kongxing was the name of the client. The man looked puzzled and said, That's me. What do you need? You are Ning Kongxing? Tang Songyuan was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, saying, My apologies. I received your information from Shangda Auction House. I tried calling you several times this morning, but you didn't answer. Ning Kongxing did not invite him inside and stood at the door, casually saying, Oh, my phone must have accidentally been on silent. What can I do for you? His Mandarin was laced with a local accent and spoken rapidly, making it difficult for Tang Songyuan to understand. He continued, I heard you recently entrusted Shangda Auction House to auction an extraterrestrial meteorite, but for some reason, you withdrew the commission. I wanted to inquire about the current whereabouts of that meteorite. Ning Kongxing frowned and asked, Why are you asking about that? Tang Songyuan fabricated a response. I'm an astronomy enthusiast who enjoys collecting meteorites. I'm quite interested in that particular one. Could you provide me with any information? Brother Ning? Ning Kongxing replied, That's no problem. I found that stone a few years ago while in Xinjiang and kept it at home. Recently, my child wanted to buy a house and get married in the city, so I thought I might sell it. A distant relative found out and insisted that I sell it to him, offering to cover some fees. Tang Songyuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart and asked, If you don't mind me asking, how much did you sell it to him for? Did your relative mention what he intended to do with it? Just over 200,000, I believe. Ning Kongxing had no intention of concealing the truth, stating directly, His name is Huang Xingde, a renowned swordsmith in the vicinity of Yushu. I've heard he even appeared on CCTV. The master swordsmith Huang Xingde. He must have taken this extraterrestrial meteorite back to forge a magnificent sword, right? Tang Songyuan patiently inquired further about Huang Xingde's address. Ning Kongxing provided the information candidly. Tang Songyuan expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he returned to the vehicle. Nicc noticed the concern etched on his face and asked, What's wrong? Is everything still going awry? Taking a deep breath, Tang Songyuan replied, It's nothing. We'll do our best. Thank you for your help, senior sister. Let us proceed to the next location. Chapter 47. The recluse master Huang Xingde resided in a place called Huanshui, a name that evokes a picturesque landscape. It was approximately 10 kilometers away, and after nearly half an hour of winding mountain roads, Tang Songyuan and Nicc finally arrived. The road twisted and turned, and Nicc halted the vehicle at its end. Surrounding them were undulating hills, and a slender stream flowed gracefully along the mountainside, revealing a clear bottom where countless small fish frolicked. The sword cottage? Nicc murmured as she gazed at a simple stone tablet at the entrance, adding, This place is indeed quite secluded. Are you certain it's here? Tang Songyuan stepped out of the car, surveying the surroundings. The gentleman earlier mentioned that the one who purchased the meteorite is a master swordsmith. It should be here. In his mind, such a master ought to dwell in the depths of the mountains, embodying the image of a reclusive sage. Whom are you seeking? As they pondered, a middle-aged man appeared on the pebble-paved path, likely drawn by the noise. Are you looking for Master Huang Xingde? Tang Songyuan politely inquired. Are you here to buy a sword? Come in. The man, known as Huang Xingde, gestured for them to enter. Just as Tang Songyuan intended to clarify that they were not there to purchase a sword, Huang Xingde had already moved away, leaving him no choice but to follow. NICC, however, ambled leisurely, admiring the surroundings as she entered the sword cottage. The pebble path was relatively smooth, yet still meandered considerably. At the end of the path stood a row of 10 or so blue brick houses, lacking excessive ornamentation, exuding a rustic charm. A tall chimney rose against the mountainside behind. Huang Xingde stood at the door of one room, and, as Tang Songyuan approached, he pointed inside, saying, "These are all handcrafted masterpieces. Choose whichever sword you fancy, and I will tell you the price." With that, he busied himself sharpening a sword on a massive whetstone. Inside the open room, swords of various colors with exquisite scabbards hung neatly on 3 walls. Without needing to guess, Tang Songyuan knew they were all unsharpened. Unfortunately, he had not studied swordsmanship and had no intention of traversing the perilous mountain. Clearing his throat, he spoke, "I apologize, Master Huang. But we are not here to purchase swords." "Not buying swords? Then what are you here for?" "I don't operate publicly and cannot allow random photography." Huang Xingde's actions did not cease, and his tone revealed a hint of impatience. Tang Songyuan quickly replied, "I heard that you acquired a meteorite from a friend a few days ago, and I am quite interested in it." "Indeed, that is the case." Huang Xingde furrowed his brow slightly, pausing his work. "However, I have kept this meteorite for a purpose. I intend to forge it into a mysterious iron sword using ancient techniques. If you forge it into a sword, how will I retrieve the mysterious orb within?" Tang Songyuan's mind raced with thoughts before he suddenly said, "Master Huang, the exquisite swords you forge are ultimately meant for sale, correct? How about this?" He intended to suggest that since the ultimate goal was to sell, he might as well increase his offer to buy the meteorite outright. However, Huang Xingde's expression turned cold. Interrupting him, "I am not short of money. Not all my swords are for sale. The truly legendary swords are beyond the reach of most." The remark about not being short of money effectively stifled Tang Songyuan's next words. Most of the world's problems can be resolved with money, and if not, it simply means they're isn't enough. Tang Songyuan's situation belonged to the latter category. At that moment, NICC approached, and, looking around the room filled with swords, casually examined a few. "I just glanced at some information. The world has a considerable supply of meteorites." NICC remarked nonchalantly before turning to Tang Songyuan with a puzzled expression. "Glass meteorites are slightly more expensive, but iron meteorites and stone iron meteorites are only around 100,000 per kilogram. Why are you fixated on this particular piece?" Having accompanied him through this endeavor, she still did not comprehend why he exerted such effort for a mere meteorite. It lacked the unique beauty resulting from geological evolution like jadeite, and its value paled in comparison. She had no interest in the piles of gambling stones verified by Ni Dahong at her home, let alone an iron-like extraterrestrial meteorite. Tang Songyuan replied earnestly, "I apologize, senior sister. There are reasons I cannot disclose, but it must be this one." NICC pouted, feeling somewhat helpless. She sighed. "If he is not short of money, you have 2 options, either give up or find another meteorite to trade with him." Of course, Tang Songyuan would not choose to abandon the quest. He turned back to Huang Xingde, who had resumed sharpening the sword, and proposed, "Master Huang, how about this? The meteorite you possess weighs just over a kilogram. That amount is likely insufficient to forge a true mysterious iron sword. If I can procure a larger iron meteorite for you, would you be willing to exchange?" Huang Xingde paused his work once more, pondering for several seconds, then furrowed his brow. "The weight is indeed lacking. I initially intended to add other materials. However, your suggestion makes me realize that to forge a genuine mysterious iron sword, I must use the meteorite entirely, including the scabbard." Tang Songyuan clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, "Master Huang, you are absolutely right. In modern times, with the abundance of new materials and alloy formulas, they are ultimately just ordinary iron." Huang Xingde huffed and replied, "Do not ramble. Since you propose this solution, I do not intend to take undue advantage of you. I plan to start the furnace on the 5th day of the 5th month. If you can bring me at least 4 kilograms of iron meteorite before then, I will exchange with you." The 5th day of the 5th month? Tang Songyuan checked the calendar on his phone. There was still over a month to go. As long as he could procure a larger iron meteorite before that date, there was still hope. Then it settled. "However, Master Huang, you must guarantee that during this time, you will not transfer that meteorite to anyone else." Rest assured, nothing here can be touched without my permission." Huang Xingde's gaze was focused as he resumed his sharpening. Tang Songyuan, seeing this, said regretfully, "Then we shall not disturb you any longer, Master Huang. I will definitely visit again before the 5th day of the 5th month." As they departed Huang Xingde's sword cottage, NICC continued to drive leisurely. She inquired, Are we heading back to Magic City? Or do you have other plans? Tang Songyuan asked instead, Senior sister, do you have any suggestions for acquiring iron meteorites? For reasons unknown, he instinctively sought Nic's advice. Chapter 48. The Art of Deception. Nic contemplated for a moment before responding. I believe there are two methods you could attempt. One is to offer a bounty online, as long as you are willing to pay. Many will be eager to assist you. I have also heard that there are many enthusiasts of meteorites, known as meteorite hunters, on the Gobi Desert in Xinjiang. They utilize metal detectors to search for meteorites on the barren land. Perhaps you could venture out to find one yourself. Tang Songyuan pondered his unique ability to perceive underground formations, capable of scanning a radius of 50 meters down to 5 meters, seemingly tailored for treasure hunting. He remarked, perhaps we could adopt a dual approach, offering a reward online while simultaneously searching ourselves. The goal is to locate a meteorite weighing over 4 kilograms before the 5th day of the 5th month. Sister, could you enlighten me on which website allows for such postings? Nic asked, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she held the steering wheel with one hand while gently tapping her cheek with the other. Kiss me, and I will tell you. Ah, what a delightful proposition. Tang Songyuan contemplated for a brief 3 seconds before leaning in, thinking he had nothing to lose. Are you truly going to kiss me? Nic playfully dodged, laughing, I'll send it to you later. Oh, what kind of look is that? Having been teased once again, Tang Songyuan shot her a murderous glare, utilizing his nonchalant perspective to scrutinize her from head to toe. She clearly exhibited a physique honed from childhood, with muscles, bones, and ligaments stronger than those of the average girl. In fact, she was the most physically capable woman he had encountered. Sister, is there anything in this world that you fear? Tang Songyuan inquired. Why the sudden question? Nic responded. Squinting thoughtfully, Tang Songyuan chuckled and replied, just a casual inquiry. You need not answer. After a moment's contemplation, Nic admitted, insects, particularly cockroaches and spiders, terrify me. The sight of them sends chills down my spine. Tang Songyuan nodded slightly but fell silent, his gaze lost in the retreating landscape. After about 5 minutes, he suddenly tensed and said, Sister, please pull over. I need to relieve myself. Surrounded by lush mountains and devoid of other people, Nic complied without suspicion. After stepping out of the vehicle and rummaging around the back, Tang Songyuan quickly returned to the passenger seat. He extended his semi-closed fist toward Nic and said, You've accompanied me tirelessly this afternoon. Allow me to present you with a gift. Without waiting for her response, he unveiled his hand, revealing a small, dark green insect. Approximately 5 centimeters long, complete with 2 red antennae. How childish. Nic remarked, unperturbed, and instead exhibited a teasing demeanor. Are you not aware of the peculiarities of Yunnan? 3 insects make a dish, and these high-protein critters, when coated in egg batter and fried, are absolutely delectable. Perhaps I shall prepare a plate for you next time? Eating them raw is also an option. A single bite will burst with flavor, revealing undigested insect remnants, a crunchy chicken essence. Ah, I've fallen for it again, Tang Songyuan exclaimed, tossing the insect out of the window, muttering, the adage holds true, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. Nic smiled. All right, I shall take that as a compliment. I promise I won't trick you again today. How can I possibly believe you? Tang Songyuan thought to himself, closing his eyes and ignoring her. Upon returning to Shanghai, Nic returned the rental car, and they both headed back to the hotel. During dinner, she shared the website with Tang Songyuan, advising him to register and post his reward for the meteorite. Once in his room, Tang Songyuan accessed the site Nic had provided. A brief exploration revealed that it was indeed a reward platform, offering substantial sums for locating missing children or providing clues, with bounties reaching as high as 200,000 to 1 million. There were also requests for assistance in various tasks, such as dealing with a troublesome neighbor for a mere 2,000. Even some official entities posted rewards for information on suspects. Setting aside the likelihood of success, Tang Songyuan registered his information and posted a reward for an iron meteorite, opting to spend an additional 1,000 to have his listing featured for a week. After a long day, he felt fatigued and soon fell asleep after a brief wash-up. The next day, Nic took Tang Songyuan shopping in the commercial district of Zhujiaoui, purchasing a plethora of high-end clothing and shoes, as well as 2 attractive handbags for herself. That evening, she booked a flight back to Rueli for the following morning. Just then, Tang Songyuan received a call from someone who had seen his reward post online and happened to be in Shanghai, offering to meet in person if he was genuinely interested. Checking the time, Tang Songyuan noted it was already 10 o'clock at night. You should go. I want to sleep early. Nic chuckled. You expect me to go out at this hour? Not a chance. Resigned, Tang Songyuan shrugged. All right, I'll call you in the morning. They agreed to meet at a coffee shop half an hour away from the hotel. The person was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Tang Songyuan, who arrived about 10 minutes early. After confirming identities, Tang Songyuan produced a box from beneath the table and opened it in front of Tang Songyuan. Your luck is quite fortuitous, my friend. Just days ago, a friend gifted me this iron meteorite, and tonight I happened upon your reward post. This should be worth a significant amount, don't you think? Inside the box lay a dark, metallic-looking rock, resembling a meteorite that had survived atmospheric entry. However, upon activating his perception ability, Tang Songyuan was taken aback by the revelation that it was merely an imitation made from unrefined iron or a worthless lump of metal. Uncertain whether Tang Songyuan was deceived by his friend or was attempting to swindle him, Tang Songyuan expressed his skepticism. Mr. Xia, you claim this lump is an iron meteorite? Tang Songyuan's face reddened with indignation. How could this not be an iron meteorite? My friend brought it back from Xinjiang. It cannot possibly be fake. It is you. Being so young, who has likely never seen a real meteorite. Tang Songyuan could only chuckle at the absurdity of Tang Songyuan's misplaced confidence, as he recognized the lump for what it truly was, a manufactured piece of scrap iron. Ever since returning from Huangdexing's Jianlu, he had extensively researched meteorites. Scientists estimate that while many meteors visit Earth annually, most disintegrate upon entering the atmosphere due to their high speed and friction. Nevertheless, around 400 to 500 unburned meteorites still manage to reach the ground each year. However, without witnessing a meteor fall firsthand, locating one remains a daunting challenge. Tang Songyuan, uninterested in further debate, merely shrugged. Fine, you are correct. Now can we proceed with the payment? Payment? Tang Songyuan chuckled twice, rose to his feet, and said, I apologize. I was in a hurry when I left and forgot to bring my money. Perhaps we should reschedule for another time. If it were indeed a genuine iron meteorite, he would not hesitate to part with his wealth and would have purchased it without a second thought. However, the piece that Tang Songyuan presented was not a meteorite at all, and thus, he refused to be taken advantage of. You, Tang Songyuan retorted with anger. It was you who posted a reward online seeking to purchase an iron meteorite. I thought I could bear the loss and sell it to you. This is sheer dishonesty. Say what you will, there's no point in conversing with such a person. It was no wonder that many online users expressed disdain for those lacking a sense of boundaries. Ignoring Tang Songyuan's rebuke, Tang Songyuan strode towards the exit, only to be met by a sudden downpour. The rain fell in torrents, forcing him to pause at the doorway to seek shelter. He took out his phone, intending to amend the reward information to ensure that clients could verify the authenticity of the meteorite before contacting him. He would not entertain any attempts to pass off worthless trinkets. Just as he opened the app, he received several messages on the platform. Upon inspection, he discovered that individuals had commented beneath his reward post, berating him for his lack of discernment and honesty. Without needing to guess, Tang Songyuan knew that Tang Songyuan was behind this. The world, it seemed, was filled with all sorts of people, and he reluctantly deleted the reward post to avoid further entanglement with such individuals. He would find another way to seek out the iron meteorite. After waiting a while, as the rain began to lighten, Tang Songyuan stepped to the roadside to hail a taxi and prepare to return to his hotel. Settling into the front passenger seat, he informed the driver of his destination, the Regal Hotel. However, mere moments after they set off, someone waved them down ahead. The driver inquired, Hey, can I share the ride with you on such a rainy day? It was a slender man clad in a thin trench coat, thoroughly soaked. Adhering to a principle of kindness and recognizing the challenges faced by individuals in all walks of life, Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement. The taxi halted, and the man hurriedly entered, stating, Driver, take me to Huadong Road, the high-tech industrial zone. The driver responded while starting the vehicle, All right. But the high-tech industrial zone is in the opposite direction. We'll need to take a detour. Is it all right if I drop this handsome gentleman at the Regal Hotel first before taking you there? To Tang Songyuan's surprise, the man ignored him entirely and produced a wad of cash from his pocket, approximately a dozen bills, and threw it into the driver's lap, saying, Stop talking nonsense. Just take me where I asked. Another person with no sense of boundaries? If you're so impressive, why are you still catching a taxi, drenched to the skin? Tang Songyuan frowned slightly and replied, There should be a sense of order in everything. I saw you waving. And the driver asked me if I wanted to share the ride. I only let you in because I felt sorry for your drenched condition. You have money. Do I look like someone who is in need? Having just been unsettled by Tang Songyuan's antics, Tang Songyuan's mood soured further due to this man's behavior, his tone turning quite unfriendly. Who are you to interfere? This is none of your business. The man shot Tang Songyuan a glare before urging the driver again. Do as I say. I'm in a hurry. Once we arrive, I'll give you a bonus. Not a chance. Tang Songyuan countered, resolutely asserting. I got in first and should be taken back to my hotel first. Just because you're in a hurry doesn't mean I am too. If you're dissatisfied, you can exit the cab and find another ride. The man squinted at Tang Songyuan and said, "Young man, I advise you not to meddle. This world does not operate on your sense of reason." With that, he glanced at his watch and patted the driver's shoulder, saying, "Brother, speed up and take me there. I'm really in a rush." "You may be in a rush, but I need to be taken back to my hotel first." Tang Songyuan replied coldly. "It's only a few minutes to my hotel, but going to the high-tech industrial zone and then detouring back will take at least half an hour. Are you suggesting I accompany you for a joyride?" The man curled his lip, visibly impatient. Suddenly, he reached into his trench coat and pulled out a handgun. Pointing the dark muzzle at Tang Songyuan while addressing the driver, "Can we head to the high-tech industrial zone now? Goodness, this is a real gun." Browning M1903. Tang Songyuan activated his enhanced vision, confirming that the weapon in the man's hand was indeed genuine. He had not noticed earlier that this man was armed. The driver faltered for a moment, reducing the speed of the vehicle. The man urged again, "Don't stop. Accelerate and take me there." The driver complied. And the man smirked before turning to Tang Songyuan, saying, "Speak up. Weren't you quite chatty a moment ago? Why the silence now?" Initially taken aback, Tang Songyuan felt a surge of anxiety. The handgun was not a domestic make. What kind of person was this? Why was he carrying a weapon? As various thoughts raced through his mind, his enhanced vision continued to monitor the man's movements as he contemplated an escape. If worst came to worst, he would jump from the car. Yet, at the current speed, the consequences of such an action were dire. Fortunately, the man seemed to be content with the situation and did not speak further, his gaze occasionally darting warily to the outside. After about 10 minutes, the taxi arrived at the destination specified by the man. It was past 11 at night, and traffic was sparse on this street. A spacious spot by the roadside was occupied by a white van. The man instructed the driver to stop behind the van, tossed a stack of cash at him, and said, "Hand over your phone." The driver, drenched in cold sweat, complied. The man patted his shoulder and warned, "Mind your tongue when you get back. You know the consequences." The driver nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, I understand, brother." "Oh no, I don't know anything." The man paid him no further mind and pointed his gun at Tang Songyuan, commanding, "Now, you get out of the car. Don't even think about trying anything." 1,000 thoughts raced through Tang Songyuan's mind as he resignedly exited the vehicle. The driver cast a sympathetic glance his way, but said nothing, speeding off in a hurry. The man gestured towards the white van not far away and ordered, "You, go open the door of that vehicle." Tang Songyuan used his enhanced vision to glance inside. Noting there were only 2 men in their 30s, one driving and the other in the passenger seat, he confirmed they were unarmed. Approaching, he opened the rear door, only to hear the 2 front passengers laughing at the sight of the man outside, exclaiming, "Zhang Gaoyang, why so cautious? The boss sent us to pick you up." Zhang Gaoyang's face twitched with a forced smile before he approached the van, but he did not let Tang Songyuan off the hook, ordering him to get in. The driver, displaying visible discontent, remarked, "Who is this guy? Why are we bringing him along?" Zhang Gaoyang closed the door with one hand and coldly huffed, "That's none of your concern. Take me to see Xiang Qian." As the vehicle set into motion, Tang Songyuan, still under the threat of the gun, felt an unsettling sense of anxiety. However, at that moment, I couldn't quite comprehend what I had done wrong. I simply hailed a taxi, and how did I find myself in such a predicament? What on earth was this person up to? In a situation like that, any rational individual would have refused, wouldn't they? The occupants of the vehicle remained silent. Their windows tinted so darkly that the outside world was nearly obscured from view. Tang Songyuan maintained a vigilant perspective, constantly monitoring Zhang Gaoyang's movements in search of an opportunity to counterattack. Yet, Zhang Gaoyang was exceptionally cautious, his muscles taut, and his gaze fixated on the actions of the other passengers within the vehicle, ready to erupt in violence at any moment. As Tang Songyuan felt the sweat bead on his forehead from anxiety, the car gradually came to a stop. "We have arrived." The 2 individuals in the front seat exited, and Zhang Gaoyang pressed the barrel of his gun against Tang Songyuan's waist, barking, "Get out." With no other choice, Tang complied. They had arrived at what appeared to be a fishing port, adjacent to a fishing vessel poised for departure. Ahead stood 5 men, and aside from the 2 who had just assisted Zhang Gaoyang, the other 3 turned their attention towards him. The leader of the group glanced behind Tang Songyuan and remarked, "Zhang Gaoyang, we need to make a run for it. Why the hell did you bring this stranger along?" Zhang Gaoyang scoffed, "Why didn't you notify me sooner? If it weren't for He Chang's call, I would still be in the dark. As for this kid," he cast a sinister look at Tang Songyuan and continued, "he insisted on arguing with me when I took the taxi, leaving me no choice but to draw my gun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to keep up with the pace of our leader." The leader chuckled lightly and said, "You handle it. The boat is about to leave." "Handle it? Depart?" A chill ran down Tang Songyuan's spine. Were they planning to silence him? His nerves were on high alert as he prepared to strike back. "Stop. Suddenly, a melodious female voice emanated from the direction of the fishing boat. Everyone turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman with a commanding presence descending from the vessel. Zheng Gaoliang, you cannot harm him. Lu Qinglu. Tang Songyuan was astonished to realize that he recognized this woman. She had previously approached him in an attempt to purchase the lottery ticket he possessed, worth 1 million. What was she doing here? Was she in cahoots with these individuals? Lu Qing, what business do you have here? Zheng Gaoliang inquired, his gun still trained on Tang Songyuan. His tone laced with hostility. Lu Qinglu stepped forward, unwavering in her stance as she met Zheng Gaoliang's gaze. I said, do not harm him. Zheng Gaoliang scoffed. Why should I? Give me a reason. He has seen all of us. Now we must eliminate him, Lu Qinglu said calmly, casting a brief glance at Tang Songyuan before adding, because he is my boyfriend. I intended to take him with me, but you brought him here against my wishes. The surrounding men gaped in astonishment, while Zheng Gaoliang wore an expression of both anger and amusement. Lu Qing, you must be joking. You can't just claim any random person is your boyfriend. Do you even know his name? Lu Qinglu smirked slightly and replied, his name is Tang Songyuan. He is 23 years old, hailing from Suzhou, and lives at 188 Xian Ning Street, East Bay District, Blue City. Zheng Gaoliang, naturally skeptical, demanded Tang Songyuan present identification. Although Tang Songyuan was bewildered by how Lu Qinglu possessed his personal information, he quickly retrieved his ID and held it up for Zheng Gaoliang to see. Damn. Zheng Gaoliang confirmed the details but remained intent on not letting Tang Songyuan go. At that moment, the leader interjected, enough. We have no time. Stop the chatter and get on the boat. Zheng Gaoliang shot Tang Songyuan a menacing glare but ultimately holstered his weapon and proceeded toward the fishing vessel. Lu Qinglu, however, lightly linked her arm with Tang Songyuan's and urged, let us go. Tang Songyuan quietly uttered a thank you, to which Lu Qinglu whispered, keep quiet. If you want to live, just follow my lead. With no other option, Tang Songyuan quickly texted NICC, informing her of an urgent matter that required him to leave the city for a while, instructing her to manage things in his absence. Before NICC could respond, he swiftly locked his phone. However, just before boarding, Zheng Gaoliang once again halted Tang Songyuan, demanding his wallet and phone. Tang Songyuan handed over his wallet but, in a moment of defiance, tossed his phone into the sea. He suddenly recalled the private information stored on it, although it was password protected. What if Zheng Gaoliang had a way to access it? If he did, it could easily expose that he and Lu Qinglu were not in a romantic relationship, thus creating a new crisis for them. Better to discard it entirely. Oops, my hand slipped. Tang Songyuan feigned regret. Zheng Gaoliang glared at him, his eyes glinting like daggers, as if he wished to carve a piece of flesh from Tang Songyuan. In Chapter 51, a shot rang out from behind. Haha, Songyuan. The leader, Xiang Qian, chuckled heartily, extending his hand to shake Tang Songyuan's and patting his arm. Welcome. From now on, we are all in the same boat. Thanks to Lu Qingliu's introduction, Tang Songyuan learned the names of the others. Aside from the leader Xiang Qian and the hostile Zheng Gaoliang, the remaining members were Yichang, Mai, Zhang Lei, and Shenbo. As they entered the cabin, the fishing boat gradually set sail. Xiang Qian casually chose a seat and said with ease, this mission was executed well, especially thanks to Lu Qing's significant contribution. The boss has everything arranged. We will take the fishing boat out to the open sea. Then a helicopter will pick us up for Hawaii, and finally, we will fly to Los Angeles to meet the boss. The man named Mai grinned. I imagine the bonus from the boss will be substantial this time. Rest assured. Xiang Qian laughed, at least $50,000 each. That should keep you all busy for a while. After distributing the cabins, Tang Songyuan naturally shared a room with Lu Qinglu. The space was modest, barely accommodating a small bed, leaving little room for anything else. Lu Qinglu closed the cabin door and suggested, let us take a short nap. It will be a while before we reach the open sea. Tang Songyuan was about to voice his concern about the cramped space, but Lu Qinglu suddenly pushed him onto the bed. She then joined him, resting her arm beneath his. The position was intimate, with Tang Songyuan lying on his side, cradling Lu Qinglu in his embrace, resembling a pair of sweethearts. Her hair brushed against his nose, exuding a faint fragrance. Thank you for saving me. Tang Songyuan whispered his gratitude. Although Lu Qingliu's identity was unclear, she had indeed rescued him at a critical moment. Lu Qinglu, however, kept her eyes closed, her lips barely parting as she instructed, don't speak. Now is not the time for conversation. Observe and act accordingly. Yet, after all the commotion, Tang Songyuan found it impossible to sleep. His mind was rife with questions, but adhering to Lu Qingliu's advice, he held his tongue. Remarkably, Lu Qinglu succumbed to sleep shortly after, perhaps due to her specialized training. Time passed, and eventually, Yichang knocked on the cabin door to summon the two for a meal. The meal turned out to be instant noodles accompanied by hot dogs. Tang Songyuan didn't mind, sitting beside Lu Qi as they dug into their food. Xiang Qian had already finished his meal and was smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke. When he suddenly queried, "Songyuan, are you from Shuzhou?" Thinking of the new identity Lu Qinglu had provided, Tang Songyuan replied, "Yes, from Ningxing, Shuzhou." Xiang Qian beamed and said, "Haha, I'm from Linxing, Shuzhou. Our hometowns aren't far apart." The distance between Tang Songyuan's hometown, Blue City, and Ningxing, along with Linxing, was relatively short, with only minor differences in dialect. Xiang Qian's remark was made in their native tongue. "Oh, really?" Tang Songyuan took a bite of instant noodles and softly responded, "I remember that the noodles in Linxing are quite excellent, but the most remarkable thing is the wine from Linxing. You have omitted one thing." Xiang Qian, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, remarked, "The spicy chicken from Linxing is also exceptionally outstanding. Unfortunately, in this lifetime, I may never have the opportunity to return." His tone was pitiful, yet Tang Songyuan knew that such individuals were hardly deserving of sympathy. Judging by their current predicament, they must have engaged in some nefarious activities. Several hours later, the fishing boat had reached international waters, yet they needed to sail for another day before a helicopter would arrive for their extraction. Lu Qinglu suggested taking a stroll on the deck, and Tang Songyuan naturally accompanied her. Activating his enhanced vision, he scanned the surroundings, ensuring there were no other people or listening devices present. At last, his curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "Who exactly are these people? And what is your identity? Hold me." Lu Qinglu did not answer directly, but instead made another excessive request. Tang Songyuan obliged, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. At which point she continued, "We must maintain a certain closeness to avoid arousing suspicion." She then glanced towards the deck entrance, lowering her voice as she said, "They belong to an international intelligence trafficking organization. As for my identity, I cannot disclose that to you. Even if you guess it, do not speak it aloud." Not. Although Tang Songyuan had his suspicions, many aspects remained unclear. He asked, "What was the purpose of you asking me to buy a lottery ticket?" Lu Qinglu raised an eyebrow and replied, "The initial reason for involving you in the lottery was to gain their trust. For instance, they intended to extract information from someone, but returned empty-handed. I, however, managed to obtain that information through the lottery method, making it somewhat plausible, which allowed me to successfully join them. Rescuing you last night was merely a stroke of luck, but more crucially, since Xiang Qian suddenly needed to flee, I lacked support for this operation and thought you could assist me. One more person means one more strength. By the way, what provoked that Zheng Gaoyang?" Tang Songyuan grumbled about his plans to acquire a meteorite, recounting the series of unfortunate events that occurred while hailing a taxi. Lu Qinglu frowned slightly and asked, "A meteoric iron? What do you need that for?" Tang Songyuan lied, "I'm fond of it. I've recently developed an interest in this area." Lu Qinglu continued, "I happen to have a lead on meteoric iron. Once this matter is resolved, I can introduce you to someone who possesses a piece." Tang Songyuan rejoiced. "That would be splendid. Rest assured, I will cooperate fully to complete your so-called mission." However, he then posed a new question. "You mentioned they are information traffickers, but I sense they do not seem very harmonious." Tang Songyuan had noted last night that there appeared to be some discord between the group leader Xiang Qian and Zheng Gaoyang. It seemed Xiang Qian was preparing to flee without informing Zheng Gaoyang, which led to his own coercion onto the ship due to a mere exchange of words. This indicated that the latter was indeed quite desperate at that moment. Lu Qinglu calmly surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Have you heard of the Nine Dragons Sword?" Chapter 52. The Nine Dragons Sword. What? The Nine Dragons Sword? Although Tang Songyuan was merely an excavator operator, he had heard of the illustrious Nine Dragons Sword. His adoptive father enjoyed watching anti-Japanese dramas, and he had absorbed some knowledge from them. Apart from information gleaned from films, he had also researched it online. Historical records indicate that the Nine Dragons Sword was a favorite of Emperor Qianlong, measuring approximately 5 feet in length, with an elongated hilt, and its sheath intricately carved with 9 flying golden dragons, symbolizing imperial authority. It is said that Qianlong cherished the sword, viewing it as a symbol of his accomplishments in quelling the Dzungar and Huzha rebellions, often taking it out for admiration and display. Ultimately, he even designated the sword as part of his burial goods. In modern times, the Nine Dragons Sword resurfaced, but underwent tumultuous changes in the nation's fate, changing hands multiple times. Ultimately, it was lost in a plane crash alongside an unnamed notorious spy. Tang Songyuan commented, "I've heard some things, but I seem to recall that it was said to have been burned down to iron scraps." Huh. Lu Qinglu scoffed coldly. During the war era, this Nine Dragons Sword circulated amongst several major traders, enduring numerous conspiracies and betrayals. None of the last 4 owners met with a good end. The intelligence I received states that the true Nine Dragons Sword has been concealed. The tale of it being burned to iron scraps was merely a ruse to mislead the public. Now that the Nine Dragons sword has resurfaced, it unexpectedly fell into the hands of Xiang Qian and his associates. Tang Songyuan chuckled. You say they are information traffickers, yet they have also engaged in smuggling cultural relics? These two endeavors are not mutually exclusive. Lu Qinglu retorted. Both selling information and smuggling artifacts can yield substantial illicit profits. For the sake of money, these individuals would readily forsake their conscience, willing to betray national interests. How much more for priceless cultural relics, especially since they have channels in that regard. Tang Songyuan realized. So, Xiang Qian wishes to monopolize the sword, while Zheng Gaoliang desires a share. Hence, their conflict is irreconcilable. Xiang Qian even prepared to flee without notifying Zheng Gaoliang. This also meant that as long as they confirmed the sword was in Xiang Qian's possession, they need not venture to the west. Things are not as straightforward as you think. Lu Qinglu interjected. Once Xiang Qian's group acquired the sword, they had already arranged an escape plan. He certainly would not take the sword with him. Even if we apprehend them domestically, it would inevitably alert them, potentially causing us to lose all traces of the sword. Such a national treasure must not be lost again, especially not under my watch. Oh, and my current alias is Lu Qing. Do not misname me. Tang Songyuan nodded slightly, and then activated his enhanced vision to search the entire fishing boat, focusing particularly on the cabins occupied by Xiang Qian and his group. As Lu Qinglu had stated, there was no sign of the Nine Dragons sword. Just then, he noticed someone approaching Yichang from the group, holding a fishing rod. Was he planning to fish? The two quickly ceased their conversation, casting their gazes towards the casually strolling Yichang. Am I interrupting? Yichang said nonchalantly while arranging his fishing rod. It was boring in the cabin, so I asked the captain for a fishing rod. If I catch a couple of fish, we won't have to eat instant noodles for dinner. Tang Songyuan turned his gaze towards the water, and with his enhanced vision, he easily penetrated the sea. Within a radius of 50 meters, no fish could escape his notice. At that moment, his heart began to race. He asked Yichang, I heard that sea fishing requires strict skills. Is it really that difficult? Yichang had already prepared the fishing tackle, expertly baiting the hook with a whole shrimp before casting it into the sea. He chuckled and remarked, generally speaking, saltwater fish must contend with the vigorous currents and tides of the ocean, which is why they typically possess considerably greater strength than their freshwater counterparts of the same size. Sometimes, even a small saltwater fish can provide an exhilarating fishing experience. Observing Tang Songyuan's eager and restless demeanor, Lu Qinglu suggested, shall I lend you a fishing rod? Tang Songyuan's eyes brightened. Is that possible? However, I've never fished at sea before. Yichang chuckled. No worries at all, just fish. I have over 10 years of fishing experience and can guide you along the way. Soon, Lu Qinglu procured a fishing rod for Tang Songyuan, while Yichang meticulously organized the tackle and bait, allowing Tang Songyuan to cast into the water on his own. Lu Qinglu quietly stood beside him, as serene as a devoted spouse. Yichang added, as the boat is moving, it's difficult to gauge the currents, and the types of fish in this area remain a mystery, so it's all down to luck. But consider it a way to pass the time. Tang Songyuan, however, was intensely focused. As he activated his perspective vision, he noticed fish entering his line of sight and adjusted the bait accordingly. He alternated between reeling in and letting out the line, exhibiting the clumsy enthusiasm of a novice. Initially, he lacked experience, and the complex currents made the bait behave unpredictably. Yet as time passed, he began to find his rhythm, managing to control the bait and enticing a few passing fish. Unfortunately, none of them took the bait, leading Tang Songyuan to wave his fishing rod for a considerable time without success. In contrast, Yichang appeared at ease, exuding calm and leisure despite also not catching anything. Brother Songyuan, you seem rather impatient, Yichang remarked with a grin. Many novices are like this. It's a wonder they ever catch anything. He then shared some tips and techniques for sea fishing, while also expressing, once I save enough money, I plan to buy a fishing boat and go out to sea every day. Nothing in this mundane world compares to the joy of fishing. At that moment, Tang Songyuan's fishing rod suddenly dipped sharply, the line tautened instantly, and the rod bent into a bow shape, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Yichang's eyes widened in alarm. Holy smokes, you've hooked a fish. Despite his lack of fishing experience, Tang Songyuan had watched various fishing videos on Douyin, which advised that when a fish bites, one should pull sharply to secure the catch. Yichang leaned closer, watching Tang Songyuan's every move with heightened anticipation, murmuring, yes, exactly like that. Reel it in, keep reeling. With one hand firmly gripping the rod, and the other swiftly turning the reel, Tang Songyuan caught Lu Qingliu's surprised gaze as she provided silent encouragement. Soon, he managed to pull a somewhat flattened sea fish from the water, its bright yellow fins glistening in the sunlight. It's a yellow grouper, Yichang exclaimed excitedly. It's rare to see one this size. It must weigh at least 3 to 4 pounds. Songyuan, have you truly never fished before? Tang Songyuan continued to reel in the line until the fish was on deck. The sizable yellow grouper thrashed violently, its tail slapping against the deck. Yet it was all in vain. Tang Songyuan leaned down to grasp it, removed the hook, and tossed it into the water bucket brought by Hichong. He then joyfully replied, "This is indeed my first time fishing, and I never expected such a rewarding experience right off the bat." Hichong, as if he had found a kindred spirit, chuckled, "Keep it up, tonight's dinner depends on you." In the following half hour, Tang Songyuan caught 3 more fish, a 6-pound flower grouper, a 3-pound red snapper, and a 4-pound yellow croaker. Though Hichong had caught nothing, he remained animated, his excitement palpable. "Songyuan, your luck is astonishing," he exclaimed, his face beaming like a blossoming flower. "In over 10 years of fishing, I've never encountered someone as fortunate as you. To catch so many in such a challenging area is truly remarkable. You would be a loss to the fishing world if you didn't pursue it professionally." Tang Songyuan chuckled, "Brother Chong, you jest, it's merely luck. Next time, I might not be so fortunate." Having caught enough for a meal, Tang Songyuan felt satisfied and began to pack up his gear, preparing to return to the cabin. Hichong, however, expressed a desire to continue fishing, perhaps spurred on by Tang Songyuan's success. As a seasoned angler, he had not expected to be schooled by a novice today. Upon entering the cabin, the impressive hall immediately drew the attention of the other members of their group. This communal space was relatively spacious, and Ma Yi, Chun Bo, and Zhang Lei, who had been playing cards, were now pleasantly surprised as they rushed over to witness the unexpected fishing prowess of Tang Songyuan. I knew that Lu Qing did not misjudge him, the team leader praised openly. Tang Songyuan humbly smiled and replied, "Brother He Chang is the true expert. I was simply fortunate today, a mere beginner's luck." Chun Bo, who lived by the coast and was well versed in various methods of preparing seafood, eagerly volunteered, "How about I take care of these fish? I'll ensure you all have a sumptuous dinner tonight." Tang Songyuan readily agreed. "Of course. I was just wondering how to prepare them." Chun Bo, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "That's fantastic. The grouper is best steamed, the snapper should be served as sashimi, and the yellow grouper and croaker can be dry-fried. What do you all think?" The others enthusiastically approved, and Chun Bo continued, "During this season, yellow croaker over 3 pounds costs at least 6,000 per pound. This meal tonight, in a restaurant back home, it would cost no less than 30 to 50,000. How exorbitant." Tang Songyuan was taken aback, realizing he might have made a poor choice in catching the yellow croaker. What a waste to serve such a valuable fish to these traitorous scoundrels, he thought, yet consoled himself with a spirit reminiscent of AQ, laughing, "I just hope the captain has a pot large enough for this." Just then, Lu Qinglu, returning the fishing rod, chimed in, "He does. I saw some condiments earlier." Chun Bo, lifting the fish bucket, declared, "Then I'll head to the kitchen now." Zhang Lei seized the opportunity, saying, "I'll assist you." With those two gone, the card game fell apart, prompting the team leader to invite Tang Songyuan to join. But he politely declined. "I really don't know how to play. Perhaps you could call Zhang Gaoyang to join you?" The leader grimaced. "That guy rarely emerges from the cabin before we reach shore." Ma Yi from their group added, "Yeah, it's just casual fun. No money or food is at stake." However, Tang Songyuan, genuinely disinterested in card games, continued to smile and refuse. The leader, no longer pressing, patted the space beside him. "Everyone has their hobbies. If you're not playing, come sit with me, fellow townsman, and let us chat." With no way to refuse, Tang Songyuan took a seat next to him. Ma Yi stood up, claiming he would take a stroll on the deck. In the vast public cabin, only Xiang Qian, Tang Songyuan, and Lu Qinglu remained. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiang Qian spoke in the Shu dialect, inquiring, "Songyuan, what did you do back in your hometown?" "Oh, just a little business." Tang Songyuan replied evasively while activating his perceptive vision to observe the surroundings. To his surprise, the cabin was devoid of surveillance devices, likely due to its public nature. "Business is tough these days," Xiang Qian lamented, subsequently voicing some cynical remarks about the various societal issues, systems, and corruption. Tang Songyuan offered half-hearted agreement, while Lu Qinglu sat beside him, expressionless and playing with her fingers. Suddenly, Xiang Qian's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance and seriousness. He glanced around, leaned closer to Tang Songyuan, and whispered, "Songyuan, I have a secret to share." Taken aback, Tang Songyuan chuckled awkwardly. "What is it, Brother Xiang?" With a hollow smile, Xiang Qian said, "I've discovered that among us there is a traitor." Tang Songyuan's expression froze, a chill running down his spine. Chapter 54. The infighting begins. Xiang Qian claimed there was a traitor among them. Tang Songyuan instinctively feared that he and Lu Qinglu had been exposed. However, he quickly reconsidered and recognized the flaw in Xiang Qian's statement. noting that he mentioned a traitor, implying a singular individual. Since he and Lu Qilu were two and classified as undercover agents, they could not be labeled as traitors. He steadied himself, saying, "Brother Xiang, I've only just joined and haven't done anything yet." He casually glanced at Lu Qinglu, who remained impassive and unaffected, demonstrating remarkable composure. Xiang Qian unexpectedly produced a dagger, placing it lightly on the card table, and said, "I'm not referring to you. I'm talking about Zheng Gaoyang. He's the traitor in our team." "What? Zheng Gaoyang?" Tang Songyuan's heart raced, realizing that he and Zheng Gaoyang were indeed not on the same page. Yet, if it weren't for Zheng Gaoyang, he wouldn't have boarded the ship with them. "You seem skeptical?" Xiang Qian continued with his insincere smile, stating calmly, "I possess ample evidence indicating that Zheng Gaoyang has betrayed us. Now, I require your assistance in eliminating him." Tang Songyuan looked at the dagger on the table, contemplating whether he was expected to pledge his allegiance or if there was another scheme at play. Just as he prepared to accept the task, Lu Qilu seized the dagger and declared, "I will handle it. I'll go kill him right now." Rising to her feet, she headed straight for the cabin where Zheng Gaoyang was seated, but was halted by Xiang Qian. "Lu Qing, hold on. I believe it is more appropriate for Songyuan to carry out this task." His tone left no room for refusal. Lu Qinglu turned her gaze to Tang Songyuan, who hesitated momentarily before taking her hand, reclaiming the dagger from her grasp, and turning back with a relaxed smile. "I also think it's more suitable for me. Brother Xiang, when do you want me to act?" These traitorous scoundrels, driven by selfish interests, had long surrendered their right to a dignified end. Tang Songyuan felt no moral compunction about executing them, especially since he already had grievances with Zheng Gaoyang. To put it another way, any conscientious citizen would stand against these traitors. They deserve to be swiftly dealt with. A barely perceptible smile crossed Xiang Qian's face as he instructed, "Let us wait a bit longer. During dinner, you'll find a chance to sit beside him, then await my signal." As the sun began to dip below the horizon, Chen Bo, with Zhang Lei's assistance, finally prepared a grand feast of fish. For fish that had once been lively were now neatly arranged in a bowl. The steamed grouper, topped with ginger shreds, alongside the enticing fried yellow croaker and yellow base, was enough to make anyone salivate. Slices of red snapper sashimi were artfully arranged like flowers. Though lacking wasabi, Chen Bo concocted a garlic sauce that lent a unique flavor. "Come, everyone, help yourselves, haha." Chen Bo placed the final bowl on the table, laughing. "Let us thank Songyuan for this meal. Otherwise, we'd still be stuck with instant noodles and sausages." Tang Songyuan replied, "That was purely luck. If we're to express gratitude, it should be to the heavens." He Chang, taking a bite of fish, chewed thoughtfully before saying, "Indeed, the gods were kind. I fished all afternoon without a single catch, yet wasted plenty of shrimp. It's been ages since I've had such a barren day." The group dug in, relieved that the 4 fish were substantial enough to satisfy even 8 people. Midway through the meal, Xiang Qian remarked, "What a pity there's no wine. A glass would make this feast truly delightful." He Chang responded with a grin, "Boss, when we reach Hawaii, I'll treat you to a drink, and even arrange for a beautiful companion." Zhang Lei added, "By tomorrow noon, the helicopter arranged by the boss will arrive. We'll be partying in Hawaii tonight." "Indeed." Xiang Qian squinted his eyes, then turned to Zheng Gaoyang, saying, "Gaoyang, back when we were training, you had the best results. Didn't he you?" Zheng Gaoyang paused, then with an impassive expression asked, "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" Xiang Qian chuckled lightly and continued, "With your capabilities, there's no reason that girl should have left Professor Wang's house alive." This disjointed conversation left Tang Songyuan bewildered. It seemed Xiang Qian was revisiting an incident involving Zheng Gaoyang. Yet he sensed the moment of truth was approaching, gripping the dagger concealed in his sleeve. Zheng Gaoyang furrowed his brows and replied earnestly, "I told you before, it was just a mistake." "Such a mistake?" Xiang Qian scoffed. "Then why did both institutions receive the same blueprint, identical in every detail?" "Impossible. You're slandering me," Zheng Gaoyang retorted angrily, rising to confront Xiang Qian. Yet, before he could act, a dagger swiftly pierced his chest. Tang Songyuan had struck with lightning speed, executing the ambush in a heartbeat. He stepped back, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. As this was his first kill, his face paled slightly, his heart raced, and adrenaline surged through him. The others reacted in various ways, utterly shocked by the unfolding scene. They had not anticipated Tang Songyuan to be the one to act. Blood gushed from Zheng Gaoyang's chest, his face turned ashen, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. With great difficulty, he raised a finger to point at Xiang Qian, uttering, "You are so ruthless." Expressions varied among the group, especially He Chang, whose face was a canvas of astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Xiang Qian waved his hand, issuing orders in a commanding tone. Chong and Chen Bo, take care of Zheng Gaoyang's body. Zhang Lei and Ma Yi, clean up the scene. The four complied silently, their expressions stoic, each lost in their own thoughts. Chong and Chen Bo carried Zheng Gaoyang's lifeless body out of the public cabin and made their way to the stern of the ship. In unison, they exerted their strength and with a resounding splash, cast the body into the sea. Do you have a cigarette? Chen Bo sighed. Chong, gazing at the turbulent waves illuminated by the night sky, felt a complex mix of emotions. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and tossed the pack to Chen Bo. Chen Bo picked one up and inquired, "Do you have a light?" Chong shrugged but eventually struck a match for Chen Bo. As Chen Bo raised his hand to shield the flame from the wind, his fingers stealthily maneuvered towards Chong's carotid artery, where he silently inflicted a noticeable cut with a blade he had concealed. Chong clasped his wound, astonished, as Chen Bo delivered a swift kick, sending him overboard. Chapter 55. A change of plans. After executing his grim task, Chen Bo surveyed the sea, where the sunset cast vibrant hues upon the waves, and finished the cigarette Chong had given him. Flicking the butt into the water, he returned to the public cabin, approaching Xiang Qian with a carefree smile. "It's all taken care of," he declared. Meanwhile, Ma Yi returned alone, but Zhang Lei was nowhere to be found. Exchanging knowing glances with Xiang Qian, they both wore expressions of unspoken understanding. Tang Songyuan was perplexed. Zheng Gaoyang was a traitor, but what motives lay behind Chong and Zhang Lei's actions? Xiang Qian raised his wrist to check the time, chuckling lightly. "All right, the helicopter will be here soon. Everyone, gather your things. We meet on deck in 10 minutes. This surprised Tang Songyuan further, as he believed it was scheduled for noon the following day. Before he could ponder it further, Lu Qinglu interjected, "We won't need 10 minutes. 5 will suffice." With that, she headed straight for the cabin where they had rested the previous night, and Tang Songyuan hurried to follow. Upon entering the room, Lu Qinglu quickly packed her belongings while speaking in a hushed, yet rapid manner to Tang Songyuan. "The plan has changed. I suspect Xiang Qian intends to monopolize the situation. He may be looking to keep the 9-dragon sword for himself, or has possibly found a new buyer to exchange it for a fortune. But what does that have to do with eliminating Zheng Gaoyang and the others? He could easily secure the sword first and then figure it out. No. There may be more to this. Is it possible that Zheng Gaoyang was one of their higher-ups?" Tang Songyuan blurted out. "Then what about Chong and Zhang Lei?" Lu Qinglu shook her head. "Zheng Gaoyang is confirmed to be connected to the organization's boss. As for the other two, I'm not sure. But from this point onwards, our danger level has significantly increased. Xiang Qian may have us on his kill list as well." Tang Songyuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you plan to do now?" He activated his surveillance abilities, simultaneously organizing his belongings while monitoring Xiang Qian and the others' movements. He observed as Xiang Qian concealed 2 daggers against his shins and a pistol beneath his coat, along with a satellite phone and a locator. Lu Qinglu remarked, "It appears Xiang Qian wants to be heading to Hawaii. The next destination will likely be somewhere in Southeast Asia. This could be our chance to obtain the 9-dragon sword." Xiang Qian had dispatched 3 teams with the intention of disrupting the rhythm to stealthily transport the sword out of the country. Now that he had eliminated his immediate watchful eyes, his next move would certainly involve contacting the true bearer of the 9-dragon sword. Tang Songyuan nodded. "Then we'll adapt as the situation unfolds." Despite Xiang Qian's possession of firearms, Tang Songyuan had anticipated this and felt no fear. They swiftly packed their bags and headed to Zheng Gaoyang's cabin to retrieve Tang Songyuan's wallet and other belongings. Lu Qinglu examined Zheng Gaoyang's possessions but found nothing of particular note. A few minutes later, the 5 convened on the deck. Xiang Qian was the last to arrive. A faint smile playing on his lips as he scanned the ready group, and said, "Lu Qing, you're a clever one. Anything you wish to say?" Lu Qinglu raised an eyebrow. "As for the boss Lu Isi, I have never met him nor received any favors from him, so I will follow your lead, Xiang Qian." Xiang Qian turned to Tang Songyuan. "And you, my fellow countryman?" Tang Songyuan shrugged. "I'm indifferent. I'll follow Lu Qing wherever she goes." Xiang Qian laughed heartily. "Rest assured, the world is vast. We can go anywhere." After waiting for about 10 minutes, a distant roar of engines began to resonate from the sky. The sound grew louder, and gradually, a helicopter became visible, swiftly approaching the fishing vessel. A powerful spotlight illuminated the area, enveloping the 5 individuals in its beam. While the rotor blades stirred up a fierce wind that rustled their clothes, a rope ladder was dropped from a height of several meters, and Xiang Qian was the first to grasp it and ascend. Lu Qinglu signaled to Tang Songyuan, who promptly understood and hurriedly seized the ladder ahead of Xiang Qian. Swiftly climbing, he reached the helicopter door in mere seconds, executing a flawless maneuver to flip himself inside. Xiang Qian regarded him with a knowing look and exclaimed, "Impressive skills. Have you trained?" The noise of the helicopter was deafening, and Tang Songyuan sheepishly replied, What training? I did climb trees and raid bird nests a lot as a kid. Xiang Qian raised an eyebrow but said nothing further. The third aboard was Lu Qilu, who silently took a seat beside Tang Songyuan. Mai and Qinbo followed suit, securing the ladder and closing the door behind them. The group donned headsets mounted on the cabin walls, both to muffle the noise and facilitate conversation, though no one seemed inclined to speak, instead silently absorbing the ascent and departure of the helicopter. Tang Songyuan closed his eyes, his body tense, ever vigilant for unforeseen developments. Lu Qilu leaned against his shoulder, her gaze seemingly lost in thought, yet he knew she remained alert, prepared for any eventuality. Approximately an hour later, they glimpsed the lights of land through the windows. However, the helicopter continued its journey, and after another half hour, it descended onto a clearing. Xiang Qian calmly smiled. We've arrived. Let us disembark. One by one, they exited the helicopter, with Xiang Qian being the last to step out. Tang Songyuan quickly assessed their surroundings, noting the dense forest and a narrow path where two vehicles were parked, flanked by two blonde, blue-eyed foreigners, presumably of European descent. Xiang Qian instructed, wait here for a moment until I give the signal. He approached the two foreigners, shook their hands, and exchanged a few words before gesturing for the others to join him. Get in the car. We're heading to our next location to settle in. A half hour later, the vehicle brought them to a hotel, where Xiang Qian assigned a room to Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu. Upon entering, Lu Qinglu quickly scanned the space for any surveillance devices, concluding that there were none. It seems the route has long been altered. Xiang Qian had this planned all along, she remarked. Tang Songyuan glanced at the single bed in the room and asked, how are we sleeping tonight? Chapter 56. How to escape. How are we sleeping? Lu Qilu replied, we'll take turns keeping watch tonight, not only to remain vigilant against Xiang Qian, but also to ensure he doesn't slip away unnoticed. We anticipate that Xiang Qian's next move will be to retrieve the Nine-Dragon Sword, which will undoubtedly lead to further conflict. Tang Songyuan nodded, activating his perceptive vision to monitor the movements ahead. You should rest for a while. I will keep watch, he suggested. Lu Qilu shook her head, responding, no. You should sleep first. I need to ascertain our location, and if necessary, I must contact my superior. Seeing her determination, Tang Songyuan did not insist further and lay down on the bed, fully clothed, quickly succumbing to sleep. However, not long after, he turned over and sat up, saying, do you think it's possible that Xiang Qian doesn't need to personally oversee the transaction? From the two Westerners we encountered earlier, he may have made prior arrangements and is simply using his contacts to facilitate the deal. Lu Qinglu pondered for a moment before replying. That possibility cannot be dismissed, but it is unlikely. Given Xiang Qian's cautious nature, the Jiolong sword is his ultimate bargaining chip. Its significance necessitates his direct involvement in the exchange. Tang Songyuan chuckled and inquired, how much do you think the Jiolong sword could fetch in the market? It is a treasure that cannot merely be quantified by money. Lu Qinglu replied, however, our internal assessments suggest that its exquisite design and intricate craftsmanship give it tremendous collectible value, potentially exceeding even the 12 bronze zodiac heads from the old Summer Palace. If placed on the market, its worth would be at least $500 million. $500 million. Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing why Xiang Qian would betray his allies and resort to murder. Such a sum could obliterate all sense of morality, especially for a traitor whose conscience had long been devoured. Tang Songyuan lay back down, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. After an indeterminate period, he was gently awakened by Lu Qilu. What time is it? He queried, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. It's around 4 o'clock local time, she replied. Sitting up and donning his shoes, Tang Songyuan asked, has there been any movement from Xiang Qian? Activating his perceptive vision, he confirmed that Xiang Qian and his companions were all asleep, their rooms equipped with rudimentary traps to alert them if anyone entered. Lu Qinglu shook her head. No, I just contacted them. We are in Papua New Guinea, and reinforcements will take at least 3 to 4 days to arrive. What a lengthy name for such a remote place. I've never heard of it before, he mused. Yet, realizing that such a desolate location would weaken the influence of various factions, it indeed suited Xiang Qian's intentions. You should rest as well. I can keep watch here without any issues. Lu Qilu nodded gently and lay down, quickly falling into slumber. Tang Songyuan spent the night in meditation, practicing Ba Duan Jin and Wu Qin Shi, feeling an insatiable heat within him before taking a cold shower. When Lu Qinglu awakened, the sun was already shining brightly. She sat up alertly and glanced at Tang Songyuan, immediately asking, has there been any news? He shook his head. No, you can sleep a little longer. Lu Qinglu did not respond, instead getting out of bed to stretch her body and adjust her hair. No more sleep. Let us go out and take a look. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a quaint little town, with the innkeeper, a local native, preparing breakfast for them. However, They did not see the two Westerners from the previous night, perhaps because it was not yet time for the agreed transaction. Xiang Qian and his companions gradually arose, washed up, and gathered for breakfast. After their meal, Xiang Qian showed no intent to leave. Instead, he invited them to play cards. It was not yet time to leave, so he suggested passing the time with a game. Naturally, Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu declined. Xiang Qian dismissed their refusal, calling Chun Bo and Ma Yi into his room. "Let us head back to our room," Lu Qinglu said as the three disappeared behind the door. Tang Songyuan felt a vague sense of unease, uncertain of its origin. Once back in their room, he questioned, "Xiang Qian is too calm. Does he have a scheme waiting for us?" Lu Qinglu fell into contemplation, reviewing previous details. When I first learned about the Jiulong sword, Xiang Qian had already sent it away. Clearly, he had devised a plan to split his forces into three, and then he set you up to eliminate Zheng Gaoliang. As Tang Songyuan activated his perceptive vision again to monitor Xiang Qian's movements, he grasped a crucial point. "You mentioned yesterday that Zheng Gaoliang is affiliated with the big boss, which meant that if Xiang Qian wanted to possess the Jiulong sword, his first step would be to eliminate Zheng Gaoliang, whether by using our hands or others. Then he incited Chun Bo and the others to dispose of Hichang and Zhang Lei. If Chun Bo and Ma Yi are his confidants, the next step would be to eliminate the two of us. Conversely, if he wished to monopolize the treasure, we, along with Chun Bo and Zhang Lei, would undoubtedly be targets for his scheme. Only by ensuring our demise could he confidently claim the Jiulong sword. You have a valid analysis. Xiang Qian's character likely inclines towards wanting to monopolize it," Lu Qinglu added. She approached the window, opening it, and instructed, "You must leave the inn immediately, go into hiding, and closely monitor Xiang Qian. You must obtain the Jiulong sword." Tang Songyuan was taken aback, curious as to why she would propose such a plan. Wouldn't they be better off cooperating together? Perceiving his hesitation, Lu Qinglu quickly explained, "We overlooked one detail, the two Westerners who provided assistance last night." Tang Songyuan frowned. "What about the two Westerners? This is the Republic of Papua New Guinea, a member of the Commonwealth. Xiang Qian could very well leverage local official power." A realization struck Tang Songyuan as he understood her implication. He grasped why Xiang Qian suggested playing cards. He knew that the most formidable among them, himself and Lu Qinglu, would never engage in such games. All he needed to do was eliminate Chun Bo and Ma Yi, framing the two of them in the process, and with precise timing, he could execute his escape. Tang Songyuan had witnessed Xiang Qian's aptitude for timing aboard the fishing vessel. With clarity of thought, he no longer hesitated and quickly climbed out of the window, escaping the inn. Chapter 57. Ruthless and merciless in the modestly furnished inn room, Xiang Qian, Ma Yi, and Chun Bo were leisurely engaged in a game of landlord. Unlike their anxious days back home, the three felt relatively relaxed, free from the constant dread of exposure and the wrath of the masses. Chun Bo played a pair of threes and laughed. "Xiang Qian, are you really planning to take Lu Qing and her companions with you? Will you share the money with them?" Xiang Qian chuckled nonchalantly. "What is the harm in bringing them along? Money is something you can't take with you when you die. Besides, wealth disperses people, and gathering people disperses wealth. I'll just give them a little. Lu Qing doesn't seem like a greedy person, does she?" Ma Yi immediately chimed in. "Whatever Brother Xiang decides is fine by us. We are absolutely obedient." Xiang Qian continued, "That's why I'm determined to bring you two along. I can never abandon my brothers. Once we secure the money, we'll head to Australia, where I plan to buy a farm and enjoy the life of a capitalist." Chun Bo chimed in, "I'll build a grand villa right next to Brother Xiang's, marry a beautiful foreign woman, and have 10 or 8 mixed-race children." Haha. Ma Yi laughed in agreement. "I'm in the same boat. When the time comes, let Lu Qing and that Songyuan handle all the dirty and arduous tasks. It is a pity that Lu Qing's handsome face is not only sharp, but also venomous." Haha. Xiang Qian laughed heartily. "I warned you before not to provoke her. Yet you refused to listen." As he spoke, Xiang Qian suddenly broke into a fit of violent coughing, his face turning crimson as if he could hardly catch his breath. Chun Bo immediately stood up with concern, anxiously looking at him, and said, "Xiang Qian, are you all right?" "Ma Yi, go fetch a glass of water." Ma Yi promptly rose, but Xiang Qian waved his hand, indicating the tissues on the table, his expression one of agony. In that brief moment when Chun Bo turned around, Xiang Qian seized the opportunity to swiftly draw out a prepared handgun, firing a shot that struck Chun Bo squarely in the forehead. Alas, this foolish traitor who dreamed of marrying a foreign beauty met his end without uttering a final word. The gunshot rang out, sending a wave of dread through Ma Yi, who felt his scalp tingle, yet he dared not look back. Instead, he rolled on the ground and dashed towards the door, knowing that escaping the room was his only chance for survival. However, no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the gun in Xiang Qian's hand. Bang, 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 bang. Xiang Qian fired several rounds in Ma Yi's direction until the magazine was emptied. Ma Yi's body was riddled with bullet holes, an abundance of blood gushing forth. Pooling on the floor as despair and resentment lingered on his face, Xiang Qian changed the magazine and, after chambering another round, shot him once more in the head before calmly opening the door. As predicted by Lu Qinglu, 4 or 5 armed local police officers were already stationed outside the hotel, accompanied by those 2 blonde Westerners. Xiang Qian pointed towards Lu Qingliu's room, and the officers rushed in, kicking the door open. Yet, the room was utterly empty. No trace of Tang Songyuan or Lu Qinglu remained. Just moments ago, Tang Songyuan had climbed out of the window but, from the other side, anxiously said, "It's no longer safe here. Xiang Qian is ruthless. Your staying will only increase the danger. We should leave together." Lu Qinglu shook her head, replying, "No, I must stay behind for you to have a chance." "What chance are you talking about?" Tang Songyuan retorted urgently, "I'm unfamiliar with this place. And I can't even communicate properly. How can I manage? Hurry up and come with me." After a moment of indecision, Tang Songyuan's expression changed drastically as he urged, "Quickly, I sense someone is coming." Through his vantage point, he spotted 2 police cars arriving outside the hotel. Led by the 2 Westerners who had been seen the previous night, Lu Qinglu steeled herself, no longer hesitating, and with a graceful leap, she followed Tang Songyuan out the window. The 2 fled swiftly into the dense forest behind the hotel. Xiang Qian, his face ashen, surveyed the empty room and muttered grimly, "They were just here. Where have they gone?" Frustrated, he turned to one of the Westerners and spoke in English, "Alex, have your men search the vicinity and send more people. These 2 cannot have gone far." Alex replied, "Xiang, I can have them assist in the search. But they are the only police in this town. I cannot guarantee that we will find them." Xiang Qian insisted, "They must be found. Otherwise, the deal is off." Alex scoffed, "Xiang, you no longer possess the bargaining power. I will assist you to the best of my ability, but you must complete the transaction with us immediately." At that moment, Xiang Qian felt a pang of regret. If only he had eliminated Lu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan on the helicopter. Yet, considering their skills, even with a firearm, it was uncertain he could have dispatched them, along with Chun Bo and Ma Yi. "Fine," he replied, his voice steady. "Have them begin the search at once, and I will lead you to the transaction site." Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Tang Songyuan had already witnessed the tragic fates of Chun Bo and Ma Yi. "I fear they have met with disaster. What should we do now?" Lu Qinglu was quickly analyzing their situation. "This area is unsafe as well. We should find a vehicle." "How do we procure a vehicle?" Tang Songyuan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lu Qinglu rummaged through her belongings, producing a roll of green cash. "I had anticipated going to Hawaii, so I prepared $10,000. Given that the official language here is English, I should be able to manage. Money still holds power." The 2 quickly emerged from the forest, returning to the town. Soon, Lu Qinglu spotted a small car parked by the roadside, owned by a local young man who was engaged in a phone conversation. Lu Qinglu approached him confidently and inquired, "Hey, buddy, nice car." Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan remained vigilant, keeping an eye on their surroundings. The car owner, noticing a beautiful woman speaking to him, smiled broadly, hanging up the phone and saying, "Sure, wanna hop in? I can take you for a ride." Without hesitation, Lu Qinglu climbed into the passenger seat and stated plainly, $5,000 for your car. As she waved the cash in front of him, Tang Songyuan, through his keen perception, recognized that this was merely an old, second-hand vehicle, and $5,000 was likely equivalent to the young man's earnings over 2 years. "Really?" the owner exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Qinglu affirmed, "Absolutely. Get out of the car, and the money is yours." Chapter 58. A direct assault. $5,000 for a dilapidated car felt like a windfall, especially since US dollars were considered hard currency here. The young man agreed without hesitation, grabbing the money and running off as if afraid Lu Qinglu might change her mind. Lu Qinglu took the driver's seat, started the engine, and checked for any issues. "Everything seems fine. Let us hurry." Tang Songyuan opened the door and quickly jumped in. Lu Qinglu turned the car around and soon returned to the street where their hotel was located. Observing Xiang Qian and the others from a distance of about 100 meters, they saw Xiang Qian exit the hotel and climb into a car with the 2 Westerners, while the remaining police officers had vanished, likely searching for them elsewhere. Lu Qinglu calmly grasped the steering wheel, waiting for the car carrying Xiang Qian to begin moving before leisurely following behind. The small, worn vehicle maneuvered through the traffic, and after driving a kilometer or 2, Tang Songyuan noted Lu Qingliu's adept tracking skills. She was not tailing Xiang Qian's car too closely, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 car lengths, ensuring that the vehicle remained within her line of sight. Soon, they left the town and entered a spacious road. where Lu Qinglu increased the distance between them and the car ahead, sometimes even allowing a gap of 200 or 300 meters. After all, Xiang Qian was a cunning fox. Getting too close would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. After following for about half an hour, Lu Qinglu deduced from the roadside signs. This road leads to Moresby, where Papua New Guinea's largest port and international airport are located. Xiang Qian must be planning to complete the transaction and leave as quickly as possible. Finding him again will be an uphill battle, Tang Songyuan remarked. You're right, he continued. And I believe both parties in the transaction are likely anxious, which could present an opportunity for us. This type of covert operation to intercept another organization requires not only secrecy but also speed. From the moment Zhang Gaoyang went missing, his former employer quickly sensed something amiss. The betrayal by Xiang Qian could not remain concealed for long, leaving him with scant time. Suddenly, Lu Qingliu's expression tightened as she remarked, "You should refrain from being overly optimistic. They may have reinforcements." Tang Songyuan also detected the anomaly. The vehicle that Xiang Qian had been driving was initially solitary. Yet at an intersection, a black sedan had appeared closely behind it. The proximity and their pace suggested not a pursuit, but rather a protective arrangement. What should we do now? Tang Songyuan asked with rising anxiety. Lu Qingliu's mind raced through worst-case scenarios. For the moment, I have no better plan. We should follow them for now. As they ventured further, buildings began to multiply along the roadside and intersections became more frequent, indicating their entrance into the suburbs of Moresby. At that juncture, they observed the two vehicles ahead abruptly turn at an intersection, entering a street resembling a row of townhouses or warehouses, finally halting before a large warehouse. They've stopped, Tang Songyuan exclaimed. A glint of determination flashed in Lu Qingliu's eyes as she drove past the intersection, stopping before a nearby convenience store. In the span of 3 minutes, under Tang Songyuan's bewildered gaze, Lu Qingliu procured an assortment of miscellaneous items, including several screwdrivers, various chemical powders, specifically black fertilizer, sugar, and matches, and selected a crowbar for Tang Songyuan. Subsequently, the duo abandoned their vehicle and swiftly circled around. Indeed, this was a row of warehouses, yet most were shut tight, while 2 armed guards stood at the entrance of one. Presumably, Xiang Qian and his associates had disembarked, currently engaged in negotiations within the now-closed warehouse. A direct assault seemed implausible. Their East Asian features would easily arouse suspicion. Wait here. I'll fetch the car. Lu Qingliu promptly altered her strategy and sprinted toward the battered vehicle. Tang Songyuan quickly grasped her intention to drive in and confront them head-on. This girl is rather reckless, he thought, though his own adrenaline surged, quickening his heartbeat. In scarcely half a minute, Lu Qingliu returned with the vehicle, and Tang Songyuan resumed his place in the passenger seat. With a swift motion, the old car sped forth, covering several dozen meters in an instant. Duck! Lu Qingliu commanded sharply, executing a sudden turn that collided with one of the guards at the entrance. The guard, startled, raised his weapon to fire. But it was too late. The car slammed into his abdomen, then crashed against the door with a resounding thud. Glass shattered into a myriad of fragments as Lu Qingliu, already poised for action, flung open the door and rolled out just as the impact occurred. She hurled 2 screwdrivers, and the remaining guard managed to fire only 2 rounds before one of the screwdrivers struck him in the forehead. Tang Songyuan also leapt from the vehicle, swinging the crowbar at the left guard's head. The guard, caught between the car and the warehouse door, still dazed from the collision, succumbed to his fate. The 2 seized the guard's firearms almost simultaneously. Lu Qingliu quickly examined one, declaring, "Give me 10 seconds. When I say open the door, you must swiftly lift it." With that, she began to mix the chemicals. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan activated his enhanced vision to scout the interior of the warehouse. However, the warehouse was somewhat expansive, exceeding the 50-meter range of his vision, and within that distance, he only spotted 2 gun barrels aimed at the entrance. Open the door. Lu Qingliu ignited the prepared chemical mixture, and a thick plume of smoke billowed forth. Tang Songyuan strained to lift the slightly warped roll-up door, while Lu Qingliu swiftly tossed in the makeshift smoke bomb. The warehouse erupted with gunfire, bullets ricocheting off the partially opened door. But the 2 had already taken cover to the side, obscured by the dense smoke. The gunfire ceased, likely while they reloaded. Tang Songyuan and Lu Qingliu exchanged a glance, inhaling deeply before charging into the warehouse, weapons drawn. The smoke bomb continued to burn, and without needing to see, Tang Songyuan quickly located a sturdy cover. In those few meters of advance, he finally encompassed the entire warehouse within his enhanced vision. 6 individuals resided within, 4 Westerners and 2 Easterners, with Xiang Qian among them. Most crucially, resting atop a table was a box containing a beautifully adorned sword, the very artifact they had tirelessly pursued, the 9-Dragon Sword. Chapter 59. National treasure. The verification of the Nine-Dragon Sword through his enhanced vision confirmed its authenticity. At long last, the coveted treasure that Tang Songyuan and Lu Qilu had traversed countless miles to find lay within reach. A surge of excitement coursed through Tang Songyuan as he glanced at Lu Qilu, inquiring, "Can we prepare another smoke bomb?" It was this very smoke bomb that had illuminated a potential strategy. While the adversaries remained blind to his movements, he could maintain a clear view through his enhanced vision. Unimpeded, certainly, but only one more can be prepared, Lu Qilu replied, settling down to concoct the mixture. Seizing the moment, Tang Songyuan scrutinized the assault rifle in his hands. The L-85A1 assault rifle, a British model with a caliber of 5.56 millimeters. The chamber was loaded, with 29 rounds remaining. Recalling his experiences from shooting games, he silently motivated himself. With a crackle, the makeshift smoke bomb ignited, unleashing a dense cloud of smoke that once again obscured both parties' vision. Within his enhanced sight, Tang Songyuan noted that 5 of the 6 adversaries were armed, 2 with rifles and 3 with handguns. They had all reloaded, yet instead of launching a concerted attack, they awaited any sudden movements from the smoke. Xiang Qian, brandishing a handgun, directed it towards the entrance while angrily berating a man named Alex. "I warned you those 2 would be trouble. Now look. We arrive, and they follow right after us." Alex, the British man, scoffed dismissively. "What of it? This rudimentary smoke bomb will eventually burn out, at which point they'll be left exposed, mere lambs for slaughter." No sooner had the words left his lips than the sound of gunfire erupted from within the smoke. Tang Songyuan, concealed behind the wooden crate, exposed only half his head, aimed at one of the riflemen and fired 2 quick shots. Bang, bang. However, he missed. The bullets struck the far wall of the warehouse, a frustrating distance away. The unexpected gunfire startled the 6 on high alert, prompting them to scramble for cover. Xiang Qian shouted in fury, "They've taken the guards' weapons at the entrance. You're all a bunch of imbeciles." Bang, bang, bang. Alex's group returned fire, but the obscuring smoke rendered them incapable of identifying their target, their shots merely venting frustration into the air. Tang Songyuan adjusted his angle and fired again. Still, he missed. With no time to ponder, he slightly repositioned his aim and fired 3 rounds in quick succession, successfully taking down 1 rifleman. Lu Qilu, unwilling to remain idle, dropped to her belly and crawled along the ground towards the opposite side of the warehouse, preparing to flank alongside Tang Songyuan. Elated by his success in dispatching 1 foe, Tang Songyuan stifled the smoke's stinging odor and fired again. Bang, 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 bang. 5 rapid shots erupted, and as he adjusted his aim amidst the smoke cover, he felled another rifleman. The man collapsed, letting out a desperate scream before meeting his demise. How was this possible? The opposing team was taken aback, enveloped in a haze of smoke that rendered them nearly blind to the situation on this side, while they had already eliminated 2 of their compatriots. Alex fired 2 shots toward the direction from which the flames had erupted, but with his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan could anticipate his every move. Just as Alex raised his weapon to shoot, he swiftly retreated behind a wooden crate. Then, he quickly emerged again, aiming at Alex's position. In a straight line, he took aim. Rapid, successive shots rang out, and the 5.56 millimeters bullets pierced the wooden cover, instantly killing Alex and another British man. At that moment, Lu Qilu charged from another angle, bursting forth from the smoke like a war deity. As she fired, she advanced with a steady and powerful stride, trailing a hint of smoke behind her. Tang Songyuan followed closely behind. Although his ammunition was limited, a single bullet was sufficient to take down an enemy. His fire was not dense, but fierce enough to keep the man with the eastern features hiding behind the crate. Within a blink, they closed the distance of less than 50 meters. Tang Songyuan fired again, unleashing a barrage across the crate. Wood splintered and blood sprayed everywhere. Without allowing the opponent a chance to speak, he emptied his magazine, turning the man into a sieve. The other man of similar appearance met a similar fate, never even uttering his name before he met his end. "Well done," Lu Qilu praised, beginning to ensure that the remaining adversaries were thoroughly dispatched. Only then did she inspect the code lockbox on the table. There might be a bomb, Tang Songyuan warned, under his enhanced vision. The box was indeed free of explosives, yet if it were to be forcibly opened or mishandled, it would trigger the aluminum thermite intricately coiled around the Nine-Dragon Sword. Should it ignite, the reclaimed Nine-Dragon Sword would be reduced to a mere hunk of scrap metal. With furrowed brows, Lu Qilu searched the bodies of the fallen and found a remote control, which had only a single activation button. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan approached the box using his enhanced vision, magnifying the lock's core as he cautiously turned the first gear of the code. Success! His expression brightened as he continued to manipulate the remaining gears. With a click, The box sprang open. How did you know the code? Lu Qinglu inquired, curiosity piqued. I guessed. Tang Songyuan replied, scratching his nose. There really is a bomb. Lu Qinglu moved closer, raising an eyebrow as she swiftly dismantled the trigger mechanism of the aluminum thermite and removed it from around the Nine Dragons sword. It truly is the Nine Dragons sword. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. After enduring countless perils, they had finally reclaimed this national treasure. She placed the sword back into the box and said, We must hurry. Let us find a place to hide and await reinforcements to extract us from here. Tang Songyuan gazed at the body of the fallen man and requested, Hand me a screwdriver. Without questioning his intent, Lu Qinglu tossed one to him. Tang Songyuan caught it and crouched beside the body. He raised his hand and, with a swift motion, plunged the screwdriver into the man's forehead. The immense force drove it deep, as if piercing through tofu, even embedding it into the warehouse floor. He murmured softly, In your next life, do not betray your people. Fellow countrymen, Chapter 60, The Return of the Treasure. The shooting incident in Moresby attracted the attention of the police. The deaths of 2 British nationals in the outskirts of the capital constituted a significant case. Unfortunately, this area lay beyond the reach of surveillance, and both parties had chosen such a remote location for the sake of discretion. By the time the police arrived, the perpetrators had long since vanished. After escaping the scene, Lu Qinglu applied some rudimentary makeup to both herself and Tang Songyuan, darkening their skin to resemble that of the locals. They then hailed a bus on the roadside, leaving the Moresby area behind. In the afternoon, Lu Qinglu found a native village where they disguised themselves as tourists. The village, situated near the coast, resembled a primitive tribe, with residents living in thatched huts. The locals carved canoes from a giant tree to fish, yet the area lacked even basic roads, appearing remarkably backward. The natives were not particularly hospitable, and it was only after Lu Qinglu spent nearly $500 in local currency that they secured temporary accommodation in a small thatched hut, measuring about 7 or 8 square meters. Using a satellite phone she had found on the fallen man, Lu Qinglu made contact and then told Tang Songyuan, We need to wait here for at least 2 days before we can leave by sea. By sea? Are we taking another helicopter? Tang Songyuan pondered, while Lu Qinglu opened the code lockbox and began examining the Nine Dragons sword. Suddenly, she said, Your skills are quite impressive. After this, have you considered joining us? Tang Songyuan, intrigued by the sword in her hands, paused for a moment before chuckling. No, it was merely a fortunate coincidence this time. Why are you still thinking about me? I was hoping you would take me to find the iron meteorite. Lu Qinglu withdrew the sword, inspecting the blade for any damage, and continued, I once had an informant, an extraneous member of our team, who possessed an iron meteorite. I saw it with him before. Tang Songyuan's excitement surged. Where is he? How large is the meteorite? Lu Qinglu calmly sheathed the sword and replied, It weighs at least 4 kilograms, located in Los Angeles. Ah, Tang Songyuan frowned. I thought it would be within the country. Los Angeles is so far away. Am I supposed to fly to the west to complete the transaction? Lu Qinglu suggested. That isn't impossible. You could also ask him to ship it to you. Tang Songyuan, feeling a bit disheartened, pouted, Never mind. Let's discuss it after we leave here. 3 nights later, they packed their belongings and arrived at the seaside to wait. As the agreed time approached, Lu Qinglu lit a bonfire. About 10 minutes later, a speedboat sped toward them. After confirming their identities with a coded signal, Lu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan boarded the boat, which swiftly carved a beautiful arc across the sea, heading back the way they came. The boat was piloted by 2 plainclothes men who appeared quite young. Tang Songyuan noticed their short hair and began to suspect. The speedboat moved swiftly, and after more than an hour, it brought them to a colossal sea fortress. To Tang Songyuan's astonishment, it was a massive warship. Forgive his lack of exposure, as he had never seen one up close before, and its size was truly overwhelming. Welcome aboard the 108th ship. I am Captain Gung Pingbo. Upon boarding, a military officer with 2 stars on his shoulder warmly greeted them. Lu Qinglu, carrying her suitcase, shook his hand and said, Thank you for your assistance. Colonel Gung. After some brief pleasantries, Gung Pingbo arranged for them to have separate, private quarters, instructing that they were not to be disturbed. After 2 days of sailing, the 108th ship docked at a small island. The 2 boarded a plane from the island, and upon landing, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Finally back in the Magic City, Tang Songyuan sighed, taking a deep breath. At that moment, a man approached Lu Qinglu and said, Team Leader Lu, the minister is waiting for you inside. Lu Qinglu nodded, grasping her suitcase, and replied, Lead the way. Following him into the airport's office area, Tang Songyuan met Lu Qinglu's minister. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a square-shaped face that exuded vitality, albeit his hair was somewhat sparse. Alongside him were 2 elderly gentlemen, distinguished by their refined demeanor. These two were the former curator and deputy curator of the Palace Museum, both esteemed honorary presidents of the Beijing Antiques Association, one named Chu Shiji and the others were Mingyuan. Minister Lu Qinglu reporting for duty. Lu Qinglu stood at attention and saluted. The minister cast a glance at her, a mixture of reproach and fondness in his eyes, and remarked, "We shall discuss your matters later. Have you brought the items?" Lu Qinglu stepped forward and placed the box on the table, opening it with care. The nine-dragon sword, in pristine condition. As soon as the box was opened, the previously motionless elder suddenly became animated. Tears glimmered in Chu Shiji's eyes as he wavered to his feet. Hesitating to reach out, Zhuo Mingyuan echoed his sentiment, murmuring, "The nine-dragon sword. It truly is the nine-dragon sword. After 70 years, it has finally re-emerged." The minister cleared his throat and inquired, "Elder Chu, Elder Zhuo, could you please confirm once more?" Chu Shiji managed to regain his composure. Gently lifting the nine-dragon sword from its case as if cradling the most precious of treasures, fearful it might dissolve in his hands. "I'm certain," he proclaimed with unwavering confidence. His fingers caressed the exquisitely adorned scabbard, gliding over the embedded rubies, sapphires, and diamonds, as well as the vividly depicted 9 golden dragons. He then drew the sword, and a flash of cold light illuminated the room. Producing a magnifying glass from an unknown pocket, he scrutinized it closely. Zhuo Mingyuan nodded with profound satisfaction, stating, "To witness the nine-dragon sword in this lifetime, I could depart in peace." "Excellent." The minister clapped his hands in excitement. Turning to Lu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan, "You two have accomplished a great feat in retrieving the nine-dragon sword. This is Tang Songyuan, correct?" Tang Songyuan greeted him with a smile. "Hello, minister." The minister nodded in return, saying, "Please follow me." He led Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu to a nearby office. And as Lu Qinglu closed the door, he continued, "You did exceptionally well this time, Qinglu. Please prepare a detailed report for me later." He then turned to Tang Songyuan. "Due to certain sensitive reasons, Mr. Tang, your contributions cannot be made public, thus we can only offer you some material and spiritual rewards." Tang Songyuan noted the terms "some" and "spiritual rewards" with skepticism, chuckling. "Leader Lu promised me some additional conditions." The minister laughed. "That doesn't contradict what I've just said. For now, you may return. I will have Qinglu deliver your rewards later." As Tang Songyuan rose to leave, the minister's expression grew serious as he addressed Lu Qinglu. "Upon returning, write a report regarding your unauthorized actions and submit it along with the task report." Chapter 61. The Enchantress Strikes. Exiting the room, Tang Songyuan dialed NICC. "Hello, who is this?" came her sweet voice from the other end. "It's me, senior sister." This phone was provided by Lu Qinglu, so it was understandable that NICC was unaware. Tang Songyuan quickly established his identity and asked, "Where are you now? Could you come to the airport to pick me up? You little rascal, disappearing without a word for so many days. Where have you been?" NICC's initial tone was one of displeasure, but it softened into an apologetic one as she continued, "If it weren't for the last text you sent, I would have thought you were abducted. I'm currently in Sanya, and I've canceled my hotel room at the Ritz. You could have said something earlier. I only decided to come this morning after not seeing you for a week." Tang Songyuan hastily apologized and asked, "When are you coming back?" NICC laughed lightly. "I just arrived yesterday. Or you could come and play for a bit. Senior sister will take you surfing." An image of NICC frolicking in a sexy bikini under the sun flashed through Tang Songyuan's mind. He coughed lightly and said, "All right then. I'll fly to Sanya to find you." NICC giggled. "I'll be waiting for you, little junior brother." Not long after hanging up, Lu Qinglu emerged from the room. She handed Tang Songyuan a box, and he asked, "What is this?" Lu Qinglu gestured for him to open it. Inside was a medal, a certificate, and a sum of cash amounting to 100,000. The medal bore the inscription "Long and Special Contribution Medal." Tang Songyuan suspected this might be the so-called spiritual reward, but he still inquired, "What is the use of this?" Lu Qinglu replied, "It can provide you with special assistance at certain times." Although she didn't elaborate, Tang Songyuan understood her implication. The cash also alleviated his current financial embarrassment. Lu Qinglu pursed her lips and added, "I've purchased you a plane ticket. We'll be flying to Los Angeles tonight at 9. I will ensure everything is arranged as promised." She referred to providing Tang Songyuan with a means to procure iron meteorites, but he hadn't anticipated the urgency. Fresh from one ordeal, he was now hastily preparing for another journey abroad. Tang Songyuan expressed, "Is it really that urgent? However, I've never been to the West and don't have a passport." Lu Qinglu raised an eyebrow, stating, "I will handle the passport situation for you." She pointed at the cash he held. "Shall I help you convert this into dollars?" Tang Songyuan nodded, handing the money to her, and replied, "That would be great. But I've heard that obtaining a passport for the West takes at least 10 days. Lu Qinglu scoffed, "That's not for you to worry about. I'll ensure your safe passage through customs. Her tone suggested this was not her first experience with such matters. With the acquisition of the iron meteorite being paramount, Tang Songyuan was eager to obtain it so he could return to Huangxingda to exchange it for the mysterious orb. Thus, he called NICC again to inform her that he would not be going to Sanya and would notify her upon his return. NICC, sounding disappointed, remarked, "Really? I was going to invite you to that grand banquet. What a wonderful opportunity. Next time you seek me out, it may not be as easy to come by." This enchanting temptress, Tang Songyuan inwardly scoffed, quickly retorting, "Sorry, senior sister, next time it's on me." NICC huffed, "Scram. What would a single woman like me do at such an event?" At 7:50 p.m., Lu Qilu and Tang Songyuan boarded a Delta Airlines Boeing aircraft. After a layover in Tokyo and nearly 18 hours of travel, they finally arrived in Southern California, Los Angeles. As they approached customs, Tang Songyuan felt a twinge of anxiety holding Lu Qingliu's provided passport, but they passed through without incident. Upon exiting the airport, Lu Qilu disdainfully remarked, "The CIA often does this, and what they produce is less reliable than ours. At least the chips we use are genuine." Tang Songyuan remained noncommittal, feeling the effects of the time difference, as it was now 4 a.m. local time in Los Angeles. They found a motel to rest, and around noon, Lu Qilu woke Tang Songyuan. After lunch, she took him to an antique shop located in Torrance. Despite being called an antique shop, Tang Songyuan felt a sense of disarray as he stepped inside. The store offered an astonishing array of items, ranging from large wall clocks and pianos to clothing, shoes, and even the overlooked baskets, shovels, scissors, and buttons that one might find unremarkable domestically. This led him to inwardly scoff. Is this truly considered an antique? Or is it merely a reflection of a nation with a history of only 246 years? "Ah, welcome, my dear friend. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Upon entering, a middle-aged man greeted him in somewhat halting Chinese, his arms outstretched, ready to embrace her. However, Lu Qilu declined, extending only a hand for a handshake, saying, "It has been a long time, frankly." She then introduced Tang Songyuan, and after some pleasantries, Lu Qilu conveyed the purpose of their visit, to purchase the iron meteorite he possessed. Frankly, beaming with a smile, remarked, "That is not just any iron meteorite. It is Cupid's heart. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it for you." With that, he ventured into the store's storage area and emerged cradling an iron lump, stating, "Here it is." With a nostalgic expression, Frankly added, "This piece hails from the asteroid belt near Ceres, weighing 15 kilograms. And I have named it Cupid's heart." Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision to verify its authenticity, confirming that the iron lump was indeed a meteorite, composed of approximately 80% iron along with other metallic elements. "This is it." Tang Songyuan felt a sense of certainty and inquired, "Frankly, is this meteorite for sale?" "Of course." Frankly chuckled, patting the meteorite. "While I cherish this Cupid's heart, I genuinely hope it finds a true admirer who can appreciate its true worth. If you were aware of the fate that awaits this meteorite, to be forged into a sword by Huangxingda, perhaps you would not be so optimistic." Tang Songyuan thought to himself, "I believe I am that admirer. Name your price." Frankly, glancing at him with amusement, replied, "Typical lunar or Martian meteorites can fetch prices as high as $4,000 to $5,000 per gram, but this is merely an iron meteorite from Ceres, valued at only 1/10 of a lunar meteorite. In light of Lu Qilu's presence, I shall offer it to you at $300 per gram." Tang Songyuan, feeling disheartened, retorted, "I find I no longer desire it. This price makes me feel like a complete fool." After a thorough explanation from Lu Qilu, Frankly finally comprehended the meaning behind Tang Songyuan's remark. With a serious expression, he stated, "My apologies, Songyuan, but I have not deceived you. Did you know that scientists estimate that the total weight of asteroids visiting Earth daily can reach around 50,000 tons? Yet, only a scant few reach the surface, most disintegrating and burning up in the atmosphere, leaving only a minuscule fraction to arrive as unburnt remnants. Furthermore, locating such meteorites is not a simple task. It requires courage, audacity, and a touch of luck." Frankly's theory seemed to adhere to the principle of rarity, suggesting that a meteorite weighing over 4 kilograms is indeed not commonly found on Earth. Charging you $300 per gram, totaling over $100,000, is not exorbitant. Reflecting on his earlier mistake of missing the opportunity to acquire his first meteorite, Tang Songyuan decided not to dwell on the price. He boldly proposed, "How about this, Frankly, $1 million. What do you think?" Frankly, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Lu Qilu, who silently encouraged him to proceed. "Oh, Songyuan, your bargaining skills are rather fierce," he remarked, half annoyed, half playful. This is a meteorite with a well-documented provenance. Even ordinary stone-iron meteorites average $500 per gram. Tang Songyuan forced a smile and ultimately conceded. Fine, Franco Lee. Let us proceed as you suggest. Bargaining is an instinctive reaction. Who knows, it might just succeed. Franco Lee, beaming, extended his hand, wishing him a pleasant transaction. As they shook hands, Tang Songyuan realized he had only a little over $10,000 in cash on him. Although he was not short of funds, his domestic bank cards could not transfer money overseas directly. To send money to a foreign bank account, one must apply for a remittance through their bank, which requires approval. This meant that in order to complete the transaction, he would have to visit the industrial and commercial bank branch in Los Angeles. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head and turned to Lu Qi-lu, saying, do you have any cash on you that you could lend me? I'll repay you later. Lu Qi-lu chuckled, responding, do you think I, as a public servant, would have over $1 million in liquid assets? Just then, two tall, dark-skinned men entered the store, dragging a suitcase behind them. One of them, adorned with a large gold chain and sunglasses, exclaimed, Hey, Franco, come and see the treasures we've unearthed this time. Franco Lee raised a hand to signal Tang Songyuan and Lu Qi-lu to wait. Walking over to greet them with a smile, Yuri and Kes quickly open it up. I'm curious about what you found today. As he spoke, Yuri Jean, the one with the gold chain and sunglasses, opened the suitcase and began to display various eclectic items on the counter, an ancient-looking book, what appeared to be jewelry, and several ornate boxes, likely containing valuable trinkets. Kes Jean, brimming with excitement, chimed in, we just filmed 3 suitcases today, and look at all this. Franco, you're the expert. Help us assess the value of these items. Struggling with his English, Tang Songyuan looked towards Lu Qi-lu for assistance. Without hesitation, she translated the gist of the conversation for him. Tang Songyuan finally understood that Yuri Jean and Kes Jean were indeed the legendary professional treasure hunters. He was somewhat familiar with the concept of professional treasure hunters, having seen videos on popular short video platforms showcasing 5 major types of men-s slow-motion content, knife-making competitions, African men performing feats of strength, wilderness survival, and the treasure hunting of abandoned luggage and shipping containers. If he was not mistaken, these two were likely involved in the latter. Specifically the luggage box blind boxes. These suitcases consisted of unclaimed baggage left at the airport, which, after a certain period, would be auctioned off to alleviate storage pressure. Treasure hunters could bid to acquire ownership of the suitcases and the items contained within. The value of these luggage boxes was unpredictable. Some could yield luxurious items of considerable worth, while others might contain only mundane clothing, leading to potential losses for the treasure hunters. Contemplating this, Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision to evaluate the treasures they had discovered. The ancient book was a Bible from 1908, and the jewelry was a diamond bracelet. Meanwhile, Franco Lee had already provided his assessments, offering prices for each item. This Bible once belonged to a renowned bishop from the last century, valued at $200. This diamond bracelet is of average quality, worth $50, and this ruby ring is estimated at $1,200. In total, the suitcase brought by the Jean brothers was valued at $2,250. Oh, the two brothers were suddenly filled with excitement, leaping into the air and playfully bumping their chests against each other. Unsatisfied, they pounded their fists together, creating a rhythmic thumping sound. Yuri Jean, in a fit of exhilaration, twirled around the store, emitting joyous howls. Keith Jean, laughing heartily at Franco Lee, exclaimed, Did you know, Franco, that we gathered all this from 3 suitcases for only $250? Oh my goodness, we've struck it rich. Franco wore a smile as he counted the cash, handing it to Yuri Jean with congratulations, wishing them daily good fortune. Yuri Jean, grinning widely, accepted the cash and, unable to contain his excitement, kissed the bills, proudly declaring, Of course, we are professionals. Goodbye, Franco. We shall return tomorrow. As they departed, Keith Jean waved at Franco Lee. Franco responded with a smile, gathering the items they had just collected. He then approached Tang Songyuan and Lu Qi-lu, saying, Let us continue. However, Tang Songyuan was harboring different thoughts. The notion of treasure hunting through mystery boxes and suitcases intrigued him deeply. Franco, may I ask, can anyone participate in such treasure hunting activities? Chapter 63, Registration for the competition. It is said that the legendary Rockefeller once proclaimed, Even if you cast me into the desert, as long as there is a caravan passing through, I can establish a business empire. Tang Songyuan shared this sentiment. Although he currently possessed just over $10,000, he was endowed with the extraordinary ability to see through things. This blind box challenge seemed tailor-made for him, while others relied on luck and experience. He merely needed a glance to discern the truth. Franco Lee looked at him in surprise and replied, Of course. Los Angeles International Airport handles nearly 100 million travelers annually, and there are always careless passengers who misplace their luggage. The airport has no choice but to manage this. Interestingly, in 3 days, Los Angeles Television will host a suitcase treasure hunt competition, where the ultimate victor will receive a grand prize of up to $1 million. What do you think, Songyuan? Are you planning to participate? Tang Songyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he responded, given such an opportunity, I certainly intend to take part. You know, Franco, back in my homeland, I was also a seasoned treasure hunter. Selecting precious jade stones from countless raw materials can certainly be deemed treasure hunting. Franco raised his eyebrows in surprise and chuckled. I truly did not expect that. So, what do you plan to do with this iron meteorite? Tang Songyuan replied. You can keep the meteorite for now. There's no need to worry. We Chinese place great importance on our promises. In 3 days, after I participate in the treasure hunt competition, I will return to finalize our transaction. Franco Li wore a mysterious smile and said, Oh, I meant to say that I was also invited to participate in the treasure hunt, but as a judge, rest assured, I will be completely fair. Tang Songyuan replied. That is splendid. Upon exiting Franco Li's antique shop, Lu Qilu wore a puzzled expression. She queried, You risked everything for this meteorite, yet now that it is within reach. You seem unperturbed? Tang Songyuan explained. After so many days of delay, I am not concerned about a couple more. Besides, I currently have just over $10,000 from the reward given by your minister. How can I afford to buy that meteorite? It requires over $1 million in dollars. Mind you, Lu Qinglu frowned. So, you intend to earn money through this suitcase treasure hunt competition? Tang Songyuan affirmed, Exactly. Did you see those 2 chubby guys? They merely opened 3 suitcases and made nearly $2,000. If I were in their shoes, I might earn even more. You're just boasting. Lu Qilu gently admonished, I believe this is no different from gambling. Don't just look at the profits. Consider those who lose everything. Relax. Tang Songyuan replied nonchalantly. This is merely a game of chance, and when it comes to luck, I am quite adept. Have you forgotten my success in the lottery? However, Lu Qinglu remained resistant, stating, If you wish to go, then go alone. I will not accompany you. Once you lose all your money, I will fly you back. Wait. Tang Songyuan quickly grasped her hand, smiling. Is it too much to ask for you to leave me here, considering our camaraderie? Reflecting on their recent shared experiences, Lu Qinglu pursed her lips and said, Fine, but you must promise to know when to stop. You cannot get carried away. Her intention was to keep an eye on him, believing that even if Tang Songyuan lost some money, it would not lead to complete financial ruin. Tang Songyuan eagerly assured her, I promise. I swear it will be fine. Lu Qinglu rolled her eyes and asked, Can you now release my hand? Tang Songyuan gently let go, grinning as he hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at Los Angeles International Airport, Tang Songyuan, guided by Lu Qilu, located the registration area for the suitcase competition. This was also the site where suitcase auctions typically took place. Next to the registration point, the usual auction activities were ongoing. To his surprise, he spotted Yuri Jean and Keith Jean again. They had returned after their recent windfall of nearly $2,000. Using a fake passport, Tang Songyuan registered without a hitch, although the registration fee of $300 took him by surprise. He asked Lu Qilu to inquire if he could still participate in the auction today. A blonde girl with black-rimmed glasses responded, Absolutely. There are still 28 suitcases remaining for auction today. Just take this paddle and proceed to participate. As she spoke, she retrieved a paddle from a drawer and handed it to Tang Songyuan, saying, I hope you have a wonderful experience. The number 188, deemed auspicious, was handed to him. Holding the paddle, Tang Songyuan smiled and replied, Thank you. He and Lu Qinglu took their seats in the auction area, where the lively bidding echoed like a bustling market. The auction was presided over by a plump, fair-skinned man, accompanied by a female assistant in a white shirt. At their feet stood a suitcase, clearly the object of contention among the attendees. $260, $265, $268. The bidding was swift, and the auctioneer often echoed the bids from the audience, creating a cacophony of excitement. Activating his extraordinary vision, Tang Songyuan scanned the suitcase being contested. After a careful examination lasting more than 10 seconds, he identified the contents: ordinary clothing, shoes, socks, and some cards, with the most valuable item being a tablet from 2016. Wait a moment. Tang Songyuan redirected his gaze. Those were not merely ordinary cards, they were collectible trading cards. Moreover, it is a complete set of trading cards featuring the championship team of the 2015 NBA Finals, the Golden State Warriors. One of the cards even bears the autograph of Stephen Curry. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Songyuan raised his sign and, with halting English, declared $350. After announcing the price, however, he felt a twinge of regret. In truth, He was uncertain about the actual value of the trading cards and which specific types could command high prices. The other treasure hunters nearby regarded the suitcase as rather ordinary. The offer of $350 had already exceeded their expectations. Consequently, following Tang Songyuan's bid, a brief silence ensued as they cast curious, mocking, and derisive glances at this Eastern figure. The portly host, sensing the awkwardness, prompted the bidding 3 times before declaring the suitcase belonged to Tang Songyuan. With the matter settled, he no longer lingered on doubts and instead feigned excitement, raising his fists and exclaiming, "Yay!" Seated beside him, Lu Qinglu appeared both bewildered and perplexed. "Is there anything special about this suitcase? I can't fathom that anything of value would be hidden in these casually discarded belongings." Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly and replied, "That is the allure of blind boxes. The quest for the unknown is the fundamental reason humanity has evolved from the primitive to the pinnacle of world dominance." After successfully acquiring the first suitcase, Tang Songyuan did not choose to withdraw. He did not immediately seek a place to open it, as the host assistant would record his number and final bid, allowing him to pay after the auction concluded. He activated his enhanced vision to scan the remaining 27 suitcases, determined to secure the most valuable one. The auction continued, and once again, the air was filled with a cacophony of bids. $80. $80. I bid $85. Very well, Yuri bids $85. Both the treasure hunters and the auctioneer spoke in rapid succession, making it difficult to keep pace. This often resulted in identical bids, but the host generally pinpointed the first bidder accurately. Ultimately, the suitcase was successfully purchased by the Yuri brothers for $122. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan had scanned 7 or 8 suitcases, yet the results proved rather uninspiring. Most contained either used undergarments, outdated electronics, or a few coins. Even when a couple of them held some jewelry, the appraisal revealed them to be low quality or outright fakes. It seemed Lu Qingliu's assertion was indeed accurate. These discarded suitcases harbored little of real value. Suddenly, Tang Songyuan's attention was captured by a glimmering silver watch. Beyond its exquisite and luxurious appearance, his enhanced vision provided an exceptionally opulent assessment. Patek Philippe Celestial Moon Phase Tourbillon Ref 5002P. Serial number 5002P. Platinum. Brand Patek Philippe. Movement diameter 38 mm. Case diameter 42.8 mm. Additionally, detailed descriptions of the case material, dial color, shape, crystal material, and crown material were provided. This was undoubtedly a remarkable find. Tang Songyuan could scarcely believe his eyes. Could it be that the wealthy had become so extravagant that a suitcase containing such a valuable timepiece could be lost? Yet his enhanced vision had never deceived him. This was indeed a watch of considerable worth. He resolved to acquire this suitcase at all costs. He discreetly pulled out his phone to search for the market value of the Patek Philippe Celestial Moon Phase Tourbillon. At that moment, Lu Qinglu inquired, "You were so enthusiastic earlier. Why have you fallen silent now?" The treasure hunters around them were actively engaging in the lively atmosphere, while Lu Qinglu maintained her composure. From Franco Li's antique shop to the auction of these mystery suitcases, Tang Songyuan's behavior had been perplexing. His gaze was erratic, his expressions oscillating between elation, doubt, and seriousness, as if he had transformed from the calm and collected figure she had fought alongside in Papua New Guinea. "Oh," Tang Songyuan paused, then laughed. "This is my first time participating in such an auction, and I'm finding it quite fascinating. So you decided to start with a bid of $350? Lu Qinglu probed. Tang Songyuan fabricated a response. "I thought I would just throw out a random price, and since my English is not very good." I didn't expect to actually win. His English was indeed lacking, after 5 years of operating an excavator. Most of the words and grammar he had learned had long since faded from memory. Currently, he could perhaps manage only a couple of hundred basic words. Lu Qinglu nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, she began discussing her observations. The old man with sunglasses and slicked back hair is quite shrewd. He raises his bids in small increments. The white man in the cap with a mustache, on the other hand, is quite the opposite. He bids infrequently, but always at crucial moments, relishing the competition. As they conversed, Tang Songyuan refrained from further bidding. The suitcases were quickly auctioned off or left unsold. Finally, the suitcase he had been coveting appeared. It was indeed the one containing the authentic Patek Philippe watch. Today marked the 6th suitcase of the countdown, and its somewhat aged appearance led him to believe it might conceal a significant treasure. The starting bid was $50, and the host urged everyone to seize the opportunity. Following a brief introduction, the auction recommenced. For $100, the man with the mustache was the first to raise his paddle, confidently announcing his bid. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Goodness! The mustached man had entered the fray with a price that left most in awe. Tang Songyuan noted that this strategy differed from Lu Qingliu's analysis. And just as he prepared to bid, the old man in sunglasses raised his paddle. $450. The suitcase was equipped with a mechanical combination lock. He discerned the shape of a box through the leather and thus concluded that this suitcase could be worth a gamble. Of course, there was an element of risk involved. Should fortune smile upon him, he could turn a modest investment into something far more valuable. $450. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer enthusiastically announced. Mark shot a venomous glance at Billy, who had been beside him during the inspection of the suitcase, perhaps having discerned something. Billy, unfazed by Mark's murderous glare, erupted into laughter. They had been rivals for a long time, and raising bids against each other was not a novel occurrence. $500. Mark begrudgingly called out, suppressing his mounting frustration. All right, $500. Bidder number 134 has offered $500. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer, driven by commission, eagerly awaited higher bids, as his earnings depended on the final sale price. After a brief silence, it was finally Tang Songyuan's turn to speak. He raised his paddle, his clumsy English laced with a Sichuan accent. $510. Perhaps the peculiarity of his accent drew the attention of over 100 treasure seekers, who turned to see who dared to defy Mark. Upon recognizing the familiar Eastern visage, their expressions morphed into mockery and derision. Mark, seething with anger, thought it was one thing for Billy to raise the stakes. But what audacity was this from an oblivious newcomer? From Neon? Mark inquired tentatively. Chinese. Tang Songyuan responded with a markedly clear accent and a resolute tone. Mark, sporting a duckbill cap and a small mustache, curled his lips in disdain and turned to the auctioneer, declaring, $600. With his perceptive vision, Tang Songyuan caught the contemptuous expression on Mark's face, and it irked him. How dare he equate a proud descendant of the Han dynasty with a foreigner? With a scoff, he countered, $700. His defiance was evident, and his gaze challenged Mark, filled with a sense of provocation. This suitcase was a coveted prize. He was willing to exhaust every bit of his cash, over $10,000, if need be. The atmosphere among the treasure hunters grew restless as Tang Songyuan's new bid reverberated through the crowd. This seemingly unremarkable suitcase bore no prestigious brand nor the hallmark of master craftsmanship. What justified its worth at $700? Billy wore a smug expression. Mark's discomfort brought him immense satisfaction. Yuri and Keith King, the brothers, furrowed their brows, contemplating whether they should intervene and at what moment. Brother, we saw those two at Franco's shop earlier. Could they have received a tip-off from him? Keith queried. No, brother, trust me. $700 is no small sum. The auctioneer excitedly announced, bidder number 188 has offered $700. Mr. Mark, we are old friends. Can you bid higher? Mark, already irate, was incited further by the auctioneer's direct provocation. He raised his paddle again, bidding $750. $800. Tang Songyuan swiftly countered, a clear challenge in his voice. $850. Mark's teeth nearly ground together. He thought to himself that if the box did not contain items worth over $850, he would personally dismantle the suitcase with a chainsaw. $900. Tang Songyuan stood up, raising his paddle and calling out loudly, his eyes filled with ridicule. Mark glanced back at him but ultimately chose to concede. The auctioneer attempted one last time to stir Mark's interest, but he remained silent. After 3 inquiries, the announcement came that the suitcase belonged to Tang Songyuan. Achieving his goal, Tang Songyuan felt a surge of joy. He contemplated whether to open the suitcase on the spot and flaunt the Patek Philippe watch inside, guaranteed to send Mark into a fit of rage. However, he opted for discretion, planning to return to Franco Lee's antique shop to unveil it there, potentially selling it directly if the opportunity arose. Uninterested in the remaining suitcase, Tang Songyuan departed with Lu Qingliu to finalize the transaction with the auction assistant. He exchanged a total of $1,250 in cash for 2 suitcases. Just as he was about to leave the auction venue, the Stout brothers hurried over to intercept him. Hey brother, we saw you at Franco's shop earlier. Yuri King grinned, displaying a row of white teeth. Honestly, Tang Songyuan held no racial prejudice. He only rejected those who loitered domestically. Hello, nice to meet you. Tang Songyuan replied courteously. I am Yuri King. And this is my brother, Keith King. He introduced himself, adding, we have been displeased with Mark for some time. You performed splendidly today. Tang Songyuan offered a perfunctory smile, not fully understanding, and turned to Lu Qingliu for assistance. She promptly translated for him. I was only displeased with him calling me a neon person at first. Otherwise, I would not have engaged him. Yuri praised, a brilliant approach. By the way, tomorrow morning, there will be a batch of expired storage units up for auction on Santa Monica Street. Are you interested in participating? Tang Songyuan was already aware of the storage unit auctions. Many people in the West preferred renting storage units for various reasons, such as temporary storage during travels or for old furniture that no longer fit in their homes. Typically, these rentals were short-term. If the rental period ended without renewal, the contents would automatically become the property of the storage company, which would then auction off the expired units. Before the auction, the storage company would not inspect the contents, for that would defeat the purpose of the auction. When the auction commenced, the auctioneer would cut the lock on the storage door with large pincers, allowing treasure seekers to stand at the entrance for only a few minutes before bidding began. Some auctions were conducted as blind boxes, with a fixed price per unit, making it a straightforward transaction. Santa Monica Street. Tang Songyuan pondered the name, asking, "Are there any restrictions on participation?" "Restrictions? Huh, not at all." Keith King laughed heartily. "As long as you bring money, you're good to go." Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement, saying, "That's great. I will have Franco contact you." After bidding farewell to the Stout brothers, Tang Songyuan and Lu Qi took their 2 suitcases and hailed a taxi back to Franco Li's antique shop. "Oh my goodness," Franco exclaimed upon seeing the 2 enter with the visibly worn suitcases. "You actually went to the suitcase auction?" Tang Songyuan smiled slightly. "I initially planned to register for the competition, but when I saw the auction was still ongoing and wanted to experience the atmosphere, I decided to bid on too." He continued, "Please help me check if there are any treasures inside." "Absolutely." Franco Li chuckled and went to fetch tools from the storage room. Preparing to forcefully open the 2 suitcases, Tang Songyuan selected a sturdy hammer from the assortment and delivered 2 or 3 vigorous strikes to the lock of the first suitcase, rendering it utterly useless. As he opened the case, a wave of stale sweat enveloped him. Inside lay a few worn jerseys, along with some sneakers beneath. Franco frowned and curiously inquired, "How much did you pay for this suitcase?" As Tang Songyuan tossed aside the clothes, he replied, $350. Franco shook his head, remarking, "By the looks of it, these are merely discarded garments. They wouldn't fetch much at a second-hand market. And the sneakers are not even special editions. Oh, there's a tablet. Let me see." Tang Songyuan retrieved the tablet nestled among the clothes, and Franco inspected it thoroughly, declaring, "This tablet was originally priced at $600, but now it's only about 30% new. It might sell for around $100, if that." After emptying the suitcase of all its contents, Tang Songyuan also discovered a handful of coins and, at last, unearthed a complete set of NBA champion trading cards. "Wow, this is quite impressive," Franco praised, taking the cards from Tang Songyuan for a meticulous examination. He added, "In the past 2 years, the value of trading cards has skyrocketed, though there has been a slight dip recently. Regardless, whether single cards or boxed sets, prices have surged significantly. However, this set isn't particularly rare. Only this one signed by Curry holds a bit more value. I could offer you $17,000 for the whole set. What do you think? Purchasing it for $350 and selling it for $17,000. What a surprise." Tang Songyuan chuckled. "Franco, your manner of speaking led me to believe it wasn't worth much." Franco glanced at Lu Qinglu beside him and remarked, "You must understand. Chinese isn't my native language. I haven't yet mastered your nuanced intonations." Tang Songyuan gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Your English is already commendable compared to mine." Franco fondled the well-packaged trading cards and added, "Songyuan, in the future, if you're uncertain about the value of such items, you can easily check Amazon or eBay for reference." Tang Songyuan nodded in understanding, and both parties joyfully concluded the transaction. He then proceeded to open the second suitcase. This one contained mostly clothing as well. But in stark contrast to the previous suitcase, these garments appeared to be of considerably higher quality. They were neatly folded, devoid of any unpleasant odors. "This shirt is quite nice. It seems to be custom-made." Franco pointed out a shirt, explaining, "In Western countries, the standards for men's shirts are quite high. For instance, those in finance prefer a tailored fit, and there should be no obvious brand logos." He then touched the fabric, stating, "This shirt could be worth $150. What? A second-hand shirt can be valued at $150? Such a notion was rare in his homeland, yet Franco spoke of it as if it were commonplace. The surprises continued as Franco appraised the trousers and jacket within, providing various valuations that totaled over $1,050. This was merely Franco's purchasing price, suggesting that these second-hand garments could easily command double that in the market. "Oh, there is also a box." Tang Songyuan feigned excitement as he grasped the watch box at the bottom of the suitcase, exclaiming, "Let us see what treasures lie within." With a click, the box opened to reveal an exquisitely crafted watch glimmering with silver light. "Oh my goodness." Franco, who had maintained a calm demeanor until now, was suddenly overwhelmed. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell open as if he could swallow an entire dragon fruit. His expression shifted from surprise to astonishment, then to elation and excitement. The hairs at the corners of his mouth quivered uncontrollably, and he uttered in his native tongue upon seeing the watch, Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon Ref 5002p. Trembling, he slowly reached for the watch box but hesitated mid-motion, nervously asking Tang Songyuan, "May I take a closer look at this Patek Philippe?" Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu exchanged knowing smiles, with the former responding, "Of course, Franco." Franco Li treated the watch box as if it were a priceless treasure, gently lifting the exquisite timepiece from its resting place. He caressed the crown-patterned texture of the case, winding it delicately, holding the watch to his ear. He listened intently to the rhythmic ticking of the hands, a sound that seemed to produce ethereal notes, leaving him in a state of rapture. Each tick resonated like a heartbeat. Patek Philippe, how incredible! This is a genuine Patek Philippe. Franco's disbelief was palpable as he produced a small magnifying glass to scrutinize the watch further, examining every detail of the case, crystal, and strap, even counting the gemstones embedded within. Lu Qinglu found his reactions somewhat exaggerated and asked, "What's the matter? Is this watch very valuable?" To her, it seemed impossible that a suitcase, which had been abandoned, could contain such a treasure. Franco replied, "This isn't merely a question of value. The Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon series is handcrafted and limited in production. Sometimes, a certain social status is required to even purchase one. A few years ago, the platinum version of this series fetched $2 million at auction. $2 million. Lu Qinglu was astounded. She had witnessed the entire process, from its hiding place to Tang Songyuan's impulsive purchase for $900, leaving her bewildered that such an unremarkable suitcase could conceal a watch worth $1 million. The concept of a watch being valued so highly was difficult for her to grasp, though she acknowledged that such an absurdity could exist. Franco's initial excitement gradually subsided, yet his gaze remained tender towards the Patek Philippe as he gently caressed the case, saying, "Compared to the myriad of luxury items available to women, jewelry, cosmetics, handbags, and so forth, there are few luxury items that signify a man's status. This watch not only employs rare and precious materials and superior craftsmanship, but its historical significance, sense of prestige, brand value, and artistic merit also contribute to its exorbitant price." He then turned to Tang Songyuan, seriously asking, "Songyuan, are you willing to part with this Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon?" "Of course." Tang Songyuan smiled, his eyes gleaming as he replied, "As long as you offer a fair price." Franco Li raised an eyebrow, maintaining his contemplative demeanor for a considerable time before stating, "This watch is in immaculate condition, with no signs of wear. Given that this model is virtually priceless, I believe it's worth at least $2,200,000. What do you think?" Tang Songyuan, lacking expertise in luxury watches, understood that even online prices for such items could be elusive. Based on his limited knowledge of Franco, he found him to be relatively fair in business dealings. "I have faith in your character, Franco. Let us proceed as you suggested." Tang Songyuan smiled as he spoke. Franco, overjoyed, immediately prepared for the transaction. However, Tang Songyuan lacked a bank account number from the West. This, though, posed no challenge for Franco. In a little over 10 minutes, he managed to secure a Swiss bank account for Tang Songyuan. After providing him with the account details and password, he added, "You may change the password yourself later. They only recognize the password, not the person." Tang Songyuan, internally scoffing, harbored a disdain for Swiss banks ever since the incident involving the confiscation of assets from wealthy nationals. Nevertheless, for the sake of the transaction, he accepted the new account, planning to transfer the funds back home upon his return. With the completion of the deal, which included a star card valued at $17,000, Tang Songyuan amassed a total of over $221,000. After deducting expenses, he netted more than $220,000, translating to over 15 million yuan at the current exchange rate. Earning millions daily was something Tang Songyuan had never dared to dream of before, yet he had now made it a reality. Tang Songyuan then mentioned to Franco that the Black brothers had invited him to participate in the warehouse auction the following day. Franco pondered for a moment and replied, "The area around Santa Monica Boulevard is home to the affluent of Los Angeles, making the warehouse auction quite appealing. How about this, tomorrow? I will have my employee watch the shop for the morning, and I will personally drive you there." Tang Songyuan beamed. "That sounds wonderful." Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Qinglu followed Tang Songyuan into his room. After closing the door, she remarked, "We agreed this trip was solely for acquiring iron meteorites. Now that you have sufficient funds, why must you partake in this warehouse treasure hunt? Should I also reveal my clairvoyance?" Tang Songyuan silently rolled his eyes but replied, "Look, we are earning money from the Westerners and spending it back home. Doesn't that contribute to the national economy?" Lu Qinglu countered, "By your reasoning, that does hold some merit, But can you guarantee you will profit every time? I can, but I cannot disclose how, Tang Songyuan chuckled. Fine. I admit I have little resistance to treasure hunting games, but you cannot entirely blame me. Blame it on the evils of capitalism. This statement bore truth. Whether it was suitcase blind boxes or warehouse blind boxes, such thrilling treasure hunting games were virtually non-existent in the country. The only comparable activity was stone gambling, which inherently carried an air of mystery and was fraught with wealth-related deceit, not something the average person could navigate. Lu Qinglu pursed her lips and declared, "All right then. But we have a maximum of 3 days. We must return home after that." Tang Songyuan nodded with a smile, agreed, after the suitcase treasure hunt competition. We will return home. Having settled their terms, Lu Qinglu intended to retire to her room for some rest. Just as she was about to open the door, she paused and said, "I heard the treasure hunt competition will be fully recorded. Do you need to make any adjustments to your appearance?" Tang Songyuan, seated cross-legged on the bed, contemplated for a moment before responding, "That's fine, but I hope to look even more dashing." The following morning, Franco Li arrived at the hotel in a pickup truck to collect Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu. Today, Lu Qinglu had made subtle adjustments to Tang Songyuan's facial features. His nose was slightly augmented, and his eyes were adorned with light blue contact lenses. Of course, to the untrained eye, the differences would be negligible. Once they were in the vehicle, Franco started the engine and remarked, "Actually, I have participated in such expired warehouse auctions before. They can be quite entertaining." "Really?" Tang Songyuan seemed to have found common ground with him and eagerly engaged in conversation. "I heard someone once discovered a Picasso painting in a warehouse. Is that true?" Franco replied, "Indeed, some individuals have found Picasso's works, and not just one, though they are generally not very famous. Moreover, these individuals tend to keep them for themselves rather than sell. It is said that the artistic genius and renowned painter Picasso left behind 37,000 works during his lifetime. With so many pieces in circulation, it is not unusual for some to be collected by the public. However, it is rather unfortunate for them to end up in a warehouse and be abandoned. Fortunately, treasure hunters can help restore them to appreciation. Properly preserving such works can be seen as a form of protection." After about half an hour of travel, the trio arrived at the site of the warehouse auction. Already, more than 20 treasure hunters of various backgrounds had gathered, including the Black brothers, Yuri and Keith King. Tang Songyuan also spotted Mark, who had previously clashed with him. But today Mark was not alone. He stood next to a stunning Western girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Also present were Big Slick Billy and the old white couple. As soon as they disembarked, the Black brothers greeted Franco enthusiastically, with Keith King even winking at Tang Songyuan, indicating that Franco was well known in the circle of antique dealers in Los Angeles, and many recognized him. Franco exchanged pleasantries with the group, while Keith King leaned closer to Tang Songyuan and whispered, "Hey, buddy, your old rival Mark is here today," with Lu Qinglu translating. Tang Songyuan interpreted this as an attempt to provoke him into confronting Mark or perhaps using him as a pawn. He smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't he your rival too?" Keith King chuckled, "That's right. Our goal today is to outmaneuver Mark. He recently got a new girlfriend, see? The one standing next to him. He thought he'd impress her with tales of his treasure hunting exploits." While the logic was sound, Tang Songyuan had no intention of being used as a pawn by the Black brothers. His primary objective remained treasure hunting for profit. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he replied with a smile, "I understand your intention. You two brothers must cooperate well, then." After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the auction administrator finally arrived on site. 2 individuals came forth, a bald Caucasian wearing glasses, carrying a satchel and holding a folder, whose name tag read Jamie, and an assistant or worker who only had a large pair of pliers. It was evident that the assistant would be responsible for cutting off the locks before the auction commenced. The treasure hunters quickly gathered around the bald man to register. With Lu Qinglu's assistance, Tang Songyuan completed his registration and noticed that Franco was also in line. The slightly portly Franco reassured him, "You need not worry. I am merely here to relive the atmosphere and will not compete with you." Tang Songyuan smiled, "No worries, Franco. I never fear competition, for I believe in the lady luck." Franco responded with a smile, "Then I wish you good fortune." Once all registrations were completed, Jamie led the treasure hunters to the first warehouse. This was a row of warehouses with spacious driveways and parking areas, evidently designed for tenants to easily access their belongings. As the pliers snipped the lock, the roll-up door of the warehouse was pulled open by the assistant, revealing the interior to the crowd. Jamie announced to the treasure hunters, "You all have 3 minutes to observe. Once the time is up, we will commence the auction." Inside warehouse number 1, chaos reigned as various pieces of furniture, obscured by tattered fabric, were haphazardly piled. Yet, it was precisely these somewhat antiquated furnishings that sparked the treasure hunter's excitement. As Mark gazed upon the medieval-style chair, he sensed that this warehouse held more than met the eye. If the antique items within were authentic, securing them could easily yield a profit of $10,000 to $20,000. In the far corner stood a wall clock, only partially visible from the entrance. Yet its exquisite adornments were unmistakable. Such an antique clock could fetch at least $5,000 in the market. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd as they deliberated whether to form alliances or pursue individual gains. Mark, undeterred, produced a small telescope to scrutinize the furniture from various angles. Tang Songyuan, too, employed his perceptive vision to assess the items within the warehouse, soon revealing a satisfied smirk as clarity dawned upon him. As 3 minutes passed, Jamie announced, "Warehouse number 1, starting bid at $100. Let the bidding commence." No sooner had he spoken than Yuri Jean boldly offered $200. Mark, unwilling to concede, countered with an additional 100. A cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market erupted as bids escalated, quickly surpassing $1,000. Mark, irked by the presence of the imposing Yuri and mindful of maintaining his pride in front of his female companion, declared in a somewhat brazen tone, $1,200. "Who's next?" A brief silence ensued, but Tang Songyuan broke it with a scoff, bidding $1,350. Having brushed up on his numerical English the night before with Lu Qinglu, he articulated his offer with newfound clarity. Mark, now incensed by this unexpected challenge from the Eastern youth who had crossed him the previous day, gritted his teeth and shouted at the host, $1,500. I must secure this warehouse. Chapter 68. Calculating each other's moves to everyone's surprise, the bidding for the first warehouse ignited a fierce competition among the treasure hunters. Mark, feeling the pressure from multiple fronts and unwilling to lose face before his companion, impulsively declared a high bid of $1,500. With his arms crossed, Tang Songyuan scanned the interior of warehouse number 1 again, still unable to identify any valuable items, deciding against further bidding for fear of being trapped. $1,500, once. Mark's bold proclamation was met with a momentary silence before the host Jamie prompted, $1,600. This time, the bid came from the slick-haired Billy, who had a history of rivalry with Mark. Seizing the opportunity to drive up Mark's costs, he declared, $1,800. Billy hesitated, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, clearly conflicted. Yet, in a bid to thwart Mark, he raised the bid to $2,000. Unexpectedly, Mark refrained from countering, shrugging in apparent resignation, "All right. Since old Billy desires it so much, I shall concede." Earlier, he had noticed the old furniture bore signs of corrosion, and the seemingly rustic wall clock had a fractured base, revealing damaged components within. A sense of foreboding washed over Billy as he sensed something amiss. With no further bids forthcoming, Jamie, after 3 calls, declared the rights to warehouse number 1 belonged to Billy for the next 24 hours, granting him the authority to manage all items contained within. "Congratulations, Billy," Yuri Jean exclaimed loudly, with others joining in on the celebrations. Billy merely huffed, pulling down the shutter as if to usher the crowd away, stating, "Well, it's mine now." The response was a chorus of jeers from the onlookers. Jamie collected the $2,000 from Billy and led the group to the next auction, with a snip of scissors severing the lock. The assistant flung open the shutter of warehouse number 2, prompting an enthusiastic wow from the treasure hunters as they beheld the disorganized contents within. Items were strewn about chaotically, with several cardboard boxes at the entrance, storage bins filled with various objects, and a few office chairs scattered about. Peering further, they noted several wooden crates, obscuring the contents at the back. From the exterior, the boxes and bins appeared tightly sealed, concealing their contents from view. Among the miscellaneous items, bulging black plastic bags were also present. Mark, with his telescope, peered intently through the gaps in the wooden crates, clearly spotting an imposing safe inside. He also noted that 2 cardboard boxes bore handwritten labels indicating fragile. Yuri Jean whispered to his brother, "Keith, I just inquired, and this warehouse belongs to Adel. He was imprisoned 2 months ago for selling flour. I believe there are valuable items inside." Keith's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "Fantastic, brother. Perhaps there are goods Adel couldn't sell. Even a kilogram could yield a fortune." Tang Songyuan, positioned behind the brothers, overheard their conversation and scoffed, though he refrained from commenting. He had already surveyed the warehouse using his perceptive vision and discerned that most of the cardboard boxes contained discarded refuse, broken toys, and the wooden crates housed old clothing and other debris. The large black plastic bags were filled with stained linens. In fact, detailed waste classification laws exist in Europe and America, and disposing of refuse can be costly. Many families in Western countries rent warehouses specifically to store their garbage, allowing the lease to lapse and shifting the burden onto the storage company. Thus, Over 90% of auction warehouses contain worthless items, often resulting in a net loss when disposal fees are considered. According to the rules, treasure hunters who secure a warehouse must clear out all contents, including refuse, without leaving behind any valuables or risk being blacklisted by the storage company. As the observation period concluded, Jamie rallied the crowd once more. All right. We shall now commence the auction for the second warehouse, starting at $100. The first bid came from Yuri Jean at $200. To everyone's surprise, the second bid was made by the attractive woman beside Mark, who confidently offered $250. Recognizing that he was being targeted, Mark had enlisted her assistance in bidding. However, due to the obscured value of the items, few were willing to participate. Yuri, seemingly unwilling to relent, waved his hand and shouted, $350. $500. Encouraged by Mark's supportive gaze, the fiery woman raised her bid by $150, and the back and forth continued, quickly escalating to $950. With a fierce demeanor, Yuri proclaimed, $1,000. Let us see if you can match that. Beautiful. Surpassing $1,000 equated to roughly 7,000 yuan in domestic currency. The alluring woman hesitated, realizing the madness of investing such a sum in a dilapidated warehouse as 24-hour ownership. $1,100. Mark inadvertently overheard the conversation of the Black and Chubby brothers, realizing that this warehouse belonged to the flower merchant adult. A piece of gossip he had been aware of for some time. Thus, he suspected that the warehouse was not as straightforward as it appeared and was undoubtedly profitable. The two sides engaged in a fierce bidding war once more, with Mark personally entering the fray, significantly increasing both the pace and the amount of his bids. In less than a minute, the price soared to the impressive sum of $2,000. In an unprecedented move, Yuri raised the bid by 500 in one fell swoop. Without a moment's hesitation, Mark added 100, 600. At this, the Black and Chubby brothers exchanged triumphant smiles, spreading their hands in resignation. Ultimately, Mark secured warehouse number 2 for the lofty price of $2,600. Shortly thereafter, the third warehouse was opened, and Tang Songyuan once again activated his perceptive vision, his gaze sharpening as he discovered some valuable treasures within. Chapter 69. The masterpieces of the warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse, it became evident that its vast space was filled with a multitude of items, some stacked all the way to the ceiling. Although it initially appeared to be a disarray of junk, seasoned treasure hunters like Dong Xing saw an abundance of surprises. At the entrance lay an assortment of chairs and tables, alongside several open boxes. Peering further, one could spot a wooden cabinet topped with a few worn household appliances, such as fans and desk lamps. Additionally, various storage boxes and paper containers were haphazardly piled in the corner. At the back of the warehouse, a gigantic bullhorn stood, while a vintage surfboard hung on the wall. Given the warehouse's size, it was plausible that even more valuable items lay hidden within. Unfortunately, according to the treasure hunting rules, treasure seekers could only observe from the entrance, relying purely on their eyesight without leaning in, using tools, or entering the warehouse. Even touching any items inside was strictly prohibited. However, Tang Songyuan's perceptive vision allowed him to see much more. Inside the storage boxes were numerous sports trading cards, with over 1,000 still in their original, unopened packaging. The paper boxes contained various sneakers, mostly from Nike and Adidas, with some even bearing signatures. Notably, 2 pairs were adorned with the autographs of Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal. It seemed highly likely that the warehouse's owner was a devoted fan of the Los Angeles Lakers. Although Tang Songyuan was not a diehard fan, he was still familiar with the legendary names of the Black Mamba and the Big Diesel. Behind the obstructing wooden cabinet were several large plastic boxes, meticulously wrapped by the previous owner, filled with toys, some of which were still unopened, dating back to the 1980s. Yet, what truly captivated Tang Songyuan were a few paintings located in the left rear corner of the warehouse. One depicted a bull-headed creature with 3 eyes surrounded by several distorted figures, while another portrayed a female figure with an exceptionally contorted face and form. Though Tang Songyuan lacked expertise in art, his perceptive vision confirmed that these 2 paintings were authentic works by Picasso. This Spanish master was prolific throughout his life, with countless works dispersed beyond his lifetime. Picasso's paintings are among the most valuable in the art world, rivaled only by Van Gogh's. One piece would be enough for Tang Songyuan to invest wholeheartedly, let alone 2 works from different periods of Picasso's career. Time's up. Jamie interrupted the crowd's fervent observation of the warehouse, announcing loudly, "The starting bid for the third warehouse is 200. Let the bidding commence." As soon as he finished speaking, the old white couple raised the price to 400. The Black and Chubby brothers quickly followed suit with a bid of 500. Bidders exchanged offers, firmly believing that this warehouse held many valuable items. Moreover, being in a wealthy area of Los Angeles, They were convinced that unexpected rewards awaited them. Soon, the price surpassed 1,500, at which point the number of participants began to dwindle. Remaining in the bidding were the black and chubby brothers, the old white couple. Billy, who had already secured warehouse number 1, and the ever-curious Mark. 1,800. Old White declared confidently, seemingly intent on winning. Billy scoffed, raising a finger to announce 1,820. While his increment was modest, it was enough to disrupt Old White's rhythm. 2,000. Old White countered effortlessly, refusing to be deterred by Billy's interference. 2,100. Mark stated, indicating his willingness to join the fray, though he wouldn't mind securing the warehouse for that price if others chose not to follow. 2,500. Old White evidently intended to commit significantly. This price caused the black and chubby brothers, Old Billy, and Mark to hesitate before ultimately deciding to withdraw. A smug smile spread across Old White's face. As expected, this warehouse was about to become his. But then Tang Songyuan interjected, 2,600. Wow. The mysterious young man from the east. The black and chubby brothers exclaimed excitedly. Old White's smile faltered as he promptly raised his bid by 100. Tang Songyuan calmly countered with 2,800. The 2 Picasso paintings were undoubtedly worth a fortune. Even if it cost him 10,000 to secure the warehouse, he wouldn't mind. 3,000. Old White exchanged glances with his wife, taking a deep breath before making his offer. 3,100. Tang Songyuan raised his bid slightly, but it exerted considerable pressure on the Old White couple. This handsome Chinese man exuded an air of unflappable composure. 300. Old White's brow began to bead with sweat, and the price he quoted clearly weighed heavily on him. 3,400. Tang Songyuan replied with calm confidence. Old White let out a sigh, shaking his head at his wife, signaling his decision to withdraw. After 3 rounds of bidding, Jamie announced that the warehouse belonged to Tang Songyuan. With a faint smile, Tang Songyuan glanced at the silent Lu Chi-lu beside him before approaching Jamie to settle the payment. He then mimicked Mark and the others, publicly closing the roller door. He would return to explore for treasures once all the warehouses had been auctioned off. 3,500 is an absolute bargain. Franco, who had yet to participate in the bidding, whispered to Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan chuckled softly. Great minds think alike. I see they all desire it, and I am no exception. As the 4th warehouse opened, a foul odor wafted through the air. Once the doors fully opened, everyone recoiled in disgust, as the warehouse was crammed with garbage, clearly a site for refuse disposal, rendering it worthless in the eyes of treasure seekers. Unsurprisingly, the starting bid of 50 garnered no interest, leading Jamie to helplessly move on to the next warehouse. However, the following 3 warehouses proved equally unappealing, all serving as dumping grounds. The 8th warehouse was slightly better, as the black and chubby brothers acquired it for 400. The 9th contained various items of indeterminate value, purchased by the Old White couple for 550. The 10th, the final warehouse of the day, was one Jamie did not intend to open. Standing at the door, he addressed the gathered treasure seekers with a smirk, as per tradition. We do not open the last warehouse. It may be filled with mountains of garbage, yet it could also contain treasures of significant worth. It's all down to luck. The starting bid is 100. Let the bidding begin. This time, Tang Songyuan was the first to bid, maintaining his calm demeanor as he quoted his price, 150. Chapter 70. Cash in hand. The last warehouse was particularly intriguing. Even before the doors opened, Tang Songyuan had already glimpsed the contents through his perceptive vision. Outside the warehouse were neatly arranged wooden boxes, inside of which lay an array of firearms. These weapons were well preserved, still coated with gun oil, and upon cursory inspections, there appeared to be 8 firearms of various lengths. Moreover, there were corresponding bullets, nearly 500 rounds of various calibers, all meticulously sealed with oiled paper. Inside, there were several tools, some of which were brand new and unopened. What astonished Tang Songyuan the most were the 5 large barrels, tightly wrapped in deep blue oilcloth. To his surprise, within the oilcloth lay stacks of neatly arranged $100 bills, roughly estimated to total no less than $5 million. Could this truly be the warehouse of some flower merchant? Tang Songyuan pondered, as the others began to incrementally bid, raising their offers by $5 or $10, treating it as though they were opening a mystery box. Even if they ended up with rubbish, the chance of uncovering something valuable could indeed lead to fortune. A gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Naturally, Tang Songyuan would not relinquish this warehouse, joining the rhythm of the treasure hunters, occasionally raising his bid. $250, $260, $270. Many treasure seekers had left empty-handed that day, and this final warehouse mystery box was evidently their last hope. With prices soaring rapidly, soon, the bidding reached the significant threshold of $500. Yet, $500 was essentially the limit for most treasure hunters. Despite their lack of success, the probability of uncovering a room full of junk in such warehouse treasure hunts was indeed quite high. If they happened to unearth garbage, not only would they lose their money, but they would also incur additional costs for disposal. Tang Songyuan remained unperturbed, declaring, $505. The treasure hunters promptly retreated, some even leaving the auction site, intending to drive home. With a sense of relief, Tang Songyuan was taken aback when another voice chimed in, $550. Turning around, he saw it was Mark, the instigator. He likely noticed Tang Songyuan's interest in this warehouse and had come specifically to drive up the price. However, Tang Songyuan felt no anger. Instead, he smiled and countered with, $600. This smile caused Mark's heart to skip a beat. He suspected some scheme awaited him, hesitating briefly before ultimately retreating, satisfied that he had managed to annoy Tang Songyuan. With Mark defeated, there was no one left to compete with Tang Songyuan, leading Jamie to reluctantly announce that the 24-hour rights to the warehouse belonged to Tang Songyuan. Next was the moment of unboxing for everyone. Old Billy, in a rather foul mood, opened warehouse number 1. He had not intended to bid on this warehouse, yet Mark had played a trick on him, leaving him trapped at the last moment. As he uncovered the tattered cloth covering the antique furniture, his heart sank at the sight. A three-legged chair, a sofa with holes, and the only intact table was not even a genuine medieval dining table. It was clear that with a mere 200 years of history in the West, encountering authentic medieval furniture would be unlikely. These pieces were merely replicas of medieval style, made from common materials. Oh, quite nice. These pieces must be worth a fortune. Mark, who had won warehouse number 2, was in no hurry to open his own and deliberately taunted Billy. Billy scoffed, dismissively saying, I find this would be quite good. I could use it to stoke my fireplace back home. Mark laughed heartily, continuing to mock, impressive, old Billy. Oh, look, there is an old wall clock over there. It might be an antique worth $10,000 or $18,000. Billy glared at the half-broken wall clock, feeling a strong urge to punch Mark in the face. Even the attractive girl beside Mark couldn't bear it anymore and tugged at him, urging him to check his own warehouse. At that moment, Billy's eyes brightened as he seemed to spot something valuable. He moved aside some of the obstructive old furniture and discovered a damaged cardboard box in the far left corner. The bottom of the box was slightly torn, revealing a brown-black stool leg. With a few swift motions, Billy tore open the box and retrieved a small, yet intact, stool that appeared quite exquisite. Ah, look at this. Mark, Billy exclaimed, grinning as he held up the stool. Have you ever seen something like this? Mark looked utterly bewildered. Billy, however, continued to rummage in the corner and unearthed a larger cardboard box. I knew it. This must be a set, he exclaimed excitedly. Mark scoffed. Stop pretending, old Billy. What scrap of junk are you trying to pass off as treasure? With a smirk, Billy opened the second box, pulling out a wooden piano that had been scaled down several times. The wooden piano and the small stool, both finely crafted, resembled children's toys. Do you know I run an antique shop? Billy said, without waiting for Mark's reply. You might think this piano looks small, but back in the day, people needed scaled models to persuade others to purchase the actual item. Therefore, the design and details of this model piano must mirror those of the original perfectly. Even the material has to be Honduran rosewood. Don't underestimate this model. It could be worth at least $10,000. If this piano is a rare model, its value could even increase further. Bought for $2,500. I could easily make a profit of $7,500. The more jubilant Billy became, the more sullen Mark's expression grew. He had no reason to doubt old Billy's honesty. After all, he was a seasoned treasure hunter and an excellent antique dealer. Moreover, he couldn't find any flaws in Billy's claims. Even Tang Songyuan had overlooked it, having seen the model earlier but mistaking it for a child's toy. Thus missing out on this intriguing antique model. Had it been a genuine piano, he might have taken a closer look and researched its price online. At this moment, Tang Songyuan also refrained from directly opening the warehouse, instead commissioning Franco to procure a truck, intending to pack everything from both warehouses and transport it to a secure location for a thorough examination later. After all, the mere cash alone was enough to incite envy. Not to mention the 2 authentic Picasso pieces. While the 3 waited, the chubby brothers excitedly approached Franco. Hey, dear Franco, please help us evaluate how much these 2 treasures are worth. Chapter 71. Keep a low profile. Yuri Jean held 2 items, a pocket watch and what appeared to be a flat little flask. Franco Lee took them, examined them carefully, and said nonchalantly, this pocket watch is likely from World War II, but it is not in great condition, probably worth around $20. This flask is also styled from the World War II era, worth about $50. The chubby brothers were instantly disappointed, with Yuri Jean lamenting, oh, what a terrible day. I had hoped to discover something valuable in the warehouse, but the outcome is so disappointing. He then turned to Tang Songyuan and asked, hey, brother, Aren't you going to open your warehouse and search for treasures? Do you need our help? After translation by Lu Chi Lu, Tang Songyuan smiled slightly, politely declining. Thank you for your kindness, but I have asked Franco to arrange for a truck and workers. We'll pack everything up and sort it out later. Yuri King lamented, what a pity, Franco, my dear friend. Could you possibly assist us with a reference? We seem to be at a loss for anything worthwhile. Franco cast a glance at Tang Songyuan, who gestured for him to proceed. With a sigh, Franco followed the Rotund brothers to the other side. Meanwhile, Mark opened the warehouse he had photographed. He first discarded a number of damaged chairs from the entrance, then inspected a seemingly intact table. This table appeared to be in good condition. It could fetch around $40 to $50 on the second-hand market. He shared this thought with the fiery maiden, but her expression revealed no joy. Instead, she sighed. Mark, aren't you already overwhelmed by the heap of junk at home? Mark dismissed her remark, saying, this is not junk. It's a case of repurposing, turning waste into treasure. These items will inevitably realize their value. At that moment, Mark had already opened several cardboard boxes, rummaging through a collection of broken toys. Even after delving to the bottom, he found nothing of worth. Frustrated, he hurled 2 broken toys back into the box. The fiery maiden remarked, don't take your anger out on them. Who knows, they might one day transform into something valuable. Mark, irritated, continued to scour the warehouse. He rifled through wooden boxes, cardboard containers, storage bins, and several large black plastic bags, uncovering nothing but trivial items or outright refuse. Upon opening the large black bags, he revealed soiled bedding that momentarily disgusted the fiery maiden. It was far too filthy and foul-smelling. She could hardly fathom how anyone could use bed linens to such a degree. I've had enough. Initially eager to assist, the maiden had completely lost her patience and left in a huff. Mark paid her no mind, focusing instead on the heavy safe nestled in the back. This was his last hope, and he firmly believed it contained something of great value, perhaps even cash. He attempted to move it, but found it exceedingly heavy, estimating it to weigh around 60 to 70 kilograms. Mark's heart leaped with joy, exclaiming that he had found treasure. The most valuable item in the warehouse lay within this safe. Unfortunately, the maiden had departed, leaving him with no one to share the good news. Using all his strength, he managed to pull the safe out and fetched a crowbar and other tools, preparing to pry it open. After nearly an hour of alternating between manual and powered tools, he finally succeeded in forcing the massive safe open. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, he swung the door wide, only to find it utterly empty. The weight of the safe had been due to concrete blocks encased within its iron shell. Damn it! An enraged Mark kicked the safe, only to lose his footing and tumble into a pile of debris. To make matters worse, he landed on a protruding nail from a wooden crate he had dismantled. Ouch! The nail pierced his backside, causing blood to flow freely and eliciting cries of pain. His yelps attracted the attention of Billy, who approached and burst into laughter at the sight of Mark's unfortunate predicament. Oh, God bless, Mark. Weren't you quite the braggart? Look at you now. Meanwhile, the truck called by Franco had arrived, and several workers disembarked to assist in packing up Tang Songyuan's 2 warehouses. Throughout the process, Tang Songyuan kept a vigilant eye, particularly on the large barrels, ensuring the workers did not uncover the oilcloth covering them. As for the 2 original Picasso paintings, he personally collected them, placing them in a large cloth bag for transport. An hour later, Franco brought them to a secluded house on the outskirts, nestled by the mountains and water. This was originally Franco's retreat for leisure, spacious and discreet. Upon exiting the vehicle, Franco inquired, somewhat puzzled, Songyuan, why is it so crucial for you to open the boxes in a private location? As Tang Songyuan observed the workers carefully unloading, he replied, perhaps I simply prefer to keep a low profile. He handed the bag he had been holding to Franco, saying, take a look at this. Franco, with a look of skepticism, withdrew a frame from the bag and gasped upon recognizing it. This is an original Picasso. Good heavens, there are 2 of them. Tang Songyuan shrugged, explaining, that's precisely why I emphasize discretion. Lu Chi Lu, curious, leaned in for a glimpse, remarking in confusion, what a chaotic painting. A creature with a bull's head and 3 eyes. Franco, placing a hand on his chest to calm his racing heart, retorted excitedly, this is Picasso, the most representative painter of 20th century modern art. Each of his works holds immense artistic and cultural significance. Lu Chi Lu scoffed, apologies, but I truly cannot appreciate it. After a brief while, the workers completed the unloading. Tang Songyuan settled their wages and transportation costs, and once they departed, he began to inventory the items with Franco. Starting with the contents of warehouse number 3, they discovered approximately 100 pairs of brand new sneakers. Franco estimated each pair to be worth $50, meaning the total value of the sneakers alone exceeded $5,000. If signed, their value could multiply tenfold, particularly a pair autographed by Kobe and Shaquille. which Franco estimated to be worth at least $8,000, if not more, given that Black Mamba's signature has become a collector's item. In addition to the sneakers, there were thousands of trading cards and storage boxes, featuring various types and series. Some were autographed, while others were limited editions. Franco calculated their worth at around $30,000, and Tang Songyuan did not dispute it. Wow, there are also some classic toys here, Franco exclaimed as he opened the next storage box. Tang Songyuan was equally surprised, pondering how such outdated toys could still hold value. Inside the large storage box lay approximately 40 to 50 toys, and there were 4 such boxes in total. They included model airplanes, tank models, and toy trains. All well preserved despite their age, with minimal damage. Additionally, the boxes contained numerous unopened and well-packaged toy models. Franco's eyes glistened with excitement as he explained. You may not be aware, but in the Western world, certain sports cards and original toys can be quite valuable. He picked up an unopened toy box, stating, "This is from the Wizard of Oz series. It's nearly a collector's item now, and should easily sell for $200 to $300. This one is from Titan, and this one features Green Lantern, not to mention Thor and the Masked Avenger." Franco elaborated on each item, leaving Tang Songyuan feeling as though he were witnessing a revelation. It was not that he had been sheltered, but rather that he had played with very few such toys in his youth, often resorting to homemade alternatives. After a rough calculation, the toys harvested from Warehouse No. 3 were worth at least $50,000. As for the 2 original Picasso pieces, Franco hesitated to assign a value, suggesting they be sent to auction, where their worth could reach its zenith. Next, they turned their attention to the contents of Warehouse Number 10. As soon as the wooden box was opened, Franco was taken aback yet again. Although most places in the West do not prohibit firearms, Franco's heart raced when an M4 unexpectedly emerged from the box. He had once been an informant for Lu Qinglu and was thus acutely aware of firearms. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "How could this thing be here?" Tang Songyuan pointed to another box of similar style and replied, "How would I know? I just arrived in the West yesterday." Their commotion attracted Lu Qinglu, who approached with a furrowed brow. "This warehouse can't possibly belong to some criminals, can it?" "Not possibly, it definitely is," Franco exclaimed, hastily opening the remaining boxes, revealing 8 firearms of varying lengths, all neatly arranged alongside unopened ammunition. He murmured, "This firepower is sufficient for a small skirmish." Lu Qinglu picked up a rifle and, after inspecting it, pointed the gun at several large barrels. "Now I'm curious about what's in those barrels. Could it be flour?" Franco shuddered at the thought of such a massive quantity of flour. The 3 gathered around as Tang Songyuan personally unwrapped the tightly sealed oilcloth. As he peeled back a corner and glimpsed a green hue, Franco sighed in relief. Thank goodness it's not flour, but wait. When Tang Songyuan fully unveiled the contents, the sight within was even more horrifying than flour. A barrel brimming with stacks of American cash, all neatly piled. Franco's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tang Songyuan. "The other barrels can't possibly contain cash as well, can they?" Tang Songyuan opened each one, confirming that they were indeed filled to the brim with cash. "Damn it, cover it up quickly," Franco shouted impatiently. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced anxiously, pondering, how can there be so much cash? Whose money is this? "This is trouble, serious trouble at that moment," Lu Qinglu remarked. "Earlier, I overheard the Black Fat brothers mentioning a flour merchant named Ador. His warehouse is nearby, but I believe he has been arrested." Franco's eyes sharpened as he murmured, Ador, he then stopped and declared, "Wait here. I'll go gather some information." He walked to a tree and began making a phone call. Lu Qinglu raised an eyebrow and took a seat on a nearby stool. She observed Tang Songyuan for a moment, her calm gaze making him feel slightly uneasy. "Do you seem to know that there is something valuable inside?" "Of course not," Tang Songyuan quickly denied. "It's merely a coincidence. We arrived in Los Angeles together the other day, and you've been with me the entire time. If I hadn't come, would someone else not have participated in the auction?" Lu Qinglu found some merit in his argument, though not much. "So, your luck is a bit excessive. You won the lottery back home, and now you've stumbled upon a warehouse full of cash and a Picasso masterpiece." Tang Songyuan scratched his head. "That doesn't quite qualify as a masterpiece." As they spoke, Franco returned from his call, alleviating the awkwardness of Lu Qinglu's questioning. "I just discreetly inquired. And it appears a major drug lord was recently apprehended, but I can't be certain that these items belong to him." Lu Qinglu stood up and stated, "Better to believe it than not. Songyuan, we need to leave the West immediately." Tang Songyuan panicked. "But what about all this? There is so much material and cash. I can't take it all." Lu Qinglu reassured him. "You needn't worry about that. Franco is an expert in this area and trustworthy. He can help manage it." Franco nodded. "Indeed, you needn't fret about the cash. Once I tally it, I'll transfer it to your UBS account. However, as per standard procedure, there may be a fee of 5 to 10%. Tang Songyuan understood the fee. Considering his sensitive identity and the impossibility of exiting with such a large sum of cash, he immediately acquiesced. That is not an issue. I appreciate your help. Franco smiled. It's all part of the job. After I calculate the remaining items, I'll send you the complete list via Miss Liu. Tang Songyuan nodded. All right. I'll leave the auction of the paintings to you, Franco. Chapter 73. The exchange of meteorites. Initially, he had intended to participate in the suitcase treasure hunt and was eagerly anticipating the container treasure hunt. While the prospect of profit was appealing, Tang Songyuan also found these games quite enjoyable. However, plans often falter. The sensitivity of the warehouse they had uncovered, containing not only guns but also a significant amount of cash, could potentially lead to greater complications. Moreover, as he and Lu Qinglu were using fake passports to illegally enter, it was prudent to remain discreet. The trio hastily loaded valuable items into the pickup truck, stowing the less valuable ones temporarily inside the house, and sped towards Franco's antique shop. While driving, Franco remarked, Songyuan, please don't fault us for being cautious. In our line of work, extreme caution is essential. Tang Songyuan nodded in understanding. I'm not blaming you. The primary objective of my trip to the West is to trade for the iron meteorite with you. Everything else is merely a game. As long as I can earn some money and enjoy myself in the process, I'm quite satisfied. Franco chuckled softly. I just worry you might have regrets. Especially since you signed up for the suitcase treasure hunt, and it begins in just 2 days. Tang Songyuan laughed heartily. What is the big deal? I've already gained enough from this trip. I have no regrets as long as Miss Liu and I can return home safely. That would make for a perfect journey. Conversely, I worry that our departure may put you in danger. Haha. Franco laughed heartily. You needn't worry. I have my own means of survival. Tang Songyuan fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. Upon returning to the shop, they engaged in another round of moving until everything was inside. Franco sent the staff away and then brought out the iron meteorite known as Cupid's heart to finalize the last transaction with Tang Songyuan. With the meteorite in hand, Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu returned to their hotel to pack their belongings before heading straight to the airport. Though there was a tinge of anxiety and urgency in the air, they had managed to navigate the situation without any major incidents. The iron meteorite was not a prohibited item, allowing them to pass through security smoothly. At 2 p.m. Los Angeles time, the two boarded their flight back home. Gazing at Los Angeles International Airport and the bustling Long Beach port through the airplane window, Tang Songyuan mused that although this trip hadn't been entirely fulfilling, he would certainly return. Not only would he return, but he would do so with great fanfare, boldly earning money without hesitation. After nearly 18 hours of flight, Tang Songyuan finally returned to the bustling metropolis. As they exited the airport, Lu Qinglu bid him farewell. This journey back with you marks a clean slate for us. Tang Songyuan, carrying a backpack filled with iron meteorites, raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked, Did you not say last time that I could reach out to you regarding that metal if the need arises? Lu Qinglu retorted rather brusquely, only in urgent situations, and it might pertain to national security. I will provide you with a contact number shortly. Reach out to me if necessary. Tang Songyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, All right. After parting ways with Lu Qinglu, Tang Songyuan dialed NICC's number to inform her of his return and inquire about her location. Oh, you're back so soon, Junior. NICC's voice was as enchanting as ever. Did you bring back a stallion from the West for your senior sister? A few dark lines appeared on Tang Songyuan's forehead as he chose not to respond to the stallion inquiry and instead asked, I'm nearly done with my tasks here. Aren't you planning to head back? NICC replied, It's only been a month since I left. I want to enjoy myself a bit longer. Tang Songyuan sighed, Then enjoy yourself, senior sister. My sister is about to take her college entrance exams, so I need to return home for a few days. Let me know when you tire of playing. What? You're going home, Junior? I must accompany you. NICC exclaimed with newfound energy. Wait for me. I'll buy a ticket to fly back right now. With that, she abruptly hung up, leaving Tang Songyuan in a mix of amusement and exasperation. What does it mean that she must accompany him home? This girl must truly be unwell. She's likely concocting some grand scheme for him. But that was secondary. Retrieving the iron meteorite took precedence. Tang Songyuan promptly hailed a taxi, discussed the route and fare with the driver, and headed towards the Huanshui Sword Pavilion, where Huang Xingda resided. As he sat in the taxi, he contemplated that he really ought to obtain a driver's license soon. It had been nearly a month since he had started, and he was still stuck on the first subject. Huang Xingda's Sword Pavilion remained unchanged, nestled amid the mountains with lush trees surrounding it. The pebble path within was adorned with a few scattered leaves, offering a unique aesthetic. After alighting from the taxi and instructing the driver, he shouldered his backpack and entered the pavilion. Walking along the pebble path, Tang Songyuan once again beheld the house constructed of blue bricks but did not see Huang Xingde. "Master Huang," he called out loudly. Moments later, Huang Xingde appeared at the door, dressed in coarse blue garments. A flicker of confusion passed across his face as he said, "It's you." Tang Songyuan replied, "Indeed. It is I, Master Huang. I've brought the 4 kilograms of iron meteorite you requested." As he spoke, he hurried a few steps forward and retrieved the meteorite he had brought back from the west from his backpack. "Huh, you really found it?" Huang Xingde was somewhat incredulous. Had Tang Songyuan truly completed the task in less than 20 days? Yet, he accepted the over 4-kilogram iron meteorite from Tang Songyuan. Examining it closely before a satisfied smile graced his face as he nodded. "Indeed, this is an iron meteorite. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve the meteorite in exchange." He placed the meteorite on the ground and hurried inside. In less than 2 minutes, Huang Xingde returned, cradling another iron meteorite in his hands. Tang Songyuan activated his perspective vision to confirm that it was indeed the celestial meteorite containing the mysterious orb. His face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Master Huang, I have fulfilled your request. The 4 kilograms of iron meteorite is more than sufficient. Let us complete the transaction now." However, Huang Xingde hesitated for a moment, prompting Tang Songyuan's inner displeasure. Was there some unforeseen complication? Noticing Tang Songyuan's discontent, Huang Xingde hastily clarified, "Oh, I do not intend to back out. I am merely stating that this meteorite I possess weighs just over 1 kilogram, while yours weighs over 4 kilograms. I cannot allow an honest person to suffer loss." Tang Songyuan understood and chuckled. "This is my own choice, Master Huang. There is no need for you to feel any discomfort." Huang Xingde shook his head and then re-entered the house. When he emerged again, he held a beautifully sheathed sword. "How about this? This is a high-quality sword I forged last year, which I have been reluctant to sell. Today, I shall gift it to you to make up for the excess weight of the meteorite." Seeing Tang Songyuan still hesitating, he adopted a stern expression and added, "What? Do you look down upon this old man's craftsmanship?" Tang Songyuan quickly responded, No, Master Huang, you misunderstand. Your skills are remarkable, and your character is admirable. I hold you in the highest regard. How could I possibly look down upon it?" With that, he extended his hands to accept the sword from Huang Xingde, stating, "I must express my gratitude for your generosity. I shall certainly visit again when time permits." With the transaction complete, Tang Songyuan bid farewell, carrying the meteorite and the sword. He hopped into the waiting taxi and, as the evening light was still bright, set off for Modu. After enduring so much to finally obtain this celestial meteorite, he had no intention of opening it immediately. Who knew what peculiar phenomena might arise? It was better to devise a plan to open it once he returned home to Blue City or back to Rueli. 2 hours later, Tang Songyuan met NICC at Hongqiao Airport, who had just flown in. As soon as she spotted him, she rushed over, enveloping him in a fragrant embrace. Catching him off guard, "Junior, you were so heartless, leaving your senior sister all alone for so long. Honestly, did you miss me? What was she on about?" Tang Songyuan didn't recall being so intimate. He shrank away, freeing himself from her embrace and said, "Senior sister, please don't do that. There are so many people here." NICC raised an eyebrow and replied, "What is there to fear? We haven't done anything scandalous. Let me have a look at you." "Oh dear. Our little Yuan has lost weight recently. Once we get home, I'll make you something delicious," Tang Songyuan remarked. "I was planning to return to my hometown in Blue City. Perhaps you should head back to Rueli first." "Absolutely not." NICC pouted and shook her head. "I rushed back from Sanya as soon as I heard you were going home. I want to see what your hometown is like." That infuriatingly sweet voice made Tang Songyuan feel weak in the knees. All right, let us go now," he conceded, preparing to purchase a ticket to Blue City. NICC followed closely behind, saying, "Oh, Junior, aren't you supposed to go exchange for the iron meteorite? Aren't you going now?" Tang Songyuan replied without turning back, "I've already exchanged it." By 8 in the evening, Tang Songyuan and NICC arrived in Blue City. With his backpack slung over one shoulder and pulling NICC's suitcase, she affectionately linked her arm through his, exclaiming in excitement, "Wow, is this Blue City? It looks quite nice." Tang Songyuan felt the familiar frustration rising as he said, "Senior sister, could you please speak more appropriately?" Feigning surprise, NICC straightened her face and adopted an imperious tone. "Oh, it seems my junior doesn't like this role. Perhaps I should change into black stockings later." So she was playing dress-up. Tang Songyuan chose not to engage further. Ever since they left Rueli, she had been acting whimsically, and the more attention he paid her, the more spirited she became. However, there were no ill intentions behind it. Having hailed a cab back home, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Tang Songyuan opened the door to his house and found his sister Wei Qing diligently working on her exercises under the soft glow of the lamp. Startled by the sound of the door, she initially froze, but upon recognizing Tang Songyuan's face, her expression swiftly transformed into one of delight as she exclaimed, "Brother!" Instantly, she sprang up and raced towards him, ready to leap into his arms. However, her momentum halted abruptly when she noticed Nicc, who was following closely behind Tang Songyuan. As Tang Songyuan brought his luggage inside, he affectionately ruffled Wei Qing's hair and introduced, "This is my senior, Nicc. You can call her senior as well. Senior. This is my sister Wei Qing, my only family in this world." Nicc, embodying her amiable nature, stepped inside with a gentle smile and took Wei Qing's hand, softly saying, "So you are Wei Qing, the sister I've heard so much about from Xiaoyuan. I didn't bring any gifts for our first meeting, but I do like to give you this bracelet that I've worn for over 10 years. With that, she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it onto Wei Qing's arm. Tang Songyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the icy green bracelet, which was worth at least $1 million. Wei Qing, taken aback by the gesture, quickly tried to remove it, stammering, "Senior, this is too precious." I. Tang Songyuan interjected. She isn't even an adult yet, and is still in school, wearing such an expensive bracelet isn't suitable. Nicc, however, replied with a hint of pride, "Things I give away are not meant to be taken back. Besides, it doesn't have to be worn every day. You can keep it for when you need it. And you know well that we have plenty more at home, many of which are even better." She then glanced around the room, asking, "Which room will I be sleeping in?" Tang Songyuan, not wanting to be overly formal, led Nicc into his own room, stating, "The old house is a bit small, so you can stay in my room tonight. I'll sleep on the couch in the living room. Or if you prefer, I can find a hotel for you." Nicc surveyed the modest but tidy room, a teasing smile creeping onto her face as she asked, "Have you engaged in any unspeakable activities in this room, Junior?" Tang Songyuan felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead, glancing at Wei Qing and saying, "My sister is here. Please refrain from discussing inappropriate topics." Raising an eyebrow, Nicc then turned to Wei Qing and asked, "Sister, may I sleep with you tonight?" Wei Qing, unable to refuse, nodded in agreement. Nicc then wore a triumphant smile and said, "I heard you have your college entrance exams in a few days. I'm still hungry from the airplane meal. How about I treat you to some barbecue?" She then expressed a moment of concern. "I wonder if the barbecue in Blue City is any good." Chapter 75. Arrival of funds. Having barbecue was not a significant matter. But considering Wei Qing's imminent exams, Tang Songyuan declined, saying, "Going out and back will take several hours. Qing needs to adjust her schedule and shouldn't stay up too late. And aren't you also accustomed to going to bed early? Let us wait until after her exams." Nicc pondered for a moment before abandoning the idea. She looked at Wei Qing and said, "That's fine. I'm a bit tired after flying several thousand kilometers. Can you show me where to wash up?" Wei Qing nodded in agreement and led Nicc to the restroom. At that moment, Tang Songyuan's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Lu Qinglu calling. He answered promptly, and Lu Qinglu's voice came through, devoid of any emotion. "Hello." Tang Songyuan replied, "It's me. What's up?" Lu Qinglu continued, "Franco has finished inventorying the items in your warehouse, and the funds have been processed. Shall I send you the list now?" Tang Songyuan was pleasantly surprised by Franco's efficiency. "That's great. Thank you for your help." Not long after hanging up, Lu Qinglu sent a list detailing the quantities and purchase prices of various items, meticulously outlined in Chinese by Franco. There were 103 pairs of branded sneakers, each valued at $50. Although the actual selling price was over $100. The buyer had to contend with sales, store, and shipping costs, which Tang Songyuan understood. 6 pairs of signed sneakers were priced at $800 each, while a pair signed by Kobe and Shaquille was valued at $12,000. The total value of sneakers from Warehouse 1 was approximately $22,000. Additionally, various sports cards amounted to $30,000, and the classic toys and collectibles together exceeded $50,000. This did not even include the 2 authentic Picasso paintings slated for auction. Next came Warehouse 10, containing firearms, ammunition, and other valuable tools, totaling around $30,000. Finally, there was the substantial cash reserve. Franco meticulously counted the cash stored in 5 large barrels, which amounted to over $7 million. Even after deducting a 5% handling fee, over $6 million remained, nearing $7 million. Tang Songyuan was elated. This trip to the West had been incredibly fruitful, and he resolved to return whenever possible. Checking his UBS account balance, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing the figure. $7,637,288.81. This was after deducting more than $1 million spent on purchasing iron meteorites. Otherwise, his 3-day journey would have netted close to $10 million. He wondered what price the 2 Picasso paintings would fetch. With that thought, he retrieved the meteorite from his backpack, examined it carefully, and then placed it alongside the sword gifted by Huang Xingde under his bed. Tomorrow, he would devise a plan to purchase a cutting machine and transfer all the funds from his UBS account to his domestic bank account. At the current exchange rate, over $7 million would amount to more than 50 million yuan. He even called Lu Qi to inquire if she wanted to share, only to be met with a curt refusal. The following morning, breakfast was prepared by NICC. By the time Tang Songyuan awoke, a pot of rice porridge and a perfectly cooked fried egg awaited him. He also noticed a change after spending a night together. NICC and Wei Qing had grown quite close, with Wei Qing assisting in the kitchen and their soft laughter filling the air. "What are you two chatting about?" Tang Songyuan asked curiously. "Nothing much," Wei Qing replied playfully, turning to stick her tongue out at him. "Hurry up and wash up for breakfast." The rice porridge was thick and fragrant, and although it was made from ordinary rice, Tang Songyuan could still savor the subtle aroma. The fried egg was cooked just right, and he savored the runny yolk with each bite. "Brother, NICC said that after my exams, you're going to take me to Rueli. Is that true?" Wei Qing asked excitedly between bites. Tang Songyuan nodded, replying, "Yes, I've rented a place there. Once you finish your exams, I'll take you there." "That is wonderful," Wei Qing exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy, her arms waving in excitement. "Honestly, I've never left Blue City in my life." Tang Songyuan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Silly girl, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'm capable now. You can go anywhere you wish." Suddenly, NICC interjected, "What about me? Can I go wherever I wish?" Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes, preparing to retort that she could go anywhere she pleased, but the words caught in his throat. Considering she had risen early to prepare breakfast, he changed his tone, saying, "Senior sister, it seems you can also go wherever you desire." NICC's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she declared, "Then I want to go to the heavens." Tang Songyuan nearly choked on the porridge he was sipping. Taking a moment to regain his composure, rubbing his sore chest, he replied, "Well then, I wish you success in your endeavor." After breakfast, Wei Qing hurried off to school. Although classes had ceased before the college entrance examination, the academic atmosphere at school was more conducive to study, and she could consult her teachers whenever needed. Tang Songyuan spent 2 hours resolving issues with his Swiss bank account. He then prepared to purchase a cutting machine to slice the meteorite at home and extract the small spheres within. However, he was confronted with an insurmountable obstacle, NICC. He couldn't just tell her, "Please step out for a moment. I need to level up." He decided to endure and wait until they returned to Rueli. After all, the items were there and would not escape. "Junior brother, what do you want for lunch?" He pondered when NICC's sweet voice called from the house. Seeing the lack of ingredients, he responded, "Wait a moment, I'll go buy some groceries." "Are we headed to the market?" NICC tilted her head, saying, "That's my specialty. Just wait for me. I'll change into something else." With that, she dashed to her room and reappeared in under 5 minutes. Adorned in a stunning yellow dress, the very outfit trending on Douyin. The diaphanous fabric accentuated her alluring figure, the high slit revealing glimpses of her fair thigh, stirring the imagination. Tang Songyuan felt a shiver run down his spine and asked, "Is that really appropriate attire for the market?" Seemingly oblivious to his concern, NICC replied, "Is it illegal to wear this to the market?" Chapter 76. Preparations for the auction. 3 days swiftly passed, and Wei Qing successfully completed her college entrance examination. Like many parents, Tang Songyuan awaited her outside the school. NICC held a beautifully arranged bouquet of baby-esque breath. As students emerged from the examination hall, Tang Songyuan felt an unusual serenity, akin to that of a protective father. While he couldn't claim to be affluent, with savings nearing 90 million, he was approaching a modest goal. He felt confident about providing a better life for his sister. Thus, he held no worries regarding Wei Qing's exam results. Naturally, if she could gain admission to a prestigious university, it would be even more splendid. "Brother," Wei Qing spotted them from afar and rushed over, exclaiming joyfully, "Ha! From today onward, I am finally liberated." NICC smiled gently, presenting her with the flowers. "Indeed, congratulations, little sister." Wei Qing, overjoyed, embraced the bouquet and linked arms with both Tang Songyuan and NICC, proclaiming, "Let us go. Today, I shall indulge in good food, fine drinks, and delightful fun. I intend to make up for the 3 years I've missed." Tang Songyuan chuckled, "But it's not just 3 years. It's 9 years of compulsory education plus 3 years of high school, 12 years in total." The following afternoon, Tang Songyuan, accompanied by NICC and Wei Qing, returned to Rueli after a long journey. He settled Wei Qing into his rental apartment, placing her belongings before escorting Nicc home. Coincidentally, Ni Dahong was at home. Seated in the tea room, lost in thought as he gazed at the steam rising from the kettle. Tang Songyuan immediately greeted, "Master." Nicc sweetly chimed in, "Grandpa." Ni Dahong looked up, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "You're back. Come and sit." Nicc rushed over, wrapping her arms around him, beaming, "Grandpa. It's been so long since we last met. Did you miss me?" Ni Dahong replied, "Miss you? Not at all. Without your incessant chatter, I found such peace." "You're lying." Nicc playfully retorted, "You've missed me. You don't usually drink this kind of tea. I'll fetch you some lao banjiao. It has a richer flavor and aroma." With that, she dashed off, while Tang Songyuan presented the sword gifted by Huang Xingda, saying, "Master, I brought you a small gift this time. I hope you like it." Having examined the sword, which showcased Huang Duqing's exquisite craftsmanship, he anticipated even more the sword forged from meteorite, which he had journeyed far to retrieve. This lesser sword would be a fitting gift for Ni Dahong, who had shown him nothing but generosity during their acquaintance. Ni Dahong calmly accepted the sword, drew it from its sheath to inspect, and flicked the blade with his finger, producing a sound reminiscent of a bell-esque chime. "Indeed, it is a fine sword. You've shown thoughtfulness." Returning the sword to its sheath, Ni Dahong laid it flat on the table and invited Tang Songyuan, "Come sit here and share what you've gained during this time." Tang Songyuan paused, unsure where to begin. His recent adventures included attending an auction in the Magic City and selling a nugget of gold, earning nearly 40 million. He had also journeyed to Papua New Guinea, dealt with traitorous scoundrels, and reclaimed the lost Jiolong sword. He even engaged in blind box trading in the West, contemplating opening shipping container boxes, but due to unforeseen circumstances and prudence, he had refrained. Yet aside from the nugget of gold, most of his experiences felt too sensitive to divulge. "Well, I went to the Magic City to consign a nugget of gold, and this trip was to attend its auction." After a moment's reflection, Tang Songyuan recounted the tale of his discovery of the nugget and the auction proceedings to Ni Dahong. Upon finishing, Ni Dahong nodded. Nuggets of gold are indeed precious, and they fall under a category of unregulated finds. If you had discovered gold bars or coins, or any processed gold, those would need to be surrendered to the state. According to regulations, all unidentified buried treasures, cultural relics, and mineral resources belong to the nation. I recall a news story from 2015 about a Kazakh shepherd who found a nugget of gold weighing about 15 pounds by a river or a desert. Not only did he not have to surrender it, but the local government even offered to purchase it at market price for the county museum, allowing him to keep it or dispose of it as he wished. He then turned to Tang Songyuan. "So, it seems fortune truly favors you. Such rare finds are indeed exceptional." Tang Songyuan chuckled, scratching his head. "I suppose I was just lucky." "What are you two discussing so animatedly?" Just then, Nicc returned with a box, settling beside Tang Songyuan to brew another pot of tea for Ni Dahong. Observing her deft tea-making skills, Ni Dahong remarked with a gentle smile, "We weren't discussing much, Songyuan. In a few days, there will be an emerald auction in Yingjiang. I'll take you there to have a look." The 4 major jade auctions in the country are held in Ruili, Jiang, Pingzhou, and Yingjiang. While they may not match the scale, quality, or transaction prices of those in Myanmar, the Myanmar auction occurs only once a year and may even be suspended. Conversely, domestic auctions can happen several times a year, with each event growing in scale and reputation. The Yingjiang Jade public auction, in terms of scale, surpasses even that of the Ruili auction, ranking only second in the nation to Pingzhou. Tang Songyuan's eyes lit up with the prospect of surpassing the modest target of 100 million. An opportunity had indeed presented itself. He nodded appreciatively, saying, "All right, thank you, Master." After enjoying some tea at the Ni family residence and listening to Ni Dahong share insights about jade, Tang Songyuan prepared to take his leave as evening approached. Nicc offered to have him stay for dinner, but Tang Songyuan politely declined, citing that Wei Qing was still at home. "What is the issue? I'll just go fetch Sister Wei Qing," Nicc remarked, somewhat displeased as she accompanied him to the door. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly, replying, "I appreciate your kindness, Senior Sister, but Wei Qing has just arrived and is still adjusting. Let us give her some time." Nicc huffed, "Fine, I want to concern myself with you. I am not your keeper." Chapter 77. The newly appointed General Manager Tang Songyuan noted the sorrowful expression on Nicc's face, her tone reminiscent of a wronged young bride, perfectly embodying a blend of sarcasm and grievance. However, having spent considerable time with her, he suspected she was concocting some mischief. He suggested, "Perhaps next time I can treat you to dinner, Senior Sister?" Nicc tilted her head back and scoffed, "Don't even try. I'll go find her myself tomorrow." Tang Songyuan's eyes brightened. This could be the perfect opportunity for him. He smiled. That works. But I hope it won't trouble you, senior sister? NICC waved it off. Not at all. It's just dull staying at home. After leaving the NI residence, Tang Songyuan invited Wei Qing out for a meal and a stroll nearby, not only to familiarize her with the surroundings, but also to help relieve her stress. Brother, what exactly is your relationship with sister and I? Wei Qing inquired curiously, holding a roasted duck leg, her lips glistening with grease. Tang Songyuan replied, it's merely a typical senior-junior relationship. What do you think it is? Wei Qing countered, yet I can't shake the feeling that sister and I feels differently about you. When we first met, she gifted me that exquisite bracelet, and she seems to constantly consider your needs, though she can be a bit eccentric at times. But I sense she harbors no ill will towards either of us. Just enjoy your duck leg. Tang Songyuan chided playfully, what do you care about my affairs? He then realized, observing Wei Qing's wide-eyed expression, oh, in a month, you'll be 18, you're no longer a child. This realization brought him a sense of comfort. After the passing of his adoptive parents, he had shouldered the responsibility of providing for his family, experiencing all the bittersweet trials alone. Now, after enduring hardships, Wei Qing had completed her college entrance examination and was on the brink of adulthood. Habitually, he ruffled her hair, saying, when your birthday arrives, I'll throw you a special party and invite everyone you wish to have there. All right? Wei Qing beamed up at him. Thank you, brother. You're the best. The following morning, NICC indeed arrived early, happily leading Wei Qing out the door. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan rode his motorcycle around, spending the morning securing a workshop in the cultural industry park. Although termed a rental, it was actually a transfer from the previous owner, Wu Huan, who had also been involved in jade gambling but was no longer pursuing that path, hence the transfer of the workshop and its equipment to Tang Songyuan. The workshop, spanning approximately 170 to 180 square meters, contained 4 or 5 rooms of varying sizes. The necessary permits were in order, and the tools, including water saws, wire saws, and oil saws, were relatively complete, albeit some machinery was somewhat antiquated. Tang Songyuan intended to modernize the equipment for long-term operation. The transfer fee was 500,000, including rent until the year's end. After some negotiation, he settled on 450,000. He expressed a desire to meet the previous workers, proposing to retain them if all was well. Wu Huan made a few calls, and ultimately 4 workers showed up. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s, named Ma Tianming, referred to by Wu Huan as Old Ma, a seasoned craftsman with over a decade of experience. The other 3, all around 30, were Ding Lesan, Lu Helen, and Wang Bing. They were all locals from Yunnan and, seeing Tang Songyuan's youth, treated him with respect, but were primarily concerned about their salaries. Tang Songyuan inquired about their previous wages under Wu Huan. Wu Huan interjected that Old Ma earned 4,500 a month, while the others received 3,500. Wang Bing also stayed overnight at the workshop, receiving an additional 300 for his duties. Tang Songyuan proposed, how about this? I'll raise your previous wages by 200, and at the end of the year, depending on the workshop's performance, I'll provide some bonuses. What do you think? The 4 workers were elated and readily agreed. In this day and age, jobs were scarce, and earning a living was no easy feat. Their acceptance of Wu Huan's call indicated their desire to continue working, and the new boss not only raised their wages, but also promised bonuses, leaving them no reason to refuse. Tang Songyuan concluded, all right then, let us call it a day. You can all head home, and starting tomorrow, we'll begin work. Is there anyone here who can drive? Lu Helen raised his hand. I can drive, but only with a Class C license. Tang Songyuan reassured him that that's sufficient. In a few days, I'll procure a pickup truck from the second-hand market, and you can take on the role of the workshop's driver. I'll consider your compensation. Lu Helen responded enthusiastically, sure, General Manager Tang. The 4 departed, and Tang Songyuan handed Wang Bing a key, instructing him to come in the next morning to unlock the door and tidy up. He then accompanied Wu Huan to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to complete the necessary paperwork, marking the establishment of his first enterprise. He renamed the workshop Haiksha Jade Industry and updated the official seal. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. First, he returned to Z to retrieve the iron meteorite, then rode his motorcycle to purchase a new cutting machine for steel. Unsure if the stone cutting equipment would suffice for meteorites, he thought the expense would be minimal. He then returned to his workshop, carefully secured the doors, and personally operated the cutting machine to begin his work. Amidst the sparks flying, Tang Songyuan used his enhanced vision to methodically slice through the meteorite. He frequently adjusted angles to maintain the initial cut, ensuring a circular incision while being cautious not to disrupt the mysterious small sphere within. After half an hour of careful cutting, a circular incision was made in the small iron meteorite, intentionally leaving it partly intact, with a mere millimeter remaining. Tang Songyuan fetched a hammer and chisel, Tapping gently with the iron wedge inserted into the gap, and with a few strikes, the black-red meteorite finally split apart. The enigmatic metallic sphere lay quietly on the ground. Smooth and rounded, resembling a fitness ball often seen in parks. Filled with anticipation, Tang Songyuan reached out, gently touching the sphere's surface. To his astonishment, the sphere seemed to be drawn to his touch and swiftly merged into him. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and he collapsed without warning. Chapter 78. High-end shopping. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Tang Songyuan gradually regained consciousness. Curled up on the ground, he found himself in a bewildered state, pondering. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After a considerable moment, clarity returned to his thoughts. He sat up and glanced at his phone, astonished to discover that over 2 hours had passed, and there were 2 missed calls, one from Wei Qing and the other from NICC. Is this what it means to have completed an upgrade? Tang Songyuan mused, promptly activating his X-ray vision. As the holographic projection of his enhanced abilities enveloped him, he noted that while the essence of his power remained largely unchanged, the range of his vision had significantly increased. Previously limited to a 50-meter radius centered around himself, the scope had now at least doubled. The depth he could perceive underground had also expanded considerably, allowing him to see further below the surface. The other capabilities, such as magnification and identification, remained the same. However, it seemed his physical abilities had strengthened somewhat, though he could not ascertain the exact extent. After such a considerable effort, he felt somewhat disappointed with the upgrade. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that even a slight enhancement was preferable to none at all. Perhaps with future upgrades, incremental improvements would lead to a substantial transformation. Closing his X-ray vision, Tang Songyuan dialed Wei Qing's number. What are you up to? I called you. But you didn't answer, Wei Qing questioned over the phone. CC is at home preparing a feast. When will you return? Tang Songyuan replied, Oh, I was caught up in a meeting and lost track of time. You all can start without me. We've already eaten, Wei Qing retorted. When will you be back? I'll be back shortly, he assured her before hanging up. He dusted off his clothes and gathered the remaining iron meteorites, pondering their potential future utility. After securing the workshop store, he rode his bike to the Yuqing market. With the factory now under his control and workers recruited, the next step was to procure raw stones for profit. He needed to prepare a batch of raw materials, or else he would be unable to commence work the following day. As for sales channels, he had little to worry about. Both Li Yangqiu's uncle, Tang Songyuan, and Dai Dehong's old friend, He Tai, could assist him in moving goods. However, as the scale of operations grew, Tang Songyuan recognized the necessity of expanding his sales channels and potentially recruiting additional craftsmen to produce finished products. Ah, Brother Tang, it's been a while. Yuan Jia, with his round face and cheerful demeanor, exclaimed upon spotting Tang Songyuan. Where have you been making your fortune lately? What fortune? Tang Songyuan responded, activating his X-ray vision to scan the raw stones in Yuan Jia's shop. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he said, I'm just here to select a few stones to test the waters. Sure thing, Yuan Jia replied with enthusiasm. Feel free to look around. I promise not to interrupt. Squatting down, Tang Songyuan mimicked Dai Dehong's techniques, inspecting the rough material skin and occasionally using a light to observe the stone's reactions. Although he already understood the jade's condition, he felt it necessary to go through the motions. He combined this with his X-ray vision to put into practice what he had learned from Dai Dehong. After nearly an hour, he selected 8 pieces of jade. That should suffice. What do I owe you? He inquired. The stones varied in size, with 5 exhibiting superior quality, the best being of high ice variety, while the remaining 3 were considered subpar. Brother Tang, looks like you're gearing up for a big venture today, Yuan Jie commented, then squatted down to examine the stones as well. He pulled out a notebook, correlating the numbers on the jade with the prices. XP 601, 3008, ML 334, 12,000. The total reached 123,800. I'll round it down for you. Just pay me 123,000. Tang Songyuan countered. These are all regular clients. I've bought from you more than once or twice. Let us keep it straightforward. You see, I came straight to you without visiting other shops. If you can't accommodate this, I doubt we'll have much reason for continued partnership. Yuan Jie, unperturbed, smiled and replied, Fine, Brother Tang, what price do you propose? Tang Songyuan assessed one particularly bright piece, noting, while it's rare in the market, its texture lacks refinement, and its quality is average. I'd offer a maximum of 3,000. He articulated a detailed critique of each stone, elaborating on their merits and flaws. Yuan Jie's expression grew increasingly strained until he finally chuckled. Brother Tang, you're truly remarkable. I had heard you apprenticed under Master Ni, and while I thought that was mere gossip, it appears to be true. Tang Songyuan frowned slightly, surprised at how gossipy the Jade Circle could be. Yet, considering Dai Dehong's prominence in the gambling stone realm, He understood such talk was inevitable. All right, since you're so well informed, do you dare to attempt to deceive me openly? He retorted. Yuan Jia chuckled again. Let us proceed at your proposed price, no arguments. In total, Tang Songyuan paid 28,000 for the 8 pieces of jade. Upon receiving the payment notification, Yuan Jia remarked, it's much easier doing business domestically. When we go to Myanmar to source stones, we often carry a truckload of cash. Counting it can take ages. This is a characteristic of jade trading in Myanmar, where transactions within the public auction are settled in euros, while cash transactions outside must be in kyat, with other currencies seldom accepted. Occasionally, purchasing high-quality jade requires several bags of cash. According to the basic grading system, the first 2 grades of jadeite rough are sold through public auctions, while the latter grades are likely sourced by individuals like Yuan Jia. Once the transaction was complete, Yuan Jia fetched 2 sturdy white woven bags to separate the 8 pieces for Tang Songyuan, and together they carried them to the parking area outside the market. Are you transporting them on your motorcycle? Yuan Jia asked, surprised at Tang Songyuan's choice of vehicle. What of it? Tang Songyuan replied. Yuan Jia chuckled. Not what I meant. Shall I help you deliver them? The afternoon business is slow. I could drive a van for you. Tang Songyuan waved his hand. Let us skip it today, maybe next time. In truth, he didn't need assistance. The following morning, he planned to take the driving test for his license and then purchase a second-hand pickup truck. The next time he returned, he would bring along his newly recruited worker. Lu Helen. Chapter 79. Guidance as he rode back to the factory. Tang Songyuan unloaded the bags of raw stones and secured them inside the premises before locking the door and heading home. Upon entering, he was greeted by an opulent spread of dishes on the dining table, though only a few had been touched. Noticing the absence of Wei Qing and NICC, he activated his X-ray vision to discover that the two were in Wei Qing's room, where it seemed NICC was teaching Wei Qing how to apply makeup. Perhaps hearing the commotion, Wei Qing attempted to peek out but was playfully restrained by NICC, who continued to apply eyeshadow to her eyelids. Tang Songyuan cleared his throat softly, but chose not to intrude further, opting instead to sit on the living room sofa and send a message to Li Yanqiu, inviting him to meet that evening. While the factory's operations posed no issue, he felt uncertain about the 4 workers. As he hardly knew them and lacked any sense of trust, he had few friends, and the only one he could trust was Li Yanqiu. Therefore, he envisioned having Li Yanqiu come over to manage the factory's daily operations. Brother, you're back. After lingering for about 10 minutes, Wei Qing finally emerged from her room, gracefully walking up to Tang Songyuan and shaking her head as she said, Sister Cici did this for me. Do you think it's pretty? Tang Songyuan took a serious look at her, and Cici had shaped her eyebrows, applied eyeliner, and curled her eyelashes. He chuckled softly and remarked, My dear sister is naturally beautiful. She doesn't need any makeup. Her bare face is the most charming. Hearing this, Wei Qing pouted and muttered, I knew you wouldn't like my makeup. I'll wash it off right now. Wait. Tang Songyuan quickly stopped her, saying, Actually, it looks quite nice. I just think your youth is your most radiant adornment, needing no extra embellishment. With this, Wei Qing found his words much more agreeable. However, NICC, who had just stepped out of the room, appeared less pleased. She lightly huffed and questioned, What? Does my junior brother think that I am too old to be youthful and vibrant? No. Tang Songyuan felt a twinge of nervousness and quickly replied, Sister, you are as beautiful as a fairy, forever youthful and radiant. Wait. Before he could finish, NICC interrupted him, stepping closer to Tang Songyuan, leaning in almost to his face. Just when he thought she might be up to some mischief, NICC inquired, How has your skin become so delicate? She reached out with her slender fingers to touch his cheek, puzzled as she said, Not only delicate, but also fair and firm. Have you been secretly using some whitening remedy? Not at all. Tang Songyuan thought it might be due to the mysterious orb's upgrade, then shifted sideways and said, I feel a bit hungry. Is there still food at home? Wei Qing quickly replied, The rice in the pot should still be warm. As for the dishes, I'll go heat them up for you. She picked up a plate of food but paused to look seriously at Tang Songyuan, saying, Brother, you really do look quite handsome today. After which, she giggled and dashed away. After dinner, Tang Songyuan informed both women about the upcoming test for Subject 1 and the new workshop. NICC's eyes sparkled with a hint of playful amusement as she remarked, Are you planning to branch out so soon? Tang Songyuan responded, After all, I am but a mere mortal. It is only natural to desire to earn money from running a factory. I could never reach the level of my master in terms of grace and stature. In reality, starting the factory was also a cover for him to cut materials on a larger scale. How many pieces could he cut alone in a day? Moreover, he felt it unwise to cut materials using someone else's machinery each time. Even if the factory cut its own materials, he would still occasionally add some waste to avoid raising the workers' suspicions. Hiki. NICC said, "My grandfather isn't entirely disinterested in making money. He has simply become more indifferent in recent years. How about this? You mentioned there are only 4 workers in the factory. I could manage the finances for you. How does that sound?" Tang Songyuan paused, suspecting NICC's motives. "What? Are you not keen on it?" Seeing his hesitation, NICC straightened her face and said, "Although I am not a finance major, I do have some knowledge in this area." Then she stood up, adjusted her clothes, and slightly bowed to Tang Songyuan, saying, "Mr. Tang, I shall be your secretary from now on. Please guide me." Just moments ago, she had mentioned managing finances. And now she was saying she wanted to be a secretary? Perhaps a dual role of finance and secretary? He chuckled awkwardly and replied, "It's not that I am unwilling. I just worry that having my sister work in this small factory might be beneath her talent." NICC lowered her gaze, sighed, and said, "Is being a secretary not good enough?" After a moment's reflection, Tang Songyuan found it quite suitable for NICC to manage the finances. On one hand, he could trust her, and on the other, he needed to leverage many connections from the NI family, especially those of Dahong. So he said, "Then I must trouble you, sister, to take on the role of financial director at my small factory." NICC immediately beamed with joy, her laughter becoming somewhat unrestrained. After a while, she composed herself and extended her hand to Tang Songyuan, stating, "All right, I shall rely on you in the future, Mr. Tang." Wei Qing, eyes sparkling, chimed in, "Brother, I want to go too. I want to go too. You can assign me a job for cleaning. That would be fine. Go sit down." Tang Songyuan pushed her back onto the sofa and turned to NICC, asking, "Sister, how much salary do you hope to receive?" NICC made a cute and playful expression just like Wei Qing's and exclaimed, "Ah, there's a salary too? I thought I would have to pay to work here. This was my first job, and I'm unsure what would be appropriate. How about you decide, Mr. Tang?" This girl had started role-playing again. Tang Songyuan resignedly agreed, and they settled the matter. That evening, after NICC returned home, Tang Songyuan asked Wei Qing to stay while he went downstairs to meet Li Yangqiu. "Bro, why did you call me out at this late hour?" Li Yangqiu, still wearing a mischievous grin, inquired. Tang Songyuan motioned for him to get in the car and took him to a late-night snack shop. After ordering food and opening 2 bottles of beer, Tang Songyuan finally said, "I recently acquired a factory and need a manager for daily operations. Can you come help me?" Li Yangqiu, who was merely an errand boy at Song Jinggui's place, felt a rush of excitement at the thought of becoming a manager. He smacked Tang Songyuan's arm and exclaimed, "I knew this day would come. I'm calling my cousin to resign right now." "Wait, hold on." Tang Songyuan grabbed him, saying, "Don't rush. Have you even thought this through?" Li Yangqiu replied, "What is there to think about? We agreed back then that we would not forget each other in times of prosperity. Now that you've called me, how can I hesitate?" Tang Songyuan clarified, "No. I brought you in to work under me, to exploit you and extract your surplus value. Are you truly not going to consider it?" Li Yangqiu took a large gulp of beer, slammed his cup down on the table, and laughed heartily. "Speak up, brother. How do you plan to exploit me? How do you intend to squeeze?" Chapter 80. Exceptional Gambling Materials. "I'll start the exploitation right now," Tang Songyuan retorted jokingly, refilling Li Yangqiu's beer. "With brothers, we must be clear about accounts. I know you well. While you may talk a lot, your heart is not bad. However, when you come to manage here, you must wield both grace and authority. At the very least, you need to maintain order." Li Yangqiu nodded. "I understand, Mr. Tang. I'll take office tomorrow and set the place ablaze with my new authority." "Huh?" Tang Songyuan replied with dissatisfaction. "Stop with the Mr. Tang nonsense. We are brothers in private." Li Yangqiu chuckled and raised his glass, saying, "All right, Mr. Tang." After another drink, Tang Songyuan helplessly remarked, "When you leave, how will you explain it to your cousin?" Li Yangqiu shrugged nonchalantly. "No worries. When I joined, both sides were clear that I was just an ordinary apprentice, doing some chores. How much I learn depends on my own abilities. If I learn nothing, I can't blame him." Tang Songyuan nodded and said, "That works." He then relayed the location of the workshop to Li Yangqiu and handed him a key, instructing him to arrange the stone-cutting work early the next morning. The following day, Tang Songyuan rose early, but it was evident that someone had risen even earlier. As he descended the stairs, he spotted NICC. Clad in professional attire and sporting a pair of rimless glasses, her long legs accentuated by black stockings and high heels, waiting for him downstairs. Standing next to a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, she opened the car door and cheerfully said, "Hello, General Tang. I am your new secretary, Cici. Please get in." Tang Songyuan was taken aback by her appearance, feeling a bit flustered as he said, "Senior sister, you have so many styles. I truly admire you." NICC chuckled softly before quickly adopting a serious expression and asked, "Are you getting in or not?" Tang Songyuan entered the car and closed the door behind him. NICC joyfully hopped into the driver's seat, swiftly changing into a pair of sneakers before starting the engine and driving towards the examination location. As they entered the main road, NICC inquired, "Did you leave your sister alone at home?" Tang Songyuan replied, "She was playing video games until late last night." "She is still sleeping now." NICC continued, "Does your junior brother enjoy playing games?" After a moment of thought, Tang Songyuan responded, "Not really. I play very seldom." NICC laughed lightly and asked, "Then why is the company named Hexuia?" Tang Songyuan paused momentarily before falling into a brief silence, sighing. "Consider it a tribute to my lost youth." NICC smiled again and gently turned to Tang Songyuan, saying, "No worries. Your senior sister will accompany you in the future. What you mean by accompany will probably be a game of cat and mouse. I'm exhausted just thinking about it." At 8:30, they successfully passed the first exam. Tang Songyuan then took NICC to the bank to set up the company account, depositing $2 million into it, establishing this account as the public account for Hexuia. Next, they arrived at Yuching Industrial. Strolling through the bustling morning market, NICC remarked, "To be honest, although my grandfather is an expert in this field, this is the first time I've been here." Tang Songyuan queried, "Why not? Does senior sister not enjoy stone gambling?" NICC replied, "It's not that I dislike it or like it. Perhaps I just don't have much feeling for it. I have never even glanced at those stones in my grandfather's treasure trove that are said to be worth hundreds of thousands or millions." At this moment, a normal person would typically ask what NICC is interested in, but Tang Songyuan's attention was captivated by a piece of jade rough. It was an unattractive stone at first glance. The raw stone appeared small, weighing perhaps a couple of kilograms. Its overall hue was a dull gray, with a rough texture, and the surface was speckled with evenly distributed white spots. Through the light, it was evident that this material possessed a high ice quality, with vibrant green inclusions in certain areas. However, it was not without its flaws. The stone harbored a rather unsightly old crack, which branched out into numerous fine fissures in a lightning-like pattern. Nevertheless, if cut properly, it could yield some high-quality main pieces. This would test the patience and skill of the cutter, making it a suitable piece for evaluating the newly recruited workers. Tang Songyuan entered the shop, inquiring about the stone before examining it closely. After shining a light on it, he had an idea of its value and asked, "How much for this piece, boss?" The owner glanced at him and replied, "That piece is priced at 20,000. Someone has offered 12,000, but it has tea sold. If this piece were cut well, even extracting just one high ice quality item could easily fetch over 200,000. However, Tang Songyuan was familiar with the market, clearly. The owner had left ample room for negotiation. Typically, rough stone dealers set high prices to elevate customer expectations. He smiled and stated, "Let us be straightforward. The only gamble here is the crack. No matter how good the quality, it cannot overshadow too many cracks." The owner, clearly aware of the stone's condition, asked, "How much do you intend to offer?" 3,000, Tang Songyuan replied. "That old crack is an unavoidable hurdle once it's in. It's not just one or two cracks. It may render this piece entirely unworkable. 3,000 is too low. You need to offer a bit more," the owner said, appearing troubled. Ultimately, Tang Songyuan added 500, acquiring the roughly 2-kilogram unattractive stone. NICC paid for it, and the owner wrapped the stone in paper, handing Tang Songyuan a bag to carry. They continued to stroll through the market, which felt just like wandering through a vegetable market. NICC remarked, "I find the vegetable market more interesting." Tang Songyuan countered, "There is a difference. For example, when you browse a vegetable market, you are the end consumer of those products. But with stone gambling, if you make a cut or scratch and are dissatisfied, you can still sell it. Or if its value increases after cutting, you can sell it to a secondary dealer for a profit." NICC nodded. "It seems you have learned quite a bit from my grandfather." Tang Songyuan replied, "Of course." Just then, Tang Songyuan's gaze sharpened as he spotted a top-quality jade rough in the market. It was, astonishingly, a piece of glassy material, according to the classification that Song Jinghua had previously explained to Tang Songyuan. Both the night market of Dalong and the morning market of Jegao were merely entry-level for stone gambling. In such places, ice-quality jade was extremely rare, let alone the highest grade, glassy jade. Yet, here it was, distinctly present. However, this piece was currently being carefully examined by a man in his 30s, making it difficult for Tang Songyuan to make his intentions known. He could only feign ignorance and walked past with NICC. "Hey, beautiful, wait a moment." Just a few steps later, the man enthusiastically halted them, specifically blocking NICC's path, and with a beaming smile, he earnestly asked, "Can I add you on WeChat?" As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened his personal card. NICC smiled widely but ignored him, turning to Tang Songyuan and asking, "Honey, do you think I should add his WeChat?" As Tang Songyuan felt awkward, the man appeared even more embarrassed, awkwardly chuckling and saying, "Sorry," before putting his phone away and walking off. NICC scoffed and looked at the man's retreating figure, saying, "He has the heart of a thief, but lacks the courage. Don't you agree, brother-in-law?" In a short while, their roles had switched. Fortunately, Tang Songyuan was accustomed to her whimsical nature and turned back to observe the glassy jade rough. This particular piece had not been cut, making it an all-gamble material. It weighed approximately 7 to 8 jade, with a surface that appeared grayish-white, faintly tinged with yellow. The vendor, Lu Likun, was seated in a wrought-tin chair, smoking a cigarette. He offered one to Tang Songyuan, who declined. "What do you think, brother? This is genuine old Muna with white sand skin, a top-quality piece that just arrived yesterday." Tang Songyuan lifted his head to glance at him, remaining silent but adopting a serious expression. His eyes revealed both admiration and a hint of uncertainty. He was determined to play the role of a Na'vi newcomer, knowing that this piece of jade rough was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. The material was indeed of glass quality, with a slight blue tint intermingling with a hint of pinkish purple, and the jade flesh was nearly flawless. Tang Songyuan asked, "I'm not sure if it's Muna. I really can't gauge this piece well. May I inquire about the price?" Upon hearing the inquiry about the price, Lu Likun could not help but break into a smile. He rose, patted the material, and leaned in closer, whispering, "Brother, if you truly desire it, I can offer you a fair price of 1.2 million. Frankly speaking, this piece of jade material, with its quality and base color, is genuinely not overpriced at that amount. A bracelet fashioned from such glassy jade would typically fetch at least 5 million, if not starting at 10 million. Tang Songyuan recalled his earlier encounter with an iron meteorite, where he hesitated and faced numerous challenges due to his indecision. Thus, 1.2 million felt like a fortunate find. Regardless of whether Lu Likun recognized the true value of the material, there was no need for excessive dialogue. Pretending to be naive must be occasioned by purpose. Therefore, he decisively declared, "All right, I will accept your price. Senior sister, please make the payment." The last sentence was directed at NICC. Lu Likun was taken aback by Tang Songyuan's promptness, and his face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Brother, you are straightforward. Let us exchange contact information and stay in touch." NICC did not hesitate and promptly paid through the company's account, while Lu Likun had already wrapped the material in a black bag. "Let us return." Tang Songyuan, feeling that this excursion was quite rewarding, wished to leave the jade market immediately. Is half an hour enough?" NICC questioned, somewhat puzzled. Tang Songyuan offered no elaborate explanation, simply stating, "Let us return and discuss." Once they left the market and entered the vehicle, Tang Songyuan felt the necessity to inform Ni Dahong about his silent acquisition of a workshop. Particularly since he had persuaded NICC to join as the financial director, it seemed inappropriate to remain silent about it. He thus remarked, "Let us head to your home. I wish to see Master." NICC did not pry further and drove in the direction of her residence. Ni Dahong was home today, tending to his garden with a watering can. NICC drove into the courtyard and parked beside him. She exited the vehicle with a cheerful greeting. "Grandpa, I have brought your disciple back." "What? I clearly said I was coming." Tang Songyuan thought to himself, bemused as he stepped out and greeted Ni Dahong. "Greetings, Master." Ni Dahong nodded in acknowledgement, putting down the watering can and gesturing. "Songyuan has arrived. Come inside and sit." He proceeded into the house, with NICC lightly following. Turning back to make a face at Tang Songyuan. Once seated indoors, Tang Songyuan briefly recounted his recent acquisition of the factory and invited NICC for assistance. There was little to conceal in this matter, and NICC might have already mentioned it. It was better to be forthright. Ni Dahong pondered for a moment. Then a subtle smile graced his lips. "Songyuan, you are still quite young, and your enthusiasm is commendable. I support that. However, I have witnessed the tumultuous tides of the jade gambling industry, with its myriad of highs and lows. I need not elaborate. You will learn in due time. As for business, my advice is limited. The only thing I wish to convey is, do not be overly concerned with immediate gains and losses, but always remain vigilant. With Cece assisting you, there should not be any significant issues. This girl is cleverer than a fox." "Grandpa, how can you say such things about me?" NICC retorted, feigning displeasure. "Humph, I am going to cook, so I shall ignore you both." After NICC departed, Ni Dahong turned to the 2 bags Tang Songyuan had brought and inquired, "Let me see the materials you purchased." Tang Songyuan promptly retrieved both pieces and placed them on the table. Ni Dahong raised his eyebrows slightly and first picked up the piece of white sandskin jade. After a few seconds of observation, he asked, "How much did you pay for this?" Tang Songyuan replied, 1.2 million at the jade market. I was cautious of any unexpected issues, so I didn't haggle much. Ni Dahong nodded in calm agreement. Not negotiating was wise. This material is quite deceptive. Genuine glassy jade is rare, and most people cannot accurately assess it. Typical glassy jade exhibits a thick, aged skin and a smooth surface. Yet, observe this piece. Its surface is irregular, seemingly on the verge of bubbling. Additionally, the raw material of glassy jade is exceptionally fine-grained, with a distinct sandy texture upon touch. This aspect is somewhat aligned, but I cannot definitively conclude that it is an extraordinary specimen of glassy jade. Chapter 82. Attest Tang Songyuan mused that indeed. As the saying goes, even the most skilled cannot determine the worth of jade easily, illustrating the challenges of jade gambling. Could it be that inadvertently possessed some form of X-ray vision, capable of discerning the inner qualities of jade raw stones and effortlessly determining their type and color? Noticing Tang Songyuan's silence and attentive demeanor, inadvertently chuckled and continued. Typically, glassy jade raw stones are found in old pits, as these stones undergo significant weathering and geological erosion, leading to generally superior quality compared to newer pits. Thus, when assessing glassy jade raw stones, we consider two additional indicators. One is its oiliness, also referred to as fluorescence, and the other is its hardness. Glassy jade rough material possesses an exceptionally fine and compact texture, with a density surpassing that of ordinary rough material, thus exhibiting the highest hardness. Tang Songyuan slapped his thigh. Master, you are absolutely correct. I was drawn to the hardness of this material, which gave me an impression of old-style ice oil, which is why I purchased it without hesitation. This statement contained a hint of exaggeration, yet it was particularly fitting in this context. Inadvertently nodded, setting aside the piece of white sand-skinned jade to examine the ugly stone. Upon shining a flashlight on it, he frowned. Are you planning to gamble on cracks with this? Inadvertently asked without lifting his head. Tang Songyuan replied, Yes, master, I believe the quality of this material is adequate, but I am uncertain about the cracks. However, it was only 500, so I didn't think much about it. Inadvertently remarked, It is not merely a matter of cost. I believe I have previously mentioned that among the 5 major risks in stone gambling, type, base, cotton, and dirt, cracks are the most challenging to predict. Do not take such risks in the future. Tang Songyuan did not argue, repeatedly affirming. Inadvertently then shared his experiences regarding the characteristics of gambling on cracks. Before long, noon arrived, and NICC came to summon the two for lunch. After the meal, Tang Songyuan took his leave, with NICC driving him to the newly opened Haikisi jade industry. Upon entering, he was greeted by the cacophony of cutting machines. Li Yangqiu stood behind Ma Tianming, observing him carefully slice the materials. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan enter, Li Yangqiu hurried over, wearing a distressed expression. President Tang. Tang Songyuan inquired, What's wrong? You look troubled. Li Yangqiu replied, Brother, did you not check the auspicious time before starting work? This morning, I instructed them to cut the materials you retrieved yesterday, but they ended up cutting 3 pieces, all of which were waste. Tang Songyuan glanced at him, thinking that this fellow must have not checked the auspicious time before leaving home. Out of 8 pieces, 5 were of good quality, and it was precisely those 3 that were subpar that were chosen by him. Such misfortune was quite atypical. He remarked, No worries, cutting stones can be done gradually. This is my senior sister, NICC. You have met her at the NI family before. She is now the company's financial director. Have you had lunch yet? Li Yangqiu first greeted NICC, then said, Yes, I have. I ordered 3 dishes and a soup from the Sichuan restaurant at the corner. So you will need to reimburse me later. This statement carries a hint of jest, yet Tang Songyuan nodded and remarked, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Currently, our factory lacks a dining service. I have decided to allocate a budget of 20 yuan per meal for each person, arranging for local restaurants to deliver lunch and dinner. I will not be providing breakfast. As for the locals, a bowl of rice noodles suffices to start the day. As they spoke, Ma Tianming's stone-cutting machine came to a halt, followed by his excited voice. He rushed over, cradling a raw stone in his hands, and eagerly addressed Tang Songyuan, Mr. Tang, take a look at this piece. Tang Songyuan accepted the stone, lifting the cut lid to reveal a vibrant green with subtle yellow undertones. This is apple green, he noted. While the green may not be entirely pure, the yellowish tint enhances its brightness. Not bad. Let's continue cutting. Having learned quite a bit from Hitai recently, Tang Songyuan spoke with authority. Ma Tianming, thrilled, responded, Great. Mr. Tang, how about I start cutting from here? After assessing with a discerning eye, Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement. Li Yangqiu, observing with astonishment, spoke up after Ma Tianming returned to his station. I don't understand why I've been here all morning producing nothing but waste. Yet you arrive and immediately find green. The statement held a double entendre, prompting Tang Songyuan to chuckle lightly and say, I'm simply fortunate, but you, my friend, seem to possess a knack for absorbing the green from the stones. Ning Cece, uninterested in their banter, inquired, "Where is my office?" Tang Songyuan gestured casually, saying, "Sister, feel free to take a look or choose for yourself." In the following hour, other workers in the workshop also brought forth good news. Ding Leson unearthed a piece of glutinous ice jade with flecks. Lu Helen revealed a full piece of yellow yang green jade. And Wang Bing's cut was perfectly high-grade ice jade. Everyone was elated, dispelling the morning's gloom of waste. After all, today marked the factory's inaugural operation. And if everything had ended in waste, the boss would have been quite disheartened. Tang Songyuan encouraged them enthusiastically, "Let us all work hard. I'll treat everyone to extra meals tonight." The four of them felt invigorated, and Tang Songyuan approached Ning Cece again, asking her to prepare several red envelopes containing 200 yuan each, as a small benefit from him as the boss. Ning Cece asked, "Does everyone get one?" "What about me?" Tang Songyuan replied, "All right, I'll prepare 6. Ning Cece, with a twinkle in her eye, proposed, "Then I think mine should contain 520 yuan. Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes but nodded, "Fine." Ning Cece beamed, "Then I'll thank the boss in advance." Around 4 in the afternoon, Ma Tianming had completely peeled the stone he held, revealing a bare jade rough. Freshly cut and unpolished, the rough appeared unrefined. Its apple green hue reminiscent of tender shoots emerging on a grassy meadow. Yet, after slicing and polishing, it promised to shine brilliantly. Tang Songyuan pulled out an unattractive stone he had just acquired and handed it to Ma Tianming, saying, "Let us set this aside for now. Consider how to cut this one." This stone was riddled with fissures, presenting a test for Ma Tianming. But if he succeeded, Tang Songyuan contemplated offering him a raise. The cutting process promised rewards, yet if done poorly, Tang Songyuan stood ready to correct and salvage. Ma Tianming shone a light on the rough stone, drawing a line with a pencil along an existing crack. He then activated the machine, cutting along the line. As he worked, he meticulously compared angles, wary of any missteps. After about half an hour, he had carved a 10-centimeter gap in the stone. He fetched a hammer and wedge, inserting the wedge into the fissure. With a few firm strikes, the unattractive stone split in two. Outsiders might not grasp the significance of this action. Yet even Tang Songyuan had learned about it from Dahong. From a practical standpoint, using a hammer and wedge to cleave jade with existing cracks maximizes the preservation of its valuable portions. "Cut it open, Mr. Tang," Ma Tianming said, somewhat anxiously, as he brought the 2 pieces to Tang Songyuan. The severed stone appeared unattractive, with the old crack giving rise to 30 or 40 delicate fissures that resembled roots penetrating the white jade flesh. "Isn't this delightful?" "It's already ice-grade," Tang Songyuan, feigning nonchalance, illuminated the sections with a light, stating, "These areas exhibit rich green flecks. If we can extract one or several primary pieces from this, the stone won't be a loss. However, it may be a bit troublesome. Patience is essential." Ma Tianming's anxiety eased, and even the weathered lines on his face softened as he smiled. "You can rest assured, Mr. Tang. I've got this covered." They continued working diligently until dusk, completing the peeling of the remaining 6 jade roughs. However, the glass bottom rough was withheld from cutting due to its substantial value and quality. Tang Songyuan intended to keep it as his first collectible, akin to Dahong's stone repository, reserved and untouched. That evening, he allocated funds to Li Yangxiu for a celebratory meal with 4 workers. Meanwhile, he had Ning Cece drive him to Hitai's studio, bringing along the day as treasures. Hitai was busy carving a jade pendant from a design sketch when Tang Songyuan and Ning Cece entered. He didn't notice them until Tang Songyuan called out, "Uncle Tai." "Oh, it's you, Xiao Tang." "And Cece, what a rare visitor," he exclaimed, warmly inviting them to sit, while addressing Tang Songyuan as Xiao Tang with a friendly smile. His demeanor blossomed into a radiant welcome upon seeing Ning Cece. He abandoned his tools and unfinished pendant to usher them in, fetching stools and offering tea, chattering excitedly. "It's been ages since you last visited," Tang Songyuan explained. "I was delayed for a few days in the Magic City with my sister. And recently I've been busy acquiring a factory. Here are the stones we cut today. Uncle Tai, could you help me assess their quality?" He placed all the freshly cut stones on Hitai's workbench. "Impressive. So much accomplished in just one day." Hitai's eyes lit up as he examined each piece, complimenting, "And Lao Tu has indeed taught you well." Ning Cece, hearing praises for her grandfather and her junior, beamed with delight but remained silent. Tang Songyuan added, "Currently, our scale is small, and we lack specific sales channels. We hope Uncle Tai can assist us in purchasing these." "I can certainly take them," Hitai exclaimed. "High-quality jade is becoming increasingly rare, and some, like your master's treasures, are being kept uncut. If you have good materials, feel free to bring them here. Uncle Tai will ensure you are well compensated." Hitai then proceeded to evaluate the stones Tang Songyuan had brought. A high-quality jade slab, weighing approximately 2 kilograms, could yield 2 or 3 bangles. as Hitai remarked, with the remaining scraps sufficient to craft several pendants and cabochons. Ultimately, it fetched a price of 1,100,000. Each remnant possessed its own unique characteristics. Some displayed excellent quality, while others boasted vibrant colors, culminating in a total of 2,300,000 for 5 pieces. Even a rather unattractive stone, once cut, revealed 2 prime high-quality pieces, suitable for crafting 2 exquisite landscape pendants or wuxi plaques, while the smaller fragments could be fashioned into playful items such as gourds or crab claws, for which Hitai offered a generous 55,000. Hitai also mentioned that future materials would be available and suggested that Xiaotang need not personally deliver them, as he would arrange for his staff to collect them regularly. What do you think? Hitai, who managed several shops specializing in finished jade products, had previously visited Tang Songyuan to gain a deeper understanding of the market. He smiled and said, "That would be splendid. Let us set a weekly schedule. What do you think, Uncle Tai?" Tang Songyuan was also aware of the wisdom in diversifying his ventures. He intended to seek additional sales channels and, should he continue to expand, consider hiring sculptors to produce finished goods. Thus, he envisioned a seamless operation from raw stone to retail. After providing the workshop's address, Hitai arranged for a transfer of funds totaling 340,000 to the Hushi Jade Company, marking the first day's revenue. Following discussions on various trivial matters, Tang Songyuan took his leave, with Hitai personally escorting them to the studio's entrance, reminding NICC to visit often. The two then returned to the dining venue where Li Yangqiu and others were gathered. Tang Songyuan was quite satisfied with the skill of the 4 workers. After toasting them, he distributed red envelopes to everyone. He exclaimed, "May you all dine well today. Tomorrow, please arrive by 10 at the latest." He reassured them that they could cut the materials at their discretion, emphasizing that mistakes in stone cutting were commonplace in this trade. During this time, he also discussed with Li Yangqiu the acquisition of a pickup truck, as Li held a valid driver's license and was an experienced driver, having previously worked for Songyuan in transporting stones or finished products. Tang Songyuan suggested, "Let us purchase a new truck registered under the company's name. I trust your judgment. My only request is for it to be robust and durable, preferably domestically produced." Chapter 84. The public auction after the meal. Li Yangqiu and the workers departed, leaving Tang Songyuan to return to his rented apartment with NICC. "Brother, you're finally back. I've been eating leftovers all day," Wei Qing lamented, engrossed in a game on her tablet. Tang Songyuan chuckled. "Oh dear, feeling wronged, are we? How about I take you to the night market?" With the factory's raw materials cut, Tang Songyuan still needed to prepare jade stones for the next day's work. It was evening, making it an opportune time to explore the Dalong night market. Wei Qing's spirits lifted. She tossed her tablet onto the sofa and exclaimed, "Yay! Let us go right now." Upon arrival, Wei Qing was taken aback by the throngs of people and the abundance of jade roughs lining the streets. "Is this what you call a night market?" she asked, pouting. Tang Songyuan chuckled. "Indeed. This is the most vibrant night market in Rueli. Look at all these people here for the night market." Wei Qing nodded thoughtfully, then linked her arm with NICC, curiously surveying the surroundings. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan activated his discerning eye, sifting through the piles of raw stones along the street. The Dalong night market was not solely composed of roughs priced at 100 or 500. It featured jade roughs sourced by the local miners known as yamuxi. Most of the ordinary jade roughs found at street stalls were procured during designated mining days. This sizable group of yamuxi miners could enter various mines for free on specific days to search for jade roughs, using only rudimentary tools like shovels and pickaxes, with a few mine owners allowing the use of electric drills. Generally, anything unearthed within the 2-hour open period was considered legal as long as it was removed from the site. However, foreign participation was strictly prohibited, and the environment was rife with unseen brutality and violence. The raw stones in established shops at the night market were comparable to those at Jegao's morning market. According to classification, the top 2 grades, which were rare and valuable, entered the public auction, while the lower grades flowed into various markets. Tang Songyuan navigated this marketplace with increasing familiarity, soon procuring 8 pieces of jade rough. Although none were particularly exceptional, their affordability was advantageous. The trio then ventured into the shop district, where the lighting remained dim but the crowd was still bustling. At this moment, Wei Qing asked, "Brother, do you really earn money from these stones?" Tang Songyuan smiled, replying in a manner of speaking, "I apprenticed under your sister CC's grandfather, who is a master in this industry. I've learned a great deal from him." Wei Qing gazed at NICC with admiration, who retorted, "Oh please. My grandfather told me you are a rare talent, naturally suited for the stone gambling business. Your aptitude is remarkable. Most concepts you grasp effortlessly." Both delighted and intrigued, Wei Qi exclaimed, "So, there are indeed secrets to this trade? Brother, I want to learn. Learn what? Tang Songyuan replied, somewhat exasperated. Your current task is to enjoy life. Once you receive your acceptance letter, focus on your studies, understood? Wei Qing made a face at him, muttering, got it. Just then, Tang Songyuan spotted another piece of material, bending down to inspect it. It was a sky blue stone. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired about its price. The vendor quoted 8,000, and without haggling, Tang Songyuan purchased it. After more than an hour of wandering, he had acquired over 30 pieces, with roughly 3/5 being inexpensive scraps, sufficient for the factory's 4 workers for a while. After returning the purchased roughs to the factory, NICC escorted the siblings to the bottom of the building. As they parted, Tang Songyuan said, Sister, there's no need for you to pick me up personally anymore. I find it more convenient to ride my bike, and I feel bad for troubling you. NICC, unpretentious, nodded and waved the 520 yuan red envelope Tang Songyuan had given her, cheerfully saying, wishing you a prosperous start. In the following 2 days, Tang Songyuan frequented the Jade City and Dalong markets, purchasing an array of rough stones, totaling nearly 200. On the day of the Yingjiang Jade public auction, he arrived early at Ni Dahong's residence. Together, they practiced a set of Ba Duan Jin and a routine of Wu Qin Shi, followed by a breakfast meticulously prepared by NICC. The master and apprentice then set off in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, heading westward. They reached Yingjiang County around noon, casually securing a place for lunch. Afterward, Ni Dahong drove for another 10 minutes until they arrived at the venue of the Yingjiang Jade public auction. As soon as Tang Songyuan stepped out of the car, he was awestruck. The auction venue was vast, covering no less than 10,000 square meters, lined with an array of jade roughs, easily exceeding 10,000 pieces. Directly ahead was the bidding area, surrounded by office buildings that housed the indoor stone gambling section. The indoor roughs were primarily gambling materials, lacking polished edges and predominantly high-quality stones. Adjacent to the bidding area was the small block rough section, where pre-cut roughs were displayed on stands, guarded by dedicated personnel. The expansive area directly facing the bidding zone serves as an outdoor exhibition space for large rough stones, meticulously arranged for display. A water bucket, filled to the brim, stands conveniently for merchants to wipe the surfaces of the stones. Some of these sizable blocks have already been cut and even polished, presenting clear starting prices. According to the color of the price tags, Ni Dahong elucidates, a red tag indicates that the owner may intercept the bidding, requiring the final offer to meet the owner as psychological price for a successful transaction, while a white tag stipulates that interception is not permitted, resembling a conventional auction format where one simply needs to outbid the base price. The yellow tag, however, represents a unique category within the Jade public auction, as it has no starting price, essentially commencing at 0. The venue is bustling with activity, yet it maintains a sense of calm. Groups of 3 or 5 gather, conversing in hushed tones. Tang Songyuan attentively listens while activating his perceptive vision. Indeed, the materials at the public auction exhibit a quality far superior to those available in the market, particularly with semi-transparent stones. His enhanced vision reveals the lustrous jade flesh within the raw stones. The quality varies, and for a moment, Tang Songyuan finds himself somewhat dazzled. Chapter 85. The Emperor Green. The entire Yingjiang public auction spans 5 days, culminating in the revealing of bids on the final day. Although Tang Songyuan's goal is to gamble entirely on the materials, he follows Ni Dahong with a mindset of learning, exploring the exhibition area. The outdoor semi-transparent stones consist mostly of large boulders, some weighing several kilograms while others reach several tons even after being cut, approaching 2 blocks that have been halved. Ni Dahong's interest peaks. He motions for Tang Songyuan to crouch down with him, running his hand over one of the cut surfaces, remarking, Song, this stone is quite intriguing. Its transformation is markedly evident once cut. The exposed surface resembles a miniature version of the African continent, covering an area of approximately half a square meter. Upon inspecting the label, Tang Songyuan notes that the combined weight of the 2 pieces is 85 kilograms. The colors are rich, ranging from deep green to light green, with several visible cracks across the cross-section. However, Tang Songyuan is aware that these fissures do not hinder the final extraction of material. Whether for bracelet slices or substantial pieces for display, this stone is more than sufficient. 16 million. This stone is not inexpensive, he muses, glancing at the label. Ni Dahong scoffs lightly, stating, no one is pressuring you to buy it. I simply want you to observe this stone, to witness its transition from a milky texture to high ice quality, from deep green to light green, thereby understanding the formation of jade. A remarkable jade must have undergone geological evolution under conditions of high temperature and pressure, with the involvement of metallic ions. Ni Dahong possesses profound expertise in jade, woven with extensive geological knowledge. which Tang Songyuan endeavors to remember, as it may prove useful in the future. He continues, though these are semi-transparent stones, their characteristics may vary greatly post-extraction. Upon deeper cutting, the interior's color, texture, even the cracks and overall quality, may differ from what is visible on the surface. Some may transform positively, while others may not. This necessitates years of accumulated experience, and of course, a measure of luck. Tang Songyuan raises an eyebrow, remaining silent, yet smiling subtly. While he lacks such experience, he possesses his perceptive vision. Following inadvertently's guidance, he can present himself as an experienced and fortunate individual, thereby minimizing the risk of revealing his unique ability. Throughout the afternoon, inadvertently primarily meanders through the area of transparent stones. Unlike other merchants who jot down numbers and starting prices for stones they fancy, inadvertently mostly observes, occasionally sharing nuggets of knowledge with Tang Songyuan. Eventually, the two arrive at a crowded display table, quite unremarkable, merely a wooden table draped with plush fabric, upon which lie a dozen or so neatly cut, uniformly green stones devoid of outer skin, glistening with a lustrous sheen. These stones represent the top bids of this public auction. Among the crowd, someone exclaims in astonishment, owning just one of these stones would ensure a life of comfort. To which another scoffs, you must be dreaming. This is Emperor Green. A rare color, and even a single piece could buy you a house in major cities. Another remarks, your words betray your ignorance. Emperor Green is merely a commercial term. Those in the know refrain from using it. The initial speaker retorts, existence justifies its reason. Everyone calls it that. Why shouldn't I? As tensions rise, an elderly gentleman in a blue-collared t-shirt, upon spotting inadvertently, becomes animated and extends his hand. Ah, Master and I. It's been a long time. Inadvertently shakes his hand and introduces Tang Songyuan. This is my apprentice, Xiao Tang. Songyuan, meet Mr. Feng Delong from Jieyang. Tang Songyuan promptly greets. Hello, Mr. Feng. Feng Delong praises. Your apprentice possesses an impressive bearing and appears quite spirited. Master Ni's eye for talent is commendable. As he speaks, he instructs his assistant to hand a business card to Tang Songyuan, who receives it with due reverence, carefully tucking it away. Inadvertently raises an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips as he inquires, are these stones from your quarry? Feng Delong, somewhat bashful, responds, not significant. Too many cracks, Master and I. Feel free to examine them. With that, he rushes off to greet another acquaintance. Inadvertently picks up a particularly striking green block, assessing it briefly before turning to Tang Songyuan. Do not heed his words about cracks. Remember, this is the pinnacle of jade color, what the world refers to as Emperor Green. Tang Songyuan has already confirmed through his perceptive vision that this is indeed Emperor Green jade, and the stones displayed are all of the same caliber. The larger pieces weigh 3 to 4 kilograms, while smaller ones are flat or bar-shaped, weighing 7 to 8 taels. Inadvertently continues. Observe this piece. Its texture is merely at the milky level, yet even a piece the size of a pigeon egg could fetch over 10 million. What? Tang Songyuan's eyes widen in disbelief. The thought that a single piece could exceed 10 million implies that the numerous Emperor Green stones here could collectively be worth several hundred million, if not over a billion. No wonder someone earlier remarked that merely taking one piece could secure a home in major metropolitan areas. The largest piece might indeed be worth a traditional courtyard house in Beijing. He glances at the label, noting a red tag with a starting price of 250 million. The red tag allows for interception, clearly indicating that if Feng Delong finds the price unsatisfactory, the transaction will not proceed. The 9-digit price, however, leaves Tang Songyuan only to gaze in awe. Departing the semi-transparent stone area, Inadvertently finally enters the dimly lit interior, designated for opaque stones. The space houses a vast array of materials, numbering over 2,000. Inadvertently states, according to the regulations, starting tomorrow afternoon, the materials here will go up for auction. If you find anything appealing, take note. I will also take a look. This signals an intention to split up, and Tang Songyuan eagerly nods, activating his perceptive vision to scrutinize each piece of material. Chapter 86. The distant green mountains. It must be acknowledged that the materials at the public auction are significantly superior to those available in the market. The quality of raw stones in the market varies greatly, whereas the materials at the public auction are predominantly of high quality. Even the rough stones, often referred to as, seldom contain waste, differing only in terms of texture, color depth, and richness. The aesthetic appeal of the materials on display is markedly more striking than that of their market counterparts. However, the element of risk remains substantial. A slight variation in color can lead to a price difference of tenfold or even dozens of times the profit margin. With his clairvoyant vision, Tang Songyuan surveyed the stones before him, all of which had shed their outer layers. Ice jade, glutinous jade, lotus jade, sunny green, sky blue, and violet, all were splendidly arrayed before his eyes. The only disappointment for Tang Songyuan was the absence of imperial green jade. Having just departed from Feng Delong's booth, he had been enviously eyeing several pieces of imperial green jade, pondering when he might encounter a rough stone of such exquisite quality. However, it is lamentable that items of such value are both rare and elusive. Around 5 o'clock, Enai Dahong beckoned Tang Songyuan to leave the auction venue. It was merely the first day, and no sales channels had yet been opened. Once in the car, Enai Dahong inquired, "Have you found anything of interest?" Tang Songyuan hesitated, responding, "There are a couple of pieces that caught my eye, but I'm not entirely certain." In truth, he had identified no fewer than 10 pieces. Yet he could not afford to reveal his ability to see through stones, hence he resorted to a fib. Enai Dahong did not press further, simply stating, "I will provide you with some guidance later. For now, let us visit a certain place." At that moment, Tang Songyuan realized they had arrived in the outskirts, where the roads became narrower. Enai Dahong took a turn and entered a winding mountain road. It was a dirt path, and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped up, stirring a cloud of dust. Just as Tang Songyuan was pondering the purpose of their journey, the vehicle came to a halt before a temple. "We have arrived. Let us disembark." Enai Dahong exited the car first, while Tang Songyuan remained perplexed about the reason for their visit to this location. The temple was named Compassion Temple, its entrance adorned in a modest fashion. Though it featured intricately carved beams and painted rafters, the paint was chipped and faded, suggesting a lack of vibrant worshippers. Enai Dahong strode inside, and Tang Songyuan followed suit. Upon entering, they encountered a grand hall where an elderly monk sat silently in the center, engrossed in his chants. At that moment, a novice monk approached to greet them, appearing to recognize Enai Dahong. He performed a bow and said, "It has been a long time, Master Enai." Enai Dahong returned the gesture, saying, "I have come to light some incense." The novice monk said nothing further but soon presented a lit stick of incense, which Enai Dahong accepted. He then entered the main hall, closed his eyes in silence for a moment, and performed 3 bows before placing the incense in the burner. Although Tang Songyuan had not brought incense, he followed suit and bowed 3 times, demonstrating respect even if he did not hold the same beliefs. Enai Dahong cast a complex glance at Tang Songyuan before patting his shoulder, saying, "Come with me." He then turned and walked outside, to which Tang Songyuan responded affirmatively. Bowing once more to the chanting monk, who did not acknowledge them, his gaze fixed elsewhere. Tang Songyuan paid no mind and quickly followed Enai Dahong's lead. It appeared they were now at the temple's back mountain, which was well kept and tidy. However, what astonished Tang Songyuan was the sight of a grave standing prominently in the center of a clearing. Enai Dahong stood silently before the grave, and Tang Songyuan approached to read the inscription on the tombstone. "Here lies the grave of Enai Songyuan, beloved son and daughter-in-law, when Xiaoshuang." A chill ran down Tang Songyuan's spine. Could this be the final resting place of Enai Dahong's son and daughter-in-law, the parents of Enai Sisi? Over 20 years ago, Enai Dahong spoke, "I was once a skeptic of fate. Someone once prophesied that Shang Yuan would not live beyond 24 years. I nearly expelled that fortune teller from my presence. Then one year, when Sisi was merely 4, my brother returned from Myanmar with a shipment of materials, and they were involved in a car accident near Jiang." In just a few sentences, Tang Songyuan's mind conjured multiple narratives involving jade theft, conspiracy, and murder. Enai Dahong's expression grew melancholic as he continued. It was a routine car accident. Not a single piece of material was lost. Yet, Shang Yuan and Xiaoshuang passed away due to delayed medical assistance. And my brother Dijiang lost a leg in the incident. Hearing this, Tang Songyuan recalled what he had inadvertently seen through his clairvoyant vision moments earlier and asked, "Master, your brother couldn't possibly be." Enai Dahong replied, "Indeed, that was the monk chanting just now." After recovering, Dijiang felt remorseful and chose to become a monk here. This revelation implied that Enai Dahong had no enemies, yet his life was marked by tragedy, losing a son in middle age while his trustworthy brother took the monastic path, leaving only a young granddaughter for company. It was no wonder he possessed remarkable skills in stone gambling, yet showed little desire for wealth. A man who does not believe in fate, yet is relentlessly toyed with by it. Tang Songyuan sighed, "Master, do not dwell in sorrow. You still have sister Enai and..." "Well, me?" Enai Dahong nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I appreciate that. Tonight, I plan to stay at the temple and fast tomorrow. You may descend the mountain on your own." He gestured as if to reach for his keys, only to remember that Tang Songyuan did not possess a driver's license, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Tang Songyuan sensed this and promptly said, "It is all right, Master. I will remain here with you." Enai Dahong waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. It is still early. You can walk down in about 10 minutes. If you wish to explore the auction tomorrow, I will come to find you the day after." Tang Songyuan did not press the matter further. Given his current physical condition, a 10-minute walk was hardly an obstacle. As he reached the temple entrance, he glanced back to see Ni-Dahong still standing silently before the grave, lost in thought. At that moment, he began to understand why Nicc occasionally exhibited a peculiar and capricious demeanor. Halfway down the mountain, Tang Songyuan turned to take another look. The temple was shrouded by lush greenery, nestled within quiet and serene mountains. Suddenly, from the nearby thicket, a disheveled woman emerged, bloodied and in tattered clothes. Upon spotting Tang Songyuan standing in the middle of the path, her eyes lit up with hope, and she cried out, "Help! Brother, help me! Someone is trying to kidnap me." Chapter 87. The Five Cowards in This Desolate Wilderness. The woman's frantic expression and urgent tones startled Tang Songyuan. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, she rushed toward him, grasping his arm as if he were her last hope. "Help me, brother. I can pay you. I swear." Before she could finish her plea, 4 or 5 burly men charged out from the thicket. 3 brandished machetes, 1 wielded a rope, and another carried a wooden stick. The man with the rope, his eyes filled with malice, glared at the woman, saying, "You little wench, while we were having our meal, you managed to untie yourself. Now let us see where you think you can run. If we catch you again, we won't be as gentle as before." The woman shrieked in terror, retreating behind Tang Songyuan, pleading, "Don't come any closer." One of the muscular men with a machete raised his weapon and pointed it at Tang Songyuan, growling, "This is none of your business, kid. If you know what's good for you, step aside, or you'll be tied up along with her. Waste no words. The lad has already seen our faces, so he absolutely cannot be left alive." The burly man wielding a stick spoke harshly, declaring, "At worst, we'll take him down together and escape abroad once the deed is done." Tang Songyuan felt utterly innocent, exclaiming, "Damn it, I haven't said a word throughout this ordeal, and yet you've already sentenced me to death? Just wait a moment," he shouted, momentarily stabilizing the situation. He then removed his coat, handing it, along with his phone and wallet, to the woman behind him to prevent any damage during the impending scuffle. It was evident these men were not friendly, and it seemed there was no way to resolve this amicably. However, Tang Songyuan dismissed the 4 or 5 men before him, even with their weapons. He had little reason to fear. Dressed only in a t-shirt after shedding his coat, his muscular arms were exposed. Seeing that Tang Songyuan appeared unfazed and even dared to resist, the 5 men's anger surged, and they charged at him with their weapons drawn. Yet, Tang Songyuan advanced rather than retreating. With calmness and agility, he stepped forward and delivered a swift kick, sending a cleaver aimed at him flying. Without missing a beat, he pivoted and landed a kick squarely on one man's face, sending him sprawling as if struck by a battering ram. Since training under Ni-Dahong, Tang Songyuan had diligently practiced Ba Duan Jin and Wu Qin Shi daily. Although he hadn't mastered any intricate techniques, his flexibility and control over his physical strength had markedly improved. Thanks to the mysterious enhancements from the small spheres, his strength was extraordinary, and his speed and reflexes had accelerated significantly, making him far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, his 2 kicks were not only swift, but also executed with remarkable precision. After sending one man flying, Tang Songyuan steadied himself, seized another cleaver aimed at him, and swung it sideways while simultaneously delivering a punch. The 2 cleavers clashed in the air with a sharp clang, and Tang Songyuan's fist connected with the abdomen of the last knife-wielding assailant. The man doubled over, feeling as if a storm churned within him, his body involuntarily arching as a piercing pain surged through him, causing his vision to darken. However, Tang Songyuan's assault did not cease, delivering a rapid succession of punches towards the remaining attackers. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. The 5 men seemed to be relentlessly pursued and beaten by Tang Songyuan, unable to muster any resistance, let alone touch even the hem of his clothing. One of the burly men, driven mad by the relentless beating, bellowed in fury, "Damn it, I will kill you." In response, Tang Songyuan's formidable fist struck his face, knocking him unconscious with a single blow. Eventually, one of the attackers could no longer bear the humiliation of being soundly thrashed and abandoned his rope, fleeing into the woods. With a snort, Tang Songyuan dashed after him, bending down to retrieve the rope left behind and quickly catching up. In mere moments, he tackled the man from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground. Using the rope he had brought, he bound the attacker and dragged him back to the original location. In under 10 seconds, the remaining assailants were left in a state of shock, one of them shouting, "Split up and run." He then leapt to his feet and bolted in a chosen direction, closely followed by another. The last 2, though unwilling to stay, were still dazed from Tang Songyuan's heavy blows and lacked the strength to escape. He pursued fervently, managing to catch one, while the other slipped away. He tied the 4 men together, ready to deal with any resistance with a swift and forceful reprimand. Having completed this, Tang Songyuan turned to the still-shaken woman and called out, "Hand me my phone." The woman, startled, hurriedly approached, handing over Tang Songyuan's coat and belongings. "Big brother, your phone." As he took the phone to dial for help, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, I might." Her words were cut short by Tang Songyuan's gesture for silence as he spoke into the phone. "Hello, I need to report an incident." Approximately 20 minutes later, police sirens echoed from down the hill, followed by a cloud of dust as several police cars raced up. During this time, Tang Songyuan attempted to inquire about the assailant's origins, but received no answers. However, he learned the girl's name, Feng Linwan. A lovely name, indeed. A total of 3 police cars arrived, one of which was an armored vehicle. A dozen or so officers emerged, some brandishing rifles, while others equipped themselves with riot shields and batons. A police officer with 2 stars on his shoulder quickly surveyed the scene and turned to Tang Songyuan, asking, "Did you make the call?" Tang Songyuan nodded and recounted the events as he understood them. The officer appeared astonished. "Have you trained before?" Tang Songyuan humbly replied, "Just a few tricks." After checking his identification, the officer had the scene photographed for evidence and dispatched a team to search the woods. Eventually, the 4 bound assailants were taken away, and Tang Songyuan, along with Feng Linwan, returned to the police station. After half an hour of recording statements at the station, the officer informed Tang Songyuan that there were no issues and he was free to leave, though they might summon him again if needed, and possibly award him a commendation for his bravery. As he exited the recording room, he coincidentally spotted Feng Linwan emerging from another office. She had sustained some minor injuries, but after a quick bandaging and cleaning, she looked quite lovely. Xiaowan, how are you? You have no idea how worried your father has been." A figure rushed through the police station door, their voice laden with tension and urgency. Tang Songyuan focused his gaze and realized it was Feng Delong. Chapter 88. A simple act of kindness. Having heard Feng Linwan's accent earlier, Tang Songyuan had suspected she was from Yuzhou, but he hadn't anticipated that she was indeed the daughter of Feng Delong. Earlier that afternoon, at the public auction in Yangjiang, he had seen Feng Delong showcasing several pieces of imperial green jade, which had left him envious, dreaming of the day he might acquire a piece of such beauty. Little did he know that by evening, he would save the man's kidnapped daughter. Truly, life is unpredictable. Feng Delong recognized Tang Songyuan standing beside his daughter, his expression shifting from confusion to astonishment as he exclaimed, "It's you. Your master needs apprentice, Xiao Tang. Xiaowan, is it true that brother Tang saved you?" The latter part was directed at Feng Linwan, who, despite her recent ordeal, now appeared calm as she clung to her father's arm, saying, "Yes, Dad. You have no idea how incredible brother Tang is. He took down those robbers single-handedly. If they hadn't scattered in different directions, he could have captured them all." Overcome with gratitude, Feng Delong grasped Tang Songyuan's hand, saying, "I cannot thank you enough. I, Feng Delong, have only this one daughter, and I brought her out to enjoy a day, only to have her kidnapped." Tang Songyuan smiled slightly, replying, "It was merely a small act of kindness. I happened to pass by, and regardless of whether she is your daughter, I would have intervened." Feng Delong smiled warmly and said, "Let us drop the formalities. You are a distinguished disciple of Master and I, so just call me Uncle Feng from now on." Tang Songyuan, not one for pretense, promptly responded, "Uncle Feng." Feng Delong glanced at Feng Linwan, asking with concern, "Xiaowan, does it still hurt? Father took you to the hospital for a checkup." Feng Linwan shook her head and said, "It's nothing, Dad. Just some superficial injuries. A female police officer has already bandaged me up. I estimate I'll recover in a day or 2. Feng Delong replied, "That's fine then. You haven't had dinner yet. Let's head back to the hotel." Upon exiting the police station, 2 burly men in black approached, positioning themselves protectively around Feng Delong and his daughter, presumably as bodyguards. Tang Songyuan also noticed Feng Delong's vehicle, a Range Rover. After settling into the spacious back seat, they drove for about 5 minutes into the underground parking of a hotel. Taking the elevator to the top floor, Feng Delong led them into a suite, lavishly decorated with exquisite furnishings in both the living and sleeping areas. He invited Tang Songyuan to sit on the sofa and instructed the bodyguards to arrange for dinner. Feng Linwan greeted them before heading to the bedroom to change clothes. Feng Delong then sat opposite Tang Songyuan and remarked, "That was truly perilous. If it weren't for you today, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Tang Songyuan chuckled softly. "In fact, I was just accompanying my master to a temple for a prayer. He intended to stay there, and I happened to encounter this situation while descending the mountain alone." Feng Delong nodded, quickly adding, "Please don't misunderstand. I never doubted your intentions. Alas, this incident has some hidden circumstances. Linwan has been dragged into this because of me." Tang Songyuan expressed his surprise. "Oh, Uncle Feng, do you know the background of those robbers?" Feng Delong's side, the story begins 3 years ago when I, along with 2 friends, acquired a rough piece of jadeite from a mine owner in Myanmar. We agreed to share any profits or losses equally among the 3 of us. However, as you know, business has been exceedingly challenging these past 3 years, and my friends gradually withdrew their shares. I bore immense pressure and ended up buying out their stakes. You're likely aware of the outcome when I finally cut the stone open last year. Its value surged tenfold. Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow, pondering how this related to his daughter's kidnapping, but he refrained from asking. Instead, he inquired, "Then why didn't you cut the stone open sooner, Uncle Feng?" Feng Delong smiled sheepishly. "It's not that we didn't want to. There were many factors involved. Firstly, due to the channels we were dealing with. Your master must have mentioned that certain materials cannot be handled too publicly. Secondly, the investment was substantial, and we were hesitant to take such a risk. If we cut it and the value plummeted, the losses would amount to billions. Thus, time slipped away over the past 3 years. When it comes to jadeite worth over 100 million, one cut can lead to either fortune or ruin," Tang Songyuan remarked. "So, Uncle Feng implies that the kidnappers of Miss Feng are connected to the other 2 shareholders?" Feng Delong shook his head. "Not those shareholders, but the son of one of them, Zhao Jiashi. His father's business faced financial troubles and ultimately went bankrupt last year. This led to a sudden heart attack, and he passed away. However, during the funeral, Zhao Jiashi approached me about the stone, demanding his shares back, and even took me to court. I had ample evidence, and the outcome was clear. Zhao Jiashi lost the case, and he faced defeat again in the second trial this May. He sighed again. They were once good friends. Who would have thought it would come to this? No wonder many say not to do business with close friends," Tang Songyuan added. "But that doesn't necessarily imply that this kidnapping case is directly related to Zhao Jiashi, does it?" Feng Delong replied, "Because someone called me, insisting I exchange those pieces of jade for Lin Wan. Although it wasn't Zhao Jiashi's voice, I am certain it was him." Tang Songyuan fell silent, feeling the weight of the situation. "Then Uncle Feng, you must enhance your security. The enemy lurks in the shadows, and they may have other sinister plans. If they are capable of kidnapping and extortion, they likely have little to fear. The proximity to the notorious border regions, just hundreds of kilometers from Myanmar, weighed heavily on Feng Delong's mind as he contemplated the implications. Finally, he turned to Tang Songyuan. "Brother Tang, I take the liberty of asking you to call me uncle. I seek your assistance." Tang Songyuan shrugged. "You may speak, and I will consider whether to oblige." Chapter 89. Interest above all. Feng Delong paused momentarily, then awkwardly smiled. "Brother Tang, please don't be alarmed. It's nothing too serious. I know you intend to attend the public auction in Yingjiang, and I hope you can bring Lin Wan along, ensuring her safety in case of danger." Tang Songyuan queried, "But Uncle Feng, don't you have bodyguards? Couldn't you spare 2 to watch over Miss Feng?" Feng Delong patiently explained, "I only have 3 professional bodyguards, and 1 must assist with the event's security. Furthermore, I worry Zhao Jiashi might act recklessly and commit further outrages. I am now aware of your skills, and I only need your help until the auction concludes." Tang Songyuan remained puzzled. "But why is it essential for you to attend this auction?" Feng Delong's expression grew troubled as he pondered for a moment before responding. "Brother Tang, I want to conceal the truth from you. I attended auctions in Pingzhou and Jiang 2 months ago, where I received an offer of 1.5 billion for those jade pieces. However, as you have seen, they weigh nearly 10 kilograms in total, and I aim for over 22. He continued. "This Yingjiang auction is larger than those in Jiang and Pingzhou, attracting many merchants from Southeast Asia and Hong Kong. I hope to achieve my desired outcome." His words were straightforward and sincere, yet fundamentally, it was still about profit. He aimed to sell his few pieces of imperial green jade at a high price. Simultaneously, he could not ensure Lin Wan's safety. If Zhao Jiashi were indeed involved, the hotel would not be secure, thus burdening Tang Songyuan with this responsibility. Tang Songyuan was still deliberating his response when a bodyguard entered with dinner. Feng Delong portioned some food and personally delivered it to Feng Lin Wan's room. Upon returning, he said to Tang Songyuan, "Brother Tang, please eat first. You can give me your answer afterwards." Feeling hungry himself, Tang Songyuan gladly began to eat. Having worked in various challenging environments while operating excavators, he was undeterred by Feng Delong's presence and savored his meal. Meanwhile, he weighed the pros and cons of the situation. Feng Delong then added, "After the auction, I will present you with a piece of jadeite raw stone as a token of gratitude for your efforts." Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, setting down his chopsticks, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Are you implying that I cannot afford a piece of jadeite raw stone, or that I am not capable of purchasing materials at the auction myself?" Tang Songyuan was not one to seek trouble, but he was not afraid of it either. Although he did not possess a fortune, he had a discerning eye that allowed him to see through any exquisite piece of jadeite. understanding that such prime raw stones were rare to encounter. No, that is not what I meant, Feng Delong hastily clarified. Young brother Tang is a highly esteemed disciple of Master Ni, and his skill in the art of stone gambling is undoubtedly exceptional. What I meant to convey is that I happen to possess a rather distinctive piece of material, and I have heard that Master Ni enjoys collecting such items. Once everything concludes satisfactorily, I intend to personally take my daughter to Master Ni's residence to express our gratitude. Tang Songyuan, considering Ni Dahong's somewhat reclusive nature, suggested. There is no need for a personal visit to express thanks. It would be perfectly acceptable for Miss Feng to accompany me, but it must be according to my schedule. His participation in the public auction was primarily to gamble on jadeite rough stones, not to act as a bodyguard for anyone. Feng Delong, elated, inquired, so? Does that mean young brother Tang has consented? Tang Songyuan nodded slightly and resumed eating. Feng Delong continued, naturally, we will adhere to young brother Tang's schedule. And Xiaowan is quite obedient. I shall entrust her to you during the day over the next few days. I will arrange for an additional room for you at this hotel. That very evening, under Feng Delong's arrangement, Tang Songyuan took up residence in the hotel, and the night passed without incident. The following morning, Tang Songyuan and Feng Delong enjoyed breakfast together at the hotel. Feng Linwan had donned long clothing to conceal her injuries, and she ate in a refined manner, slowly savoring her food, chewing 30 times on the left side before switching to the right for another 30 chews before swallowing. Although she made no noise, the slow pace of her chewing caused Tang Songyuan a twinge of discomfort. As they prepared to depart for the public auction, they encountered the officer who had led the team the previous day in the hotel lobby. It was then that Tang Songyuan learned he was the deputy director of the Angjiang Police Department. He updated Feng Delong on the investigation status, hoping to uncover any leads from him. Unfortunately, the escaped robber remained at large, and the remaining 4 suspects were tight-lipped, leaving the case at a standstill. Rest assured, Mr. Feng, we will provide police support during the public auction, doing our utmost to ensure everyone's safety, the officer assured before taking his leave. Although Feng Delong had reservations about the police's assurances, he expressed his gratitude and escorted the officer to the door. Upon arriving at the venue of the public auction, Tang Songyuan and Feng Delong parted ways. Feng Delong headed towards the outdoor pavilion showcasing the imperial green jadeite, while Tang Songyuan proceeded indoors to inspect the covered rough stones, with Feng Linwan closely following him. Without Feng Delong nearby, Feng Linwan became more animated, noticing Tang Songyuan frequently pausing to observe the uniquely shaped jadeite rough stones. She curiously inquired, Brother Songyuan, you are so young, yet you are so skilled at gambling with stones. Tang Songyuan, without turning his head, retorted, Are all the stone gamblers you know elderly men? Feng Linwan bit her lip and replied, Indeed. My impression is that those who gamble with stones alongside my father are all quite old. Ha ha ha, Brother Songyuan, I am not referring to you. Tang Songyuan paid no heed, merely stating, that is indeed the case. Primarily, most young people today lack funds, while the older generation tends to be somewhat wealthier. Feng Linwan nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. For instance, I do not have much money. Tang Songyuan glanced at her and thought, once your father sells those pieces of imperial green jadeite, your family's fortune will be more than sufficient for a lifetime. As they wandered and chatted, engrossed in their conversation, a young man suddenly blocked their path. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Feng Linwan and remarked, Xiaowan, do you remember me? I used to carry you when you were little. Feng Linwan's expression soured instantly, and she stammered, Zhao Jia, sure? Chapter 90. Suspicion arises what? He is Zhao Jia, sure. Tang Songyuan was equally startled upon hearing Feng Linwan's words. Just yesterday, he had listened to Feng Delong analyze that Zhao Jiashur was likely the mastermind behind Feng Linwan's kidnapping, and now he was unexpectedly encountering him at the public auction. No. It should be noted that Zhao Jiashur had likely approached Feng Linwan intentionally. Zhao Jiashur appeared to be in his late 20s, of average height and unremarkable appearance. He regarded Feng Linwan with a barely perceptible smile and said, What is wrong, Xiaowan? Why do you look at me with such disdain? You used to enjoy playing with me as a child. Feng Linwan's face displayed utter revulsion as she asked, What are you doing here? Zhao Jiashur chuckled lightly and replied, Why shouldn't I be here? This auction does not have an excessively high threshold. I am here to purchase jadeite, of course. Do you harbor some grievance against me, Xiaowan? Feng Linwan scoffed softly, I wouldn't dare hold a grudge against you. Who knows if I might get kidnapped one day? How could that be? Zhao Jiashur responded, I had some disagreements with your father, but that is between him and me. It does not affect our brother-sister relationship. Feng Linwan felt nauseated by his words, retorting, Who says we are siblings? I truly do not wish to see you at all. She then turned to Tang Songyuan and asked, Brother Songyuan, can we leave now? Tang Songyuan remained silent throughout, but his mind was filled with questions. If, as Feng Delong had indicated, Zhao Jiashi was the mastermind behind Feng Linwan's kidnapping, how could he be so brazen as to appear here? What if the four robbers had implicated him? Was he not placing himself in jeopardy? Did he possess some form of leverage? Or was there a more sinister plot at play? These thoughts eluded him. He shot a discreet glance at Zhao Jiashi and said coolly, "Let us go." With that, he turned to lead Feng Linwan away. Zhao Jiashi did not pursue them further. He merely watched their departing figures with an unwavering smile. After exiting the indoor area with Feng Linwan, Tang Songyuan located Feng Delong's imperial green jadeite display. The area was still bustling with people, and Feng Delong was engaged in an animated conversation with a portly middle-aged man. Upon seeing Feng Linwan's unhappy demeanor, he quickly excused himself and approached her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "What troubles you, Xuan? Who has upset you this early in the day?" Feng Linwan softly replied, "Father, I just saw Zhao Jiashi over there in the indoor area." Feng Delong's expression shifted abruptly, exclaiming, "How can that be? How dare he appear here?" He then turned to Tang Songyuan, seemingly seeking confirmation. Tang Songyuan nodded gently and said, "He mentioned that there are no significant barriers to entry for the auction, and he is here to purchase jadeite." Feng Delong's countenance darkened considerably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He looked at Tang Songyuan with a pleading expression. "Young brother Tang, could you take Xiaoan away from here?" Tang Songyuan frowned. "This is not about leaving. There are too many people here. I do not believe he would dare act openly." Feng Delong, filled with anxiety, insisted, "He has lost his rationality and could resort to any desperate measures. I am genuinely concerned he may target Xiaoan again. She is innocent." Tang Songyuan reassured him, "As long as Xiaoan remains by my side, there will be no issues. Do you not trust me, Mr. Feng?" Feng Delong failed to notice the change in Tang Songyuan's address and replied, "Of course I trust you. Young brother Tang, I am merely worried about any unforeseen circumstances." Tang Songyuan assured him, "There will be no unforeseen circumstances, and we agreed to prioritize my schedule. If you do not trust my word, we can reconsider our collaboration." He was never particularly interested in Feng Delong. Accepting this task was merely a matter of convenience. If he were to become dissatisfied, he could withdraw at any moment. Feng Delong, feeling anxious, quickly agreed, saying, all right, I will do as you say." Upon returning to the area for the raw material, Tang Songyuan noticed that Zhao Jiashi was no longer present. The venue was expansive, and he had no intention of concerning himself with such matters. Instead, he spotted Song Zhenghua, who was still wearing a cheerful smile, reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha. As he patted Tang Songyuan's arm and remarked, "I knew you were destined for great things, young Tang. You opened a new factory without even informing me. Have you forgotten your hometown?" Tang Songyuan felt a bit awkward regarding the matter of poaching Li Yanqiu and replied, "I apologize, Uncle Song. I should have given you a heads up about Li Yanqiu." "Ah," Song Zhenghua chuckled dismissively, saying, "The water flows downward, and people strive for higher ground. Little Chiu going to work with you is a good thing. To put it bluntly, in the gambling stone industry, I am still just a novice, feeling my way through the dark. There is not much to learn from following me." Tang Songyuan responded, "You are too modest, Uncle Song. What I meant to say is that our factory currently lacks channels for shipping goods. Could you assist us with collecting semi-finished products?" Although Hitai had assured him that Haikisi Jade Industry would buy all semi-finished goods, Tang Songyuan still wished to broaden his avenues in this regard. "Of course. Why wouldn't Ti?" Song Zhenghua laughed. "In reality, selling is merely a matter of store costs and delivery times. Once you've been in this business long enough, you'll naturally become familiar with it." Tang Songyuan replied, "Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Song." Song Zhenghua repeatedly assured him, "Not at all, not at all. Feel free to contact me anytime, and I will ensure you receive the most favorable market price." While saying this, he cast a teasing glance at Feng Linwan, who was closely following Tang Songyuan, and inquired, "Who is this?" Tang Songyuan, wishing to avoid complications, simply stated, "Just a friend I recently met. Let us discuss this later." "Uncle Song." Song Zhenghua nodded with a smile and replied, "All right." Apart from Song Zhenghua, Tang Songyuan also recognized several familiar faces, such as Qiuing Xue and Fang Hongyi, whom he had encountered at the Stone Appreciation Conference in the Magical City, as well as Jiang Mingqing. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the auction for the raw materials commenced. The auction was divided into 3 sections, with bidding starting according to the grade numbers assigned to the materials. Otherwise, with over 2,000 pieces of raw material present, even if each piece took 3 to 5 minutes to auction, they would only get through 20 pieces in an hour. Tang Songyuan collected a bidding paddle, preparing to participate in the first Group S auction, where he had his eye on 3 specific pieces. Shortly after the bidding began, Feng Linwan cautiously tugged at Tang Songyuan's hand and said, "Brother Songyuan, I need to use the restroom." Tang Songyuan glanced toward the restroom and then at the order of the materials being auctioned, saying, "Then I'll accompany you." The two headed toward the restroom. But as they reached the entrance, Tang Songyuan's expression suddenly grew serious. He grasped Feng Linwan's wrist, halting her movement. "Wait a moment, don't rush in." Feng Linwan paused, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Songyuan had a purpose in stopping her. He had just used his enhanced vision and discovered a woman in one of the stalls in the ladies' restroom. She wasn't actually using the toilet. Rather, she was seated on a small stool within a partition, equipped with a rope, towel, mask, and other items. Furthermore, Tang Songyuan's vision identified ether components on the small towel she carried. He quickly scanned the surrounding area and indeed spotted Zhao Jiasher lurking in an inconspicuous corner. With his upgraded vision, his range had doubled, and Zhao Jiasher was well within it. They were attempting to kidnap Feng Linwan again. Tang Songyuan concluded this in his mind, briefly contemplating the feasibility of their plan. Most of the attendees at the venue were preoccupied with inspecting the materials, while others were captivated by the auction of the raw materials. As long as their actions were discreet and swift, they could potentially succeed in taking someone from the restroom and exiting through the back door. First, the restroom provided ample concealment, and secondly, there weren't many women attending the public auction, making it likely that a girl like Feng Linwan would need to use the restroom. Tang Songyuan pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, I need to use the restroom too, but don't you think it smells bad?" Feng Linwan sniffed and replied, "It's not too bad. I'm not that delicate." However, Tang Songyuan insisted, "No, I can't tolerate this. How about we go to the small supermarket across the street? I used it there yesterday." He refrained from disclosing the ambush in the restroom, as it could expose his ability of enhanced vision. Similarly, this situation was not suitable for alerting the authorities, and he certainly couldn't follow Feng Linwan into the ladies' restroom. The priority was to keep Feng Linwan out of danger. The process was secondary. "All right." Feng Linwan readily agreed without much thought, adding, "I was just thinking of picking up some snacks over there. Honestly, they have so many snacks here." As they walked out, Tang Songyuan smiled and said, "I haven't tried them yet, but if you're willing to treat me, I wouldn't mind giving them a go." Meanwhile, he continued to monitor Zhao Jiasher's movements through his enhanced vision and noted the look of disappointment mixed with a cold regret on Zhao Jiasher's face as they turned to leave the restroom. This fellow was indeed suspicious. A few minutes later, the two resolved their physiological needs at the small supermarket outside the venue. Feng Linwan treated Tang Songyuan to some locally renowned red-fleshed papaya, while Tang Songyuan bought her a popsicle, the kind that cost only a yuan each. Feng Linwan eagerly licked the popsicle, slurping the sweet juice, and remarked, "My dad never let me eat these things when I was little, saying they're unhealthy and unsanitary." Tang Songyuan chuckled, "Silly girl, unless you prepare everything yourself, how many things out there are truly clean and sanitary?" "That makes sense." Feng Linwan giggled. After finishing the popsicle, they returned to the public auction venue, where Tang Songyuan found that Zhao Jiasher had once again vanished from sight. He couldn't help but wonder what schemes the man was concocting in the shadows. The auction continued to progress fervently, and one of the raw materials Tang Songyuan had his eye on was about to be showcased. It was a black stone with an impressively oily surface, revealing a long water head when illuminated. In fact, it contained a high-grade ice-type jade with green patterns, and his enhanced vision identified over 3 kilograms of jade flesh within. However, it was evident that many others were also interested in this piece, with a starting price of 120,000 yuan, which quickly escalated to 200,000 yuan shortly after bidding commenced. Tang Songyuan remained unhurried. In his eyes, acquiring this piece for under 800,000 yuan would be a significant gain. 210,000. Noticing a slight lull in the pace of bidding, Tang Songyuan raised his paddle to announce his bid. 220,000. Soon, someone outbid Tang Songyuan. Naturally, valuable items attract discerning buyers. Most participants in the public auction were insiders, each with their own psychological price points for the stones. However, merchants tended to be relatively rational. Ultimately, after several rounds of bidding, Tang Songyuan secured the piece for 350,000 yuan. "Woo, brother Songyuan, you're amazing. This is so thrilling." Feng Linwan, seemingly experiencing this for the first time, found it particularly fascinating. Tang Songyuan was reminded of his younger sister, Wei Qing, and thought he should take her out more often in the future to broaden her horizons and enrich her experiences. In the following rounds, Tang Songyuan continued to bid, ultimately spending nearly 1 million and acquiring all 3 pieces he had targeted. Xiao Yuan is quite impressive, exhibiting decisiveness. As the auction neared its conclusion, Song Zhenhua approached to greet. Tang Songyuan chuckled, "Uncle Song, you two have secured 2 pieces. I hope your fortune multiplies." Song Zhenhua smiled and remarked, "I appreciate your kind words. However, I have not seen your master around. Tang Songyuan replied nonchalantly, my master has other matters to attend to, but he should return tomorrow. With the 3 pieces he had acquired in tow, Tang Songyuan joined Feng Linwan and Feng Delong before heading back to the hotel. During dinner, Feng Delong shared some intelligence he had gathered. The 4 robbers he had apprehended confessed today, claiming it was a spur-of-the-moment decision without any orchestrators behind them. How could that be? Tang Songyuan exclaimed. Why did they choose to abduct Linwan specifically? Their demeanor indicated a well-organized and premeditated plan. Feng Delong's expression darkened. The captured robbers had become scapegoats while the true instigators remained at large, posing a significant threat to him. Indeed, Feng Delong muttered, I have inquired. And if these men plead guilty, they face a sentence of merely 5 to 10 years. With sufficient financial incentive, they could easily take the fall. Tang Songyuan frowned. Did you not say that the Zhao family has gone bankrupt? Where would Zhao Jiashi find the funds for such schemes? With a sigh, Feng Delong responded. The Zhao family is indeed bankrupt, but these few pieces of jade are valuable. Zhao Jiashi could utilize them as leverage to secure support from the shadows. Tang Songyuan nodded in silence, then cautioned, I must remind you, Mr. Feng, that they will not cease their actions against you. If no breakthroughs occur with Linwan, they may very well target you. Chapter 92. Top tier, if they cannot deal with Feng Linwan, they could easily strike directly at Feng Delong. Feng Delong was taken aback, exclaiming, how could that be? My remaining 2 bodyguards are with me at all times. I refuse to believe they could find an opportunity to abduct me. Tang Songyuan recalled the woman lurking in the restroom earlier that afternoon and scoffed, I merely speak casually. But do not underestimate their capabilities, Mr. Feng. Do not underestimate the allure of imperial green jade. They have clearly lost their senses. If they dared to abduct Linwan, why would they hesitate to abduct you? Moreover, you remain unaware of the despicable methods they may employ. Feng Delong's expression shifted several times, and Feng Linwan, concerned, suggested, Father, perhaps we should forego participating in this public auction. Once we return, we can bolster our security and ensure everything is foolproof before considering selling the jade. Feng Delong shook his head. It is not so simple. Besides, someone has already bid 18 million for those pieces. I truly do not wish to give up now. How about this? You all continue dining while I make a few calls, ideally to enlist the help of the police. If they could provide a few plainclothes officers, that would be ideal. Financial incentives can be compelling, and Feng Delong's goal was still 400 million away. Clearly, he had no reason to abandon his resolve. Tang Songyuan took a bite of his meal and nodded. This plan appears more feasible. After all, the organizers bear some responsibility for your safety. After dinner, Tang Songyuan returned to his room to rest. Before sleeping, he called Wei Qing, an ICC, and Li Yangqiu, who remained in Ruili, to inquire about the situation there. The next morning, Tang Songyuan indeed noticed 2 unfamiliar faces accompanying Feng Delong. Both were clad in plain clothes, yet possessed sharp gazes. He speculated they were the protective detail provided by the police for Mingjiang. After breakfast, Tang Songyuan awaited his master, Enai Dahong, who arrived after completing his fast. Master, Tang Songyuan greeted as he approached. Upon seeing Feng Linwan trailing closely behind, Enai Dahong inquired, who is she? Tang Songyuan recounted how he had rescued Feng Linwan from the temple and later learned of her identity as Feng Delong's daughter. Enai Dahong sighed. I have heard some tales about last year's imperial green jade. Financial allure is powerful. Songyuan, assist where you can, but do not force it if you cannot. Tang Songyuan neither agreed nor disagreed, but asked, Master, have you had your meal? I can fetch you something from the hotel. Enai Dahong interjected. I have already eaten. There is no need for trouble. If there is nothing pressing, let us proceed to the public auction. Tang Songyuan loaded the pieces he had purchased into the trunk of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and, with Feng Linwan, boarded Enai Dahong's vehicle. The 3rd day's public auction was still bustling with activity, gathering jade enthusiasts from across the nation, including Cantonese-speaking merchants from Hong Kong and Tan Southeast Asian traders. In the rough jade display area, aside from the 300 pieces auctioned the previous day, many unsold pieces remained. Enai Dahong led the way, with Tang Songyuan following closely, while Feng Linwan became Tang Songyuan's diligent companion, obediently trailing behind him. What pieces did you find uncertain about the other day? Enai Dahong asked. This caught Tang Songyuan off guard. He had merely spoken casually, yet Enai Dahong had remembered. Activating his vision, he quickly scanned the area before selecting a piece of rough jade, stating, Master, I have not encountered this type of material before. It was a rough piece weighing over 30 kilograms, appearing somewhat unremarkable, resembling a block of concrete at first glance. Haha, Enai Dahong chuckled lightly. This is likely a piece of. Tang Songyuan feigned surprise, inquiring, what significance does this hold, Master? Enai Dahong placed his palm on the surface of the rough material. explaining, possesses a particularly intriguing attribute, its oiliness. It always feels as if a layer of oil resides upon it, as if it cannot be cleaned away. Feel it for yourself. Tang Songyuan extended his hand, and Feng Linwan, unable to resist her curiosity, also reached out to touch it, exclaiming, "Indeed. It is both glossy and smooth." Dahong nodded. In truth, is somewhat challenging to gamble on. If it contains even a hint of impurities or a foggy layer, it becomes less than perfect. The ideal condition is a deep, thorough black. However, it should not be entirely black. The finest will subtly reveal a hint of green light. This is because it's formed from green garnet, containing two green components, iron and chromium. If it is chromium-based, then this piece is certainly worth the gamble. Tang Songyuan, combining the feedback from his vision, realized that the components within this piece indeed included chromium, causing a wave of exhilaration to wash over him. Since Dahong affirmed that chromium-based formations are worth the risk, this piece was one he simply had to acquire. Dahong continued, in recent years, has garnered favorable responses in the market. Top-tier bracelets can fetch prices between 4 to 5 million. Of course, it must be the kind that is deep black, luminous, and delicate, and rings and other accessories are also highly sought after in the market. Tang Songyuan mused that this piece indeed embodied the qualities of being deep black, luminous, and delicate, marking it as an unexpected delight. Silently noting down the material's identification number and auction sequence, Tang Songyuan continued to inspect the rough jadeite alongside Dahong. Even with Feng Lin on present, Dahong generously shared his insights, particularly with Tang Songyuan, offering his knowledge without reservation. He remarked, Type A jadeite possesses its own intrinsic value. While colored stones can rival the worth of Type A jadeite, there exists a notion termed color surpassing type, implying that if a stone's color reaches its pinnacle, it can achieve remarkable value even if its type is not exceptionally high. However, this is contingent upon the color being deep, vibrant, pure, harmonious, and even. Chapter 93. Unexpected developments at 9 in the morning, the auction for the covered materials continued. Tang Songyuan actively participated, expending over 2.6 million to acquire 8 rough stones, including a 30-kilogram piece of black jade. With Dahong present at this public auction, Tang Songyuan felt no need to hold back. Regardless of the value of the jadeite cut from these stones, he could effortlessly attribute it to Dahong's expertise. During the bidding there was considerable competition, with Qiao Yingxue among those vying for it. The two escalated their bids to 1.2 million, but ultimately, Tang Songyuan's confidence prevailed as he added an additional 20,000 to secure the win. Dahong also made a purchase, spending 600,000 on a 2-kilogram colored stone. In the evening, the master and apprentice returned to the hotel with Feng Linwan. Dahong took a room in the hotel, while Feng Delong intended to invite him for dinner, only to be declined by the elder. He stated, in a couple of days, the bids will be revealed, and I anticipate a considerable number of visitors during this time, so I shall refrain from intruding. Feng Delong paid little mind, leading Feng Lin on upstairs. During dinner, Tang Songyuan inquired of Dahong, Master, what do you believe the final price for Feng Delong's emeralds will be? Dahong replied, that is uncertain. The value of top-tier resources like imperial green jadeite is not comprehensible to everyone. You may appraise it at 8 or 10 billion, while others might see it as worth 20 billion. The dynamics of negotiation between buyers and sellers also play a significant role. Tang Songyuan nodded thoughtfully, saying, thus, it is plausible for such high-end goods to remain in hand for a year or two. Dahong chuckled, indeed, but not entirely so. Such top-tier resources are interconnected in terms of information. For instance, if I have a client interested in purchasing, but I lack suitable resources, I can easily involve Feng Delong. This way, I maintain my client while Feng Delong profits, and I benefit as well. There exists a network of resource sharing alongside competition and conflict. There are many intricacies that you will gradually comprehend. On the 4th day of the Yingjiang public auction, the unveiling of some yellow and white marked materials began. Successful bidders beamed with joy, while those who did not win felt little disappointment. Naturally, there were also materials that garnered no interest. Though these semi-transparent stones had been cut once, their gamble remained. Some materials still had considerable uncertainty, leaving observers lacking confidence. Such stones might resurface at the next public auction. Colloquially known as old actors, the auction for the covered materials accelerated, with 2 additional auction sites opened. Tang Songyuan made several more purchases, amassing over 20 pieces totaling approximately 400 jin. To accommodate the weight capacity of Dahong's vehicle, Tang Songyuan decided to cease his acquisitions. As night fell, the number of visitors to Feng Delong's hotel increased. The following day marked the unveiling of the red mark materials. prompting many interested parties to approach Feng Delong in hopes of gauging the base price. While such actions typically contravene the rules, the organizers tacitly permitted and found them unavoidable. At around 9 in the evening, Feng Delong welcomed a group of merchants from Hong Kong, 5 in total, into his room. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, speaking in a Cantonese dialect. He settled onto the sofa and straightforwardly inquired, "Boss Feng, what price can you offer for those imperial greenstones?" Feng Linwan dutifully poured tea for the guests before discreetly retreating to her room. Feng Delong, maintaining a jovial demeanor, responded, "Mr. Li, you've asked me this question no fewer than 20 times in recent days. However, due to auction regulations, I can only tell you that the highest bid currently stands at 1.8 billion. Mr. Li was not intimidated by this figure. Rather, he scoffed, "Boss Feng, I understand the rules. Yet, it is often said that the moment rules are established, they create opportunities for those willing to break them. Just tell me, what price do you have in mind for those stones? If we can agree, we can adjust the bid by tomorrow morning." Feng Delong's shrewd gaze swept over the merchants, and with a low chuckle, he replied, "Mr. Li, to be frank, my psychological price is at least 2 billion. However, I must clarify that this base price is known to at least 3 other parties." This was Feng Delong's strategy, initially presenting a deceptively low base price to attract interest. Then, as competition intensified, particularly with another party already bidding 1.8 billion, he revealed his true base price to incite final competition among those with the means to pay. To secure this batch of goods, one would need to present a minimum of 2 billion. However, if you bid 2 billion, what if someone else offers even more? This tactic effectively shifted the pressure back onto the competitors. Mr. Li found himself in a quandary, glancing at the ceiling before quietly conferring with his companions. After a brief while, one associate excused himself to the restroom. When he returned, a cigarette hung from his lips, and he approached one of Feng Delong's bodyguards, asking, "Brother, could I borrow a light?" The bodyguard, unsuspecting, produced a lighter. Yet, instead of lighting his cigarette, the man suddenly struck the bodyguard with a punch. Concurrently, Mr. Li and the others sprang into action. One assisted in subduing the first bodyguard, while 2 others attacked the remaining guard, and Mr. Li lunged towards Feng Delong. Feng Delong was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Mr. Li's knife was already pressed against his throat. Soon, the 2 bodyguards were overpowered by Mr. Li's associates, who then stormed into Feng Linwan's room, binding her as well. The 4 were tied together in a circle on the floor. "Who are you?" Feng Delong exclaimed, his expression transformed from joviality to sheer terror. Mr. Li sneered, "Do you not understand? We are kidnappers. We have been monitoring you, and while 2 plainclothes officers followed you during the day, you were left with only 2 ordinary bodyguards at night. Unable to acquire your jadeite, we resorted to capturing you." Suppressing his inner fear, Feng Delong attempted to remain calm, saying, "Capturing me is futile. The materials are in the hands of the auction organizers, and I have made it clear that if I am not present, regardless of the bid, it will be treated as a blocked bid. The materials will then be sealed, and no one will acquire them. Is that so?" Mr. Li's face twisted into an evil grin as he approached Feng Linwan, lifting her chin and saying, "I hear your daughter is only 19, and you have always protected her well. She must still be a virgin." Chapter 94, Preconceived Schemes. Feng Linwan's face drained of color and terror, while Feng Delong was filled with both shock and rage. He could not fathom how the jovial businessman he had just been conversing with had so swiftly transformed into a kidnapper. He declared, "You better think twice. This is the city center, and you cannot escape. Even if you kill us, you won't get your hands on those few precious stones." Li laughed mockingly, his large hand caressing Feng Linwan's delicate cheek, relishing the softness of the young girl's skin. He continued, "If you can't acquire them, so be it. But since my brothers are here, why not indulge in the tender warmth of our dear Feng in front of her?" As he spoke, he reached out with sinister intent, preparing to tear off Feng Linwan's clothing. Bound and helpless, she struggled violently and cried out, "No, Daddy, save me. Daddy, help me. Stop." Feng Delong, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anxiety. His hair stood on end as he shouted, "What do you want? If it's money, I have some on hand. Release us, and I'll give you all the cash I possess." "All of it?" Li paused, inquiring, How much?" Feng Delong gritted his teeth and replied, 30 million. "That's all I have right now. If you let us go, I promise I won't call the police." "You can have every last cent. 30 million is too little." Li shook his head. "It seems those few pieces of imperial green jade are worth more. I've told you, the jade is with the auction house. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I can't. At most, I can try to secure it tomorrow." "Haha, do you take me for a fool?" Li scoffed. "In the end, you want me to let you go now. But once you're free, what about my brothers and me? What do you propose? Then what do you suggest?" You find 30 million inadequate, and I can't help you with the jade. Feng Delong proposed. I have a friend in this building. Allow me to call him, and borrowing 1 or 200 million shouldn't be a problem. He referred to Tang Songyuan, though he was uncertain if Tang had such resources. His only hope was that Tang could rescue him from this dire predicament. Given Tang's abilities, handling these 5 individuals should pose no significant challenge. However, Li remained unimpressed, sneering. How do I know your call won't alert the authorities? You've been in close contact with them these past few days. How can I be sure you haven't left any signals? Feng Linwan, paralyzed by fear, while Feng Delong was both furious and desperate. Nothing seemed to work. They merely sought money. If 30 million is insufficient, I can sell my house, my car, and my company to give you whatever you need. That was even more absurd. Selling a house or a car isn't something that can be accomplished in a day. At that moment, one of Li's accomplices interjected, Brother, time is running short. If we delay any longer, trouble will ensue, and we might not get away. Li's expression darkened, his eyes turning malicious. He stood up, towering over Feng Delong. It seems a little persuasion is necessary. With that, he slapped Feng Delong 3 times in quick succession, the blows not merely tormenting, but humiliating. Brother, we really don't have much time left. The surveillance won't hold out much longer. Another accomplice urged. Li, still seething, struck Feng Delong once more before commanding, untie him. Let him transfer the 30 million now. We need to secure the funds. Under the pressure of the knife, Feng Delong transferred the money to the account provided by Li. The accomplices then retied the 4 individuals, ensuring they were bound tightly with zip ties, both sturdy and convenient for transport. As they prepared to leave, Li threatened. You better intercept those pieces of imperial green jade by tomorrow. Otherwise, you will regret it. After shutting the door, Li and his accomplices descended the stairs, swaggering out of the hotel. Inside the room, Feng and his daughter, along with 2 bodyguards, were tightly bound together. Their mouths were also sealed with tape, but fortunately, aside from a few slaps received by Feng Delong, no one else was harmed. If they could only free themselves, they could turn the tide. One of the bodyguards managed to break a cup on the coffee table with great effort, using the shards to cut through the zip ties on his feet. After more than 20 minutes, he finally freed his hands. Breathing a sigh of relief, he tore off the 3 layers of tape sealing his mouth and then set about liberating the remaining 3 from their restraints. By the time they completed this task, over an hour had passed. Feng Linwan burst into tears, collapsing into Feng Delong's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The horrifying events of an hour ago replayed vividly in her mind, and the thought of their captors' menacing faces filled her with dread. Feng Delong comforted her, firmly instructing, call the police immediately. They shouldn't have gotten far. This group had extorted 30 million from him, nearly all of his liquid assets. The 2 bodyguards felt ashamed. Not only had their employer faced danger right under their noses, but they had also suffered alongside him. Within mere minutes of reporting, Deputy Director Li and a dozen officers hastily arrived at the scene. After briefly gathering information, he promptly ordered, notify all units to seal off major intersections and scrutinize all vehicles, while alerting the border patrol. They may attempt to flee the country. Shortly thereafter, someone entered the room with news. Director, we've just reviewed the hotel surveillance, and nearly 2 hours of footage during the incident has been deleted. Director Li's expression darkened. Instruct the tech department to restore it as soon as possible and retrieve all surveillance footage within the city. We must ascertain the origins of this group. Also, trace that bank account and freeze the funds immediately. In truth, Director Li held little hope. This group likely planned their scheme meticulously. Within an hour, seasoned criminals could easily funnel the money through dozens, if not hundreds, of accounts, long gone before they ever had a chance to trace it. Feng Delong anxiously addressed Director Li. I apologize for the trouble, Director. It is our duty, Li reassured him. Such events occurring in my jurisdiction warrant an apology to you, Mr. Feng. Given the magnitude of the case and its implications, I have escalated the matter to higher authorities. We must bring this group to justice.